Root Donatos had an exceptionally talented older brother who loved him to a foolish extent, but he died. Just moments ago, he had died while protecting Root. Before Root had time to think, wyverns seemed to catch the scent of blood and came swarming in from nowhere. One of Root's arms and legs had been crippled. Since there was no way he could escape anyway, he decided to take a few of those bastards' heads with him to the afterlife. But just as he took up a fighting stance, a radiant glow appeared, followed by the arrival of a mysterious figure. The instant they saw him, the wyverns respectfully bowed their heads. Root could not stop himself from trembling. Judging by the aura and presence he radiated, he was undoubtedly the king of the Dragon Clan. But Root's comrades had clearly sacrificed themselves, and with his brother's final blow, every Dragon Emperor should have been destroyed. But if he was a Dragon Emperor, why could Root not sense even the slightest power from him? It was as though he were looking at an illusion, something vague and indistinct. The mysterious man opened his lifeless eyes and looked around. Then his gaze settled on Root, and in an equally lifeless voice, he said, "Are you the only one left? How difficult." Root was shaken to the core. His instincts were screaming at him. This man was extremely dangerous, perhaps even more terrifying than the 7 Dragon Emperors, who he was no longer mattered. The only certainty was that Root had to kill him, no matter the cost. Without hesitation, Root drew his sword and charged at the mysterious man. But he only managed to hear him say one thing. "Should I wait a little longer?" Then his vision was engulfed in white light. And then, boom, he had been sent back into the past. It was the entrance ceremony welcoming new students to Arium, the Dragon Slaying Academy, an institution with a 750-year history of providing the finest education, knowledge, and experience for slaying dragons. Root was bewildered. What about the battle? The dragons? Or was this merely a dream? But this sensation was far too real to be fake. Had he truly returned to the past? But why had this happened? No spell could turn back time. And even if one did exist, there was no way a dragon could use a spell that only gods could wield. If so, was the thing he had just killed really a dragon? In any case, whether it was a Dragon Emperor or some aberration, whatever its plan might be, this time Root would slaughter every dragon and refuse to let anyone die. Having silently made that vow, Root headed straight for the auditorium. After only a few steps, a familiar voice called out, "Hey you." A girl with blazing red hair called after him and bluntly asked, "Do you have some kind of illness?" Hennet Hypulia. Root instinctively called her name. Hennet was one of the comrades who had died. Hennet was surprised when Root called her by name. "Do you know me?" Only then did Root realize that, in this world, this was their first meeting. He hurriedly came up with an excuse. "You were the top entrant. Of course I recognized you." Hennet found that reasonable and did not suspect a thing. Root asked irritably, "Why did you ask whether I was sick?" Hennet calmly replied, "Earlier, you were talking and cursing to yourself, so I wondered whether you had some kind of mental illness or something. It's rare to see crazy people admitted into Arium Academy, isn't it? Everyone here is an elite, but this is the first time I've seen a lunatic." Root was so angry that he laughed. This brat still had the same foul mouth as ever. Hennet looked at him with disdain. "Why are you laughing? Are you some pervert who likes being insulted?" Since Hennet was still just a kid, Root could not be bothered to argue with her. He gave her a perfunctory apology and found seat. The entrance ceremony officially began. After listening to the speech for a while, Hennet became bored and turned to stare intently at Root. Root wondered whether he should be more open with her, since she would only keep bothering him if he ignored her. Sure enough, Hennet immediately started talking. "That speech is ridiculously long, but I can still endure it. Patience is a mage's fundamental virtue, after all." Root expressionlessly played along. "Wow, that sounds amazing. It truly is the foundation of the Hypulia mage family." Hennet smiled, then asked Root, "What's your name?" "Root Donatos. I come from a place called Zishan. It's in a remote corner of the continent, so you probably haven't heard of it. This is the first time I've heard of your family in that territory. But you were admitted to Arium despite coming from such unusual circumstances you probably don't know about." At that point, Hennet covered her mouth and abruptly fell silent. She remembered her mother's words, Always remember, Hennet, you must be careful when talking to lowly idiots who cannot even reach the toes of the Hypelia family. Hennet silently felt relieved that she had stopped herself in time. If not for her mother's deeply ingrained teachings, she might have carelessly said something offensive about Root. She glanced at him discreetly, but he seemed not to care about what she had almost said. Hennet cleared her throat and concluded, "What I mean is, if there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. For example, those people on the second floor, they're the leaders of famous guilds. They're always looking for the Academy's best talents, so they can notice them early and recruit them into their guilds. Flame Glory, Moon Shadow, even the president of Pursuit Tail is here." Root knew them well, the achievements they would attain in the future, as well as the reason every last one of them would die. "You'll be eligible to apply to join a guild in your third year, but I've already decided which guild I'm going to join, you know." Before Hennet could finish, Root interrupted, "Flame Glory, the #1 ranked guild." Having her words stolen, Hennet replied unhappily, "Yes, but not only for that reason. The president of Flame Glory is my ideal role model. The White Flame King, Liana Chernica, a high-level mage who wields pure white fire." "Oh, Lady Liana, you are so wonderful." Root could only remain silent as Hennet became immersed in talking about her idol. After Liana died at the hands of a dragon emperor, Hennet became the next president of Flame Glory. In the end, she burned away her own life to avenge the senior she had always admired. Root said only one thing, "If it's you, I'm sure you can join Flame Glory." Hennet happily thanked him, then went up on stage as the Academy's top entrant to recite the oath on behalf of the new students. Everything was unfolding exactly as Root remembered. He anxiously awaited the next moment. If he remembered correctly, this would be followed by his brother's speech, Acer Donatos, Arium's student council president, an unparalleled genius, an indomitable warrior, and Root's only family. The man who had died like a fool for his foolish younger brother. But what actually happened was nothing like Root had expected. The person standing at the podium was indeed the student council president, but it was not his brother. It was his brother's closest friend, Jeremy Suvalet. The instant Jeremy stepped down from the stage, Root rushed toward him like a madman and demanded, "Why are you the student council president? Did the original president, my brother, Acer Donatos, not run for the position? Could he be on the student council?" Jeremy awkwardly replied, "Wait a moment. What have you been talking about?" "I'm sorry, new student, but this is the first time I've ever heard the name Acer Donatos." Root froze. He did not know about his brother. Then where was Acer? At the same time, a horrifying possibility crossed Root's mind. Acer Donatos did not exist in this world. His brother, the strongest warrior in the world, might not exist here at all. After the ceremony ended, Root returned to the classroom, his mind in turmoil. He told himself that hypothesis was absurd. Yet if it was true, perhaps Acer Donatos' existence had been erased completely. Or perhaps Acer had regressed as well and decided not to come here. It had to be one of those reasons. The second sounded more plausible. "But what are you thinking so hard about?" Hennet's question cut off Root's train of thought. After hesitating for a while, Root decided that 2 heads were better than 1 and answered honestly, "I'm looking for someone, so I'm trying to think of an effective way to find them." Hennet suggested, "Why not buy information from a guild? If he might be attending this academy, try looking around the library. If he isn't there, you can at least get a list of the students." Root immediately stood up to head for the library. Hennet trailed after him and reminded him, "We only have 15 minutes before class begins. Do you want us to be late on our very first day? Who said you had to follow me? YUS. I'm worried you'll cause trouble again. By the way, why did you pick a fight with the student council president? I only wanted to ask him something. Are you addicted to attention or something? I don't think so. Then do you even know where the library is? It isn't that way. Idiot, follow me." Root stopped, then turned around and followed Hennet as she led the way. When they opened the doors, Hennet exclaimed in astonishment, "So this is the central library? I really want to come in here someday." As Root looked around, searching, he asked, "How did you find this place when it's your first time here too?" Hennet glared at him. "Isn't it normal for a student to memorize all the facilities before setting foot in the academy?" "Yeah, I suppose so." Root gave a half-hearted response, then began checking the record books. Hennet helped too, but instead of finding the book they needed, she discovered several classic tomes from mages. No way, the Iodine Herbal Catalog? Wasn't this book discontinued ages ago? Oh, and there's even a first edition of Understanding Magic. You might not be able to buy something like this, even with money. Root was not paying attention to what Hennet said. He was focused entirely on finding his brother's name in the student roster. But sadly, the name Acer Donatos did not appear. If Acer did not exist in this world, perhaps it was because of that damned creature, Savanan's Void Line, a Void Dragon King who manipulated and controlled dimensions and empty realms. During the battle before Root regressed, Savanan had vanished along with his brother's body. If that ability had moved Acer to another dimension, then perhaps he was still alive somewhere in that dimension. But of course, that Void Dragon could be there as well. His task at the library was finished. As Root headed outside to find Hennet, he found her arguing with the librarian. "Why can't I? I'm only borrowing 17 books." The librarian gently explained, "Students may borrow 3 books per loan. You two appear to be new students, don't you? Isn't it class time right now? We're on our way to class. Then I'll borrow these 3. Hennet quickly selected 3 books, then turned and called out to Root, who was hurrying out of the library. Fortunately, when they returned to the classroom, the teacher had not arrived yet. Hennet took the chance to ask Root, "Did you find the person you were looking for?" Root shook his head. "No, their name wasn't on the student roster." "Then I think you'll need help from a guild. Who is the person you're looking for?" Root hesitated before answering, "My brother." At that moment, a handsome, muscular teacher entered the classroom. He announced boldly, "I'm Daniel Gold, and I'll be teaching basic practical combat for the entire school year. This is only one subject, but if you plan to take weapon or martial arts classes, you'll be seeing me quite often." The 2 female students below swooned at the sight of the teacher and whispered excitedly to each other about how much they admired him. But his next words left them feeling as though they had died on the spot. "For the next 4 years, you will undergo training no different from hell on earth. In your 3rd year, you will work as guild interns, and in your 4th year, you will begin taking exams and writing theses. It is not that much. You will only feel as though you are dying and coming back to life over and over again." Then he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry too much. With diligence and a little talent, it isn't impossible." Root understood the meaning behind those words. No matter how hard you worked, without talent, you would never succeed. I wonder how much despair and humiliation I had to endure just to gain even that little bit of talent. Since it was their first lesson, the teacher left it at that and dismissed the students to their dormitories. As Root was about to leave, Hennet asked curiously as usual, "Where are you going this time?" "The dormitory isn't in that direction. I know where it is." Root said only that before swiftly leaving under Hennet's suspicious gaze. He did not know where the library was, but he knew where the dormitory was. Hennet thought to herself. Then she stopped caring and headed back toward the women's dormitory. After a while, Root finally reached the training room. A dragon slayer, as the name implied, was someone who slew dragons. In every combat theory, physical strength was the most fundamental necessity. That was why free training rooms were located throughout the academy for students to train their bodies. This was the training room Root often used when he was young. Everything was exactly as he remembered it. He took off his jacket and began assessing his current physical condition. After managing 30 pull-ups, he sat down, breathing heavily. That was hardly surprising, considering that he was only 17 years old now. His practical combat classes would begin tomorrow, and he only had 1 week before the first training session with the other students. Root did not want what had happened last time to happen again. Therefore, he had to do better than he had before regressing. What he needed now were endurance and strength. "Well, I have always been a master at training hard." Root steeled himself and started warming up for further training when the door to the training room opened and a familiar figure appeared. Like Hennet, he had also been one of Root's comrades in his previous life, Bastaros. Bastaros was a pure close combat warrior, specializing entirely in physical damage, and would later earn the title of Fist King. Root fell into thought at the sight of him, but I never met him here in my past life. Back then, I only started coming to this training room after the midterm exams. I should have met him in the combined training facility. Could it be because the timing is different? Just ignore him. No need to. Root shook his head and stopped paying attention to Bastaros, focusing instead on his own training. But before long, he could not ignore him anymore because he noticed Bastaros staring at him and repeating the exercises Root performed. After a while, Root could no longer stand it. Annoyed, he dropped the weights in his hands, turned to Bastaros, and shouted, "Damn it, do you want to fight or something?" Bastaros stopped moving, tilted his head, and looked at Root. "Why would you think that? I'm only training." Root demanded loudly. "Then train? Why the hell are you staring at me? And why are your weights heavier than mine?" Bastaros answered honestly, I'm sorry my actions gave you the wrong idea. Your movements and posture are so perfect that I wanted to imitate you." Root asked in confusion, What? Bastaros said, "Your weightlifting posture, the way your muscles move, it is all beautiful. No one in my family, not even my father, has ever been able to move so perfectly. Could you be a god of physical fitness?" Root shook his head and replied, "No, I'm Root Donatos, a new student." Bastaros smiled and proposed, "What a coincidence. I'm a new student too. I am Busteros. Root, from now on, I'll consider you my coach. I believe that one day you'll surpass this beautiful body. So, Coach Root, will you accept me as your student from now on?" Root suddenly shuddered and firmly refused. No, a little later, at Arium's third outdoor training ground, Daniel Gold loudly addressed the new students. Choosing your primary weapon is extremely important for laying the foundation of your fighting style. Normally, the Academy recommends a weapon before you enroll. But trying other weapons is not a bad idea either. Feel free to choose. The students eagerly selected weapons while chatting among themselves. "This long sword is really light. Wow, maybe because it was made for students." Root walked over to a weapon rack and sighed softly, as expected of the best academy on the continent. The weapons they provided were of excellent quality, even if they were only for training. If sharpened, he thought, these weapons could be used in real combat. Root reached out and took a sword. As he turned around, he heard Hennett asking Daniel Gold, "Professor, if I'm going to become a mage, do I need to choose a weapon too?" Daniel Gold advised her, "Combat can happen at any time. Even if you become a mage, you should learn how to defend yourself." "Ah, yes." With that, Hennett went over to a weapon rack. As she hesitated over what weapon to choose, Root stepped up and said, "I think a dagger would suit you." Hennett asked skeptically, Really? You can control the attack range of throwing daggers with mana, and daggers are easy to carry around." The real reason, however, was that Hennett had been exceptionally talented with daggers in his previous life. She used them well whenever she needed to conserve mana from magic or was suddenly attacked at close range. "Then I'll choose that." Hennett followed his advice, selecting a dagger from the rack and holding it happily. Then she noticed the weapon at Root's waist. "Are you going to use that sword?" "I'm not sure yet. We'll see." Root gripped the hilt, drew the sword from its sheath, and gave a swing. "Not bad." Hearing Root's assessment, Hennett curiously asked, "You're already sure after swinging it just once?" Everyone else is struggling to get used to their weapons. Root shrugged. "It's only for practice, anyway." Daniel Gold had watched every one of Root's movements. He stroked his chin and thought, a coincidence? That sword swing was not the movement of an ordinary student. It felt like the finishing strike of a swordsman who had devoted himself to the blade. Unaware that he had drawn attention, Root continued talking with Hennett. "All weapons are equally good, but look at this." Suddenly, Root sensed someone staring at him. He glanced over and saw Daniel Gold approaching with a smile. Before Daniel Gold could say anything, Root spoke first. "Professor, am I only allowed to choose one weapon?" Daniel Gold answered, "There is no rule saying you must. Still, focusing on one weapon is more effective. But if you're interested in a secondary weapon, you may." Root interrupted him. "I want to use multiple primary weapons." Multiple primary weapons? Was that arrogance or a confidence? Let's find out. With that thought, Daniel Gold agreed. "All right, the decision is mainly yours, after all." "Good. Then, in addition to the weapon I just chose, I'll take a spear and a greatsword. I'll choose these three." As he spoke, Root demonstrated the use of all three weapons in turn for Daniel Gold. Daniel Gold smiled outwardly while inwardly assessing him. A genius. No, something slightly different. Besides elegance and refinement, I can see diligence in every one of his sword strokes. Daniel Gold probed. "Root, what did you do before enrolling?" "I worked as a mercenary to make a living. I lost my family in a dragon attack." Daniel Gold said apologetically, "I see. I'm sorry for asking something so sensitive." Root shook his head. "It's all right. It happened long ago." Root turned away, thinking to himself, that should be enough to catch his attention. Hennet caught up with Root and said, "You seem pretty full of yourself." Root replied calmly, "Of course." He immediately received a glare from Hennet. Arrogant jerk. Then she hesitated for a moment before asking, "By the way, what you told the professor about your family. Did your parents really pass away?" Root unconsciously clenched his hand and answered in a low voice, "Yes. They're both gone." Hennet turned away and quietly apologized. "That must have been difficult. Sorry for bringing it up. Why are you apologizing? It was a long time ago, so it's fine." Hennet let out a soft sound. Root stared at her in surprise. I didn't know she could feel guilty too. She wasn't completely cold in the past, either. Hennet noticed Root staring at her and blushed as she demanded, "What are you looking at?" Root hurriedly turned away and continued walking without answering Hennet. She angrily cursed to herself, still an annoying brat. Suddenly, an argument broke out ahead, making Hennet curious. Something's happening in Class B. The two approached the crowd and saw the Class B instructor loudly confronting Bastaros. "You need to choose a weapon." Bastaros argued back. "Close combat warriors of House Steros do not use weapons. Our bodies are our weapons." The Class B instructor clutched his head. "What kind of monster is this brat?" "Listen, Bastaros. Even if fist fighters use only their bodies, you can at least use iron gauntlets." Bastaros loudly interrupted. "Close combat warriors of House Steros do not use weapons." The Class B instructor gritted his teeth and began in a trembling voice. "What I mean is," Bastaros interrupted him again. "Close combat warriors of House Steros do not use weapons." Standing among the crowd, Hennet pointed at the student being scolded by the Class B instructor and asked, "Who's that lunatic? Do you know him?" Root shook his head. "No." At that moment, Daniel Gold rushed over and restrained the Class B instructor, who was about to lose his temper. "Senior Clay, calm down." Bastaros turned to leave, only to spot Root standing in the crowd. Hennet asked in surprise, "Huh? He's looking this way." Root sensed trouble and quickly urged, "Let's get out of here. Please don't act like you know me, you idiot," he prayed inwardly. Of course, Bastaros had no idea what Root was thinking. He smiled at Root, waved, and ran toward him. Hennet looked at Root with a smile. "Why is he coming over here? Maybe you're his friend." Root replied awkwardly, "I don't know him." Still being held back by Daniel Gold, Clay angrily pointed at Bastaros and shouted, "Hey, how dare you go chat with your friend while a professor is speaking to you?" Bastaros turned around and retorted, "He isn't my friend. Our relationship is deeper than that, and it is—" Root knew what Bastaros was about to say, so he hurriedly cut him off. "We're friends." Daniel Gold spoke up at that moment. "Balex, although using a weapon goes against your family's principles and traditions, we are currently in class. This is training time. If you continue refusing to choose a weapon, based on his memories of the previous life," Root sighed in relief. "I guess they'll let him off just like last time. You will have to repeat the year." As soon as Daniel Gold finished speaking, Root was startled. "What? The past has changed? Could my interference have changed the past? If he fails here, it will be difficult for the core force that has to face the Dragon Emperor in the future." Bastaros spoke with a serious expression. "I understand. Rather than sacrifice my honor, I would rather accept failure." "Shut up." Root thrust his fist over Bastaros' mouth and asked, "Professor, could you make an exception just once?" Daniel Gold answered, "I can't make an exception for every student, Balex. That would be unfair to everyone else." Root questioned inwardly, "Then why did you make an exception in my previous life? In that case, he just needs to choose something, right?" Root swept his eyes around. There has to be something useful here. There it is. When he spotted a pair of gloves, Root's eyes lit up. He walked over, picked them up, and tossed them to Bastaros. "Hey, use these." Bastaros caught the gloves, but still said, "Root, warriors from House Steros do not use weapons." Root replied irritably, "Does that even look like a weapon? Anyone can see it's only for defense." Bastaros answered, "A warrior of House Steros does not use protective equipment." Root loudly interrupted, "Shut up. Just think of them as a gift from a friend and take them." Bastaros froze as he stared at the gloves, murmuring, "A friend." Clay objected, "How is that a weapon? They're clearly wrist guards." Root smiled as he tried to bluff his way through. "No, they're weapons. That's just how iron gauntlets are made these days." Daniel Gold was skeptical as well. What kind of gauntlets are those? Root asked in return. As long as he chooses a weapon, that's enough, right? Seeing the other students gossiping, Daniel Gold reluctantly accepted it to avoid making the matter bigger. Fine. For now, we'll count them as iron gauntlets with an unusual design. Hearing that, Root sighed in relief. Good. Luckily, he understood what I meant. But the important thing is that I only got away with it this time. I need to be more careful when my actions can change the future. A while later, Root walked while looking over the paper in his hand. Perhaps because it was only the first day of class, everything was fairly relaxed. They had only focused on theory so far. The first week at Arium was a time for new students to adjust, but it was also when professors learned about their students' abilities and guided them. I've shown enough to draw their attention and earn a letter of recommendation, so I just want to use the remaining time to prepare for other classes. But behind Root, Bastaros and Hennet were passionately bickering. You're an idiot, aren't you? I'm not an idiot. I am Bastaros, a warrior from House Steros. Exactly. You sound like an idiot. As a mage, you would not understand a martial artist's honor. For a Steros, losing one's honor is worse than death. Root shook his head helplessly. Why do they keep naturally including me in their group? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from ahead. Well, look at these attention seekers. Hennet and Bastaros stopped arguing and looked at the three students blocking their path, while Root continued walking with his attention on the paper in his hand. Seeing this, the leading student pointed at Root and said, "I'm talking about you idiots." Only then did Root look away from the paper. He stared at the leading student suspiciously and asked, "Are you talking to me?" The student snapped. "Who else would I be talking to?" "You and the pig behind you." Bastaros protested. "I'm not a pig. I am a warrior from—" Before he could finish, Hennet cut in. "Get out of the way, asshole. Who do you think you are, trying to provoke us? And who are you calling idiots?" Root thought to himself, didn't she just call Bastaros an idiot herself? Facing Hennet, the leading student extended his hand and switched to a friendly smile. "Hennet Hapulia, I quite liked your speech earlier. I have no intention of provoking you. I'm Winem Pat from Class B." Hennet crossed her arms and insulted him with contempt. "Did I ask for your name, idiot?" Humiliated, Winhem trembled with anger as he glared at Hennet. "I was going to let you join our group, since it seemed the top entrant hadn't joined any clique yet. But now I understand why you people are huddled together. Get lost, Hapulia. I only have business with those two." Hennet picked at her ear. "Is that any of your business? You're the one who needs to get lost, you sour-faced creep. And don't call me by my name so casually. Move aside." Root pushed Hennet's head aside with one hand before she could explode, then asked Winham, "What do you want?" "What I want is simple. Are you so desperate for attention that you can't stay still? Why don't you learn your place?" Winham arrogantly declared, "I'm telling you to stop your ridiculous stunts to attract the professor's attention. You think you're so great because you can use several types of weapons? And that pig keeps saying nonsense about not using weapons. If you entered the academy with that attitude, you might as well quit." Root reflected. "It's true that I deliberately stood out early to attract attention. But even if I didn't stand out, incompetent people like this would still spread nonsense about me." Root clearly remembered that in his previous life, a student had once mocked him. "Hey, what can a useless, talentless orphan like you possibly do? I don't know how someone like you got admitted. Did someone pull strings for you? Oh, right. It's not like you have parents." Before the student could finish, Root could not hold himself back. He leaped forward and drove his knee into the boy's mouth, knocking out one of his front teeth. Root shook his head and sighed. "Back then, I was hot-blooded, so I beat them up. But this time, I'll handle it more maturely." Having told himself that, Root spoke with a calm expression. Is that so? But he'd still beat you even if you used 500 weapons against him. Don't talk nonsense." Root answered bluntly, "Oh, I could deal with a weakling like you barehanded. Hennet would erase you completely." Bloodshot veins appeared in Winham's eyes as he glared viciously at Root. "You bastard! You attention-seeking piece of trash! You're dead." With a roar, Winham finally lost his patience and threw a punch at Root. With both hands in his pockets, Root's expression did not change in the face of Winham's punch. He merely tilted his head back slightly, easily dodging it, then lightly hooked Winham's supporting leg with his foot. Winham lost his balance, fell flat on his face, and greeted the ground with it. "Damn it," Winham muttered through gritted teeth. He rolled over, sat up, and reached for the weapon at his waist. Seeing this, Hennet panicked and warned him loudly, "Hey, using weapons outside the training grounds is forbidden." "Shut up," Winham roared, his mind clouded by rage. He no longer cared about anything. Drawing his sword, he thrust it at Root. Even as danger approached, Root remained completely calm. Despicable bastard. But this gives me a chance to test this new body's physical abilities, as well as the move I learned from Bastaros in my previous life, the Steros family's barehanded deflection technique. With that thought, Root clenched his fist and fixed his gaze on the incoming sword. When the blade's tip was only a handspan away, he punched the flat of the sword and knocked it out of Winham's hand. Then, while Winham was still stunned, Root rushed forward and struck him on the head, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Winham's two companions were no longer as arrogant as before. They stared at Root with fear in their eyes. Root did not make things difficult for them. He merely said flatly, "Take this as a lesson." Behind him, Bastaros stared intently at Root. He had recognized the technique Root had just used as a move from his own family. Just then, Clay hurried over. "What is going on? Why is he crawling on the floor like that? You lot again? Move aside at once." Seeing a professor arrive, the short, fat student hurriedly pointed at Root and accused him. "That guy attacked Winham first." Hennett angrily refuted him. "Liar. They started trouble with us and then drew their weapons." Root was only defending himself. Bastaros added, "That's right. Root didn't even use a weapon." Looking over the scene and considering the students' accounts, Clay was inwardly astonished. He actually disarmed that boy barehanded in that situation. Can a new student do that without getting hurt? Suppressing his doubts, Clay turned to Winham's two companions. "You two, take that unconscious boy to the infirmary." Then he pointed at Root. "And Root, come to my office after class." Winham's companions glared at Root and threatened. "Just you wait." As Clay heard that, he furiously shouted, "Take him to the infirmary." The two immediately shut their mouths and dragged Winham away. Once they had left, Hennett spoke. "What is wrong with those bastards? Also, what did you do to knock his sword away?" Root answered casually, "A deflection." Naturally, Hennett was not satisfied with such a vague answer. "Do you think I don't know that was a deflection? I'm asking how you did it barehanded." Then she turned to Bastaros. "Hey, idiot, do you know how you did it?" Bastaros answered honestly, "The elders of my family can do it, but I have not learned it yet." Then he looked at Root curiously. "Root, could you be my long-lost brother? I can't tell him that he taught me in my previous life." Thinking that, Root could only make an excuse. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "No, I'm not. What was it? Just luck. As you can see, a genius." Bastaros actually believed him immediately. I understand. Amazing. Just as expected of my physical training master." Hennett remained suspicious. "Yeah, and that explanation is supposed to work? Hey, tell us the truth. You're hiding something, aren't you?" Root blushed slightly and shook his head. "What? Of course not." Bastaros tried to mediate. "Even if he is hiding something, a good friend should not keep prying into another person's affairs." "Hennett, don't you have one or two secrets you cannot tell anyone?" Hennett nodded slightly. "That's true, but wait. Who said we're friends? I haven't even known you two for 2 days." Bastaros smiled. "Then I suppose we will be friends from now on. Please treat me well, Hennett." Hennett glared at Bastaros. "Are you really an idiot?" Watching the two of them, Root thought to himself, "You shouldn't call your friend an idiot." He remembered how Hennett used to angrily scold Bastaros whenever he got close to her. "This is so annoying. Stay away from me, you musclehead. Whenever you come near me, I get hot. Your body heat disgusts me." Each time, Bastaros would smile and reply, "Shouldn't a fire mage be good at enduring heat?" Acer, sitting across from them, would burst into laughter. "Haha, cut it out, you two." Remembering those precious scenes, Root became even more determined. "No one has died yet. No one. This time, no one will die." After class, Root went to Claire's office to speak with her. Once they were finished, he asked to leave. Watching Root depart, Claire murmured, "He didn't do anything wrong." Still, I wanted to try talking things out with him first, since he seemed like the type to settle things with his fists. But it looks like that wasn't necessary after all. 20 minutes earlier, in the office, Root had bowed his head in apology. "I am very sorry for causing trouble. He insulted my friends, so I acted without thinking." Then he began swinging his sword around. "I was worried my friend might get hurt, so I tried to restrain him. But in the end, I used too much force. I should have handled the situation with more restraint and maturity. I sincerely apologize." Claire poured herself a cup of coffee. Remembering Root's sincere and gentle expression, she thought, "He really is kind and mature, especially compared to that Winham boy. I definitely won't go easy on him during training." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Claire was slightly surprised when Daniel Gold walked in. "What wind blew you here?" Daniel Gold laughed. "Are you joking? The meeting for the first-year class instructors is being held in your office. That's why I'm here. You were the stubborn one who insisted on holding it here, because you were too lazy to go to anyone else's office." Claire protested. "What are you talking about? When have I ever been stubborn? I merely suggested it." Daniel teased. "If you keep making suggestions like that, I'll turn into a cricket you can spin around your finger. Just then, Class D's homeroom instructor, Arthur Winston, and Class C's homeroom instructor, Damian Gray, entered. The moment Arthur saw Claire, he complained, "Do you know how many times I've been called into the administration office because of you?" Annoyed, Claire demanded, "What did I do that makes you nag at me all the time?" Arthur replied, "Because you keep doing things worth nagging about. You've caused all sorts of trouble over this office of yours." Claire argued, "I didn't buy that much. Just an air purifier and a long leather couch." Damian added, "And a 3,000,000 Rivers swallow pattern flower vase." Feeling betrayed, Claire shouted angrily, "Damian, I told you to keep that a secret." Arthur let out a sigh. "Whatever. That's enough. Just make sure you check the schedule carefully next time. A professor like you shouldn't forget meetings in your own office." Claire clicked her tongue and muttered, "You're far too meticulous, Arthur. That's why you're losing your hair." Arthur shouted furiously, "What?" Wearing an innocent expression, Claire said, "I didn't say anything." Daniel stepped in to mediate. "Come on, everyone calm down. Why don't we start the meeting?" Claire and Arthur understood the point and stopped their bickering. The meeting began, and they reviewed the personal records of each student. After a while, Daniel said, "This year's students are much more capable than last year's." Arthur agreed. "The graduation rate will rise." Claire spoke up. "That is not guaranteed. They may be talented, but they need psychological support as well. Isn't nurturing young minds part of a teacher's duty?" Arthur asked, "Are there any students we should keep an eye on?" Damian replied, "No one in Class C. They are all rather outstanding." Claire said, "There's one crazy idiot in Class B." Arthur questioned her wording. "The idiot must be the boy who caused trouble today." "But what do you mean by crazy?" Claire grumbled. "There's one who keeps babbling about a warrior's honor, even over the smallest things. He's quite irritating. Bastaros Steros. His written test was terrible, but his practical combat skills are excellent." Arthur took Bastaros' personal record and asked, "That Bastaros Steros from the family obsessed with hand-to-hand combat?" Daniel said eagerly, "His skills are the real deal. I'm looking forward to seeing more from him." Next, Daniel pulled out 2 personal records and introduced them. "Now that I look at them again, I have 2 promising students in my class. Hinet, the second child of the renowned Hapulia mage family, and a student named Root Donatos." Damian said, "Hinet Hapulia, the Academy's top entrant? Since she is a fire mage, the White Flame King will surely take an interest in her." Arthur asked, "What about the other boy? Is he from some famous family?" Daniel shook his head and placed Root's personal record in the middle of the table. "No, it would take too long to explain, so it will be faster if you look at this yourselves." Arthur and the others leaned in curiously. Damian asked skeptically, "Is he really a student?" Arthur said in surprise, "He nearly failed both the written and practical examinations. He lost his family and has been working as a mercenary ever since." Daniel gave his opinion. "You will change your minds once you see him in person. This may be premature, but I think he might be the strongest student this year." "Then he must be no ordinary boy for you to say that," Arthur said thoughtfully. He looked at Claire. "You must have met him in class already, haven't you?" Claire gave her assessment. "He protected his friend, and his words were exceptionally righteous. He's a good student. I like him the moment I met him, so I want him in my class." Ahem. A cough interrupted Claire. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, she asked, "What? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Daniel said oddly, "So even you can praise a student?" Claire replied, "I do it occasionally. Anyway, as I was saying, do you remember the sword-swinging idiot I mentioned earlier? Root is the one who took him down with his bare hands." The others began discussing it. "He used a sword during the entrance examination. What about his martial arts skills?" "The only thing we can be certain of is that he has talent in martial arts." Claire took a sip of water and said slowly, "Then don't you think that, as the instructor of unarmed close combat, I should be the one to teach him?" Daniel disagreed. "That would be difficult. His true talent lies in using weapons such as spears and swords. I would be much more suitable." Claire challenged him. "Oh, since when have you taken such an interest in a student's potential?" Daniel replied, "He is a student in my class. It would be most effective if I were also his instructor." Claire demanded, "Don't be ridiculous." He countered with his bare hands. "Why do you think it would be good with weapons?" Daniel shouted angrily. "I was the first person to recognize Root's talent. I will not hand him over to you, even if you were my senior." Claire immediately stood up and shouted back, "Is that so? It seems I will have to firmly drill the relationship between senior senior and junior into that head of yours. Daniel raised his voice. Have you forgotten that you lost a bet to me 2 weeks ago? Suddenly, Arthur slammed his hand down on the table. The force was so great that it broke in half, but he paid no attention and only shouted, "Both of you sit down." Is that how people who call themselves professors are supposed to behave? Daniel said nothing more and obediently sat back down. Claire pointed at the table and said, "That was expensive. My table." Arthur awkwardly looked toward Damien. "Well then, Damien, do you have an opinion?" Damien calmly replied, "I am fine with anything. What student would want a teacher who looks as intimidating as I do?" Arthur gave a slight cough. "If he is skilled with spears, perhaps I should meet him too. We still have a whole week before we submit our proposal for sparring class, so you two should calm down. Even if all of us want to teach him, it will ultimately depend on the student's choice." As he spoke, Arthur picked Root's record out of the pile of broken wood and continued reading it. The student is from Zishan?" Claire asked curiously. "Zishan?" Arthur replied, "Yes. 10 years ago, it was the village that disappeared after the Thousand Forms incident." At those words, the expressions of the other three immediately changed. The Thousand Forms incident was a tragedy that destroyed half of the southern kingdom of Calavan 10 years ago. It led to the decline of the nation's power and, after several years, its complete disappearance from map. A single dragon had brought destruction to an entire nation. Its true form remained a mystery because it could transform into anything. Arthur asked Daniel, "Kianin, the Thousand Forms dragon, one of the 7 dragon emperors. Daniel, didn't you participate in its subjugation as well?" Daniel replied, "My teacher was the one who killed the Thousand Forms dragon. At the time, I was merely an inexperienced recruit and could only hold on to one of that dragon's toes." Arthur remarked, "Simply returning alive was already very impressive. In any case, it seems he was also a victim of the Thousand Forms incident. That entire region was completely flattened. Who would have thought there could be survivors?" Daniel thought to himself, does he seek revenge for that incident? Does he harbor such intense hatred for dragons? A genius whose talent far surpasses my own. Just then, Arthur, who had been looking through the other students' records, spoke up. He was fortunate enough to survive on his own until now, and he has talent acknowledged by Daniel. "But I would like to correct one thing you said." Daniel asked in surprise, "What?" Arthur pulled out another personal record and said, "You said Root is the strongest student this year, but he still has a rival in Class D. Another genius, one whose innate talent can only be called monstrous." The record came into the other three's view. Attached to it was a picture of a girl with platinum hair. In the physical training room, Class B's combined training session was on repetition 199 out of 200. When M had barely managed to complete 200 push-ups. Completely exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor and gasped. "Instructor, I've already completed 3 sets of push-ups twice." Claire nodded and said indifferently, "Good. Next, 2,008 count burpees." Winham looked as if he wanted to cry. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at Claire and asked, "What?" Claire paid him no mind and urged him loudly, "What are you waiting for? When are you going to get up?" Elsewhere in the room, Root was wiping away his sweat with a towel after finishing a round of training. "I can use it now. The sparring test is 3 days away. At last, I can use the breathing technique and stances from my previous life to some extent. I hope it will be enough to get what I want." Lost in thought, Root was annoyed by the noise coming from Bastaros' mouth and could not help turning to demand, "Can't you shut up and train?" Bastaros did not stop moving as he answered matter-of-factly, "Strength comes from breathing." Root pressed him, "What kind of nonsense is that? Are you saying you'll become as strong as a bear by panting like one?" Bastaros glanced at Root. "Root, the reason you can't lift weights like this is because you don't have the right breath." "Shut up." Root cut him off, then sincerely advised him, "Whatever you say, train properly. Every time you gasp for breath, the weight gets crooked." Bastaros was slightly startled. He tried again and found that Root was right. He stopped training, sat up, and looked at Root. "You're right. I can feel my muscles tightening more now. You are impressive, my master." Sure, whatever." At that moment, Hinette approached from afar. As soon as she came near, she covered her nose and looked at Bastaros with disgust. "Ugh, you stink. Are you even human? How the hell can you train continuously for 3 hours without resting?" Bastaros answered seriously, "When you feel your muscles growing, you will understand how exhilarating it is. By the way, Hinette, you are too skinny. I will teach you. So, shall we start training?" Hinette looked wary. "My body is perfectly normal. Don't come near me. You stink horribly." Bastaros asked in confusion, "Why are all the women at this academy so frail. None of them are like the women in my family. You all look like starving stray dogs. Hearing that, Hinette angrily demanded, did you just call me a dog? Do you have a death wish? Then Hinette saw Root leaving and hurriedly called out, hey, where are you going? Root answered, to get something to drink. Wait, I'll come with you. Then Hinette turned to Bastaros and asked, hey, Blockhead, what about you? Bastaros replied, walking will make me lose muscle, but bring me a protein drink. Hinette nodded, ran over to Root, and the two left the training room together. When they arrived at the vending machine, they found a silver-haired girl standing in front of it. Hinette said in surprise, oh, someone's here. When Root did not respond, Hinette looked over curiously and saw that he was staring at the silver-haired girl with a dark expression. Root was indeed in a bad mood. He recognized the silver-haired girl. She was Lianji. Before Root's reincarnation, she had been a genius master swordswoman, a sword saint, a knight as powerful as his brother, and one of the strongest dragon slayers. She was also the first person to show Root a wall he could not overcome. Once, Lianji had looked down at Root as he lay badly injured on the ground and said contemptuously, I thought you would become stronger because you are Acer's younger brother. I suppose I was wrong. Back then, Root could only clench his fists helplessly as he glared at Lianji and gritted out, just wait. I will remember that face. Remembering that scene, Root cursed inwardly. Damn it, I never got a chance to get revenge because I died back then. Root shook his head, stopped dwelling on the past, and said to the present-day Lianji in a harsh voice, move. Lianji demanded, what? Root repeated, I said get lost. Are you deaf? This time, Lianji did not answer. Instead, she threw the drink in her hand at Root. Root tilted his head to dodge, and Lianji vanished. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Root and launched a kick directly at his head. Having sensed it beforehand, Root raised one hand in front of his head and blocked Lianji's kick. This slightly surprised Lianji. He blocked it, then tried blocking this. With a change of thought, Lianji immediately altered her move, raising her leg high before bringing it down in a sweeping strike. Root did not panic. His expression remained calm from beginning to end. Facing the attack, he simply took a light step backward and easily avoided it. Lianji thought in surprise. Again, Hinette, standing nearby, could not bear watching any longer and shouted, hey, what are you two doing? Lianji did not attack again. She knew it would lead nowhere, and continuing to fight would draw the instructor's attention. I thought he was just an idiot, but he dodged my attacks twice. After a brief thought, Lianji frowned at Root and asked, are you picking a fight with me because I was recommended into the academy? Root replied, what the hell are you talking about? You are blocking our way. I'm thirsty as hell, and you're standing in people's way. Lianji stepped aside in surprise. When she saw that Root had truly come to get a drink, she said, I see. I'm misunderstood. Root answered irritably, what now? Why are you still hanging around here? Lianji did not get angry and instead asked, what is your name? Root Donatos. I will remember that name. With that, Lianji decisively turned and left. Watching her go, Root said, whatever. Hinette angrily demanded, hey, you should apologize first. Who does she think she is? Standing beside her, Root felt pain in his wrist and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I nearly broke my wrist. I only wanted to test her ability, but she still has that insane strength. Seeing that Lianji ignored her, Hinette remained angry but could do nothing. She turned to Root and asked, are you okay? Does it hurt? Root retorted, didn't you see me block her? Hinette exposed him. Block her? More like you nearly broke your wrist. I'm Finet. Root tried to keep up a tough front, but Hinette cut him off. Shut up and go to the infirmary. When they returned to the training room, Bastaros saw Root's bandaged wrist and asked in surprise, Root, you're hurt? What? Who injured you? A loud shout rang out. Claire, who had been sitting not far away, rushed over to Root and asked anxiously, oh my, what happened? Root answered casually, it was just a small accident. Daniel also ran over at that moment. What happened? Before Root could speak, Hinette beat him to it. He got hit by another student. Root was startled and hurriedly explained, huh? I wasn't beaten up. It was only a small argument. Ignoring Root, Claire went over to question Hinette. Then who hit Root? Hinette did not hide anything. She's a new student. She has white hair and golden eyes, and she mentioned being recommended. From Hinette's description, Claire and Daniel exchanged glances. A name appeared in both their minds. Lianji from Class D. Seething with rage, Claire turned and headed for the door. Daniel knew what she intended to do and quickly grabbed her. With a dark expression, Claire gritted her teeth and said, let go of me. I will not let this slide. I'm going to teach her a lesson, Daniel advised. Claire, calm down. I can't let this go. Not this time. Even if Root started it first, she's harmed far too many people already. Why would she hit a good kid like him? Claire's loud outburst drew the attention of the other students in the room. What's going on? Looks like someone in our class got hit. Seeing students beginning to head their way, Daniel hurriedly smiled and said to Claire, I'm not telling you to let it go. But as an instructor, there are more tactful ways to handle this. Claire asked skeptically, more tactful? Daniel leaned close and whispered into Claire's ear, if you lose control and cause a scene, Arthur, the instructor responsible for Class D, will step in and say he'll handle everything. First, bring up the complaints from Lianji's guardian, the commander of the Iron Dragon Slayer Corps. He certainly knows how to handle things professionally, so he'll probably ask Arthur to deal with it. Then we can do whatever we want. Claire's eyes lit up. So we pin the responsibility on Arthur and gain enough justification to punish that violent child? Not bad. Daniel smiled. Exactly. There's no need to make a huge fuss over this. Punish her through her grades, assign her volunteer work around the academy, and make her attend remedial classes. But of course, since we want to correct her attitude, no one will complain if those classes happen to be a little harsh, right? While Claire and Daniel whispered and plotted, Root was being pointed at and discussed by many of his classmates, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Bastaros looked at Root, who was covering his face, and said, Root, it seems the teachers really adore you. Congratulations. Still covering his face, Root muttered, shut up. Bastaros continued, don't be so heartbroken. Get over it and be a man. Unable to endure it any longer, Root shouted, shut up already. 3 days later, the students stood in orderly lines in the grand hall, waiting. One of the instructors stepped forward, swept his gaze around the room, and announced loudly, it seems everyone is here. Students, line up according to your classes. Now, we will begin the comprehensive sparring assessment. First, we will begin the training session involving classes A and B. For this practical combat exercise, each of you will be assigned a number, and you may choose your own opponent. You may not choose the same person twice, so each of you will fight only 2 matches today. That concludes the explanation. Good luck, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a referee stepped into the center of the arena and called out, Number 1, Hellion McDowell, step forward and choose your opponent. Hellion quickly stepped onto the stage and selected an opponent. The match began almost immediately. The instructors observed the battle to evaluate every student's capability ratings. Watching from below the arena, Hinette said to Root, calling this a practical combat session is only for appearances. In reality, it's an ability assessment. This is a merit-based system. No one cares about a student's background or past. They assess them based on talent and skill instead. That's one of the reasons Arium Academy is a first-rate school. You could say that every student here is a genius in some respect. Root thought to himself, no one has ever called me that before. At that moment, another match had just ended, and the referee immediately called the next student. Number 8, Hinette Hapulia. Hinette smiled confidently. Even so, they become worthless before the real thing. As she spoke, Hinette briskly walked onto the arena. Go Hinette, the genius of House Hapulia. Hinette. Bastaros' loud, cheering instantly replaced Hinette's smile with an irritated expression. She glared at him before choosing her opponent. Seeing whom she had selected, Root thought. A mage with limited close combat ability chose a swordsman as her opponent. Hinette is truly confident. On the arena stage, once the 2 students were in position, the referee shouted, both sides ready. Begin. Hinette made the first move, conjuring several fireballs and firing them toward her opponent. The blonde swordsman raised a shield to block the first fireball, thinking rapidly. Luckily, the fireballs aren't that fast. Before she can chant another spell, I'll finish this in one strike. The blonde swordsman used his speed to evade every fireball flying toward him. Once he closed in on Hinette, he raised his sword high and slashed down at her. Unfortunately for him, just as his blade was about to touch Hinette, she vanished from where she stood. She reappeared far from her original position and continuously formed sparks of flame, bombarding him with them. Damn it, when did she move over there? Another wave of magic. I have to take it. Cursing inwardly, the blonde swordsman had no choice but to raise his shield and grit his teeth as he endured the barrage. Suddenly, he saw Hinette smile and softly say, got you. Before the blonde swordsman could understand what she meant, Hinette vanished again. When she reappeared, she was right in front of him. She held a small dagger in her hand, its tip only inches from his throat. The swordsman froze. Damn it, I never expected her to fight a swordsman at close range. Why would someone from such a prestigious family use such a risky tactic? Though that was what he thought, the blonde swordsman could only say dejectedly, "I surrender." Hearing that, the referee immediately announced, "The winner is Hennet Hapulia." Both students performed very well. Having won, Hennet turned toward a purple-dressed professor in the stands and smiled, her eyes seeming to ask, "Did I do well, Professor Liana?" The purple-dressed professor in the stands was Liana Chanika, a professor from the Distinguished Mages Guild. Liana smiled back at Hennet. Satisfied, Hennet turned and walked down from the arena. Root looked at her and asked, "Where did you get the courage to fight a swordsman like that?" Hennet replied smugly, "I simply used their assumptions against them. Swordsmen think mages can't fight them at close range, right?" Root sighed inwardly, but it was still pretty dangerous. If her opponent had noticed sooner, it would have put her at a serious disadvantage. Still, that's just how she is. Such flashy combat suits a mage like her. At the same time, the other professors in the stands also praised Hennet's ability. Claire said approvingly, "She has excellent combat instincts and top-tier reflexes. Her magic is highly refined as well. I wish I had a better spot to observe the battle from." Arthur nodded in agreement. "You're right. A combat mage like her is rare. We should hire another instructor, preferably one specializing in fire magic," Claire said eagerly. "Next, step up and choose your opponent. Let's see who's next." Very soon, the next person climbed onto the arena stage. It was Winhem. Standing there, he pointed directly at Root and shouted, "Get up here, Root Donatos. I lost last time, but this time will be different." At that sight, veins began bulging on Claire's forehead. Her smile stiffened as she struggled not to jump down and beat that idiot to death. Root and the others were full of confusion. What is wrong with that useless guy? With a calm expression, Root slowly stepped onto the arena. "If that's what you want, I'll oblige. I admire your stubbornness, but I'm going to grind you into dust, kid." Thus, their match became a public beating, and naturally, Winhem was the one getting beaten. He was struck until he screamed miserably, "Come on, wait, you bastard, ow, don't, I lost, I surrender already, In the end, Winhem had to be carried off the arena on a stretcher. Root looked at him and said, "Thank you for fighting to the end. You were very persistent, Winhem." Lying on the stretcher, Winhem cried inwardly, "Damn it, I surrendered already." At that moment, the referee spoke. "Well done. Next, Root Donatos, it's your turn again. If you're tired, I can move you later in the order." Root shook his head. "No, sir. I can continue." The referee nodded. "Very well. Then choose your opponent." Immediately, Root locked his gaze onto someone and issued a challenge. "Come up here, Bastaros Steros." Bastaros was surprised. After remaining silent for a moment, he hesitantly said, "Root, I don't want to fight you." Root insisted, "You have to fight me, because you're the strongest one here." Bastaros stated his principle. The friends of House Steros do not fight their friends. "So, are you going to run away like a coward?" Root pressed. He looked at Bastaros and thought to himself, "In my previous life, your footsteps could shake the earth and mountains collapsed beneath your fists. But this time, that won't be enough. Even if I have to deliberately wound your pride, you need to keep moving forward and approach the peak, the Fist King. I learned from every time I lost to you. Now it's your turn." At that moment, Bastaros spoke again. "But warriors of House Steros do not run from anyone like cowards." "Then that's good," Root said with a smile, determined to draw out Bastaros' potential. Bastaros' expression turned serious. "You're stronger than I am, so I won't ask you to use your sword from the start. But I hope you'll fight with everything you have." Root happily agreed. "Of course, even if you didn't want me to." The referee looked at the two standing in the arena and shouted, "Ready, begin." Root recalled the first time he had met Bastaros. Root had been practicing swordsmanship when Bastaros arrived. After confirming that Root was the person he had come for, Bastaros coldly said, "I came at your brother's request. He asked me to tell you to calm down, since your recent behavior has been somewhat out of control." Root had replied irritably, "My brother? Don't make me laugh. If that bastard wants trouble, tell him to come here himself." Bastaros disagreed. "That probably isn't possible. Besides, don't you think your words are a little too harsh? Acer is your family." Unable to hold himself back any longer, Root threw the wooden sword in his hand to the ground and cursed directly at Bastaros. "Hey, you damn pig. If you're so tough, shut your mouth and come at me. Family my ass. After trading words for a while, the two began fighting. Naturally, Root was beaten badly. Lying flat on the training ground, he said bitterly, "You damn dog. You stupid pig. You're pretty strong." Bastaros picked up the wooden sword from the ground, handed it to Root, and said, "You too, Root Donatos." Root, who had a temper as explosive as fire, grew even angrier. "Are you mocking me?" Bastaros shook his head. "I'm serious, even though I'm stronger than you." Recalling that moment, Root could not help sighing inwardly. After getting beaten half to death by Lianji and this bastard, I realized I wasn't all that talented. While Root was lost in thought, Bastaros had already made the first move. He gathered momentum and shot toward Root like an arrow, launching an attack. Root evaded it and countered with an uppercut. Immediately afterward came a rapid barrage of strikes from Root. Bastaros shifted into a defensive stance. Then, seizing an opportunity, he grabbed for Root's shoulder, intending to give him a powerful punch. But as if Root had anticipated it, he immediately dodged and retreated. Bastaros sounded somewhat regretful. "You dodged it this time. That was obviously a feint. I'm not crazy enough to let you grab me." Root answered with a smile, while inwardly marveling, "This bastard's body is insane. He's taken quite a few hits from me already, yet there isn't even a scratch on him." The soul of a warrior who fought with physical strength resided in their muscles. House Steros was a family of martial artists from the north, and every member of that house was a muscle-crazed freak. Their muscles, improved with every generation, fused with mana to form an armor even tougher than steel. Would it be wrong to say that Bastaros' body had become both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear? Root began calculating. Ordinary attacks definitely won't work. In that case, rather than short, decisive strikes, smoother movements with stronger force behind them will be more effective. I'll attack the gaps in his armor and destroy it from within. No sooner thought than done, Root swiftly changed tactics. Bastaros also sensed the difference in Root's fighting style. He's fast. His attacks are not only faster than before, but harder to read as well. They're as cunning as snakes. They're becoming more and more difficult to keep up with. Thinking this, Bastaros concentrated his strength on reinforcing his armor, convinced that Root could never penetrate the armor of House Steros. Yet before he could remain confident for long, he took a painfully heavy blow. Try dodging this. With that, Root followed up with another technique, leaving Bastaros astonished. "I know this technique. It's the Tremor Fist martial art of House Steros, a fighting style that mimics the boundlessness of the sea and the immovability of mountains." I knew Root's fighting style somewhat resembled that of House Steros, but I never expected him to have mastered a martial art capable of countering my own techniques. How can that be possible when he isn't even a member of the family? No, that doesn't matter anymore. Right now, all I want is to defeat him. Seeing Bastaros' excited face, Root smiled and warned, "Guard yourself carefully. I'm coming again." With that, he charged in and attacked Bastaros ferociously. Bastaros focused with all his might on evading him. He could not keep up with his speed, so his strategy was to find an opening while Root attacked and then seize hold of him. That was the theory, but every time Bastaros tried to counterattack, Root saw through it and evaded in time. From this, Bastaros could tell that Root's strength did not lie in dealing repeated damage. Rather, it lay in his freakishly sharp ability to read the flow of battle and his absurd mastery of technique. Seeing Root begin to sweat and breathe more heavily, Bastaros guessed that Root was beginning to tire. "It seems I'm winning in terms of stamina." Taking advantage of that moment, Bastaros poured all his strength into his next strike, hoping to defeat Root quickly. Just then, he noticed that Root had no intention of dodging. Root even smiled and said, "This is quite a fun match, Bastaros. You really are strong, Bastaros Steros. It's just that I'm stronger." With that, Root suddenly swung his sword at Bastaros' chest. Naturally, the unexpected counterattack did not injure Bastaros. It only tore his clothes and ended the match. The crowd, which had watched the entire battle in silence, suddenly erupted. Cheers rang out everywhere. Even the instructors stared in astonishment. Was that really a match between students? Neither of them even used mana, yet they're individual strength rivals that of modern dragon slayers. Above all, Claire voiced the thought in her heart. Root Donatos. He didn't even use his full strength in that fight. Even so, his movements, posture, and precision were flawless. My goodness, this child has already reached the level of an advanced swordsman. Even more surprising is Bastaros. That child is remarkable as well, Daniel added with a smile. That perfect sword swing Root used at the end. I know it sounds ridiculous, but somehow, Root's swordsmanship strongly resembles that of my master, Elnbrise of the Heavenly Sword School. Daniel Gold suddenly thought of Lianji. No matter how talented someone was, he had never believed that anyone could surpass that terrifying talent. But Root was not a genius. He was a monster. A boy whose talent had been complete even before he began learning. All four instructors shared the same thought without saying it aloud. They wanted to teach Root. After the assessment, Root and his friends rushed to the academy cafeteria to replenish their energy. The pampered young lady Hinette Hapulia slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Why are we eating in the cafeteria? Can't we eat out, at least for today? Food outside lacks protein. Hinette, Bastaros replied through a mouthful of food. Root merely said 3 words. I'm very poor. Hinette clicked her tongue. You boring idiots. The food here is good. Why should we waste money going out when the food here is free? Is money just paper to you? Hinette looked at Root in confusion. But money really is paper. Root scowled as he chewed his food. Right, that girl comes from a ridiculously wealthy family. Root suddenly turned to look at Bastaros. Come to think of it, this guy's from a rich family too, isn't he? Then why does he eat like a gorilla? Damn it, am I the only poor kid here? I'm so poor I have to risk my life just to earn money. The more I think about it, the more unfair it feels. Root angrily chewed his food as though it were his enemy. Hinette put on a noble expression and said, What I'm saying is, your big sister here can buy you takeout once in a while. I'm sure Bastaros can take care of himself by now. You're the only one who needs worrying about. Root became even more irritated after hearing that. I don't need the goodwill of filthy bourgeois like you. Hinette assessed Root with a sidelong glance. What kind of way is that to talk? Did that gorilla beside you rub off on you? Just as Root was about to argue back, a voice rang out. Found him, the student from earlier. Hinette and Root turned at the same time and saw a blue-haired young man say brightly to the silver-haired young man beside him, Look, Eben, that's the student you were talking about. Then they headed toward Root's group. The other students in the cafeteria began whispering among themselves. Those are the guild presidents. Really, it's the presidents of Tail, Chaser, and Moonshadow. As soon as he reached Root's table, the blue-haired young man introduced himself. Hello, juniors. That was quite an impressive match. I'm Roderick Riddle, president of the Tail Chaser Guild. Root replied politely, I'm Root Denatos. Roderick casually pointed to the person beside him as he introduced him as well. This is Aben Wei. As you can see, he's a little shy. Even if they had not introduced themselves, Root knew who they were. Roderick, the Heavenly Bow, and Aben of Moonshadow. In his previous life, he had never gotten to know them. By the time he began working as a dragon slayer, they had already fallen in the battle against the 7 dragon emperors. I'm Fengit Hapuya. Following etiquette, Hinette rose to greet the seniors, while Bastaros remained seated stiffly, holding a plate of food in his hands. I'm Bastaros Steros. Nice to meet you. Hinette grabbed Bastaros by the hair and scolded him. Hey, are you crazy? That was so rude. Roderick found the scene somewhat amusing, but then he realized who the 2 young students were and praised them. Right, you 2 were excellent as well. Hinette took the opportunity to ask, What are you 2 doing in the student cafeteria? Roderick answered honestly, We're alumni of this academy. We suddenly missed the meals here, so we came by. Then is there any chance Professor Liana is here too? Hinette continued hopefully. Sister Liana went back as soon as the swordsmanship class ended. She said there was no need to stay any longer. I see, Hinette replied dejectedly. Seeing her like that, Roderick comforted her. Don't be so disappointed. She'll visit Arium again soon. Then, turning to Root, he added, By the way, Aben praised you a great deal. He said you're exactly the sort of person his guild needs. Don't waste time, Roderick. Aben put a hand on Roderick's shoulder, then looked directly into Root's eyes. You're Root Donatos, correct? Do you know who I am? You are ranked 4th among individual dragon slayers and are the president of Moonshadow, the 2nd-ranked guild. Aben corrected him. So you know me well. But remember this, we are ranked 2nd because of how information is handled, not because we are weaker than the 1st-ranked guild. Let's get straight to the point. I watched your match. It was impressive. There was no avoiding this. so Root decided to act like a genius. Well, I am good. I like your confidence. That's why I want to make you an offer. Would you like to join Moon Shadow as soon as you graduate? While Hennet looked quite surprised, Root remained calm. Isn't recruiting students like this forbidden? Why go this far? Aben answered honestly. When the target is someone talented, people usually do not follow that rule. You are a genius with great potential. Someone like you needs a grand stage on which to shine. I guarantee that Moon Shadow will provide you with exactly that stage. Having a major guild like Moon Shadow behind him was certainly an attractive proposition, but joining a guild that would not let Root do as he wished was not a good idea. So he declined without hesitation and offered a deal instead. Can you find someone for me? My older brother, the one who survived the disaster 10 years ago. A survivor of the disaster 10 years ago? That will be difficult. What do I get if I help you? Root answered without changing expression. A good relationship with me. Roderick immediately laughed in Aben's face without restraint. Aben, however, saw nothing funny about it. On the contrary, he found the offer rather interesting. Having a good relationship with someone with such a brilliant future was not a bad idea. Aben accepted Root's proposal, then quickly left with Roderick. It feels like we just faced a storm. Are all highly ranked people like that? Hennet asked as she watched the two walk away. Not sure, Root replied with a shrug. Still, you turned down an offer from a major guild. If you're that confident, it seems you must have received quite a good letter. As she spoke, Hennet picked up her own letter. The professors had handed each student a letter after class. Because of the unexpected offer, Root had completely forgotten about it. The letter contained the evaluation of the first swordsmanship class, the first sparring assessment. In his previous life, his results had not been very good. He wondered what they would be this time. Somewhat nervous, Root slowly opened the letter. Hennet, seated across from him, stared at him and guessed. You don't even need to read it. I'm sure it's all praise, things that will make your family proud. Bastaros suddenly asked, Root, what kind of person is your brother? Root answered without hesitation, kind to the point of stupidity. Yes, he really was a fool. Even though he was an undefeated dragon slayer, he struggled because of his worthless younger brother and suffered until the end of his life. He was strong, too, so strong that someone like me could never compare to him. Root smiled as he continued, his eyes shining with pride. If he's that strong, then I'm sure he's still alive. Don't worry too much. Yes, I suppose so. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, so Hennet changed the subject. Anyway, why don't we open the letters? I'll read mine first. Excellent combat instinct. Aggressive strategies that pierce through the opponent's defenses, coupled with appropriate skill usage, has the potential to become an exceptional battle mage. Just as expected. My turn, Bastaros declared loudly. Advanced martial arts, tremendous physical strength, a perfect physique, explosive power, quick reflexes, and beautiful muscles. At the mention of beautiful muscles, Bastaros practically drooled with delight, and his favorability toward Professor Claire shot up. The professors really pay attention to details. Professor Claire is amazing. She truly knows how to describe things. Then it was Root's turn. When he stayed silent and refused to read, Hennet impatiently snatched the letter from his hands. Upon seeing what was inside, she could not hide her shock. What is this? The letter bore the signatures of all 4 professors. Root immediately went to the faculty room to meet them. The moment they saw him, the professors eagerly tried to win him over. One asked how things were going at the academy. Another asked whether he was eating well, and another expressed concern for Root's health. Only Professor Damien showed his concern in a very different way, by staring at Root as though he wanted to devour him alive. Root could easily guess why they were acting this way. Without beating around the bush, he asked, "Did you call me here to choose an advisor?" The room suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Professor Arthur was the first to speak. That's right. You probably know the meaning of the mark in your letter. After the sparring evaluation, new students are assigned to professors suited to them. In some cases, professors contact students directly, and the signatures indicate that. Professor Damien nodded. To be contacted by every professor, that's rare. Claire continued, Root, this means you have tremendous potential. We all respect the students' wishes, so don't worry. We're all experts. Root did not deny it. Daniel Gold, the pure white swordsman, Claire Mason, the wild dog, Damian Gray, the predator, Arthur Winston, the thunder spearman. They were all excellent teachers. But in his previous life, Daniel had chosen Root and taught him swordsmanship. So this time Root still chose him as his advisor, with the additional condition that Daniel accept him as a direct disciple. Everyone in the room, including Daniel, could not hide their surprise. He asked seriously, "Root, do you understand what it means to be a direct disciple? As far as I know, the Heavenly Enemy art does not have a successor yet, correct?" The Heavenly Enemy art was an ancient swordsmanship and mana technique created for killing dragons, passed down to only one person in each generation. In his previous life, Professor Daniel had been the disciple of a legendary swordsman and the teacher of Root's older brother, meaning that his brother was meant to become the next successor. Daniel was somewhat troubled. Of course, he wanted Root to become the next successor, but he had intended to make the offer later. He had not expected Root to bring it up first. "Can you tell me why you want that position?" Root answered honestly, "I want power. When I was weak, dragons killed my friends and family. If I had been stronger, I could have saved them. From now on, I never want to see the people I cherish die right in front of me again." Root's answer brought a painful memory to Daniel Gold's mind. When Daniel was young, he and his older sister had fled from a dragon, but his sister died protecting him. No matter how much pain someone had endured, if their sole reason for seeking strength was revenge, they did not deserve to become the next successor of the Heavenly Enemy art. But if it was to protect those precious to them, that was another matter. "All right, Root, from now on, you are my direct disciple. But what if all the professors teach and supervise you together, Root?" Before Root could process that, Daniel turned to persuade the other teachers. "Root is highly talented. It would be a waste to have him study only swordsmanship. To develop his potential, we need to try everything." Root immediately objected. "No, learning from one professor is difficult enough. How can I learn from 4 professors at once? It would not be fair to the other students, either." Professor Arthur thought differently. "No, it's a good idea. To wipe out all dragons, we need an outstanding dragon slayer. And if a little unfairness is needed to make one, so be it. There may be complaints, but what can they do besides blame their own incompetence?" Root was even more confused by that. Why would Professor Arthur, who was famous for being strict and conservative, permit something so risky? The other professors all agreed with Daniel's opinion. Seeing the hesitation in Root's eyes, Daniel walked over, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "Root, this is only my proposal. No matter what you choose, I will respect your decision." Questions flooded Root's mind. Could he become the successor of the Heavenly Enemy art while receiving instruction from the other professors? What if someone else's opportunity disappeared because of him? This could greatly affect the future. A knight who could fight dragons. A knight who could prevent disasters before they happened. He had to secure everyone's future. To do that, he had to surpass his limits and become stronger at any cost. Since it had come to this, he would become the knight this world needed. Having found his answer, Root accepted Professor Daniel's proposal. While Root was talking with the professors, Leon was elsewhere, dragging herself heavily back to her room. Her entire body ached, all thanks to Claire. 2 hours earlier, Claire had suddenly summoned Leon alone to the training room, then announced with a smile, "Leon, from now on, remedial classes will be part of your punishment. In other words, your self-restraint course begins now." Self-restraint. Before Leon could make sense of what that meant, Claire beat her up. "Damn it, that damn professor. Does she have some kind of grudge against me?" The throbbing pain in her arm made Leon even angrier. "That bastard Root is so annoying. Did he report me just because I hit him?" Leon kicked a decorative potted plant hard to vent her frustration, then slumped down at the foot of the stairs. She had been wrong to misunderstand him and unexpectedly kick his joint, but did she really have to clean up and become a punching bag under the name of remedial classes? She had even been scolded by her mother. Feeling wronged, Leon could no longer hold back her tears. By coincidence, Root passed by at that moment and saw her. He quickly hid behind a corner to avoid being noticed, unable to suppress his doubts. Was he seeing things? Leon was always so cool and sharp that Root had thought she was not even human. Was Leon actually crying? Did she have tears too? What had happened to the Dragon Slayer captain's daughter? In his previous life, before the death of the Dragon Slayer captain, Leon's adoptive mother, Leon had been an ordinary child. Root himself had also been immature then, and because their relationship had not been particularly good, he had had no reason to care. But now, circumstances had turned this 17-year-old child into a demon, and the person who had made her cry was Root. It It was unfair, really. He had neither reported her nor attacked first. So why did everyone decide he was guilty? Root peeked around the wall to see how Leon was doing. When he saw she was still sitting there crying, he cursed under his breath before stepping out to speak to her. Why are you sitting in the middle of the hallway crying? Upon realizing it was Root, Leon trembled and shouted, "You bastard! Did you report me to the professor over that little conflict? Do you know what I've had to endure because of you? Besides, you were the one who behaved rudely first. I'm sorry." Root's abrupt apology caught Leon off guard. "What did you just say?" Root pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and answered awkwardly, "I'm sorry for being rude back then. I took things too far. But I wasn't the one who reported you. I was embarrassed too when the rumor spread. It was my friend who let it slip in front of the professor." Leon stood frozen for a moment, then unhesitatingly blew her nose into the handkerchief Root had offered. When she was done, she coldly said, "Do you think that is enough to make me forgive you?" Root retorted, "I didn't tell you to blow your nose into it. I'll wash it and return it to you," Leon replied awkwardly. Then, trying to cover it up by acting magnanimous, she said, "I misunderstood you first, so I accept your apology. But I will not let it slide if you bother me again. Fine, I'll stay out of your way as much as possible." Root answered indifferently, thinking to himself, she will grow stronger on her own. She does not need my help. She acted alone in the past, too. Just then, as Leon passed him, Root heard her mumble, "Greeting me is fine." "What?" Root asked, unable to hear clearly. Embarrassment turned into anger, and Leon shouted, "I said greeting me is fine." With that, she turned and walked away. Root laughed. He had never seen her act like that before. At the same time, Leon continued convincing herself as she walked. "Doing something I never do does not mean we are becoming friends." Suddenly, Root asked from behind her, "Doing what?" Startled, Leon shouted, "Why are you following me?" Root shrugged, "I'm going this way too." After exchanging a few more words, they discovered that both of them were headed for the training hall in Building A. A thought flashed through Root's mind, and he hurriedly pushed the door open. Professor Daniel saw Root and Leon and smiled. "I was waiting for you too. Did you come together?" Root immediately demanded, "Professor, is Leon going to be in my class?" "That's right. I suggested it." Root blurted out in disbelief, "That can't be." In his previous life, Claire had been Leon's advisor at the academy. Since Leon was the adopted daughter of the Dragon Slayer captain, having a swordsmanship master supplement her weak grappling ability would have been the safer choice. But why? Seeing Root's expression, Leon became somewhat annoyed. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Root hurriedly explained, "No. You intend to learn grappling, don't you? It is necessary when fighting a Dragon Slayer. Above all, since you use a one-handed sword, it would. Well, I saw you in practical combat class. You are an excellent swordswoman, so I thought combining it with grappling would make you even better." Professor Daniel nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Grappling techniques are the perfect way to close the distance when attacking with a sword." Thinking Root had been paying close attention to her, Leon pretended to be displeased. "It is a little uncomfortable that you have been watching me so closely, but it does not sound bad." Root thought, "Watching you, my ass." Leon deliberately raised her voice. "Why would you do that? Are you trying to speak badly of me in front of the professor?" Afraid the professor would misunderstand, Root hurriedly denied it. "No, you're talking nonsense." Seeing Ruth's frightened expression, Leon cackled gleefully. "You're not the only smart one, you know." Realizing he had been tricked, Root's face turned ashen. "I can't keep letting her jerk me around like this. Has this girl always had such a terrible personality?" Leon stopped teasing him and asked seriously, "Never mind that. What were you going to say?" "I thought Professor Claire had been assigned as your advisor instead of Professor Daniel." The mention of Professor Claire reminded Root of her awful restraint class earlier. "Assigned? I was never assigned to her. And even if I were, do you think I'd go to that demon professor's place? She beats her students senseless under the pretense of restraint training. I wouldn't go even if it killed me." Root could only fall silent. The future had changed again. In the past, Claire had been Root's advisor at the academy, and the two had shared a good relationship. Now, they were practically enemies. This was Professor Daniel's plan, but was Root the reason for it? Noticing the tense atmosphere, Professor Daniel changed the subject. All right, we can discuss that later. We should begin class. Before we do, let me briefly explain things to you two. Swordsmanship is a vast and profound discipline. To master it, you must endure pain severe enough to feel like your bones are breaking, starting from the most basic footwork. Of course, since you two already have excellent foundations, there's no need to dwell too deeply on theory. Still, there are thousands of techniques, so you must experience them for yourselves and find what suits you best. Proper training will provide that experience through restraint classes. As he said this, Daniel picked up the wooden sword in his hand and gave him a dangerous smile. Now, are you two ready? Root and Leon both darkened at once, sharing the same thought without needing to say it aloud. So in the end, he still wants to beat us up. Before long, Daniel looked on with satisfaction as Root and Leon lay miserably on the floor. That concludes today's lesson. From now on, we'll have both group lessons and individual lessons, just like today. Have a nice weekend, and I'll see you next week. With that, Daniel left the two of them in the room and walked away cheerfully whistling. Root struggled to sit up and muttered, "Damn it, I thought the two of us could at least protect ourselves." Leon sat up as well, tying back her silver hair. She frowned at Root reproachfully. "Hey, I told you to watch your language. Why do you keep throwing around curses like that?" Root replied irritably, "If you were a mercenary like me, you'd curse too. Besides, after getting beaten up like that, aren't you angry at all?" Leon scratched her head. "Not really. Why should I be angry when we lost simply because neither of us was strong enough? And we need to learn precisely because we're still weak. You should know that Professor Daniel is actually a very easygoing teacher. Once you train with Professor Claire, you'll realize how merciful those strikes just now were." Root stared at Leon in shock, then closed his eyes. "Stop talking about that." Leon laughed brightly. "What's wrong? Do you feel guilty?" Unable to meet her eyes, Root stood up. "I'm leaving first." Leon hurriedly called after him. "Where do you think you're running off to? If you feel guilty, hurry up and teach me grappling techniques." Root asked suspiciously, "What? Why all of a sudden?" Leon grabbed onto his pant leg and eagerly suggested, "You were the one who said my grappling technique still has flaws. I heard your close combat skills are amazing, so teach me." Root refused. "Why does it have to be me? Go ask one of the professors." Leon tried to persuade him. "I barely have enough time for swordsmanship training already. It would be more convenient if you taught me. Besides, I'm sick of getting beaten half to death by Professor Claire." Faced with Leon's expectant gaze, Root finally softened and agreed. "Sigh, fine, I get it. Now let go of me." Leon smiled and released him. "Really? Don't forget your promise." "I said I get it already." Leaving those words behind, Root ran out of the room. Walking down the corridor, Root put a hand to his head. "The differences between this life and my previous one keep catching me off guard. I couldn't even refuse her request. It's definitely not because I think she's cute. In any case, she's one of the important people. Getting a little closer to her shouldn't be a problem, right?" Suddenly, an idea occurred to Root. "Wait, isn't this a good opportunity? Yeah, I'll use this chance to repay the debt I owed her in my previous life. It's all her fault for asking me to teach her grappling. I'll make her regret it." Having made up his mind, Root continued walking with a pleased smile. Arium Academy, the dragon-slaying academy, stood in Anpia, the capital of the empire, at the center of the continent. A powerful dragon slayer represented the strength of an entire nation. Therefore, the imperial family spared no effort in supporting the academy, and most graduates of Arium Academy were highly sought after by the Imperial Association. Most of the academy's facilities had been built in a modern style. However, students would naturally grow dissatisfied with such a monotonous life when they could only move within a confined space. That was why they were allowed to freely visit the capital on weekends and major holidays. Today was one such day, and academy students could easily be spotted throughout the capital streets. Among them were Root, Hennet, and Bastaros. Walking ahead with a stack of books in her arms, Hennet turned around and complained, "Hey, are you two going to keep dragging your feet? I told you I'm busy today." Root, who was strolling lazily behind her, replied, "I plan to spend the whole day sleeping." Bastaros, walking beside Root, nodded in agreement. "Me too. My arms need a rest." Annoyed by their attitudes, Hennet demanded, "There's still a lot to look through at the academy's shops. Are you two planning to sleep through every holiday we get during these 4 years?" Root muttered. Sleeping is still a better reward than hauling things around for you. Hennet walked over and handed her stack of books to Root. Stop complaining. I'll buy you expensive food later, so just endure it. Fine. As he spoke, Root naturally transferred the entire stack into Bastaros' arms. Looking at the books in his hands, Bastaros shot Root a glare. Root, Hennet asked you to carry them. Why did you give them all to me? Root asked blandly. Did you bring any money? Of course not. Then carry them. Hearing that, Bastaros had no choice but to accept it, though he could not help complaining. This pile has truly broken the heart of a poor man like me. Hennet urged them loudly. I need to buy a few things. Stop whining and hurry up. Only when dusk fell did Hennet finally seem satisfied. This should be enough. Let's go eat. Hennet led Root and Bastaros to a large restaurant. The moment they arrived at the entrance, two receptionists bowed respectfully. Welcome, Miss Hennet Hapulia. Please allow us to show you to your table. It was clear that she was a regular customer there. The moment Root entered the restaurant, he was overwhelmed by its extravagance and grandeur. Is this place a restaurant or two palaces put together? What a waste of money. Then he noticed how naturally Bastaros acted and whispered in surprise. How are you so calm? Are you trying to show off that you're rich too? Seeing Root still standing there blankly, Hennet called out, What are you doing? Sit down. Root chose a seat and sat down. Looking at the utensils on the table, he trembled inwardly. Why are there so many forks? I've never been to a place like this before. At that moment, a server approached and handed Hennet a menu. Please place your order. We'll have the same set meals with carbonated drinks. Bastaros cut in. Hennet, I want lots of meat. Hennet continued ordering. Bring him a 600-gram venison steak. After Hennet finished ordering, Bastaros picked up the menu and selected a few more dishes, saying, I need to eat a lot to replenish the muscles I use carrying things for you. Hennet, sitting beside him, shouted angrily, Hey, eat in moderation. Across from them, Root stared at the menu in shock. One dish costs 500,000 Zebo. That's enough for me to live on for an entire month. Root asked quietly, Hey, why is everything here so expensive? Hennet's attitude toward Root changed completely. Generously, she said, You worked hard carrying my things today, so this is your reward. If you want anything else, just tell me. Bastaros spoke up. Hennet, what about me? Hennet cut him off. You be quiet. I already ordered you steak. Can't you stop being so shameless, you freeloader? Bastaros muttered. But I helped you carry things too. Be quiet. Hennet shouted. Before long, the server began bringing out the food. Here are your dishes. Please enjoy your meal. While Root was still unsure what to do in front of the table full of food, Bastaros was already eating heartily. This is delicious. It's no worse than my family's private chef. But this isn't enough. I think we should order more. Just as Bastaros reached for another dish, a knife flew straight at him. He hurriedly pulled back his hand and looked at Hennet in fear. Hennet glared at Bastaros in warning, then immediately changed to a smiling expression when she turned to Root. Root, what do you think? Do you like it? Try this dish and that one too. I've had them before. Ah, thank you. Looking at Hennet, smiling happily at him, Root thought, someone who has eaten expensive food like this must be able to tell the difference. But for someone like me, who eats ordinary meals, everything tastes the same. And ever since we talked about my older brother, for some reason I can feel that she's being excessively kind to me. Honestly, it's a little burdensome. In my past life, Hennet and I were more like sworn enemies than friends. Root recalled a time in his previous life when he had been eating. Hennet had slammed the table and yelled, Root, you stupid idiot. I told you to kill the Earth Dragon first. How strong do you think you are, letting it go berserk and making me pay for all this expensive equipment? Root had cursed back. Damn it, who skips a meal just because there's a fight waiting? Are you stupid or something? Those words had truly enraged Hennet. Snarling furiously, she shouted, Stupid? You can still eat after causing such a mess? You're even more stupid than an idiot. Returning to the present, Root thought, she may be angry, but seeing her true face is still better. I don't like it when she keeps acting like this. Hennet, just as Root was about to speak, Hennet suddenly shouted, Hey, you blockhead, stop moving. I told you not to order anything else. After eating all that, what else are you planning to stuff down that throat of yours? Do the nutrients from everything you eat go straight into your muscles and skip your brain? Or does your brain not have a single wrinkle because it's made of muscle too? If you touch that menu one more time, I'll chop off your hand, cook it, and make you eat it. After frightening Bastaros pale, Hennet smiled at Root. Oh, what were you saying? Faced with such a terrifying hint, Root hurriedly swallowed the words he had intended to say. With a stiff smile, he raised a thumbs up. Nothing. I just wanted to thank you for treating me to such a wonderful meal. Yeah, nostalgia really is frightening. It's a little uncomfortable, but her treating me well is still better than that. I should just keep quiet. Root's words delighted Hennet. Brushing back her red hair, she smiled brightly. It's nothing, Bastaros said sadly from the side. Root, this favoritism is making me so sad. Unable to bear it, Root encouraged him. Cheer up. At that moment, Root happened to glance at the clock hanging on the wall and was startled. It's almost 8 o'clock. Wait, 8 o'clock? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Suddenly, he remembered Leon smiling yesterday as she said, then I'll see you at 8. Can you help me train at 8 o'clock? All right. Realizing he had stood Leon up, Root rose, bid Hennet and Bastaros goodbye, and hurried back to the academy. Leon was feeling extremely upset. Her left foot kept tapping against the floor as though she were waiting for someone. She checked the time and scowled. It's already 8:05. Why isn't he here yet? She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. He's the first friend I've been able to speak to normally. Unlike me, he seems to have lots of friends. Maybe he forgot his promise altogether. As she grew despondent at the thought, Root opened the door in the distance and walked toward her. Oh, you're here? He asked, startling Leon. She pouted. You're late. Don't you know you're supposed to arrive 10 minutes early for an appointment? She turned toward the door, while Root scratched his head after hearing that. I see. As the two began walking, Leon suddenly asked, what did you eat before coming here? Root picked up his shirt and sniffed it. Doi smell. I just had a few dishes with some friends in the capital. He walked over to the personal lockers and removed his outer shirt. Having heard him mention the capital, Leon asked curiously, the capital? You mean outside the academy? Root answered, yeah, my friend treated me to a meal. After neatly folding his clothes, Root looked at Leon. Leon seemed somewhat embarrassed and lowered her head. I see. Although Root turned away, he still caught every shift in her expression. He changed the subject. Whatever. About today's grappling techniques. Before he could finish, Leon interrupted, you really do have a lot of friends. Ignoring that, Root put his hands into his pockets and turned away. For now, let's start with basic footwork. Leon was still thinking about the capital, rubbing her palms sadly. I've never been to the capital, but by then, Root had already walked far ahead, leaving her standing behind him looking pitiful. He frowned. Sigh, damn it. When Leon saw no reaction from him, she changed the subject. All right, let's start our grappling training. After thinking for a while, Root spoke as he walked down the stairs. Next Saturday, Leon did not understand what he meant. She ran down the stairs toward him and found Root standing calmly beside a wall. If you want to go that badly, let's visit the capital. Hearing that, Leon beamed like a child going out to play for the first time. She eagerly asked again to make sure. Really, seeing how happy she was, Root teased her. You're that excited? Leon immediately put on a composed expression. No, I'm only going because you invited me. Root continued teasing her. Then stay here. Without hesitation, she replied, no, I'm going. Root said nothing more. All right then, let's start with warm-ups. You said you wanted to learn. Leon happily followed behind him. Of course. By the way, she continued bombarding him with questions about their outing. Are there lots of things to see in the capital? I heard there's lots of delicious food there. Oh, right? What are we going to eat there? And what will we do? Where did you and your friends go today? What have people been doing for fun lately? Last time I saw something really big, ugh. Root grabbed something and shoved it directly into her mouth to silence her. One of Leon's cheeks puffed up red like a tomato. She snapped angrily. What was that for? Root answered coldly. Enough. Put these on. He asked, do you usually talk this much? As she put on the gloves, Leon replied, yeah. My mother often scolds me for talking too much. You know her, right? My mother is the Dragon Slayer captain. She then kept chattering about all sorts of things. Root sighed inwardly. I can't believe she talks this much. I wonder how she managed to keep it under control in her past life. Root cut her off. That's enough chatting. He walked over to several wooden posts and introduced the lesson. The grappling technique I'm about to use belongs to the Stero style. More precisely, it's a modified version that even ordinary people can use. You know that the Stero style is a mad martial art that first relies on one's physical build, right? So I can only teach you some forms and methods of combat. Root recalled Professor Claire, who used a mixed grappling style gathered from across the continent. There was no fixed form or method that could neutralize her. Therefore, the only way to endure was to take fewer hits while landing a decisive blow on her. Leon asked doubtfully, it's always easier said than done. How can I take fewer hits when I can barely even defend myself? Root began rotating his ankles as he explained, "That's why I'm trying to teach you how to take fewer hits." As soon as he finished speaking, his feet began moving swiftly, carrying him from one position to another as fast as the wind. Watching his movements, Leon thought, "I can't read his movements. They're almost like the way a snake coils and slithers." Standing before her, Root explained, "The snake step is a movement technique that uses only your toes. It's difficult to read because I use only a small portion of my leg muscles." Leon guessed, "Is this one of House Steros' techniques too?" Root replied, "It's mine. They fight with their entire bodies. They don't use things like this." Hearing his answer, Leon looked surprised and impressed. "Wow, you really are a genius." Root told her to try it. Leon immediately began moving her feet as he had instructed. "So this is how you do it." The moment she said that, she managed to perform the technique after only a few short seconds. Root watched her with envy. "You're the real genius, not me. It took me 2 years to design and develop this footwork, another year to refine it, and 1 more year to master it." Root stood at a distance, watching her practice. Smiling, he thought, "She can't call me a genius when I had to give everything I had just to survive. A genius is someone who can catch up to 4 years of hardship and training in 4 minutes. Just like her and my former life companions, Hennet Hypulia and Bastaros Steros." A while later, Leon turned to him eagerly and asked, "So, am I doing it right?" Root gave such a bright smile that his eyes closed. Then, without warning, he kicked her foot. "You're still all over the place." Leon fell straight to the ground with a pained cry. Root stood over her, staring smugly. "I told you to use your toes. Did I tell you to hop around? Don't you think you should calm down?" Leon clutched her head in pain and slowly sat up, glaring at Root as he laughed behind her. "Damn it!" Without letting her rest, he made her continue training. "Get up and do it again, idiot." He began loosening up his joints. "I'm warning you. If you want to learn it, do it properly. Today, I'll train you until you drop." Seeing him like that, Leon began to feel nervous. The sunset began to fall, bringing the day toward its end, yet anguished cries could still be heard somewhere. "Are you seriously going to do that?" Night soon descended. In Root's room, he dropped onto his bed, looking exhausted. Lying back on the soft mattress, he groaned, "I'm so tired." Then he began to reflect. Fortunately, everything was progressing well. What was happening was not too different from his previous life. But relationships, at that thought, his expression hardened. They were no longer the same. They had changed far more than he expected. Hennet Hypulia and Bastaros Steros. One by one, they had appeared in this life. He wondered how much the future would be affected. But then he thought, no, I didn't want anyone to die this time, so it can't possibly be the same as before. The future has to change. But if I can gather my companions again and destroy the 7 dragons, I'll definitely meet that bastard. After thinking it over, he realized that to accomplish that, he had no choice but to take on his brother's role. He closed his eyes. The first thing I need to learn is... Memories from his previous life began to surface. A strange figure whose face he could not see, only the silhouette of their back. Red hair, armor, and a sword in hand as they fought. An 8-part mark resembling converging arrows appeared on a hand. He made his decision. What he needed to learn was the sky-gazing art. The following morning, he sparred with his professor using wooden swords. The professor attacked relentlessly, while Root could only defend. The professor smiled as he fought, looking utterly confident. Their duel was intense, and Root seemed to be at a considerable disadvantage. He thought, this is bad. He's fooling around far more than I expected, and he didn't look like he intended to lose either. The two continued exchanging move after move. The match showed no sign of ending until the professor came up with a new idea. As he blocked Root's attack, he silently considered, should I change my style here? No sooner had he thought it than he switched techniques, catching Root off guard. Why is he raising his fist? The professor discarded his sword and threw a punch at Root. Fortunately, Root managed to block it with both hands. Root questioned him, didn't we agree to use only swords? The professor merely laughed as he continued attacking. I'm an unpredictable sort of person. Root thought, even if we're fighting barehanded, he's still incredibly difficult. Suddenly, Root stepped back and stopped attacking, confusing the professor. The professor thought, is he backing away to lure me in? Fine, I'll play along. Show me what you've got. With that, he rushed forward. As the professor approached, Root sensed it. Now, he calculated silently. I'll use the standard form. He immediately launched a defensive technique, sending his sword soaring into the air. Then he counterattacked, unleashing a series of consecutive moves. Root thought, just as its name suggests, the sky-gazing art is a sword technique meant for protection. A defensive slash locks down the enemy's attack, followed by a countering slash that deflects it. In my previous life, I learned only the skyward sword technique so that I could at least keep up with my brother. But the true sky-gazing art requires another element beyond swordsmanship. That move drew admiration from the professor. Both your defense and counterattack are so excellent that I have nothing left to correct. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, as though you have been learning it since the very beginning. Root did not grow arrogant upon hearing that. You say that, Professor, but you still shut down my attacks with ease. The professor laughed. It seems you can begin a suitable training regimen from now on. Root asked in confusion. A suitable training regimen? Seeing that he did not understand, the professor explained in detail, the sky-gazing art is not solely related to swordsmanship. Even those who are not successors can learn its sword techniques. But mana control skills are passed down only to successors, and only by learning them can one complete the sky-gazing art. Mana is an unrefined life force. Normally, refined mana is accumulated in the heart, the center of life, but the sky-gazing art does not follow that path. Instead, it draws in and uses external mana through a unique method. As he spoke, mana formed in his hand. He pointed to the mana mark for Root to see. Through this, successors of the sky-gazing art control an enormous amount of mana accumulated in a separate space called the Celestial Spirit. The heart is used only as a conduit, not as storage. At that moment, Root remembered his brother, the celestial spirit that had once appeared on the back of his brother's hand. The professor continued, its power and function are extraordinary. However, if the heart is already full of mana, it can only serve as an outlet. You have never trained in any other mana control technique, have you, Root? Root answered, no, I haven't. He thought, in my previous life, the mana control technique I used was merely an ordinary kind, alchemy. It was based on the circles used by mages. If so, this is the most important variable, something I had never experienced until now. The professor walked over. It will be faster if you experience it yourself. Sit down, Root. First, where would you like the mark engraved? Root was silent for a moment. Then he raised the back of his hand. Please engrave it here. The professor smiled, reached out, and took his hand. It may sting a little. He began drawing on the back of Root's hand. Blue light began appearing before him. Root frowned and thought, what do you mean, Sting? It feels like I'm being burned alive. After a while, it was finally complete. Arrow-like marks appeared on Root's hand, glowing continuously. He exclaimed, this is... He stared at his hand. I can feel pure mana overflowing. Suddenly, he raised his head. The inheritance passed down by successors through countless generations. He found himself standing beneath a vast blue sky, completely stunned. Everything they had achieved after devoting their entire lives had become information and streams of mana, together forming an entire sky, a transparent sky. As Root became absorbed in that vast resource of mana, an unfamiliar voice echoed out. So you're the one, little boy. He turned around upon hearing it, but saw no one. Then the professor called out, Root, startling him awake. The professor asked, how does it feel to see the transparent sky for the first time? Root replied, it's amazing. The professor explained further, mastering a mana control skill for the first time is like gaining another organ in your body. You will need a long time to adapt to sensing and using mana. What is impressive is that you have already grasped how mana flows. When the professor looked at Root, he discovered that Root was manipulating the mana stream with remarkable flexibility, leaving him truly astonished. He has not only grasped it, he is already using mana drawn from the Celestial Spirit. In only a few minutes, the professor watched him suspiciously. Who is this child? Meanwhile, Root remained focused on the mana in his hand. When I trained in alchemy, the circles around the heart represented mana levels. But the sky-gazing arts level is measured by the number of wings. A master has 6 wings, while a heavenly sword master has 7, just like my brother. His brother had once told him, I'm only a little short of 8 wings. I need to work harder. Root looked at the glowing mana in his hand. Now I have one. A single wing appeared on his hand. Daniel's words echoed in Root's memories. Once the mark has been engraved upon your soul rather than your body, it cannot be destroyed by any means. Even if the bearer of the mark dies, every memory and all the power they accumulated throughout their life will be restored. But only two people possess a conscious connection with the celestial spirit, Professor Daniel and the immortal heavenly sword, the one who called me a little boy. My brother is not among them. Root looked at the wing on his hand and thought, if this mark is engraved on the soul, there is still a chance that traces of my brother remain preserved within the celestial spirit, even after my regression. But the example my teacher gave me did not include an entity imprisoned in another dimension. Root walked through the academy garden. The void dragon Sakin, the dragon that had disappeared alongside his brother, was the only clue. Hey, why are you late? A voice caught Root's attention. Hennet complained, don't you know that every second we can spend teaching this idiot matters? Bastaros Steros stood beside her, leisurely eating a banana. We should finish on time. Why didn't you two start without me? Root walked over to them. Hennet snapped. How do you expect me to endure this blockhead by myself? Bastaros protested. I'm not a blockhead. Hennet looked utterly despairing. At this rate, you're going to fail the exam soon. Do you understand that? Bastaros paid little attention, continuing to eat his banana as he wondered aloud. Come to think of it, every time there's a theory lecture, I pass out. Wait, could someone be using magic to affect my consciousness? His deduction left both Hennet and Root speechless. Hennet turned to Root. By the way, how did your lessons with the professors go? Bastaros stood nearby, reassuring himself. I need to train my body so I can resist mental attacks. Root shrugged. They were normal, aside from the professor's excessive concern for me. The professor watched Root train and praised him without stopping. Just as I thought, you have exceeded even my expectations. You are truly unparalleled. Professor Claire also clasped her hands and praised Root as she watched him move. Oh my heavens, did you create that movement technique yourself? How are you so good at this? Normal, huh? Hennet continued. You attended all their lectures while everyone else was looking down on you. Nothing really happened. The three walked together as they spoke. Well, for instance, have you seen Professor Damien without his mask? I heard he has a fear of dirt. Root remembered Damien. I'm not really sure. 1 hour earlier, in Professor Damien's office. Root sat across from Damien. Neither of them spoke, and the silence left Root thoroughly confused. Is it going to be like this again today? The last lesson was like this too. He did not say a single word for over an hour. Root picked up his teacup. After taking a sip, he thought, if I had known him in my previous life, I could have found something to talk about. But I did not interact with him much, so all I know is that he was the first faculty member to die. Professor Damien remained silent with his eyes closed. Then, suddenly, the professor spoke, startling Root. Was the tea to your taste? What? It had a faint fragrance, Root answered awkwardly. Professor Damien raised his head to look at him. That is good. This is My Perry tea, a variety widely enjoyed in the Empire. I enjoy it as well. Ah, yes. The conversation fell silent again. Root set down his teacup, still completely baffled. He has not even taken a sip. They remained in silence for the next 30 minutes, and then the lesson ended. Turning away, Root answered Hennet. Nothing happened. We just drank tea. Disappointed that there was nothing interesting to hear, Hennet opened the room door. That's not interesting at all. Root turned to Bastaros. What about you? How was your lesson with you, Professor? Bastaros answered cheerfully. I rather like Professor Claire. She's strong and immensely respectable. She is one of the few people who truly understands the beauty of muscles. His answer made Root realize something. Now that I think about my previous life, those two, did they have some strange connection because both of them had brains made of muscle? Hennet looked irritated. Mine was the worst. I had to study with an instructor because no magic professors were available. Do you know what that instructor said? He said fire magic is the height of inefficiency and told me to study other types of magic. Does he think he can reach the pinnacle just by stubbornly following some curriculum? He is not even worthy of being compared to a single toe of the White Flame Queen. Hennet slammed her book down on the table in fury. Bastaros pulled out a chair and sat down, trying to persuade her. But Hennet, that instructor, was not wrong. Don't you see how rare fire mages are nowadays? That made Hennet explode. What would you know? Root patted her shoulder. There. Calm down. Besides, you can change your lectures if you find that instructor so troublesome. Hennet sighed. It's no use. There are no instructors who teach fire magic at this academy. Bastaros opened his book and began reading. Root walked over and took the book Bastaros was reading. He smiled. You cannot be certain there is no one, can you? The White Flame Queen may recommend herself as an instructor and teach you personally. A huge question mark appeared over Hennet's head. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, another student approached them. Excuse me for a moment. Root's expression immediately stiffened, clearly not welcoming this person. Yet the other student kept smiling despite Root's icy gaze. He approached them in a friendly manner and introduced himself. Hello, Root. We met at the opening ceremony, didn't we? I am Zezimi DeVille, president of the student council. Are you having an argument with Hennet? Upon seeing Zezimi, Hennet hesitantly greeted him. Hello. Root maintained his displeased attitude and answered with a sarcastic smile. Did you investigate us beforehand or something? Both of you are extremely famous. There is no way you would not stand out when specially selected students are spending time together, don't you think? Zezimi's remark made Hennet's face darken in shock. That rude bastard, and especially you, Root. He slowly opened his dark violet eyes. You are the one every professor has chosen as a disciple. It has even stirred up the upperclassmen. They think it is terribly unfair. Root found it utterly ridiculous. So you came here to speak for all the upperclassmen and complain to me? Zezimi hurriedly waved his hands as if innocent. No way. What could I possibly have to complain about when it comes to you? The professors have eyes. They're not blind. They must have their own reasons for doing it. On the contrary, I find talented people like you quite interesting. Root suddenly clenched his fist. Still smiling cheerfully, Zezimi revealed his purpose. Which brings us to why I am here today, Root. Are you interested in joining the student council? We're always looking for talented people like you. Root immediately replied, I do not like being someone else's lackey. Zezimi continued, trying to persuade him. Do not be so harsh. You will not be treated like a mercenary or anything. Root gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger as a terrifying fury erupted from him. Noticing Root's hostility, Zezimi could only scratch his head. I was merely answering based on what I thought. But it seems I touched a nerve, did I not? Looking at the scars covering Root's arm, he judged, scars like those are usually found on mercenaries. You must have had a hard life. Root warned him. You are sticking your nose too far into other people's business, senior. Still smiling, Zezimi replied, playing detective is my hobby. I know you are a special admission student, and that you came here searching for information about your older brother. Root sighed. He was as troublesome as ever. Those eyes and that chuckling tone made him seem as if he knew everything, even in Root's previous life. His sharp judgment had earned him the nickname of decision-maker among the Dragon Slayers. But Root knew this bastard's nature well. It was not that Zezimi had malicious intentions, but he was selfish, always convinced that he was right whenever he made decisions for everyone else. Root turned away. I do not enjoy playing detective like you do, but I know a few things about you as well. That you meddle in other people's affairs to a nearly pointless extent, or that you use your intelligence to manipulate others, treating them like ants crawling in the palm of your hand. Root smiled disdainfully. Zezimi merely chuckled. Goodness, it seems I have finally been hated. Yet I am still very interested in you. As Root walked away, he replied, I know. You're only interested in people who will become famous in the future. But I do not have the slightest favorable impression of you, Senior DeVille. Hennet hurried over to defuse the tension between them. I am sorry. He is a little. It is fine. I do not mind at all. Zezimi smiled back at her. Then he quickly bid them farewell. So, you were studying? Sorry for interrupting you. I will be leaving now. After Zezimi left, Root approached Hennet's table. She asked in confusion, what the hell was that about? He is still the student council president, you know. Nothing good will come of getting involved with that bastard. Root sat down at the table irritably, while Bastaros beside him agreed. Agreed. I smelled danger on him. Hennet continued talking with Bastaros. Smell? Are you really some kind of wild beast? Everyone has a distinct scent. I smelled something very familiar from you and Root. Root remained silent. Inside the book Zezimi had touched earlier was a letter. Beware of Damian Gray. That bastard has gone mad. If I were to offer you some advice, that bastard is the one you should watch out for, rather than Professor Damian. In my previous life, he did countless insane things and made choices he believed were right, sacrificing the lives of innumerable people. Moreover, Damian Gray was the first faculty member to die. He was Zezimi's first sacrifice. Sitting in the carriage, Root pondered it. In the end, Zezimi had not personally killed Professor Damian. Root sat by the window, gazing listlessly outside as he recalled the time Damian had tried to end his own life by putting a knife to his throat. However, it was Zezimi who had lured and pushed Professor Damien into taking his own life. He had done so for one simple reason. By Zezimi's judgment, Damien was a danger to the Empire. As expected, Professor Damien's death greatly affected the chain of events that would unfold in the future. Inside the carriage, the cheerful atmosphere stood in stark contrast to Root's thoughts. This time, they had to prevent it before something similar happened. There was still plenty of time until that day. But Zezimi might already have put pressure on Damien, so Root could not afford to waste any time. Leon's voice broke through Root's thoughts. "I cannot believe this." Leon grumbled, unable to understand why Root was always late. She claimed he truly had no sense of time. He had just said they should not waste time, yet he was the one arriving late now. Annoyed by her nagging, Root snapped back. "But I am here now, am I not?" Yet he still could not escape Leon's complaints. She angrily reminded him that she had told him from the start to arrive 10 minutes early as a matter of courtesy. The passengers seated across from them appeared quite entertained by their conversation. Root argued that the greatest courtesy was him spending his precious weekend rest time sitting beside her. Leon retorted that he was the one who had invited her first. Root became even more irritated, blaming her for putting on a pitiful face like a dog caught in the rain. Leon ignored that remark and said they had arrived. She seemed excited about the trip, remarking on how lively the place was, while Root sluggishly climbed down from the carriage. The place was crowded and bustling. Leon said that the Dragon-Slaying Corps headquarters was lively too, but nowhere near as crowded as this. Happily turning to Root, Leon asked, "Where are we going now?" Unlike her, however, Root did not seem pleased. He told her to mind her own luggage. Leon pouted and gave him a judgmental look. "Luggage? You asked me to come with you, Root, so you should carry my luggage." Seeing Leon's expression left Root somewhat flustered. He scratched his head and suggested buying something first, because every child he knew wanted to have fun. Leon suggested that they buy clothes first and took his hand on her own initiative. Root did not understand why she was holding his hand and repeatedly told her to let go. Leon claimed it was the only way they would not get separated, then dragged him straight toward the market. Root could only run after her. He could not understand how she had suddenly become so strong. Leon gripped his hand so hard that he cried out, "You are going to break my hand!" After wandering around the district for a while, the two found a clothing store they liked. Root trailed behind, his hand still being squeezed tightly by Leon. After looking around the store, a white dress caught Leon's attention. She seemed quite interested in it and exclaimed, "It is so pretty." Leon asked Root what he thought of the dress. To her, it was beautiful, and it was white as well. Root coldly replied, "Is that all you can say?" Seeing that Leon seemed interested in the dress, the shop clerk suggested, "Would you like to try it on?" Leon immediately agreed. Once she had changed into the dress, she slowly came out. Seeing how lovely she looked in it, the clerk could not help exclaiming, "Oh my, you look absolutely beautiful in that dress, miss." The dress suited Leon well, making her look prettier and more feminine. She asked, "Really? Does it really look good?" Root was so taken aback by her beauty that he froze for a few seconds. But Root did not directly compliment her. He merely said, "Yes, and it is white." Leon thought he was mocking her, but she did not care much and told the clerk that she would buy the dress. Root coldly turned away and asked, "Are you done now? If so, let us go." Leon stopped him. Since Root had agreed to come along with her, she would buy him something too. Root protested that he did not want anything and did not need any clothes. But before he could finish, Leon cut him off. She handed him an outfit and said, "This looks like it would suit you. Go try it on already." In the end, Root could not go against what Leon wanted. He dejectedly took the clothes and followed the clerk's instructions to try them on. Leon thought Root was a strange person. Leon stood there deep in thought, remembering the first time they had met. Root had openly picked a fight with her and acted hostile toward her. Soon afterward, he said he had seen her crying and sincerely apologized. At times, he could even be unexpectedly sweet. Although those things had only happened by chance, most of the emotions Root displayed were instinctive and genuine. Leaning against the wall with a sigh, Leon thought that perhaps Root had mistaken her for someone else. The sound of a door opening broke Leon's train of thought. Root emerged from the fitting room, wearing the outfit Leon had chosen for him. He looked completely different. Clothes truly made the man. The shop clerk could not stop praising how wonderful he looked. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. She could hardly believe this was the same person. Staring directly into Root's eyes, she wondered whether he was truly the person she had once disliked. The two looked at each other in silence. As Leon looked at Root, he seemed like a star shining in the sky. In the midst of that romantic scene, Root opened his mouth and spoke in an ice-cold tone. "What are you staring at? Did you not say you were buying me clothes? Hurry up and pay." Annoyed by his attitude, Leon took out her wallet and muttered, "Listen to the way he talks. I should not have bought him anything." Unlike Leon, Root was delighted and excited to have gotten a new outfit for free. After eating, the two walked around together. Root was absorbed in reading a flyer, while Leon praised the food. It was really delicious. No wonder that restaurant is so popular. Leon turned to look at Root, examining him from head to toe as she thought carefully. Root really looked good in that outfit. His waist was slim, his chest broad, and his shoulders wide. It suited him perfectly. Root noticed her strange gaze and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Embarrassed, Leon changed the subject. "It is nothing. I was planning to buy you lunch, so why did you insist on paying?" Without turning to look at Leon, Root remained focused on the flyer and explained, "You bought me clothes, so it is only fair that I pay for the meal. It is not as if I am shameless." Leon laughed, saying he really was strange. Root pouted and denied it. "I am not." After hesitating for a while, Leon turned to ask him, "Did you say before that you had been a mercenary since you were young? Did you have any comrades?" Root said that he did. He recalled that in his previous life, he had been an active dragon slayer rather than a mercenary. Leon began rambling, saying she understood now. The people Root had fought alongside through life and death must have been close to him, like family, with everyone doing their best to protect each other. Then she hesitantly said that she wanted to ask Root something. Leon asked, "Did you have an unforgettable first love among those people?" The question surprised Root so much that he involuntarily gripped the flyer more tightly. Noticing Root's unusual reaction, Leon awkwardly wondered whether she had asked too suddenly. Root sighed, then drew in a breath, startling her. The pent-up emotions inside him burst out as he shouted, "How could that possibly be true? From the beginning, they were all mercenaries. What family? Do you think they would have considered a child like me their comrade? Those bastards were experts at stabbing people in the back. Damn it, you do not even know how much I suffered." Leon had to cover her ears because his voice was as loud as an explosion. She calmed him down. "All right, I did not know." Root was still furious, unable to understand why Leon thought he could have loved those bastards. Irritated, he said, "Seriously, you are spouting a load of nonsense." Still covering her ears, Leon muttered that she had never met anyone like him. Root heard that and yelled, "What do you mean by that?" Leon calmly replied, "Look at you. You have a rotten personality. You ignored the only question I asked, and you always glare in disapproval while cursing at every chance you get." Leon's words struck Root like arrows to the head, but she also mentioned his good points. She said he was honest, that he was teaching her grappling techniques, and that even now he was looking through a travel flyer to find the next place they should visit. Was he not? It seemed Leon had struck a nerve. Root angrily tore up the travel flyer. Leon casually continued, "In short, you just look like someone with a short temper." Embarrassed, Root said he had done his best to come here with her. But forget it, he was going home now. Leon surprised him by giving him a hard slap on the back. "No, we still have time." Root turned back irritably and growled, "Damn it, why did you hit me?" Leon never directly answered questions like that. Instead, she said, "My mother used to say the same thing." Leon repeated her mother's words. Friendship is a relationship in which people support and help one another. That was why she had changed her plans for today. Root found Leon truly strange. He did not understand what the hell she was talking about in broad daylight. Leon said it was rather far outside the capital, but she wanted him to experience what a real family was like. Hearing the word family made Root uneasy. Family. He hesitated before asking, "Hey, do not tell me." Leon placed a hand over her chest. "I want to invite you to our home, the headquarters of the Dragon Slaying Corps. Come on, I will personally introduce you to my family." The two used a teleportation gate to travel to the city of Surin in the kingdom of Liber. Root sighed wearily and asked Leon whether she realized this violated Academy rules. Leon did not care much. "It is fine as long as we do not get caught. Besides, we are not wearing our uniforms, so what is there to worry about?" Root wondered whether she did not think spending $6 million for one use of a teleportation gate was wasteful. Leon did not care, because her mother had told her that whenever she wanted to go home, she could spend money however she liked. Western region of the continent of Surin, capital of the kingdom of Liber. In Root's memories, Sarin had become a dead city several years before this day. It had been destroyed by the attack of the Seven Dragons. The Dragon-slaying Corps had also been annihilated at that time, and everything had been burned to ashes. But the sight before him was completely different. This place was warm and beautiful. Leon introduced it as her home. Looking around at the luxurious surroundings, Root thought it looked more like a noble estate than a guild headquarters. Leon happily searched for Heron. He was the groundskeeper at Leon's home. He was very surprised to see her, because he had not expected her to return at this time. Normally, she only came home during holidays. Leon denied that was the reason. She told Heron that she merely wanted to introduce her friend to the members of the Corps, and that they would stop by briefly before leaving again. Hearing his young lady say she was introducing a friend to everyone was apparently unbelievable, and Heron was utterly shocked. He asked again, "Young lady finally has a friend outside the Dragon-slaying Corps?" So moved by this event, Heron burst into joyful tears and ran off to tell everyone. They would throw a party and hang banners immediately, because their young lady had finally made a friend. Leon was terribly embarrassed and tried to stop him. "Please do not make such a big deal out of it. This is so embarrassing." Heron calmed down and reconsidered his behavior, realizing that he had gotten overly excited because he was so happy. "Please come inside first." Leon awkwardly said there was nothing to be happy about. Looking at Root, she asked if he was a loner with no friends. But Root said that, for what he could see, it was hardly surprising. Leon was annoyed that Root teased her like that, since the two of them were not so different. Root confidently insisted that was not true. "What are you talking about? I'm different." But the memories and loving words that surfaced were all things like, "You damn bastard, you're useless," and "Why is Root eating alone? You don't have any friends, do you?" Both her personality and the way she spoke were awful. Those loving words left Root speechless. At that moment, he realized that he, too, was a loner without any friends. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild was happily welcoming Leon back. Upon seeing Root, the members immediately began firing questions at Leon. "Is that guy behind you your friend? He's so handsome. What's his name?" Some even asked whether she had paid him to be her friend, while others said, "Tell us the truth. Is your life being threatened?" Embarrassed, Leon pushed everyone away and told them not to crowd Root like that. She complained that they were being too cruel, then turned to her older sister and said, "Tell them to stop." Her sister replied that everyone was simply happy to see her again. One member even remarked that Leon seemed to have gotten taller. Although it was Root's first time meeting the Dragon-slaying Corps members, they somehow felt strangely familiar to him. He watched Leon speak with everyone, sometimes acting spoiled, sometimes laughing brightly and freely. That allowed him to understand why her personality had changed so drastically after Sarin was destroyed. Heron called out, telling Leon to hurry to the reception room. The commander was waiting for her and her friend inside. Leon asked, "The reception room? Is someone in there?" He told her that someone extremely important and dear to her was waiting inside. Leon slowly knocked before entering. When she opened the door and saw her mother, she felt happier than ever, her eyes sparkling. Her mother was equally surprised to see her daughter and immediately stood up. She was Adeline Keogh, the commander of the Dragon-slaying Corps. Leon immediately threw herself into her mother's arms. Adeline embraced her daughter, saying that she had grown even prettier. But she was puzzled. School was still in session, so why was Leon here? She suspected Leon had been suspended for beating someone up again, which startled Root. Leon denied it at once. "No way. I just wanted to see you, Mom, and introduce my friend." Her mother's expression changed completely. She was so shocked, she nearly fainted upon hearing her daughter say the word friend. She froze in place from sheer shock. Leon was embarrassed and could not understand why even her loving mother was reacting like this. The beautiful woman beside them explained that hearing her hot-tempered daughter, someone with absolutely no social skills, had made a friend was indeed shocking. She looked mysterious as she slowly brushed her silky white hair. She scolded them both, saying that they should greet their elders first. This woman was Liana, the White Flame Queen and Guild President. Despite the woman's beauty, Leon called her an old hag. She did not understand why Liana kept coming to her house when she had nothing to do. Root finally spoke up and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Root Donatos." The moment she saw him, Liana recognized him as the boy from before, one of the notable students from the practical combat session. She asked him, "What do you think? Did Hypulia's second daughter do well?" Root replied that Hennet was very frustrated because she thought the magic instructor this time was terrible. Liana said, "Is that so? It's not such a serious problem. She'll find a good teacher soon enough." Suddenly, a hand gripped Root's shoulder. He turned around and found Adeline crying, tears streaming down her face with emotion. "Your name is Root, right? Thank you so much." Truly, her reaction made him feel rather pressured. Adeline explained that her daughter was a little unusual. Leon had an exceptional sixth sense and was also highly sensitive to other people's emotions. She could instantly understand others, but she was not good at expressing herself. That was why Leon had never been able to make friends her own age. Root said he understood. Adeline added that Leon was also rather strong. The academy had contacted her before because Leon had broken a classmate's wrist. That sounded familiar to Root. Leon calmly ate a piece of cake and told her mother, "The person whose wrist I broke was him." Adeline was hit with another earth-shattering revelation. She was so shocked that her hands became drenched in sweat, while Root looked slightly displeased. Leon explained that Root had provoked her first, and his bones were probably stronger by now. Besides, she had already been punished. Adeline shouted, "Leon," startling her daughter. She was angry because she had taught Leon martial arts, not so that she could bully those around her. Root spoke up. "Leon wasn't bullying me. I was the one who said something thoughtless first, so we ended up fighting." Adeline truly was both a strict and kind mother. She said that was no reason to hit someone, especially since Root had been injured. Although she knew the two had made up, Adeline still asked Leon whether she had apologized. Hearing that, Root felt as though he were the only one who had been beaten up. Like a child being scolded by her mother, Leon quietly apologized for hitting Root. He put his hands in his pockets and said it was fine. Adeline blamed Liana, saying she had told her to look after the ordinary students. Liana continued sipping her tea without concern. Setting down her cup, Liana said that she knew nothing about the matter. Liana also said that Root was anything but an ordinary student. She had seen him fight and watched him treat the child of House Steros like a toy. Besides, Root had received recruitment offers from Aben and Moonshadow, had he not? Root said nothing and merely stood there, rubbing the back of his head. Adeline was quite surprised to learn that Root had received invitations from both House Steros and Moonshadow. Leon told her mother that it was true. Root was very strong, and he had even taught her grappling techniques. Root added that he had turned down the offers. Adeline found that astonishing and a little difficult to believe. With a scheming expression, she asked, "Is that really true?" As the commander of the Dragon-Slaying Corps and Leon's mother, she felt she needed to see for herself just how strong Root was. Adeline made him an offer. "What do you think? Would you like to show me your skills?" Leon was very surprised by her mother's proposal. Root smiled as he thought about it. There had been rumors that the commander of the Dragon-Slaying Corps was battle-hungry, and apparently they were true. This was also a good opportunity to fight a high-ranking dragon slayer. He had no reason to refuse the offer and readily agreed to Adeline's challenge. The others had no idea what was happening. They heard that the first friend Leon had ever brought home was about to fight the commander. Everyone thought it was a joke, a new student fighting a third-ranked dragon slayer. What they wanted to know was how many seconds he could last. Everyone just hoped the commander would not get too excited and accidentally go too far. Root changed clothes to prepare for the match. Leon told him that the outfit suited him well. She did not understand why her mother had lent Root a Dragon-Slaying Corps uniform. She hoped he would not feel too burdened by it and apologized for troubling him. Root, however, was grateful. After all, it was not every day that he got to fight a third-ranked dragon slayer. Leon told him to keep that spirit and reminded him not to die. She cheered Root on, then ran over to Adeline and told her mother, "Remember to go easy on him." But judging by Adeline's expression, it seemed unlikely that she intended to hold back at all. The announcer began greeting the audience. "Are you all ready? The match is about to begin." The two contestants slowly entered the arena to prepare for their duel. Adeline explained that their weapons would be wooden swords. Root could only use the mana within his body and must avoid attacking vital areas. Furthermore, if Root managed to land even one hit on Adeline by any means, he would win. If he won, then as commander of the Dragon-Slaying Corps, she would grant him one wish. Before they began, Adeline asked whether he agreed to the rules. Root smiled confidently, satisfied with the rules, and agreed. Adeline took up a ready stance and asked, "Are you ready, Root?" Root placed his hand on his sword hilt and assumed his stance. Confident in his strength, he was ready to strike at any moment. Adeline seemed quite excited and eager to fight. Neither of them backed away. They charged straight at each other at the same time. Root successfully defended against the first attack, blocking Adeline's strike with his wooden sword. Adeline used mana to knock his blade aside and aimed for Root's shoulder, but he stopped her attack. Neither of them spoke. Their sole concern was how to defeat the other. Adeline leaped into the air, intending to attack from above. But Root was no ordinary opponent. He not only dodged, but also blocked Adeline's attack. The people watching in the arena wondered whether they were seeing things. They could not believe that a new student was capable of blocking the commander's attacks. Even Adeline was surprised. For a 17-year-old, Root possessed astonishingly refined swordsmanship and nearly flawless skills. However, compared to his technique, it was unfortunate that his physical strength could not match Adeline's. Just as Adeline thought she was about to injure Root, he saw through her move. Root immediately blocked the strike and knocked it away. Adeline thought that is all he can do. She did not hold back in the slightest and launched a relentless barrage at him. If Root had failed to evade even one of those attacks, he would likely have been seriously injured. Frightened, he wondered why adults in this era did not know how to hold back. Adeline began taunting him. "Oh, are you tired already?" Her words treated him like a child, igniting a fire within him. Root began concentrating his mana into his wooden sword. This time, instead of merely blocking and dodging the commander's attacks, he rushed forward and began to counterattack. Adeline seemed rather surprised by his bold offensive. She widened her eyes and watched closely. But with her extensive experience as a commander, Adeline easily countered and sent Root flying backward. The sword in his hand shattered into 100 pieces from the technique he had used. Root sat still on the ground. Adeline wondered whether he had inherited the sky-gazing art. She had never expected that the useless Daniel would have a direct disciple. Root was unhappy to hear his teacher called useless. "What do you mean, useless?" he protested, declaring that Daniel was his master. Adeline laughed loudly. "Oh my, are you upset? Then don't just sit there. Stand up and avenge your master." Leon watched the fight from above. She knew Root was strong, but this far exceeded even her expectations. Leon could not believe that her beloved mother was having so much fun fighting Root. Her heart pounded loudly. Leon did not understand what this feeling in her chest was. Was it suffocation or jealousy at being surpassed? She believed she could easily see through other people's emotions. Yet when she looked at her own feelings, she did not understand them. Leon stood still, absorbed in watching the battle below. Root stood up and rubbed his head. "Revenge is only natural, but I already won this match, Commander." Adeline was stunned and wondered what the boy was talking about. Root pointed directly at Adeline and asked, "Didn't you use mana to reinforce your weapon earlier?" Adeline recalled that she had indeed done so. Only then did she realize her mistake. The spectators were equally stunned and began talking among themselves. Leon sighed and called Adeline an idiot. Root crossed his arms and provoked her. "Don't tell me the commander of the Dragon Slaying Corps is going to go back on her word." The others gaped in disbelief that their commander had lost. Embarrassed, Adeline scratched her head and laughed. "Of course not. I said I would grant your wish, so go ahead and tell me." But she added a condition. His request had to be reasonable. Root could not ask for a large sum of money because the Corps was in a difficult situation at the moment. Root immediately cut her off, saying he was not going to ask for anything like that. He had wondered whom Leon had inherited her fighting style from, and now he knew. Adeline added that if it was a request that could damage the Dragon Slaying Corps' reputation, then, though they were not related by blood, the two were like mother and daughter in every way, fierce beasts. Adeline's violent swordsmanship was exactly like Leon's in Root's previous life. In his previous life, he had never defeated her sword, but one strategy had brought Root close to victory. After thinking for a moment, Root stated his wish. It was very simple. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed straight at Adeline. Root's wish was for Adeline to fight him once more under the same rules, leaving her astonished. The second round began. Only now did Root understand why Adeline had been so confident about a rematch. Her presence was completely different from the first round. Even amid the intense duel, Root still had some unanswered questions. He watched Adeline attack and wondered whether he should confirm it for himself. Root fixed his gaze on the left side of Adeline's neck, seemingly preparing to strike there. Focused on moving in for her attack, Adeline failed to notice his strike. Fortunately, she dodged in time, but Root's terrifying reaction speed shocked her. Root evaded and blocked Adeline's attacks, while she remained vigilant, constantly looking for an opening she could exploit. Yet reality was far different from what Adeline had expected. Root's swordsmanship did not contain the slightest opening. As Root dodged her attacks, while continuously moving, Adeline thought that such reflexes could not possibly belong to someone of this era. She no longer had enough time to swing her sword. Adeline understood because she had only ever seen her own daughter-possessed vision this powerful. At this point, she did not even know what Root was. A light appeared in Root's eyes that only he could see. Extreme senses. By continuously using mana to stimulate every sense in the body, one could push the limits of one's perception of the surroundings. The result was overwhelmingly heightened reflexes and judgment, but it also placed immense strain on the nervous system. Root swung his wooden sword to deflect Adeline's attack. In the past, Root had once used this technique to defeat Leon. After exchanging blows for some time, Adeline thought, seriously, this kid is rather difficult to deal with. Not only did he possess terrifying sensory abilities like Leon's, allowing him to read her movements, but Adeline had also never seen such strange footwork, movements that prevented her from reading him. Root leaped into the air, intending to attack from above. That attack was still within Adeline's control, and she dodged it easily. But Root was not out of options yet. Adeline used mana and swung her sword at Root. If he had not dodged in time, he would have lost. Adeline suddenly began attacking in a relentless, somewhat brutal barrage. The spectators could only marvel that she truly lived up to her reputation as the violent destroyer. Leon was growing worried because she had told her mother to go easy on Root. As she attacked, Adeline taunted him. Come on, show me. Use every trick you have. Or do you only know how to tuck your tail and run? Root remained silent, continuously dodging without saying a word. Adeline gritted her teeth and said it was no fun at all, since Root had done nothing but evade throughout the second round. Perhaps her competitive spirit had flared up. She charged directly at him, while Root continued retreating. This was the moment Root caught Adeline's opening. He had been waiting for this chance and concentrated all his mana. Yet instead of launching a powerful attack, Root made a bold choice and threw away his sword. This also left Adeline puzzled. She could not understand why he had thrown away his sword and could think of only one possibility. The unpredictable, free-flowing nature of the sky-gazing art had responded. Adeline found it fascinating. Overwhelmed with excitement, she let down her guard, allowing Root to nearly bring her down with an attack that stopped just inches from her face. But a commander was not a position earned through play. Adeline quickly regained her composure and counterattacked. Root was truly persistent. He seemed to enjoy attacking from above. Root's movements made Adeline realize that he had planned to throw away his sword from the very beginning. She thought that the first thing she needed to do now was widen the distance between them. Then, a shocked expression appeared on Adeline's face. Root had been right in front of her only moments ago, yet now he had vanished before her eyes. A loud crash came from behind her. Adeline felt as though the floor were cracking and about to collapse. At some point, Root had appeared behind her. She swiftly turned around. Adeline had no idea when he had gotten behind her. This was House Steros' earthquake technique. The opportunity had come. Root thought that all he needed to do was knock Adeline unconscious for the moment. He lunged forward and threw a fist straight at her face. But things turned out completely differently from what he had expected. He was countered. Root was sent flying, and the sound of weapons clattering to the ground rang out. Although Adeline had managed to kick him away in time, she knew that if she had been even a moment slower, she would have been the one sent flying. Root was in so much pain from that kick that he felt like he might die. Leon cried out in alarm, worried when she saw him take that blow. Both angry and concerned, she smacked him on the back and cursed him for being out of his mind. She could not understand why he kept risking his life as though this were a battle to the death. He should have retreated when he could not win. If he kept going, he would surely die. Thanks to Leon's smack, Root replied that if she did not stop hitting him, he really was going to die. Leon said, "Are you stupid? Why did you have to give it everything you had when you were clearly losing?" Root stood up and said that he knew. He comforted her, telling her not to be sad because he did not want to see her like that. Leon insisted that she was not crying, but what was even more surprising was that Root claimed he had not lost. Startled by his words, Leon turned to look at her mother. Adeline sighed because it was true. Part of the waist of her clothing had been torn. Adeline admitted that she had lost. After that declaration, the surroundings erupted in excitement. No one could believe it. Their powerful commander had lost. Keeping her promise with a cheerful smile, Adeline asked Root what he wanted and told him to speak quickly. She even suggested opening the Corps' treasure vault. Root struggled to his feet and said he did not need any of that. He only wanted Adeline to promise him one thing. Adeline was very surprised that what Root wanted was merely a promise. He said that he only wanted Adeline to trust what he said someday. To make sure, she asked whether she should do so, even if it was something absurd. Root answered yes. Adeline found it to be a truly strange request and asked if she could know why. Root turned away and thought for a while, leaving Leon confused about what was happening. The simple reason he wanted that promise was because he did not want anyone to have to sacrifice themselves. Adeline smiled at his answer, though she did not fully understand it yet. As the commander of the dragon-slaying corps, she promised that she would keep her word, then held out her hand. The two shook hands. Adeline added, "Am I going to be replaced by the younger generation so soon?" She was rather saddened by the thought, but hoped she would be able to work with Root. Then, with a delighted smile, Adeline gave Root a new nickname, Son-in-Law. The new nickname left both young people staring blankly, their mouths hanging open in shock. A few years from now, the 7 dragons would awaken from their long slumber and spread destruction across countless places. First would come the myriad form dragon, followed by the lightning flash dragon. The third dragon would be Lashia, the illusory dragon. Lashia was a member of an influential dragon family and could wield spiritual energy, earning her the title of the Illusory Dragon. Sirin would fall under that unexpected assault, and the dragon-slaying corps would be completely wiped out. Afterward, Root's team would succeed in subjugating the Illusory Dragon and avenge Leon completely. But by the end of the battle against the 7 dragons, they would lose a precious comrade. Not long after, a similar battle would break out. This time, however, Root decided that he would not allow anyone to die. Now that he had formed a connection with the dragon-slaying corps, he could warn them of the illusory dragon's attack before it happened. Root looked at Leon, who was humming cheerfully, and thought that even if he did that, her future would probably still. Root called out to Leon, startling her. Leon asked what was wrong. Root could not understand why she was acting so embarrassed over something that was obviously a joke. After the duel, Adeline had called him her son-in-law, while everyone in the corps teased them by asking when they would get married and saying they were a perfect match. It had made Leon extremely embarrassed, and she kept telling them to stop. Root said that it was plainly a joke, so she should just ignore it. Leon protested. "It's not like I'm worried about that. It's just that my mother seems very interested in you." Root leaned back and thought that, in that case, perhaps getting beaten up was only fair. Leon worriedly asked whether the place where he had been hit was all right. Root bluntly replied that it hurt so badly he felt as if he were dying. Leon began nagging him, saying she had told him to take medicine, but he would not listen. Why was he so stubbornly convinced that painkillers would dull his senses? Fortunately, their carriage arrived at the final stop, Aritai, bringing their conversation to an end. By the time they arrived, night had fallen, and the streetlights had been lit. Root turned to Leon and said that, thinking about it, she had not really had the chance to enjoy much of the capital. Was she all right with that? Leon did not understand why he was asking, and asked whether he would continue going out with her. Root said nothing and quickened his pace, trying to avoid the question. Leon refused to let it go. She chased after him and asked, "Will you keep going out with me? Let's keep spending time together." Knowing he could not avoid her, Root said, "I'll have to see about that." Root also found it strange that she kept following him, since the women's dormitory was in the other direction. Leon said she was escorting him home. Root was rather surprised by her answer. Someone like him needed an escort? Leon explained that some rumors had been circulating lately. She had heard that recently, a shirtless pervert had been exercising outside the dormitory gates at night. Root seemed to know who that person was, but he did not say anything. They were also saying that a homeless blonde girl had been wandering around the flower garden in Central Park. Root seemed interested in this girl and told Leon to quickly tell him more about that rumor. Early the next morning, beneath a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight, Root knocked on a door and entered a room. It seemed that he was looking for someone. A teacher in the room recognized him and invited him in. She was Lillian Studd, the advisor for spirit arts. Root thanked her for agreeing to meet with him. Studd replied, "There's no need to thank me. Professor Daniel told me that you were curious about something." Root admitted that it was true. He wanted to ask about one of her students, Linnea Selkett. Lillian asked whether he wanted to meet Linnea. Root said he only wanted to ask because he was a little concerned about Linnea's recent state of mind. At that, Lillian became so angry that she snapped the pen in her hand. She repeated, "A little concerned?" Root found her reaction somewhat strange. Lillian looked as though she were holding herself back as she said, "It is not just a little, not all. She skips class constantly. The second she leaves my sight, she goes off to sleep in the central fountain. She even held a barbecue party by herself on the rooftop. That is not what I would call a little problem." It seemed to be the pent-up frustration of a teacher dealing with her student. Lillian said, "I have done everything I can as her academic advisor. I only asked Linnea to attend the minimum required number of classes. Yet she ignores me. Damn it." She was so frustrated that she clutched at her hair, utterly unlike the composed person she had seemed at first. Feeling helpless, she could do nothing but scream the name of her troublesome student. Root tried to calm Lillian down, telling her to settle down first. 5 minutes later, Lillian had regained control of her attitude and emotions. She apologized to Root for reacting a little too strongly. After witnessing what had happened 5 minutes earlier, Root could not imagine how much stress Lillian had been under. According to Lillian, Linnea was a gifted student. Although most spirit mages placed great importance on contracts and regulations, Linnea possessed a unique affinity for spirits. Despite her carefree nature, Lillian was certain that Linnea would become an unparalleled spirit mage. Her only problem was that she loved freedom far too much. In class, Linnea folded test papers into paper airplanes. During written exams, she sometimes fell asleep or even jumped out the classroom window simply because she was hungry. Recently, Linnea had even destroyed an entire corridor while experimenting with spirit magic, throwing everyone into disarray. Lillian had lost sleep for days just cleaning up that mess. After hearing about the person he was looking for, Root felt that she was even worse than he had expected. He could not understand how his brother had managed to turn such a wild horse into a comrade in his previous life. His brother had once told him that helping Linnea graduate had been 5 times harder than every training session he had ever endured. Hearing his brother say that, Root had thought he might be exaggerating a little. His brother had continued, "It may sound excessive, but..." His brother had hesitated when Root looked confused, then continued. Back then, Linnea was not just an ordinary person. Lillian explained the Academy's rules. Students were only allowed to take the exam twice a year. If Linnea continued like this, expulsion would be inevitable. But Lillian did not want Linnea's talent to go to waste. The professor suddenly leaned toward Root. She believed that he must have had a reason for asking to meet with her today to discuss Linnea. Did he not? Root said it was nothing special. He was simply worried that such a talented senior student was behaving that way. Lillian grabbed Root's hands, making him shudder in surprise. She asked whether he thought they should do something to prevent such a talented person from being expelled for the sake of the Academy's reputation and their country. Root found the question rather troubling and did not understand what she meant. He listened intently as Lillian explained that Linnea simply did not listen to adults, but she did enjoy flattery. Lillian had heard that Root was an outstanding student. Did he think Linnea might listen to respectful advice from a talented model student like him? Root could not believe that the professor was making such a request. He felt a little uncomfortable, but then she held his hands and began crying. If things continued like this, Linnea would never graduate. Was he really going to abandon one of his senior students like that? Root felt that it would be difficult for him, since he was not very good at flattering people. Lillian insisted that she had great faith in him. Outside the window, a small yellow butterfly had been watching the entire scene. Root felt as though this had all been arranged in advance. A yellow butterfly marked with black spots fluttered through the blue sky, blending beautifully with the sunlight. After a long journey, it approached a blonde girl. That girl was Linnea. It appeared that she had skipped class again to enjoy the beautiful weather. Students passing through the Academy grounds saw Linnea resting there with her eyes closed and began whispering in surprise. She was really sleeping outside like that. Some even wondered whether she was still alive. Root happened to pass by and saw the scene, leaving him speechless. He stared at her for a long while, silently listening to the people around him gossip about her. Some said she was very beautiful, the prettiest homeless girl they had ever seen. But others did not like her much because she was not human. After hearing that, Root sighed. They were not entirely wrong. To be fair, Lenia had both human and spirit blood. But so what? She still had human blood in her. With that thought, Root walked up beside her and coldly reminded her that if she lived in a human world, she ought to behave more like a human. However, she was asleep and did not hear him at all. Root hurried over and nudged her awake with his foot. Lenia carelessly rolled onto her side and continued sleeping. Root became a little angry and could not help kicking her. As a result, she rolled several times into a nearby flower bed. Only then did Lenia groggily wake up, having no idea what was happening. Seeing that she had sat up, Root coldly asked what she was doing here so early in the morning. Lenia casually replied that she had merely been looking at the flowers and had fallen asleep. Then she asked who he was to question her. Root sat down in front of her, introduced himself, and explained his purpose. He had something to say on advisor Lillian's behalf. Hearing that, Lenia gave a soft laugh and asked whether he was her junior. Before he could answer, she told him to say whatever he wanted. Root reached out and picked the leaves still caught in her hair, then hesitantly said that he admired her. Lenia's eyes lit up. Excitedly, she asked if he admired her because she looked cool, then asked whether he wanted to be friends. Root was rather helpless at those words. His group did not have no friends as a requirement, so why was she suddenly looking for someone to befriend? With that thought, he avoided the question and asked how her schoolwork had been lately. But Lenia was no longer paying attention because she was focused on the beautiful butterfly fluttering in the air. Root could not help feeling dissatisfied. He was still talking to her, this esteemed senior student. Seeing that she still was not listening, he immediately went over and pulled her by the shoulder, coldly telling her to listen carefully to what he had to say. As though controlled by him, Lenia sat down on the nearby steps. She looked up at him and asked what was going on. Embarrassed, Root explained that it was just a casting method. After clearing his throat twice, he seriously said that he had heard his esteemed senior had been skipping classes and causing trouble lately. If she got expelled, he would be very sad. Lenia was startled when she heard that. Suspiciously, she asked whether she had really caused trouble. Root pursed his lips as he looked at her. Had she not destroyed the entire training hall corridor a few days ago while trying spirit magic? Why was she surprised? Only then did Lenia remember. But she had not hurt anyone, so she did not think she had caused any trouble. Root was speechless. No one being hurt was not the issue here. No matter how Root explained it, she did not understand. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair and decided to let it go. They could compromise over that accident later. But he was very curious why she kept skipping class. Did she not intend to graduate? Lenia narrowed her eyes at him, and after a long pause, innocently asked, "Why do I have to graduate?" Root stared at her in shock, unable to understand what she meant. Lenia calmly said that this place was very warm, and the flowers here were beautiful. Her hometown had nothing but snow. She preferred having fun to sitting in a classroom, and she wanted to live here forever. Her explanation truly left Root speechless. Coldly, he asked whether she knew why Arium Academy existed. This was the Dragon Slaying Academy. Had she not come here to become a dragon slayer? Even at this very moment, countless people beyond the Empire were dying because of those dragons. Lenia lightly pursed her lips. Did humans not take dragons' lives as well? Dragons harmed humans, and then dragon slayers took the dragons' lives. From that perspective, were the two not much the same? It was simply the law of nature. What mattered most to her was enjoying a peaceful life. Root clenched his hands in a fist and gritted his teeth as he asked whether she truly believed dragons and humans were not so different. Lenia gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Besides, what really made dragons different from humans? Someone like you, who has only ever lived in snow-covered mountains, would never understand. Other empires are being ravaged and destroyed every single day. Out there, people are being massacred without mercy, and countless nations are being devastated and annihilated day after day. Places where dragon slayers have settled may have some semblance of protection, but regions without them can easily be wiped out by the mere presence of a newborn earth dragon. You have never watched your family, friends, and loved ones get eaten right in front of you. You will never understand humanity's hatred for dragons. Lenia realized that Root's emotions had changed and asked suspiciously why he was angry at her. Root let out a cold laugh. Angry? What the hell would I be angry about? I'd rather talk to my knee. I knew you were selfish and stubborn, but I never thought you could be this ignorant. Lenia frowned at him and hurriedly explained that she was here because she was curious about her mother, Alma Mater. Root no longer wanted to waste words on her. He stood up to leave, but before going, he told her to enjoy her peaceful life here before disaster came knocking, while everyone else was driven mad, trying to risk their lives for her whims. Lenia was startled and watched his retreating back with a frown. After a while, she suddenly took out a small stone and called for her father. A voice came from within it, asking what was wrong. Thinking of Root, who had just left, she sighed and said that she had not meant it that way, but it seemed she had made him angry. What should she do? She wanted to be his friend. The voice suddenly fell silent. After a moment, it reassured her that friendships were built through arguments. Lenia brightened at once and smiled radiantly. Then I'll apologize to him tomorrow. The voice quickly replied that it was a good idea, adding that he ought to speak with Root as well. The voice belonged to the Spirit King, Pharaoh. Meanwhile, Root left the grounds and headed back. He sighed as he walked, feeling somewhat helpless. He had intended to flatter Lenia properly, but it had not been enough. It seemed he had ruined things again because of his impulsive temper. Considering she had spent her entire life secluded in snowy mountains with spirits, it was not unreasonable for her to struggle to empathize with the conflict between dragons and humans. Yet he had poured all his anger onto her like a child. His brother might have succeeded in persuading her with his kind nature, but what about him? What was Root supposed to do? Just then, an angry voice rang out, ordering someone to leave. Startled, Root went over to see what was happening. Sure enough, his two friends were confronting Leon. Henneth turned around as soon as she saw him. She immediately berated Leon, asking how she had the nerve to come here after breaking someone's wrist the first time they met. The more Henneth spoke, the angrier she became, and she ordered Leon to leave. Leon remained silent. Henneth continued, saying she had seen Leon lurking around the dormitory and that she must have come for revenge after being punished. Leon hurriedly explained that she had already compensated them for that incident. It had only been a misunderstanding. She had merely come to visit Root and wish him a speedy recovery, bringing a basket of fruit. Henneth snorted. Here to wish him a speedy recovery, are you? Root watched Henneth aggressively interrogate Leon and sighed helplessly. I'm Fine. I was injured during sparring when I went to Leon's house. Henneth frowned upon hearing that. Doesn't that mean you, too, broke Academy rules? You left the capital to visit each other's homes, then got injured after an argument. As she spoke, she immediately moved to report the matter to a professor. Root was startled and hurriedly stopped her. Bastaros grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. Furious, she scolded him for daring to do that to her. Leon looked rather awkward. She knew Henneth was angry because she was Root's friend, but Leon had sincerely apologized. There was a rather complicated reason behind their sparring match, but it had been resolved. They had spent the entire weekend practicing grappling techniques. Henneth glared at Leon, her hostility obvious. She shook Bastaros' hand off her and gave a cold snort. Then, a second later, her expression abruptly changed into a smile. Yet her tone was dripping with sarcasm. Then why don't you become friends with us too, Leon? Leon stared at her in surprise, unable to understand. Henneth nodded lightly. That's right. We can practice a few grappling techniques too. I'm sure the two of us could at least get a wrist and 2 or 3 ribs broken by you. Leon's expression turned embarrassed at those words. Bastaros, standing beside her, reminded Henneth not to go too far. Leon gently shook her head. It's fine. Then she turned and left. Root looked at Leon's departing figure, then turned to Henneth and asked why she had acted that way. Henneth fiercely demanded to know why he was not following Leon and making her his only friend so that he would not need to spend time with him anymore. Root frowned at Henneth, unable to understand why she was angry. He decided to leave her alone. Bastaros said that he had to go to a volunteer activity before the morning class began, or it would count as misconduct. He also admitted that he did not really understand girls' reasoning. Root sighed helplessly. What is wrong with everyone? After that commotion, Root went to his classroom. Several hours later, the final class ended. After giving them a few instructions, the lecturer left. The students quickly packed their books and departed from the lecture hall. Root was no exception. He was gathering his things to head back. Just then, a clear voice suddenly asked for a moment of his time. He turned around in surprise and saw Lenia standing there. Internally, he mourned his fate. He had caused such a scene not long ago. What was he supposed to say to her now? Linnea spoke first, asking whether he was hungry. So the two decided to talk over a meal. Linnea grilled meat nearby, its aroma spreading through the air. Root was rather hungry, but he waited until Linnea finished grilling before eating with her. Linnea stood by the fire, carefully turning each piece of meat. Then she asked whether he preferred it medium rare or well done. He answered that he liked it well done. But wait, something was not right here. He was grateful for the unexpected lunch, but why were they eating on the academy rooftop? Linnea casually replied that cooking it in the classroom would fill the place with smoke. In any case, it had to be eaten while hot. She placed a piece on her Root's plate. Root flinched slightly, then began to eat without saying a word. Linnea sat down at the table as well. After a while, she suddenly apologized for what happened yesterday. Root looked at her in surprise, unsure how to respond. Linnea sighed softly and spoke apologetically. The pain you have suffered because of dragons, and what they did that made you strive to become a dragon slayer. You helped me, but I acted as if I knew better than everyone else. I thought that, as someone of mixed spirit and human blood, I was making you uncomfortable. Root shook his head at once. No, I'm grateful for that too. Didn't I tell you before that I admired you? Root hesitated briefly. This was a good opportunity. He had to strike while the iron was hot. With that thought, he continued, from the start, I worried about you because such a beautiful and outstanding senior still had not graduated. You're too perfect. If you could just restrain your reckless behavior, you would graduate within a few years. Anyone my age would admire you and want to be your friend. Root's words made Linnea's cheeks flush red with embarrassment. She laughed happily. I didn't know you admired me that much. Perhaps I should change the way I act and think. Root secretly hid his smile. He had once heard that she was rarely praised. This was going far better than he had expected. Perhaps this would be much easier than he thought. At that moment, Linnea suggested once more that they become friends. Root nodded and took her hand, thanking her for bringing it up first. Linnea promised that from now on, she would never skip class again and would do her best on every exam because Root admired her. Root nodded in satisfaction. The beginning was settled. He would work hard to support her at her side so that her resolve would not waver. Linnea did not object. Then, remembering what she had told her father, she informed Root that her father wanted to speak with him and asked whether he was willing. Root was slightly startled. Why would her father want to see him? Linnea reassured him not to worry. Her father was not a frightening person. He was merely the king of spirits. With that, she took out a blue stone. Pharaoh hesitated for a moment. Then he asked Linnea to excuse herself for a while, as he had something private to discuss with Root. Linnea was surprised, but she quickly agreed. She said she would walk around for a bit. In the end, only Root and the Spirit King, Pharaoh, remained. Root hurriedly stood and greeted him respectfully. Pharaoh did not like beating around the bush and told him to get straight to the point. He bluntly asked whether Root was a regressor. Root stared at him in shock. How'd he know that? Pharaoh calmly said that he knew this world had been regressed once, and he could sense a familiar aura from Root. The spirit realm and the real world were separate dimensions. However, the contract between a spirit and its spirit tamer created a passage between those dimensions. Because their beings resided within that passage, they had once been affected by the real world and suffered from homesickness. Pharaoh had been within one of those passages at the time, so he could not escape the magic that enveloped the real world. Still, he sensed the flow of time being reversed. Though he no longer remembered the real world from before time was reversed, he was curious why he felt as if he had known Root before. Root had once been a warrior. At that, Root's expression became solemn. He calmly denied it. I wasn't a warrior. I was only dead weight that followed them around. In any case, things had come to this, and Root no longer wished to hide anything. He would explain the world Pharaoh had forgotten, the world before it had been reversed. Root told him everything. After a while, Pharaoh nodded in understanding. So the warrior named Aizia Donatos vanished together with the Void Dragon. But then he gave Root surprising news. Perhaps that person was still alive. Root looked at him doubtfully and carefully asked for proof. Pharaoh slowly explained that the Void Dragon he knew was extremely cautious and wary. At the very least, it would not choose to perish together with its enemy. He believed it had been forced into a defensive position and fled in order to recover. Root's brother had likely been accidentally caught up in it. However, a warrior would not die so easily. He might be trapped in another dimension alongside the Void Dragon. Root bit his lip fiercely. He truly hoped that was the case. Then Pharaoh offered him further guidance. If he wanted to find his brother, he should go to the Void Dragon's lair on the floating island. Root clenched his hands into fists and shook his head. Not now. Reaching the floating island isn't easy. I need to prepare for the disasters ahead and accumulate strength. He also had a question. Since Pharaoh knew that the present world was one that had undergone regression, did he know anything about the dragon that had caused it? Pharaoh thought for a moment. He knew Root meant the dragon that had used regression magic. He did know it, but he could not tell Root. It was an old oath he had sworn of his own accord, and he could not tell anyone about it. Root frowned thoughtfully. Who could have made an entity such as the Spirit King swear an oath? Yet Root could not figure it out and could only sigh helplessly. It was unfortunate, but he knew how important contracts were to spirits. Pharaoh did not dwell on the subject, and instead had something he wanted to ask Root. What became of my daughter before the regression? He asked. I want to know. Root thought for a moment, then named the frost dragon, Nephrin. Though they tried every possible method, they could not defeat that dragon. When everyone had fallen into despair, Lenia chose to seal herself together with the frozen dragon. Even the final moments of her life, she was smiling. Pharaoh sighed upon hearing this. He knew that if she had done so, it must have been the best decision she could make under those circumstances. Regardless of the cause or reason behind the regression magic, Root's second chance at life as a regressor would affect the future. Root knew that. He had thought about it before, but he did not know what someone as useless as himself could accomplish. Still, he would not give up. Pharaoh studied him silently before suddenly saying that he would not merely stand by and let everything happen again. He would place his hopes in Root. As he spoke, glowing fragments from the blue stone suddenly wrapped around Root's body. Root looked at him suspiciously and asked what he was doing. Pharaoh reassured him to remain calm. He would not harm him. Root suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in shock. Could this be? Pharaoh's soul fragments were constricting his heart, causing him agonizing pain. Root clutched his throat fiercely. Pharaoh comforted him, saying that although it hurt a little, he should accept it. The power of a spirit would be of great help to him. Besides, Pharaoh needed to give something in order to protect his daughter. Although the fragment Pharaoh gave Root was very small, Root's body shook continuously as he absorbed it. Root angrily cursed him. In his previous life, he had not possessed any affinity with spirits. How could he accept it so easily? They did not even have a formal contract. Pharaoh silently watched the process of absorption and called Root's name. He did not want to be disappointed after placing his hopes in him. By then, Root's body had been covered in a thin layer of frost. Root threw back his head and shouted, shattering the frost. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly died. Then he irritably accused Pharaoh of having lost his mind. Pharaoh replied calmly that Root was perfectly fine. From now on, no matter where he was, he could resonate with Pharaoh's strength and will. He could even command lower-level spirits. Root nodded faintly to show he understood, but asked how Pharaoh intended to explain this to his daughter. Was he going to say that he had made a contract with his daughter's friend because Root was a regressor? Before Pharaoh could answer, Lenia returned. Hearing Root's words, she suspiciously asked what they had done. She had come back because they had talked for so long, and she had been waiting quite a while. Then she suddenly smelled a familiar scent coming from Root's body. She stared at him in surprise. Why do you smell like my father? You didn't smell like this before. Pharaoh did not know how to explain and hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Root quickly said that they had decided to become friends because they got along very well. Pharaoh stared at him in astonishment, but Lenia actually believed it, even admiring Root's excellent social skills. He had just overcome an age gap of several decades. Root was clearly getting back at Pharaoh for invading someone else's heart without permission. Root smugly replied, "Of course." With everything settled, Root suggested that Lenia return to class. He was looking forward to seeing her attend lessons from now on. Lenia nodded firmly and told him to trust her. 1 week after Pharaoh's fragment had been placed in Root's heart, Root was resting when Pharaoh suddenly woke him and reminded him not to forget his appointment with Lenia. Root sighed helplessly and said he was getting ready. It was only a group study session. Just then, someone came over and told him that he had a letter. Root opened it and read it, his expression immediately turning excited. It had finally arrived. It was the information from the Moonshadow Guild's investigation into his brother. The president of the Moonshadow Guild had fulfilled the request Root made when they met in the Academy cafeteria last time. The letters contained numerous reports, as though they had thoroughly investigated his brother. Yet all the information they had gathered led to only one conclusion. A person named Izia Donatos did not exist. According to Moonshadow Guild, the best information-gathering guild, sent this report to you. That means your brother never existed in this world from the very beginning. The only conclusion you could draw from that hypothesis is that he does not exist within this world's timeline. Pharaoh had reached the same conclusion. He suggested that your brother might be imprisoned in another void dimension together with the Void Dragon. So what do you plan to do now? Root folded the letters, then sighed and said that he had two options. First, he could enter the celestial spirit through the sky observation technique and search for his brother. But that method was only possible if he mastered the technique to the 7th level, like his brother had before the regression. The second option was to search for traces of the Void Dragon inside its nest on Floating Island. That method was also troublesome, since he would have to face whoever guarded the entrance. Pharaoh could only sigh helplessly after hearing that. Neither path seemed easy. Root nodded faintly in agreement. Besides, even knowing the coordinates was meaningless if he could not enter that dimension. He was wondering whether he should try to find a mage who knew something about dimensions. Pharaoh had dismissed the idea. He had never seen a human mage capable of such a thing. Root knew that, of course. It was merely a thought. As Root walked and spoke with Pharaoh, he soon arrived at the study session. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw Lenia greeting him cheerfully. She happily said that she had known he was coming the moment she caught his scent. She had come to study as promised, and said they should all follow her example. At that moment, an angry voice told her to be quiet. They were in the library. It was Henneth. After scolding Lenia, she looked at Root, standing outside, and demanded to know why he was late. He was the only responsible advisor. Why did she have to worry about those two idiots? Root awkwardly scratched his head and said he had something to think about. Beside him, Lenia protested that she was not an idiot. Henneth curled her lip disdainfully. She had heard that Lenia had repeated a year. Lenia glared at her and told her not to bring up irrelevant things. The two immediately glared at each other with open hostility. Root felt helpless, but still went to sit at the study table. A few hours later, while studying, Root suddenly heard Professor Daniel calling him through the celestial spirit. He hurriedly responded, and Daniel told him to come to his office for a moment. Root hesitated slightly, but agreed. He then told Bastaros, who was asleep across from him, to wake up. Bastaros opened his bleary eyes and instinctively said good morning. Root flicked him on the head. He told him to keep an eye on Lenia and Henneth, and not let them tear each other apart while he was gone. Bastaros looked at him suspiciously. Why would they fight? They had known each other for less than a week. Root did not know how to answer. He could hardly tell him that they were the kind of people who disliked each other just for breathing. He vaguely told Bastaros to do his best to stop them. Root got up to leave, but the moment Henneth saw him, she angrily demanded to know where he was sneaking off to. Root calmly said that the professor wanted to see him and that he would be back later. Lenia told him to be careful. Henneth clenched both hands tightly and gritted her teeth, looking thoroughly irritated. Lenia pouted beside her and mocked her for always being angry. Henneth retorted indignantly that she was not angry. Lenia casually pointed out that Henneth had looked at her angrily before Root left and that her eyes were red, so obviously she was angry. Henneth unhappily said that she had been born with red eyes. She then mocked Lenia for constantly asking when Root would return in a place that was supposed to be quiet and for drawing all that nonsense. That was what irritated her. Lenia frowned upon hearing that, then spoke after a long hesitation. Did obsessing over such trivial things not make Henneth narrow-minded and unpleasant? Who would even want to be friends with someone like that? Henneth sneered. She never thought she would hear that from someone as childish and conceited as Lenia, someone who slept wherever she pleased and repeatedly failed courses because she skipped class. Lenia gave a cold laugh. Still, she thought she was far more cultured than Henneth. Did anyone else know Henneth talked so rudely? Like an uncultured brute? Henneth was so furious she looked ready to explode, but she still pretended to be calm and replied that, naturally, everyone who knew her was aware of it. She then mocked Lenia, asking whether she did not get tired of constantly pretending to be innocent and pretty. Lenia refused to yield and maliciously asked whether Henneth simply disliked her. Henneth smiled and answered that she did. In an instant, the library was filled with the scent of gunpowder. Vasteros could only watch in dismay, silently wondering how he was supposed to put down this rebellion. Meanwhile, Root had arrived outside Daniel's office. He knocked twice before opening the door and asking why Daniel had called him through the celestial spirit. Daniel beckoned him inside, then pointed to the woman beside him and introduced her. She was Daniel's teacher and the immortal heavenly sword, meaning that she was Root's grandmaster, and smiled and greeted him. Root respectfully bowed to her in return. The moment Pharaoh saw her, he spoke up. He had heard of her before, but this was his first time meeting her in person. She truly looked young and beautiful, and was several hundred years old, but her body had stopped aging because she had raised her mana to a certain level. It was said that one stopped aging after reaching the 6th level of the sky observation technique. She looked so young because she had reached that level early in life. She was a genius who had slain the myriad form dragon, and studied Root briefly, then looked at Daniel and praised him for having a good eye. Root looked promising. Daniel was delighted to hear that, but added that he lacked tact. Why had he not remembered to buy a cake on his way to visit his grandmaster? Daniel said that if she wanted one, he would go buy it, and chuckled and told him to bring her 5 snow creams from the supermarket near the outskirts as well. Daniel obediently agreed and turned to leave to buy food. Before leaving, he told Root to sit and have tea with him for a while. Root told him not to worry. In the end, only Inn and Root remained in the room, and took a sip of tea before finally calling his name. She asked whether he knew why she was here. Seeing the items beside her, Root guessed that she was merely passing through, and looked displeased at his answer. She had thought he merely lacked tact, but she had not expected him to be so ill-mannered. Root did not deny it, saying that many people told him the same thing, and set down her teacup and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Forget that. What she was about to say was something she instructed him not to tell Daniel. Root asked in confusion why that was necessary, and did not answer. Instead, she asked whether he knew a teacher named Damien. That man had a connection to the myriad form dragon. Hidden among the professors of Arium Academy was Damien, the man who carried the myriad form dragon's heart. No one knew how a human could carry a dragon's heart. Perhaps part of the heart had been successfully transplanted through some form of magic. However, the myriad form dragon gradually invaded Damien's soul, and the moment Damien's soul was devoured, the second catastrophe would begin. That was why, in his previous life, Jeremy had convinced Damien to take his own life before the dragon heart could achieve its purpose. Everyone had agreed to it. However, after Damien died, Jeremy secretly stole the myriad form dragon's heart, despite knowing full well what dangers it might bring. After that, the Flash Dragon Hama, attracted by the myriad form dragon's heart, attacked Arium Academy, and Root had been unable to do anything at the time. In the desperate battle to protect everyone, Daniel and the immortal heavenly sword and thousands of dragon slayers had died. But why did the immortal heavenly sword know about Damien at this point in time? Unaware of his thoughts, and continued, explaining that she was here to watch Damien. Root frowned and asked whether she already knew about it, and frowned at him and calmly said that Damien was very close to the other professors. She could not tell them, because it would be too cruel to him. Root asked suspiciously why, then she had told him. After a long hesitation, and said that she had heard he came from Zishan. He was a victim of the myriad form dragon, one of its survivors. She believed he had the right to know. Root's body trembled involuntarily. Clenching his teeth, he said that he already knew, and sighed softly, then continued. She had heard that he had been selected by all the advisors, and that he met Damien often. What did he think of him? Root frowned in thought. Damien had been quiet until then, but Root had heard some advice and stories from him. In a low voice, Root said that Damien was somewhat reserved, but not a bad person, and shook her head faintly. No one knew what Damien was thinking. She instructed Root to contact her through the celestial spirit immediately if he noticed anything unusual. Root agreed without hesitation, but asked what she meant by unusual, and frankly said that if Damien changed or became more violent, Root should report it and stay away from him. She would handle it from there. Root frowned slightly. In other words, only a few people knew Damien's secret, and if Damien turned hostile, Root alone could inform the immortal heavenly sword. After thinking that over, he looked at it again and hesitantly asked whether he could ask her something, and was somewhat surprised, but before she could respond, Root asked whether Jeremy had come to see her, and frowned slightly and asked why he would ask that. Root directly said that Jeremy's mindset was unstable. He would sacrifice anything to accomplish his goal, and Root was certain that he would cause a disaster, and nodded, indicating that she understood. But what other choice did they have? At present, killing Damien and destroying the myriad form dragon's heart was the most viable solution. Root thought so as well, but he disagreed. This was not the right thing for them to do, and narrowed her eyes at him and, after a long moment, asked whether he had a better idea. Of course, Root did not, but they could search for one slowly. There was no need to kill Damien for the greater good. Just then, the office door suddenly opened. Daniel had returned. He carried quite a lot of food in his hands and apologetically said that he had kept him waiting too long. The moment Anne saw what he was carrying, she happily said that she would be leaving immediately. She swiftly snatched the things from his hands. Before leaving, she glanced at Root sitting in his chair, smiled, and told him to do his best. Daniel had only just returned and had no chance to say anything before she was gone. He stood there speechless in bewilderment. Root, on the other hand, understood what she meant, but he knew she would not wait for him, so he had better know his own limits. After leaving Daniel's office, Root returned to the library. Yet the place was empty. There was not a single person in sight, and Root wondered where everyone had gone. He walked to the study table and sat down, only to find a note left on top of his book. It was a message from Bastaros. He said that he had done his best to keep Lenia and Henneth from pulling each other's hair out, but they had been thrown out of the library for being too loud. Afterward, the two had gone up to the rooftop to fight. Root felt utterly helpless when he read those lines. His head was starting to hurt again. At that moment, Leon suddenly appeared beside him and asked whether there was another problem. Root glanced at her, pouted, and told her not to talk to him. He was stressed about the upcoming test. Leon chuckled and raised an eyebrow, asking whether he was avoiding her because his friends disliked her. Root shook his head faintly and denied it. They had not disliked her from the start. He asked in return whether she was angry because of Henneth. Leon pursed her lips. She admitted that she had done some awful things to Henneth, so it was only natural that Henneth was angry, and she asked what he was reading. Root was reading material about the myriad form dragon, one of the 7 dragons. 700 years ago, the first dragon slayer, a great hero, sealed the 7 dragon kings. 10 years ago, the myriad form dragon, one of the 7 dragon kings, suddenly appeared on the southern continent. The myriad form dragon devastated the southern half of the continent in a single day, leading to the deaths of countless dragon slayers. After that incident, only a few dragon slayers survived, including in the immortal heavenly sword, Gerald de Graham and Daniel. After reading it, Leon frowned at Root and asked whether he was not thinking of something strange. The account of the myriad form dragon catastrophe was far too detailed. Root frowned at her. Thinking of what? Leon pouted and said something like leaving the academy to get revenge and heading to the southern continent. Hearing that, Root gave a cold laugh. Did she think he was an idiot? How could he possibly go to that dragon nest and turn himself into food? Leon sighed in relief. That was a relief, but he hated dragons so much and acted as if he would do anything for revenge. She had only been worried because he had said before that he would wipe them all out or something like that. It was not a joke. He truly wanted to do that. Leon stared at him in startled surprise. Root calmly said that he wanted to grow as strong as possible and destroy the 7 dragon kings one by one. He would bring down every last one of those damned lizard gods. Only then could he reclaim what he had lost. He spoke with absolute conviction. He would erase dragonkind from this world. In the Academy library, Leon continued searching through materials about the 7 dragons. After hearing Root speak of destroying the 7 dragons, she was somewhat afraid. Was that not something that existed only in legends? She still found it entirely impossible, so she immediately asked whether the 7 dragons truly existed. After all, the dragon race that had appeared during the Myriad Form incident had only been called the Myriad Form Dragon because it shared some similarities with what was written in old records. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. Root looked back at the thick document packed with writing and emphasized that they absolutely existed. Seeing that Leon still refused to believe him, he pointed once more to the records. The monster seen 10 years ago, the myriad-form dragon, had been a true catastrophe. After saying that, he looked at the still confused Leon. Seeing how serious he was, Leon became somewhat frightened and stammered an apology. She had never meant to deny it. Root tried to reassure her. He had already lived through that scene once, and he had no intention of experiencing it ever again. That was why he was trying to eliminate the cause of it all. Leon's eyes filled with sympathy when she heard that. But the truth was that she was very afraid. Lowering her head to hide the fear in her eyes, she asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Root did not answer, only turning the question back on her. What about her? Was she afraid? Leon did not look back at him. Her gaze drifted into the distance. She did not necessarily fear dragonkind itself, but what frightened her most was the thought of the people around her being hurt, or worse, dying. The people in Akor, her family, and her friends. After hearing that, Root did not ask anything further. He rested an arm on the table and gazed into the distance. Well, he never thought he would hear Leon say something like that. Leon looked confused. What did he mean? Realizing that he had misspoken, Root did not explain and changed the subject, saying it was nothing. Come to think of it, it was already time for dinner. Without further hesitation, Root stood up and decided to say goodbye to Leon. He was going to eat. Leon continued watching him, and as his back grew more distant, she fell into thought. Then, as though she had gathered all her resolve, she stopped him. Root was surprised. Leon suddenly wanted to help him, her hand still firmly clutching the hem of his clothes, afraid he would leave without listening. Having apparently made up her mind, Leon promised to help Root achieve his goals. She could devise strategies for destroying the 7 dragons, or she could even create another guild. Her eyes changed, suddenly brimming with passion. They could become allies and pursue the same goal together. Root was somewhat doubtful when he heard that. Why had she changed her mind so quickly? Was she serious? He asked what she planned to do about the Dragon Slaying Corps. The two soon left the academy grounds. Leon added that it would be fine. Her mother would certainly support her decision. She might not be as strong as Root, but she was by no means weak, and she would prove that she could do many things. As the two questioned each other, Leon tried to show her sincerity. Root still had some doubts. He knew that, in fact, countless guilds were lining up to recruit her. What he wanted to know was why she wanted to do this. Why did you decide to take this difficult path with me? Root asked. Leon gave the question some thought. She avoided his gaze and simply answered that she only wanted to, that there was no other reason. Yet she kept denying it. You just wanted to? Careful, people might think you like me. At those arrogant words, Leon's face darkened and she trembled with anger. Seeing that, Root panicked and hurriedly explained that he was only joking. Don't glare at me like that. But his apology came too late. Leon still decided to leave, ignoring Root's awkward attempts to call her back and insist that he had only been joking. Unexpectedly, the tips of Leon's ears had turned red. Part of what he had said was true. As Leon walked away, clutching her flushed face, she silently cursed Root for being completely insane. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, she had run so hard that she could barely catch her breath. After calming down, she wondered why she had run away in the first place. Couldn't she read the atmosphere? He had obviously only been joking. As she tried to compose herself after that wave of embarrassment, she rubbed her face. But it was useless. Her face was still red all the way to her ears. She cursed again. She couldn't just abandon him like that bastard. Lost in her thoughts, Leon was startled awake by a loud shout. Thinking Root had come back to ask her something, she hurriedly blurted out, "No, it's nothing. I was just a little flustered earlier." Her hands and feet flailed in a panic. But it was not Root. It was Leon's remedial instructor. The teacher looked confused and asked what nonsense Leon was talking about. She then asked where Leon had been, since she was supposed to attend remedial class right now. Only then did Leon realize she had mistaken her for someone else. Before she could think any further, Leon was mercilessly dragged off to class by her teacher. Now then, let's see the results of a month and a half of relentless beatings. In an empty room, there was no conversation, only the sounds of fists and kicks flying. Leon and her teacher were training. More specifically, they were sparring. The teacher constantly launched kicks, while Leon remained on the defensive. As she attacked, the teacher reflected that these classes had originally been intended to help students identify their own fighting styles. Staring directly at Leon, she thought that she could not deny enjoying teaching quick learners. Landing on the ground, the teacher pivoted and prepared her next kick. Leon's footwork had improved greatly. The teacher wondered where she had learned it. Before the teacher could attack, she was surprised to see Leon leap out of range. Not letting up, the teacher threw a straight punch toward Leon, who swiftly raised her arm to block it. Then, taking advantage of an opening, Leon struck the teacher at the waist. Feeling the pain, the teacher still praised her. "Oh, you even know how to counterattack." Forced back a step, the teacher gave Leon the opportunity to press forward. But how could an inexperienced chick defeat an old fox? Leon suddenly lost her footing. The teacher had anticipated her move and swept Leon's leg out from under her. "Don't let your guard down," she reminded her. At this point, Leon could no longer react in time. She might have been able to evade that attack before, but not this time. Leon was knocked off balance by the sweep, then took a punch from above. She was officially brought down. The teacher smiled. She had expected Leon to get beaten up as usual, but it seemed the girl had learned quite a lot. Leon was a little frustrated and complained that the teacher only made her feel worse. Everything Leon had learned had come from someone else. The teacher nodded. She had also heard that Root had taught Leon a few things. Leon's expression immediately brightened. He actually knows how to teach someone, unlike certain people. Surprised by that admission, the teacher asked, "Since when did you and Root become so close?" Realizing that she had misspoken again, Leon blushed furiously. Before she could explain anything, she hurriedly grabbed her clothes and ran away, leaving the teacher with countless questions. That evening, on the academy grounds, Root sat absent-mindedly, sighing. Pharaoh as Stone teased him. "You look happy. How'd your first date go?" Embarrassed and angry, Root told the stone to be quiet. Instead, Pharaoh continued. "Humans at that age tend to have fragile emotions. The younger you are, the gentler those feelings of affection tend to be. You do not need to worry so much." Root lowered his head. "You know that, don't you?" Pharaoh added. "But regardless of the reason, isn't it a good thing to be liked by someone as famous as her?" Sensing Root's thoughts, Pharaoh gently reminded him, "The Leon from the past and the Leon you know now are two different people." Root gritted his teeth and looked into the distance. He knew that perfectly well. At the academy, it was a beautiful day. The students were on break, buzzing as they discussed their exams. Only Root sat alone beside the lake, holding a book. He was thinking about Leon. Ever since the day they had discussed the Dragon Society, Leon had been avoiding him. This awkward situation was truly uncomfortable. Pharaoh's voice rang out from somewhere nearby. "Isn't it because that girl is embarrassed in front of you after saying such foolish things?" Angrily, Root warned the stone to stop. Leon's image appeared on the water's surface, as though reflecting Root's thoughts. She had been the object of his lifelong envy and admiration, the person he had to defeat to wash away his humiliation. The Leon of today no longer treated him like trash, unlike before his regression. She had come back to life before his eyes, no longer dressed in dragon blood-stained clothing. If he could just defeat Leon, then these tangled emotions would. Root's thoughts were interrupted by Leon's voice. "Did lightning strike you, or something?" She was clearly speaking to him. Looking embarrassed, Leon quickly said, "Don't answer. It doesn't mean anything." Leon shoved a small package into Root's chest and wished him luck on today's exam. Root was stunned. The moment she handed it over, Leon immediately turned around and walked away without looking back. Root remained dazed for a moment, then angrily clenched the package in his hand. This was not what he wanted. At the academy cafeteria, students who had finished their exams were eating and talking together. Linnea smugly teased Henneth. "I finished in 5 minutes, while you took 10. I solved it 5 minutes faster than you, so I win." But Henneth was not about to lose. Is it normal to solve a problem with a 1-hour time limit in just 5 minutes? Bastaros continued eating beside them. Then Root finally spoke up. "You all lost to me. I only took 1 minute." Furious, Linnea snapped. "You bastard. You wrote me an apology letter this time, didn't you?" Henneth lectured Root again. "You really can't be made to study seriously. Your mind is always somewhere else, so studying never does you any good." Suddenly, Linnea's voice rang out as she objected. "That is not true. When I study with Root, I learn a great deal." Henneth glared at her. You call that studying? I can already tell roughly what senior Root's grades are like. Lenia shot back. You are no better. Are you the only one whose brain is capable of judging others? The two girls glared at each other as though sparks of lightning were flying between them. Root and Bastaros could only stare in silence. Even their hunger disappeared, and they urged each other to finish eating quickly. Root begged Pharaoh, please try to stop those two girls. Pharaoh refused. The more girls argue, the closer they become. They have been bickering for more than 10 years already. Root could not bear it any longer and abruptly stood up. Balak suddenly asked Root whether he had prepared anything for tomorrow's practical exam. Root looked puzzled. Prepared what? It is just a random training ground used for live combat exercises, isn't it? Balak smiled faintly. Who knows? What if you get sent to a desert? Then I will make sure to drink plenty of water, Root replied. Then he added, that makes sense, but where would I carry water? Meanwhile, the two girls were still arguing. Balak gave an utterly absurd answer. In your stomach, of course. He said it while rubbing his belly. That was enough to ignite the battle between the two girls again. Root sighed helplessly, while Balak began steadily drinking water. On the day of the practical exam, a great number of students had gathered in the academy hall. The professor explained the rules. Since this is your first practical examination, I will keep this brief. The exam will take place at a testing site constructed specifically for Arium Academy, outside the nation of Althea. This examination site stretches across several continents, so the monsters you encounter will vary depending on the environment and climate. Of course, monsters are not the sole focus of this exam. After passing through the spatial gate, you will encounter some of them. Your primary objective in this practical examination is to find traces of a dragon and defeat it. The students listened intently. The professor reminded the students of the danger dragons posed. Dragons were intelligent creatures, far superior to ordinary monsters, and could resist magic. Ordinary blades could not harm them. They can even use advanced magic to attack. So, it is only natural that you feel nervous. Furthermore, students who perform exceptionally in today's practical exam across the various regions will have an opportunity to participate in additional rounds. The ultimate winner of those rounds will not only be permitted to possess a personal weapon, but will also receive a weapon from Arium's treasury. The professor asked the students once again whether they truly understood what they had to do to become genuine dragon slayers. The practical examination officially began. Root recalled his previous life. In the last practical exam, he had faced Leon in the additional round. Yet a voice deep within him asked, did he really want to settle his humiliation with someone who had no memories of the previous life? As Root stepped through the gate, he explained to himself that he did not want victory for revenge. He simply wanted to put his mind at ease. Pharaoh had sensed numerous monster tracks in the area. Root also judged that this was an academy gathering people from all across the country. Ordinary monsters would not pose much of a threat to them. As he spoke, he headed directly into the forest. Crows filled the forest, symbols of death. If anything dangerous happens, the professors or instructors will intervene. Look, their familiars are watching us. Thanks to his experience, Root saw no unusual signs. Since he only had one objective, he could take his time searching. Bored, Root told Pharaoh to find him the trail of a dragon. Pharaoh refused and told him to look for it himself. Suddenly, a ferocious monster appeared behind them. It immediately swung a massive blow toward them. The force shattered the earth and rocks. But Root was no longer there. Instead, one of the monster's legs had been severed. Root had swiftly evaded it. He dealt with it casually, saying there was no other way. Unaware of whom it had provoked, the monster continued attacking Root. Root struck again, cutting through the monster's other leg. He did not even care, treating the creature as an ordinary obstacle. He would have to search for the dragon himself. He leaped high into the air and slowly drew his sword. He aimed directly at the monster and unleashed a barrage of attacks. A flurry of slashes tore its body into what seemed like 100 pieces. Once it was over, Root's eyes sharpened. A deafening sound suddenly shook heaven and earth. Root had succeeded in his objective. He had found it. Covered in the monster's blood, Root stared with a burning gaze. I found you, you reptile. Root concluded from the sound of its footsteps that it had to be enormous. Gripping his sword tightly, he began his hunt. Then an unusual rustling came from the bushes ahead, catching his attention. It seemed there was something else here. Suddenly, a silver-haired student burst out of the dense bushes with a terrified scream. He had been trying to flee when he encountered Root. The two met in surprise, and the student looked as though he had seen a monster. The student nervously asked whether Root was here too. Root, on the other hand, had no idea who he was and asked, "Who are you?" Then he remembered. How could he have forgotten that incident? This was that guy from before. Regaining his composure, Winum said they should not stand around talking. They had to escape immediately because a monster was approaching. But there was no time to run. A monster had already appeared in front of them. Both looked up at the creature, which was several times larger than they were. Just as Root had predicted, it was an earth dragon. Root stared deeply into its sharp eyes. They glowed red with rage and strength. Winum trembled in terror, unable to do anything but collapse to the ground in shock. Only now did Winum fully realize that this was a terrifying dragon. He shook like a leaf. In contrast, Root stepped toward the ferocious creature without hesitation. The movement triggered the earth dragon's attack. Light burst from its eyes, aimed straight at Root, making Winum scream. "Are you insane?" Root quickly reacted and used his sword to block the monster's furious attack, though only with difficulty. Still, just as he had thought, this was indeed an earth dragon. It was incredibly tough. If this continued, his sword would break. With no other choice, Root leapt back to create distance from the earth dragon. Winum was still weak with shock and kept shouting, "Donatos!" Root snapped, "Shut up, idiot. Do not provoke the dragon." After the warning, Root turned back to his task. It had been 2 months since he began learning the sky observation technique. Strange light gathered around Root's sword. It was still too difficult for him to use Supreme Sword Aura, but the power of the 3 wings should be enough to finish this creature. Below him, the earth dragon opened its jaws and waited ferociously for its prey, unaware of the horror about to befall it. After waiting long enough, Root made his move. He dove down with the terrifying speed and power of the 3 wings, striking directly at the earth dragon's face. It was a critical blow, but Root did not stop there. He carved a long slash across the earth dragon's head. The wound was fatal, and the monster roared in agony. Root returned to his position, while Winum remained utterly stunned. Was this even possible? That man was not afraid of a dragon at all, but the earth dragon was truly tenacious. Despite its head wound, it continued fighting with its tail. It swept past Root's head, but he ducked in time and immediately slashed one of the ferocious creature's legs. Winum was still terrified and urged Root to stop. "Even if you were a genius, this is impossible. I tried attacking it with Sword Aura 2. A sword cannot pierce that tough hide unless you can coat it in a dense layer of mana, similar to Sword Aura." Annoyed by his chatter, Root said coldly, "Be quiet and watch." Root understood clearly. Unlike other monsters, dragons were protected by sturdy scales that were almost impossible to penetrate. Yet no matter how tough or invulnerable they appeared, they were still living creatures. Their eye sockets, respiratory system, and joints were relatively vulnerable. Having finished his analysis, Root immediately targeted the monster's weak points. He believed that if he focused on the areas between its scales, penetrating its defenses would become easier. Without hesitation, Root unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes at the scales and joints across the earth dragon's body. His speed was so great that the monster could not tell where he was. With too much damage to its softer areas, it screamed in agony and entered its weakest state. Seizing the opportunity, Root rushed straight for the creature's critical point, its neck. Unfortunately, his sword broke in half from the excessive force. Damn it! Root stared in dismay at his shattered sword. He realized it was not strong enough to sever the earth dragon's neck bones. However, with its eyes destroyed and its bones and scales damaged, the monster was no longer capable of attacking Root. Root understood that no matter how good his equipment was, killing a dragon with nothing but a trainee's sword would be extremely difficult. Facing the most dangerous kind of monster, Root struck it directly in the eye and told it to stay put. Turning back, he found Winum still stunned by what was happening, so Root asked whether he had a spare sword. Winum stammered that he did not. His sword had broken too. Slightly disappointed, Root had no choice but to charge at the monster barehanded. Winum was still overwhelmed. It was absurd. Even a whole group of trainees could not defeat a dragon, yet Root was doing alone, and he was using only his fists without even bothering to use a sword. After struggling with it barehanded for a while, Root realized that the earth dragon was dead. Then Winum called his name. He thanked Root for saving him and apologized for what had happened before. Root did not want to make things difficult for him. "It's fine. I never intended to do that anyway." Then Winum hesitantly made a request. If Root was all right with it, could he regard him as a rival? Sensing how strange that sounded, Root had to ask him to clarify. Unlike the trembling man from earlier, Winham answered calmly. Where he came from, he had once arrogantly believed that he was strong enough. But after seeing Root today, he realized that Root was the truly strong one. He was not even worthy of comparison. Struggling to his feet after the shock, Winham continued. Though he had failed to recognize his own shortcomings, he had no intention of giving up. He would regard Root as his rival and continue moving forward. The incident had clearly affected Winham deeply, making him determined to become as strong as Root. Hearing this, Root felt embarrassed, thinking, how can he say something like that? This is so embarrassing. Suddenly, Pharaoh appeared, asking whether Root felt some sympathy because Winham resembled him from his previous life. Root snapped and told Pharaoh to be quiet. Winham was looking at him rather unfriendly. At the scoring site, a female instructor informed the professor that Group A's practical examination was about to end and that the students should return to the meeting point. They still had much to do. Root angrily asked Pharaoh why he was talking nonsense instead of going to sleep. Pharaoh defended himself, saying things had only just started getting interesting. A raven had witnessed everything. Far away, a man stood atop a tree branch, the principal of Arium Academy. Having seen it all, he thought that the rumors were true. Root was indeed an uncut diamond. Below him, Principal Graham's loyal attendant wondered what he thought of Root, the young man who had made such an extraordinary impression. Graham smiled happily. After hearing the professors praise Root, he had held some expectations, but Root had surpassed even those. The attendant was equally excited. He could not believe that Root could perform so well at only 17 years old. Surely, he had also excelled in the remedial examination. Once he became a special dragon slayer, Root would accomplish things without precedent. After finishing his observation, Principal Graham landed beside his waiting attendant. Considering what the man had just said, he mused, a special dragon slayer? Root was someone who exceeded his expectations. He might become more than a warrior. He might even become a hero of freedom. With that cryptic prediction, the principal turned to leave. The attendant was curious. A hero of freedom? What do you mean, sir? Like Vanna's biography, Principal Graham did not explain much. He merely confirmed it. Vanna's biography was the origin of all dragon slayers. As he walked, he recalled a story from a long time ago, when humans had been nothing more than prey for dragons. Those were miserable days, when humanity constantly begged the dragons for forgiveness. Earth dragons wandered everywhere. Flying dragons soared through the skies, and dragons as large as mountains ruled all things, both heaven and earth. The principal continued. There was one breed even more exceptional than the rest, one that ruled over all other dragons, the Dragonkin. They merely resembled humans in appearance, but they possessed immense power and intelligence. Naturally, they slaughtered humans and treated them as prey without the slightest mercy. 700 years ago, the Dragonkin used this place as an arena where human gladiators fought for their amusement. Now, it had become a lecture hall of Arium Academy. It was a symbol of dragon slayers and freedom. Standing before that historic hall, Principal Graham asked, "Isn't that remarkable?" The attendant had listened intently. "Yes, sir. I understand the landmarks and memories of the past." He explained that Vanna had once been nothing more than a warrior oppressed by the Dragonkin. But he had been stronger than anyone else. He gathered other gladiators like himself and began a revolution. After a long battle, he and the first dragon slayers drove the Dragonkin to the great northern mountains. In the end, even their kings, the 7 dragon kings, were sealed away. That was how the age of human freedom began. However, he knew it was only a story told by poets, which was why he had believed in it all this time. Still, there were parts he could not understand at all. So he asked Principal Graham, if Vanna had truly been so powerful, he should not have merely driven the dragons away. Why had he not exterminated them all? Why did he seal the 7 dragon kings instead of killing them? If only he had done so. Understanding his meaning, Principal Graham replied, "If that had happened, there would be no victims like you and the students, correct?" His gaze grew distant. Realizing that he had revealed too much emotion, the attendant hurriedly explained that he did not doubt the intentions of their ancestors. Graham smiled and said he did not blame him. "It's all right. You do not need to worry so much about it. Whatever happened in the past, it allowed humanity to stop living like animals. We do not truly know what happened back then." The two remained standing above the vast lecture hall, lost in thought. Then the examination ended. The academy announced that the remedial examination for all groups had concluded. All students were instructed to return their weapons and gather in their designated areas. The matchups and locations for the duels would be posted in the main hall 3 days later. 3 days later, on the day of the remedial examination, students gathered densely in the academy's waiting hall. One student boasted, "At last, the day has come. The armor in Arium's treasure vault will be mine." The academy system continued its announcement. Today was the day of the remedial examination. Only the top performers from the practical examination could participate. Who would emerge victorious among these elite newcomers? Why don't we hear from the most famous newcomer, Root Donatos? Root was seated, checking his weapons. Embarrassed at being interrupted, he told the person in front of him to stop talking nonsense. The person simply sat beside him and complained that he was no fun. She had been looking forward to it, but it always ended like this. It was Henneth. She continued, saying that she would not hold back today just because they were friends. Although she could buy any weapon she wanted, she was curious about what was inside Arium's treasure vault. Root sighed and agreed. Then he looked toward Ballixteros and wondered why he was participating without even using a weapon. Ballixteros remained true to his own creed. Fighting strong opponents was necessary to build a powerful body. Knowing he could not argue with Ballix's mindset, Root agreed with him, but asked why he had to shout it so loudly. Looking at the opponent board again, Root thought Ballix's opponent was far from ordinary. Having always disliked Leon, Henneth agreed. "How has that psychopath not been eliminated yet?" she asked Root, before saying she would go see how strong the others were. Before leaving, she sternly warned Ballix that she would kill him if he dared lose to that bitch. Ballix looked rather frightened after hearing that. With no other choice, he turned to Root and asked, "Is Leon really that strong?" Root immediately replied, "She's very strong. In fact, she's stronger than any of the other newcomers." Ballix then asked a rather sensitive question. "Is she stronger than you?" Root clenched his hand at those words. But this time, he was far more certain. He was no longer the Root of his previous life. This time, he was much stronger. The stands of the Academy Lecture Hall were packed with students who had come to watch the remedial examination matches in person. There was some commotion below, as the contestants had been waiting for a long time. Leon had returned, annoyed that her opponent had stood her up. Sarcastically, she asked what kind of opponent would arrive 10 minutes late. When the match began, it turned out to be Ballix. Filled with pride, he said, "I'm not just some guy. I'm Ballix." Before he could finish, Leon said she already knew that. "Enough talking. Let's begin." Ballix continued rambling, saying that announcing one's name before a match was an ancient tradition of House Steros, and interrupting him was rude. A slash cut Ballix's fingertip. This was Leon's greeting. "I'm Leon." Smiling, Ballix finally began the battle. "You look strong enough to be an opponent for this noble body." Once again, Leon did not wait for him to finish speaking. She attacked again, and Ballix blocked it with his body. Leon realized it was not Heavenly Demon Arts. He was blocking with nothing but his muscles. Ballix smiled. "I hope you like these magnificent muscles of mine." Seeing Ballix stop the sword aura with his body alone, Leon realized this was more than mere mana control. Ballix began his assault. He moved with lightning speed and suddenly closed the distance. He launched a massive fist straight at Leon. Leon quickly blocked it with her sword. His speed and wide attack range were impressive, but the broader the attack, the easier it was to expose an opening. She would aim for that. Yet when she spotted one, Leon suddenly realized she had been wrong. Though she struck directly at it, it was not an opening after all. Ballix had no intention of dodging her attack. He immediately countered with another punch, and fortunately, Leon ducked in time. The two continued to clash. When Ballix was not guarding his abdomen, Leon quickly attacked that area. The blow landed. Ballix grimaced in pain, then quickly retreated into a defensive stance. Leon asked Ballix, a body unaffected by sword aura, "Did you channel mana into your muscles or something? It's quite sturdy." Ballix objected, saying that was exactly what he wanted to say. "To stimulate my instincts with a single attack, you're pretty good." Looking down at his injured abdomen, Ballix gave a faint smile. It wasn't as powerful as the suppression fist, but it still hurts to the bone. Leon did not care and began gathering power. Ballix was confused. Could her physical strength be even greater than his? Realizing that ordinary fighting would not work, Ballix shouted as his muscles swelled, tearing apart his clothes. He believed that in this state, an ordinary sword could not cut the body of Steros. But something unexpected happened. Ballix focused only on physical strength and paid no attention to technique. The instant he charged forward, Leon used a simple technique to borrow his momentum and throw him onto his back. It was a swift, clean takedown. Leon snapped. "That's why I put down my sword, you idiot." Leon continued attacking. She really had stopped using her sword, kicking Balak before following up with a barrage of punches. Balak defended himself while wondering how she could use such feints. With her speed, Leon once again left him reeling beneath her fierce attacks. Just a few minutes later, Balak's body was trembling. He complimented Leon. "You're really strong." "Well done, Leon," declaring that he would now use all his strength against her. Balak left Leon confused. Suddenly, bolts of lightning erupted from Balak's body, making him look like a warrior powering up. But before he could make a move, the referee stepped in and announced that Balak had lost. Balak was stunned. He had failed to notice that Leon's attacks had already inflicted too much damage on his body. That was the final result. From afar, Root and Henneth could only helplessly watch their friend's foolishness. The referee ordered that he be taken away. Even from a distance, Balak insisted that his body was a work of art, completely different from those ordinary humans. Leon still could not understand what he was thinking. The announcer declared Leon the winner. Root watched her with a distant gaze. Leon did not hesitate to look back at Root, her expression slightly strained. She then went inside. Too embarrassed, Henneth told Root not to tell anyone that Balak was their friend. After all, their turn was coming soon. Noticing that Root was not listening, Henneth asked why he kept staring at Leon so intently. Unable to bear it any longer, Henneth shouted, startling Root. He hurriedly asked what was wrong. Furious, Henneth said that she had been telling him it was almost their turn. She also warned Root not to go easy on her and to fight properly. Understand, there was no need to worry about that. That was precisely what gave Root a headache as he ran his fingers through his hair. Henneth Hapulia, the Fire Mage. This girl, who would later become the strongest fire sorceress, was a late bloomer. At the height of her power, no one could surpass Henneth in the countless battles she fought. She built her reputation through complex techniques, sharp judgment, and above all else, back to the match. Henneth gave a bitter smile. She had thought she could hold out a little longer, but she had lost Root. Yet this girl's willpower was far from ordinary. Smiling, she said, "Next time, this won't happen." What made her special was the passion within her that would never be extinguished. The system announced Root as the winner. He also pointed out Henneth's weaknesses. Her final move had been embarrassing. Her timing was perfect, but her punch was far too clumsy. Henneth was annoyed. This guy was far too arrogant. Root reached out a hand to help Henneth up. She told him to teach her dagger combat technique sometime. Root objected, saying she did not need him. She would figure out herself. Henneth asked why Root was willing to go train mixed martial arts with Leon, but refused her. Root did not pay much attention to it. He hurriedly said goodbye and told Henneth that he had somewhere to go, asking her to leave first. Henneth was alarmed. At a time like this, where are you going? The final round is about to begin. Henneth could not understand what had happened between those two. These newcomers were truly talented, and the final round of the examination was supposed to be a direct match between Leon and Root. Yet Leon had left. She ran as fast as she could, with only one thought in her mind. She did not want to fight anymore. In the past, Root had always refused duels with all kinds of excuses, and that was why Leon did not want to fight now either. But why had things turned out like this, when they now had to face each other directly? After her match with Balak, she had stared toward Root, utterly flustered. She could not understand why he wore the expression of someone longing for battle. Leon panted heavily. She could not understand why Root's desire to fight, along with his hostility, was written so clearly across his face. Leon pressed her lips together, still unable to understand why she no longer wanted to fight Root. As she sank into thought, a sudden cry startled her. Root caught up with Leon and approached her. As he walked, he asked what she was doing. The final would begin in 30 minutes, so she needed to get back to the waiting room quickly. But Leon avoided Root's gaze. She said her leaving had nothing to do with him, but he immediately denied it. Since he was her opponent in the final, it had everything to do with him. Leon still turned her face away and said she had no intention of fighting Root. She had no interest in the winner's reward either, so she would withdraw from the match. Hearing Leon say the word withdraw, Root clenched his fists so tightly that veins stood out. He could not believe what she had just said. Furious, Root believed Leon was looking down on him and making a mockery of him. He glared at her viciously. Was she offering her cheap pity to a piece of trash who was not even worth fighting? Leon was startled by Root's thoughts. Her mouth fell open as she could not understand why he had suddenly become this way. But Root would not listen. He viciously gripped her shoulders and shouted for her to shut up. He warned Leon that she had no right to run away from this match. Leon could not believe what she was hearing. It was as if Root had become a completely different person. Root gritted his teeth. This time, he would definitely. Root remembered a stormy night when he had forcefully ordered Leon not to run away. His entire body had been covered in wounds as he kept shouting at her to open her eyes. Root had been utterly helpless, wishing only for Leon to regain consciousness. Damn it! Leon struggled to call his name, but it seemed she did not have long left to live. Beneath the rain, Root held Leon in his arms. He had not defeated her yet, and if she left him behind, he would curse her for the rest of his life. Leon tremblingly raised a hand and smiled, saying Root was always like this, he never changed. Root clenched his teeth. Shut up. Focus on your wound. The bleeding will not stop. Leon placed her hand against his face and reproached him. Honestly, you damned fool. After saying that, Leon gave him a beautiful, blissful smile. Then she drew her final breath. Her hand dropped to the ground, and blood spread across the earth. Leon had always called Root trash, brat, and damned fool. Holding her body, he thought that he hated Leon just as much as Leon hated everything about him. Yet he could not understand why she had done that. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared and called Leon an idiot. It was Martial Dragon J-Phi. He said Leon had been strong enough to kill the Void Dragon Laoja, yet she had died protecting a weakling like Root. Root could not say anything in response. He lowered his head, his expression filled with pain. J-Phi turned as if to leave, saying he had lost all interest. As he walked away, he coldly said that Leon had no hope of surviving, so Root should stop doing anything pointless. Hearing that, Root held Leon's body even tighter. Tears streamed endlessly down his face as he screamed, releasing all the pain in his heart. Back in the present, Root knew that the Leon he had known was already dead. He knew this was despicable, born from his inferiority complex, and that his actions were utterly ridiculous. Leon panicked at Root's savage expression. She had never seen him like this before, and she forcefully struck away the hand holding her. Confused, she asked why he was acting this way and wanted to know the reason. But then she closed her eyes, gave up on asking, and ordered Root to stop following her. Leon quickly ran away. She had always been lonely and kept her distance from everyone. Before, Root had never tried to break through her walls, because his sole purpose then had been hunting dragons for revenge. To him, Leon was a true genius, a wall he had to overcome, and someone he admired. Root could not forgive Leon. In anger, he viciously punched the wall. He could not understand why Leon behaved that way. Even now, he still did not understand why she had to sacrifice herself for him. Pharaoh appeared and softly called his name, but Root stopped him. He told him not to say anything. His voice sounded almost pleading as he asked Pharaoh to say nothing and remain quiet for a moment. Root gazed at the distant sky, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. In the end, the match concluded with Root's victory because Leon never appeared. The people around them erupted in commotion, finding the match no longer interesting. Amid the crowd's whispers, Hest wondered whether Leon had run away. Root stood in the arena. In the end, things had turned out like this again. As he left, Leon remained on his mind. She avoided him whenever she could, but this time he would not let her actions slide so easily. Meanwhile, Leon sat alone in the forest, looking thoughtful and slightly sad. Night had fallen. Leon guessed that the examination must have ended by now. She wondered whether Root was still angry, though she did not truly understand why he had become angry in the first place. As she was lost in thought, an unfamiliar sound made her look toward its source. What she saw startled her so much that a huge question mark seemed to appear over her head. Leon wondered how Root had known she was here. It was not difficult for Root. In his previous life, Leon had always come here whenever she was sad, and he had often come here to fight her. Thinking that, he drew the sword from his back. He pointed it directly at her. The blade struck the ground precisely in front of Leon. Root stared at Leon and ordered her to get up and fight him. Leon placed a hand over her chest, unable to understand why Root had to take things this far. He coldly replied, "I told you that you have no right to run away from this match." Leon became furious. She told Root not to be so unreasonable. After everything that had happened, how could he act like this? Root coldly repeated. After everything that happened, he drew his sword with determination. No, he had waited a long time for this moment. The moment he could point his sword at Leon, the person who had always treated him like trash. This would be the moment he could finally end his exhausting, drawn-out revenge. Under Root's fierce offensive, Leon was finally forced to pick up the sword and defend herself. Even so, she did not want to fight him. Why would Root not understand what she was saying? The battle officially began. Root's aura was blue, while Leon's was orange. Leon wielded the sword Root had given her, but she could not believe how unbelievably heavy its sword aura was. It was so heavy that its pressure alone was enough to break Leon's stance. So that was why Root had come here so confidently. She dodged Root's relentless attacks. Then she activated a mana shield. No matter how powerful his sword aura was, it could not pierce Leon's mana shield. Root repeatedly attacked the barrier. Under Root's continuous assault, Leon could not believe that her mana shield had shattered. She quickly leaped backward to evade Root's vicious strike. His words, telling her to fight properly, made her laugh. You want to fight properly? Leon poured all her inner energy into her sword and asked whether Root even knew what fighting properly meant. Witnessing Leon's true power, Root remarked, "Advanced sword aura at such a young age. Just as expected, you really are an extraordinary genius." Leon replied that if he knew that, then he should stop. No matter how strong he was, he could not defeat her without advanced sword aura. Root merely scoffed. "I did not know there was such a condition." Then he swung his sword at Leon. "You have to try before you know, right?" Leon continued, saying that the only things capable of opposing advanced sword aura were another advanced sword aura or an advanced spell. Before she could finish, a sudden blow to her stomach sent a sharp pain through her body. At that moment, Leon realized she had been tricked. Ordinary sword techniques would not work against her, which was why Root had set his sword aside and chosen to fight her barehanded. Leon continued trying. She had to keep her distance and could not let things go as he intended. Yet beneath her barrage of attacks, Root effortlessly dodged everyone. Leon could not believe it. Impossible. Root had dodged everything so easily, and now he was right in front of her. Showing no mercy and caring neither for age nor gender, Root coldly punched Leon hard in the face. Then he assumed a stance, gathering his inner energy as he prepared to hit her several more times. Leon still could not believe Root had evaded her advanced sword aura simply by running. She realized that this was no longer a matter of sword aura or advanced sword aura. Leon struggled to control her sword aura, but she could not use it. Root easily struck the hand holding her sword with his bare fist. As Leon endured his repeated attacks, she stood there gasping for breath. What was that insane speed? He was reading her movements perfectly, just as he had when he fought her mother. Root raised his leg, preparing a spectacular kick, and remarked that his training had not been useless after all. Yet inwardly, he thought that Leon was even stronger in this life than in the last. She was so strong that he had to push his senses to their limit to fight her. Although exhausted, Leon still tried to evade Root's attacks. Root felt that he had grown much stronger, and he continued attacking her without mercy. But despite what he thought, the feeling of hitting her still made him uncomfortable. With that thought, Root quickly slid away from Leon. Even after doing that, the feeling would not disappear. Watching his series of actions, Leon did not understand why he had drawn his sword when he was clearly at a disadvantage without advanced sword aura. Leon gritted her teeth in anger. She could not understand whether Root even wanted to win. Furiously, she pointed her sword at him. She no longer wanted to understand what Root wanted. Then she raised her sword aura high and shouted with all her strength, "You brought this upon yourself." Despite Leon's imposing presence, Root calmly stood there and faced it. Now the real battle was beginning. Neither of them would hold back any longer. And of course, Leon's advanced sword aura and her abilities easily shattered Root's attack. Seeing that, she thought she had won. But Root looked at her with blazing fighting spirit. Perhaps it was not over yet. A brilliant light surrounded Root, startling even Leon. All his power gathered in the hand gripping his sword. He raised his sword aura and charged toward Leon with overwhelming momentum. A terrifying force enveloped Root's sword. With his power, Root was confident he could easily use his fourth wing. Leon was stunned. She finally realized that Root could use Supreme Sword Aura. A terrifying attack erupted, as though it would tear the sky itself apart. Leon barely managed to dodge it in time. Root's Supreme Sword Aura was somewhat similar to hers, but its level of perfection was on an entirely different level. Leon sat beneath a tree, utterly astonished. Then she suddenly fell silent and lowered her head. Root slowly stepped toward where Leon was sitting. Still radiating murderous intent, he approached her. But Leon suddenly declared that he had won. She asked whether he was satisfied now, but Root remained silent. Satisfied? He should have felt satisfied. After all, he had defeated the person who always saw him as trash. Yet beneath his cold gaze, Root muttered that it was meaningless. His mind felt empty. What was it that continued tormenting him like this? Hearing Root's answer, Leon clenched her hand. She could not believe that after everything, Root would say it was meaningless, when he was the one who had forced her to fight for no reason. After all that, he said it was meaningless. Leon stood up and marched firmly toward Root. Root stared at her as she came closer. Then, without hesitation, she punched him hard in the face. After being hit, Root hurriedly dodged so that he would not be punched again. Leon stood there, shouting in fury. "Are you messing with me? I clearly said I did not want to. I said I did not want to fight you." Root covered his face and sat there before saying that he had to fight her. Leon clutched her head in frustration. Why? He said it was meaningless. He said it was useless. Root simply wanted to defeat Leon at least once in his life. Hearing that, Leon laughed. Do not joke with me. I'm not the person you want to defeat, am I? Root could not believe Leon had answered that way. He stared at her and asked what she meant. Leon coldly turned away. Did Root think she knew nothing? He had been like this from the very beginning, always filled with anger, longing, and inferiority. Those incomprehensible emotions he had openly displayed when they first met were because, through her, he was seeing someone else. Leon grabbed his collar, unable to restrain herself any longer. He wanted to win and continue looking at someone else. To Root, was Leon merely a substitute? Leon could no longer hold back her tears. She knew that he saw her only as a substitute. She knew everything. Still gripping Root's collar, she continued to cry, looking utterly heartbroken. At last, Root spoke, but he did not know what she was talking about. He took hold of the hands clutching him and told Leon to stop deceiving herself. Root looked at Leon resolutely and declared that the person he had always been watching was her. He pushed her hands away. The person he had always envied was her. He had always longed for her acknowledgement. Leon was utterly caught off guard by Root's answer. Root continued, saying that she had always been far more outstanding than him. She was an unbearably talented bastard. Leon possessed a strength that he could never have. Then Root fell silent and admitted that was simply the truth. Revenge, longing, it was not funny at all. He only wanted to become Leon. Her movements, swordsmanship, senses, he had pursued her. Damn it, Root only wanted to be like her. No matter what he did, he could never measure up to Leon. He still could not accept that Leon had died to protect trash like him. At those words, Leon became utterly bewildered. She had no idea what he was talking about. Realizing he had misspoken, Root immediately said he took back what he had just said. Looking toward the bright moon, he told himself that it was not meaningless. It was unbearable pain. Leon was shaken by information she could not believe. Leon had died to protect Root. He had pursued her swordsmanship. She thought he was saying something completely absurd. Root coldly replied that it was not absurd. He was about to continue, but Pharaoh suddenly appeared and ordered him to stop. Root did not listen. He repeated that Leon had died to protect him and had left behind a final wish. Then he looked at her and smiled. "I'm talking about you from my previous life, you bastard." Leon was taken aback by the words previous life. She still could not understand what he meant by a previous life or why he kept bringing it up. She thought Root was merely talking nonsense. Root remained adamant. "Believe it or not, it is up to you. I have nothing else to prove it with. I came back from the past, and this life is my second chance." Leon stayed in the same position, her face filled with questions. Root had returned from the past. Root continued, saying that Leon would soon sense that something was different unless she was an idiot. His mana had been refined to a level beyond that of a martial arts genius. Such ability could not be attained without experience, skills, and fabricated talents belonging to people Root had never even met. Those were the proofs Root offered. Such things would have been impossible if he had not experienced them before. Leon still could not believe that Root had returned from a previous life. It sounded ridiculous, but it could explain all the unease and suspicion she had felt until now. She began to wonder whether those absurd, unreasonable words might actually be true. So Leon asked Root whether he knew things about her adulthood, things even she did not yet know. Root sat down on a rock and calmly replied that the grown-up Leon was exactly who he had been talking about. In my previous life, you lived only for revenge. You treated me like a trash bin left by the roadside, no matter how desperately I tried to defeat you. Root closed his eyes as though recalling something painful. No matter what he did in the past, Leon had never paid him any attention. Anger filled his voice. Damn it. And even so, you still died protecting me. Do you know how furious that made me? Still doubtful, Leon asked whether she had truly done such things. Root's answer completely surprised her. In the past, Leon had been so strong and so rough that he had risked his life fighting her. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Root looked away while Leon stared at him. She was still confused. She had never imagined that the person Root had always believed in, the person he had longed for and seen as a shining star to follow, had been her. So she had misunderstood all along. She had thought she was merely a substitute for someone else. After thinking carefully, Leon asked whether that was why Root had picked a fight with her when they first met. Root cleared his throat. Back then, he had simply wanted to spar with Leon once, but he had not expected her to be far stronger than he had imagined. Leon suddenly realized something amusing. That meant Root was much older than her, yet he still hated her enough to treat her that way. Root frankly admitted that this was precisely why he had been able to come so far. Then Leon unexpectedly asked him why he had apologized to her. The question left him speechless for several seconds. Leon continued, "If you hate me, then why did you not just ignore me?" Root stood up, trying to end the situation as quickly as possible. Leon had caused chaos throughout the academy's halls. Leon rose as well. "You even taught me wrestling techniques. If you hate me that much, why would you do that?" Root turned his face away, unable to look at her. Slowly, he answered, "Defeating you when you're stronger is more worthwhile." Seeing that he was about to leave, Leon followed him and continued questioning him. "Then what about the time you took me around the capital over the weekend?" Root reacted as though she had struck a nerve. He turned and shouted, "What are you trying to say? Did you not understand anything I just said? In my previous life, you looked down on me and treated me like a dog. That was all our relationship was, something lowly." Leon said that was what had happened in the previous life, but things had changed now. Root himself had called this his second chance. Before he could finish responding, Leon gently placed a clean handkerchief over the wound on his cheek. He flinched and tried to pull away, but she told him to stand still. As they stood there in an intimate silence, Leon wiped his cheek and said, "This is the handkerchief you lent me when I was crying on the stairs." But before the moment could become any more tender, Root knocked her hand away. Grinding his teeth, he demanded, "Do you even know what the hell you are doing?" Leon apologized, on behalf of her previous life self. Root was completely caught off guard. Leon continued, "I am sorry for always calling you trash and always ignoring you." Root raised his voice. "Are you stupid? Why do you think I kept rambling on about my previous life to you? I do not want your apology. Everything I have done was to get rid of the lingering, exhausting regrets I could not let go of throughout that life, even after being reborn. It is over now. It is enough, as long as I continue carrying this burden." Root thought that saying this should be enough. Root shouted, "You are not even the one at fault here, so why are you apologizing? Are you not angry? One life of suffering was already enough. Do not make this one feel like hell too. Please, do not make me any more miserable." Leon refused to be outdone. She grabbed him by the collar, then slammed her forehead against his and shouted for him to shut up. Did he think she could simply accept the situation so easily? Leon knew Root was the one who should apologize, because even after returning to the past, he had not been able to let go of it. She did not know how badly he had been hurt, but the Leon of this life knew nothing about the previous one. Still, this time, she would be the one to apologize first. Leon explained that the woman from the past he spoke of was not the same as her now, because she trusted that her present feelings and thoughts were real. Leon could not help him with the past, no matter how much he hated her, and regardless of what their relationship had been in their previous lives, it no longer mattered to her now. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on his collar. She forcefully pulled him closer. Before he had any chance to defend himself, she stole a kiss from him. Leon gave Root a sweet kiss. Root stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what Leon was doing. She seemed to be enjoying it. After a while, she finally let him go, while the young man remained utterly dazed. Root could not comprehend what had happened. His mind had gone blank, and his eyes were wide open. Then Leon blushed happily and confessed her feelings to him. Root was asleep, dreaming about what had happened the day before. Leon had actually kissed him. The dream horrified him so much that he woke up with fear written all over his face and screamed. Root tried to reassure himself that it had only been a dream, but Pharaoh's answer hit him like a slap in the face. The Spirit King could not believe Root had done such a thing. "You should be ashamed of yourself." Root was completely flustered. Covering his face, he repeatedly cursed under his breath. Pharaoh continued to criticize him. "After acting like that, can you still call this your second life? What are you going to do now? What you did last night is not something you can simply brush aside. Though I admit, it was rather funny watching you stand there frozen before running away from the situation. In your previous life, you suffered because of that temper of yours. Damn it, in the end, you have not improved at all." Pharaoh tried to comfort him. "Besides, Leon is already an adult, is she not? Perhaps you could get along with the person whose lips you touched before you even started dating." Root loudly denied it. "Shut up. Dating my ass. Stop talking nonsense. I do not have time for that. I will just pretend it never happened." How could Leon kiss an idiot who had said he did not like her, fought with her, and then told her he was a regressor? Even though Root covered his ears, Pharaoh continued speaking. "You already did all of that, so no matter how much you want to bury those memories in your mind." Pharaoh suddenly asked, "But is today not the day you receive your reward for the selection tournament?" Root only then remembered and hurriedly asked what time it was. He quickly got ready and rushed to the reward ceremony for the selection tournament. Fortunately, Root arrived in time. He slowly entered the room, and seeing how exhausted he looked, Principal Graham asked whether he had failed to get enough sleep the previous night. With an extremely tired expression, Root said he was merely nervous about entering the treasure vault. Graham laughed heartily. He understood anyone would feel that way. After all, the Arium Treasure Vault contained ancient Dragon Slayer legacies, including sacred relics and weapons. Every item inside was an invaluable treasure. Even though Root had won the tournament, the door to the vault could only be opened with the Academy's approval and the consent of most professors. Therefore, Principal Graham was honored to open it after such a long time. Root thought to himself that, in his previous life, he had once held the weapon his brother and Leon had taken from this vault. But in this life, could no one replace his brother's place as that promising young man? After walking for some time, they finally reached the legendary Arium Treasure Vault. As Principal Graham opened the gate, he reminded Root, "You will not regret taking anything out of this place. But remember well, this vault is not limited to Arium alone. It is also bound to the history of the Dragon Slayers themselves." At last, the gate opened. Being permitted to enter was already an immense honor. Root strode inside with confidence and immediately sensed that the mana flow here was different. Graham explained that it was a pocket dimension, and Root understood why. Principal Graham continued, saying that like the Void Dragon's floating island, the coordinates of this place were not fixed. It was something that mortals could only create after reaching at least the level of a Grand Mage. A luxurious, magnificent chamber unfolded before Root's eyes. To maintain so many weapons, they must certainly have relied on Grand Mages. Principal Graham said that everything here appeared to be in perfect condition. He asked whether Root was searching for something in particular. Holding a sword in his hand, Root replied that he already knew what he wanted. Pharaoh suddenly appeared. "Is what you want not the weapon you used in your previous life?" Root denied it. That was not what he was looking for, though if he found nothing better, he would choose it. After searching all around, he finally saw what he wanted. It was the heaven-defying sword, Demios. Root raised it high and examined it with an excited expression. Pharaoh said it was the sword once wielded by Vanna, the first Dragon Slayer. It was said to be an ink-black sword capable of severing even the flow of mana, and it could reflect any high-level magic skill. After analyzing it, Pharaoh asked whether Root had chosen the sword because he wanted to follow in the hero's footsteps. Ruth answered no. He had heard Vanna's legend countless times, but he had no desire to follow in his footsteps. If he had to save this world, then rather than sealing them away, he would kill every last one of them. His reason for choosing this sword was simple. In his previous life, his brother had used it, and the sword's abilities were perfect for facing any high-ranking dragon. Pharaoh saw that Root had chosen quickly, so this was the choice he had intended to make from the very beginning. As he was leaving, Root suddenly stepped on something sparkling on the floor. It made him stop, wondering what it was. Root picked it up. It was not a weapon, and he did not think it had any protective magic. But suddenly, it changed and reflected Root's image within it. He remembered asking his brother in his previous life whether he knew why Professor Damien had committed suicide. Root had found the professor's death strange and suspected something was wrong. But his brother seemed not to hear him, staring fixedly in one direction instead. Then he told Root to look up at the sky. There seemed to be something there. The moment Root saw it, he blurted out, "What the hell is that?" Then it suddenly exploded without any warning. All the students fell in a panic at the explosion and scattered in every direction. A massive dragon appeared after that devastating blast. Remembering those events, Root became certain that it was the dragon core of Flash Dragon Hama. In his previous life, the first time Root learned of the 7 dragons' existence was when he lacked both skill and determination. Even after decades had passed, he could never forget the desperate screams and the awful stench rising from burned flesh. And now, the dragon core of Flash Dragon Hama, the source of the tragedy in his previous life, had appeared here. Pharaoh was equally puzzled. He could not understand why Flash Dragon Hama's dragon core was inside the Arium treasure vault. Root was still gripped by the fear from his previous life. He did not know why the dragon core was here, but he was certain it did not belong in this place. Everything in the Arium treasure vault had a protective enchantment, except this. Root cautiously offered his theory. Could it be that Flash Dragon Hama never attacked Arium? What if this dragon core had been here from the start? Pharaoh asked who could have brought it there, since Flash Dragon Hama had been sealed for 700 years. Root fell silent, his thoughtful gaze suggesting that he was considering a complicated problem. Then he asked Pharaoh whether he knew when Flash Dragon Hama would awaken. Pharaoh answered that it might be in 1 or 2 years, since the current seal was not holding up well. Root considered it carefully. In his previous life, from this point onward, Flash Dragon Hama's invasion had begun in about half a year. Only a few months after Professor Damien died, the myriad-form dragon core stolen by Zezuri had clearly driven Flash Dragon Hama into action. Thinking of his previous life made Root clench his teeth. Anger spread across his face, and every breath became heavy. As Root turned and left the vault, Pharaoh asked whether he cared about that matter. Root answered firmly, "Of course. It is like the seed of a disaster. I need to proceed with everything according to plan as soon as possible." Pharaoh hesitated before saying that Root had once declared he would kill every dragon in the world. So, if there were a good dragon somewhere in the world, would you change your decision? Root found the question ridiculous. If there is a good dragon in this world, then it is probably already dead. Root expected nothing. Saying that, he placed his hand on the door to leave. He could not interfere with the sealing stone. In half a year, or perhaps 2 years, the seal would be completely broken, so it was best to prepare now for every possible disaster. Root was glad that he had kept in frequent contact with Professor Damien, though it had been a long time since he had attended one of the professor's guidance sessions. The atmosphere was fairly relaxed, but why was Professor Damien so quiet? At last, the professor broke the silence and asked Root what was wrong. Root awkwardly replied that nothing was wrong and that the coffee smelled wonderful. Professor Damien said it was good to hear that, but he had a question for Root. The professor said Root's dagger skills were far beyond his own, so he had always wondered why Root continued attending these lessons. But now he understood it was because Root liked coffee. Next time, he would find better coffee beans for him. Root denied the reason Professor Damien had suggested. He attended because there was still so much he had to learn from him. He wanted the professor to share more of his experience, and he believed the man deserved respect as a former dragon slayer. Hearing Root say that, Professor Damien hesitated for a moment. He did not think he deserved such regard. Root wondered why he had fallen silent and said nothing more. Root secretly guessed that perhaps Professor Damien was feeling guilty. He was certain the professor knew he came from Zishan. Perhaps it was because the professor possessed the heart of the myriad-formed dragon, the dragon that had destroyed his homeland. But Root thought that was a good thing. Given Professor Damien's cautious nature, perhaps he could use this chance to stir up the man's guilt and get the outcome he wanted. With that in mind, Root asked whether Professor Damien had ever heard of Zishan. It was a village on the outskirts of the kingdom of Calavan. Though it had now been destroyed, it was his hometown. Judging from Professor Damien's expression, Root's guess had been entirely correct. Ignoring the professor's despairing look, he continued. Zishan had been a truly wonderful place, peaceful and quiet. During every hunting season, Root and his father would set traps to catch wild animals, while his mother cooked hot stews for the family's dinner. He had once thought himself the happiest child in the world. Then the dragon appeared and changed his life completely. The entire peaceful village was destroyed, and only he and his older brother survived. Hearing this, Professor Damien could no longer control the trembling of his hands. He asked whether Root had an older brother. Root confirmed it. He and his brother should have left immediately back then. But his brother. Root repeated the words, "my brother," over and over, yet could not continue. Recalling the past suddenly left him devastated. Perhaps if it had not been for him, none of it would have happened. In the end, Root could not go on, and silence fell between them once more. Professor Damien could see Root's pain and did not force him to continue. He stood and asked whether Root could tell him the rest of the story next time. Root stood as well and refused to continue. It was merely a boring story. Before leaving, he added that it was a cliched tale of losing everything and seeking revenge, of taking it all back from the dragons. He then dragged his heavy steps down the hallway. At last, Root could no longer hold himself up. He had to brace a hand against the wall for support. Pharaoh appeared at once, and judging by Root's expression and actions, he could tell that Root looked exhausted. Root had thought he would be fine, but he had not expected so much guilt to spill out. Fortunately, he was almost successful. All he needed now was to make Professor Damien speak. Pharaoh voiced a doubt. What if Professor Damien refused to say anything? What if he was truly an evil man with the heart of the myriad-formed dragon, and Root's story meant absolutely nothing to him? Root was surprised by Pharaoh's suspicion, but said that if that were true, he would not hesitate to kill the professor. Even so, Root denied that such a thing would happen, though Pharaoh still could not trust Damien. Root trusted him because someone burdened by so much guilt could not be evil. Just as Root had said, after he left, Professor Damien was in tremendous pain. He kept apologizing and felt wholly undeserving. Another peaceful morning arrived at the academy. Several days had passed since that conversation, yet Professor Damien still had not contacted Root. It had been a long time. Root thought that everything would gradually come to light, but he needed to find a way to deal with it. His current maximum capacity was 4 cubes. Although checking and using the subspace had become possible, he still lacked the ability to contend with Flash Dragon Hama. Pharaoh wondered whether Zhang Chushi's reports had mentioned subspace. As Root entered the subspace, he explained that it was part of the celestial spirit, an exclusive space for its heir. He took out the mirror blade. In his previous life, his older brother had freely used many weapons through this space. This was also the ability Root needed most. Pharaoh asked whether it could be used for defense in an emergency. Root was not sure, but he thought it probably could. While they were absorbed in conversation, a loud shout of, "Don't take your shirt off," caught Root's attention. Leon was scolding Balak for refusing to keep his shirt on while exercising, saying she was worried because she could not take hers off. Seeing this, Root asked whether they were fighting again. Leon said they were practicing grappling while an awful smell kept drifting over from beside her. Balak, offended at being called smelly, denied it. He asked whether anyone else around them had a problem with it. Ha, who had been covering her face with a book, had to lower it to speak. She said she had to use a clothespin to clamp her nose shut so she would not be affected by Balak's smell. Finally, after Root delivered the finishing blow, Balak reluctantly admitted it with a wounded look. Root mercifully used a little magic to make Balak smell better. I was quite surprised, having no idea Root had learned spirit arts. Root said he had only recently learned them. Then he dismissed everyone, telling them to stop fighting and get back to their own work. Leon immediately asked whether Root had not come here to train, so why was he not helping them? Root walked away coldly, refusing and saying maybe next time. He needed to do some personal training now as well. Leon pouted that Root would not even give her a clear answer. She wondered what he was so busy with. Leon's complaint surprised Ha, who did not know what she was talking about. Leon struggled over whether she should tell the truth. It was a little embarrassing to say, but in the end, she boldly admitted that she had confessed to Root. Ha was utterly shocked. She could hardly believe her ears and thought she must have misheard. Leon moved closer to Ha and firmly repeated that she had told Root she liked him. She shouted so loudly that even Root, who had been leaving, stopped in his tracks. When she saw Root and Balak staring in their direction, she waved them away and told them to leave. Then a loud noise from outside drew all four of their attention once again. Leon was the first to ask whether it had come from outside. Balak thought so too. In the end, the nosy trio of Leon, Ha, and Balak secretly hid behind the door to observe what was happening outside. Brat was bullying a classmate, sneering as he asked whether the boy still had not come to his senses after getting beaten like that. Paven was not afraid. He demanded that Brat apologize. Though Leon was watching the scene, she did not know who the boy was. Fortunately, Ha knew everything and explained it to her. Balak turned to Root and asked whether he was not going to do anything. Root refused, saying it was just a bunch of immature kids fighting as they grew up. Just as he was ignoring them, Root suddenly heard his own name. The bullied boy shouted again, demanding that Brat apologize to Root for bad-mouthing him. Supporting his trembling body, Paven continued, "Root is my rival. You have no right to insult him with those filthy words." Before he could finish, Brat punched Paven again. The powerful blow sent Paven flying before he crashed to the ground once more. Rubbing his wrist, Brat mocked him. "Oh, you know each other? Who would have thought a beggar orphan would win?" Paven still refused to give up. Even with Brat gripping him by the collar, he would not submit and kept demanding an apology. Brat had not expected him to be so stubborn or so bold as to speak to him so disrespectfully. He said he would make Paven come to his senses and teach him not to get cocky with a senior. Just as Brat was about to hit him, a hand effortlessly stopped him. Root had simply restrained Brat's attack, leaving him utterly astonished. Root smiled at him and said that he was the beggar orphan Brat had been talking about. Then, quick as lightning, he punched Brat squarely in the face. Root began beating Brat mercilessly. Brat kept letting out pitiful screams, but no one came to save him. Watching this heroic display, Paven was deeply moved. He had never expected Root to stand up for him. Balak praised Paven for taking a beating well enough to qualify as his friend. Ha said he was more like a punching bag than a friend. The three bullies whom Root had thoroughly beaten were now kneeling there with both hands raised over their heads. Root coldly asked why they, supposedly not thugs, were bullying a child. They had insulted him and even wanted to beat him up as well. Seeing Root's expression, Leon could not help wondering who the real thug was. Ha boldly pointed at the three boys and said they had called Root a rude, insolent bastard. Leon thought they were not exactly wrong. Balak and Ha agreed. Root would not let them laugh at him like that. Even if he was a bastard, he still had morals. Terrified, the three bullies agreed and began flattering Root, saying that all the professors praised him highly. "Good. If you understand that much, why did you do something like this?" The three exchanged glances and began telling Root everything. Brat said he had heard that first-year students had spoken and acted rudely toward the student council president. Hearing the mention of the student council president, Ha could not understand why first-year students would behave that way toward him. Meanwhile, in his office, Ziz had likely already guessed what had happened. He knew Root would come looking for him, though apparently later than he had expected. Root was stopped outside and asked why he had come to the student council office. Root did not bother answering and pushed them all aside. He arrogantly strode into the room. Unable to stop him, the girl turned to Ziz and said that Root had insisted on barging in. Ziz pretended to be courteous, saying it was fine. Root was his guest, so he would receive him. Ziz put on an exceedingly fake smile and politely greeted Root. He said Root had arrived later than expected, but invited him to sit down first. Root did not sit. Instead, he kicked the chair flying several yards away, drawing a startled look from Ziz. Coldly, he said, "Stop beating around the bush. Why did you call me here?" Ziz did not answer. He clasped his hands and pretended to fret over Root damaging student council property. Root did not care. He asked why Ziz had told that bastard Brat to curse at him. Ziz smiled falsely. What are you talking about? There must be some misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. It is true that I complained a little to Brat, but you were quite harsh with me that day, weren't you? Root placed both hands on the desk and asked whether Ziz wanted an apology. But Ziz remained unfazed, saying he simply wanted to talk with Root. Root clenched his fists. He could not accept the way Ziz had initiated this conversation, but since he was already here, Ziz should speak plainly. Hearing that, then he asked Root whether he had been frequently meeting Professor Damien lately. Ziz had warned him that Professor Damien was dangerous, so why was he still keeping in contact with him? Root sarcastically asked what else Ziz had to say, adding that he did not remember a damn thing. Ziz responded by saying Root was so hot-tempered and that he still did not fully understand Professor Damien. Before Ziz could continue, Root cut him off. Because Professor Damien has the heart of the myriad-form dragon. Ziz had not expected Root to know this already and still remain in contact with Damien. Ziz finally stood. He remembered that Root was the heir to the sky observation technique, so he must have heard it from the immortal heavenly sword. Turning his face away, he could not understand why Root continued seeing Damien despite knowing everything. Then he turned back with his usual polished smile. I understand. The immortal heavenly sword must have instructed you to report to it immediately if you discovered any danger, right? Root found Ziz deeply unpleasant, including the way he spoke as though he knew everything. Ziz continued. Of course, the immortal heavenly sword is the one who will personally eliminate him. It probably only told you to keep an eye on him, which is why you were stuck in this position. Root stepped closer to Ziz. He knew what Ziz was thinking, but Ziz was wrong. Professor Damien would not die as Ziz wished. Root coldly brushed past him and made that declaration with such certainty that Ziz began to feel afraid. At the same time, in Professor Damien's room, the professor decided that he could not keep avoiding the matter. He had to tell Root everything. Telling Root that he possessed the heart of the myriad-form dragon was an extremely difficult decision. More than that, he would have to tell Root why he had come to possess that heart. The professor recalled his childhood. It had been an ordinary day, and he was asking his grandfather which book the old man would read to him, the demon realm beyond the mountains or the primeval war of the gods. He chose the story of the dragon slayers because when he grew up, he wanted to become a dragon slayer like his grandfather. Professor Damien's fondest memories were of the rich aroma of coffee and his grandfather's large hand gently stroking his head. His parents had both been dragon slayers and had died when he was young, so his grandfather was the one who raised him. Thanks to his grandfather's tireless efforts, Professor Damien grew up never having to grieve over the absence of his parents. Like them and his grandfather, he believed he would become a dragon slayer worthy of pride. He had believed he could become a proud dragon slayer. But the mana hypersensitivity disease he developed that year changed everything. It was a rare illness that caused the sufferer's body to react excessively to mana, the source of life. Even when the mana in his body flowed slowly and naturally in its normal rhythm, it was enough to make him feel agonizing pain, as if he were being torn to pieces. Despite seeing countless doctors and gifted mages, Professor Damien remained bedridden, barely alive, and without the slightest hope. He had even forgotten what the world outside looked like. Then, one stormy night, his grandfather returned from somewhere. Lying in his sickbed, Damien looked at his grandfather and tried to call out to him. He did not know why his grandfather had gone outside in such weather. Then his grandfather suddenly asked whether he wanted to keep living. Damien immediately nodded. Who would not want to live? He still had so many dreams and ambitions left unfulfilled. His grandfather reached inside his clothes, searching for something. He pulled out a frightening purple mass and told Damien to swallow it quickly. Its shape and color made Damien wary, and he asked what it was. But his grandfather did not answer. He merely coldly told him to swallow it, saying that he would get better right away. Then his grandfather forcibly pried Professor Damien's mouth open and shoved the myriad-form dragon's heart inside. Damien tried to resist, but he could not. A child's strength could never match an adult's, especially while he was ill. His grandfather forced him to eat it while repeatedly apologizing to him. Perhaps there had been no other way. He had only done it because he wanted to save his grandson. Recalling the past left Professor Damien in terrible pain and fear. He muttered to himself that his grandfather had done nothing wrong. He had only wanted to save his grandson. If anyone was to blame, it was Damien himself. He had unknowingly borrowed the myriad-form dragon's heart, causing countless people to lose their lives solely to prolong his own. Professor Damien began apologizing over and over, endlessly repeating the words, "I'm sorry." In the end, Professor Damien courageously told Root the entire story of the myriad form dragon's heart within his body. At the Alchemy Club office in Magic Research Building B, Hennet lay face down on the desk, her mind replaying Leon's words. Leon had actually confessed to Root. Then someone repeatedly called her name, pulling Hennet out of her thoughts. Her senior asked Hennet whether she did not have rearguard training today. Hennet always arrived 30 minutes early so she could see Liana. Hennet rubbed her forehead and said, "My mind is occupied with too many things right now. I don't think I'll be able to concentrate." That was why Liana told Hennis that she should take the day off and not waste her energy. When Hennis said she was worried, her senior assumed she was concerned about how to persuade more members of the Alchemy Club to participate in the special event. Resting her chin on her hand, Hennis said, "Aren't you busy writing your graduation thesis? Only 1 or 2 students usually graduate each year, so you must be working very hard." Her senior still did not understand what Hennis was worried about, if it was not the festival. At last, Hennis voiced what was on her mind. She was afraid that once Root got a girlfriend, he would stop spending time with her. It made her feel so upset and sad that she could not sleep. Her senior finally understood that Hennis was worried about relationships. Her senior teased Hennis, asking whether it really was only a friendship. She thought Hennis simply did not understand her own feelings yet. As they were talking animatedly, a voice and the person it belonged to interrupted them. Root suddenly appeared and asked whether this was the Alchemy Club. Hennis cried out in surprise, asking why Root was there. He did not understand the question. He had come to join the club, of course. Her senior realized that Root was the person Hennis had been talking about and teased her again, telling her to hurry up and make a move. Then she left, entrusting Hennis with showing Root around the club and giving the two of them some privacy. Root handed Hennis the completed membership form, but she found the whole situation incredibly troublesome. Still, she accepted it. Root showing up here made Hennis feel embarrassed. Hennis looked over Root's application. No experience in alchemy, no knowledge of magic whatsoever, and his reason for joining was that he wanted to make medicines such as magic potions. That was certainly unusual. Root did not understand what was so unusual about it. Embarrassed by his question, Hennis turned away and told him to wait while she looked for some research notes. While waiting, Root was drawn to the towering stack of books on the table. As he approached, the title Research on Mana Heat Shock Symptoms caught his eye. Root recalled that mana was the power of the world flowing through all living beings. Even centuries after its discovery, this mysterious force remained the subject of countless studies. Yet there were still certain unusual mechanisms and special illnesses that had yet to be understood. Mana heat shock was one of them. When a massive amount of mana is expelled from the body cannot withstand it, and the victim develops a high fever before dying. It was similar in some ways, yet different in others from Professor Damien's mana hypersensitivity. Root remembered that his previous life, Hennis had devoted her entire life to researching a cure for her older sister, Layla Hapulia, who suffered from mana heat shock. After all those years of research, she had finally found a cure, but had been too late to save Layla. She had not held on until Hennis arrived. For months after Layla's death, Hennis still had not recovered from a shock. She refused to eat and shut herself in her room, crying constantly. Losing a loved one was tragic, but the position of head of the Ember Guild had been left vacant for too long, provoking much opposition within the guild. When Root heard that, he acted coldly. Balak did not understand what he intended to do. Root headed to Hennis's room and kicked the door open without hesitation. Hennis was collapsed on the bed where her sister Layla had lain before she died. Seeing Root burst in so suddenly, she coldly asked what he was doing there. Root angrily shouted, asking how much longer she planned to cry. She could not abandon her responsibilities to the Ember Guild and the Dragonkin just because her sister had died. How long was she going to give up on avenging herself against the White Flame Empire and on being the heir of the Ember Guild? Hennis was furious as Root continued to interrogate her. She told him she would not allow him to speak that way. But Root ignored her warning and continued provoking her, asking if she was going to run off and complain to her sister. Unable to contain her anger, Hennis used her ultimate technique to attack Root. Linnea and Balak, who stood outside, were not particularly surprised by what happened. They must have expected it. Inside the room, Root had been beaten down and was sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. Hennis told him not to try provoking her if he could not beat her. Root said that because his savior was a hot-tempered idiot who cried all day, he wanted to check whether she still had a brain in her head. Root smiled in satisfaction. She was still strong, and she was still good enough to remain on the team. So she should stop crying like a loser and come back to join them tomorrow. Hennis was stunned by what Root said, and she suddenly smacked him on the head. At last, she smiled, the first smile she had shown in 4 months. Back in the present, Hennis caught Root reading her research material and scolded him. Root coolly replied that she had left it open as though she wanted him to see it. Pretending not to know, he asked why she was researching that illness. Hennis answered that precisely because it was an incurable disease, she had to research it. All those famous pharmacists, doctors, and priests were useless fools who could not find a cure. Her sister was alive now, but might as well have been dead. Root suddenly told her that it was not incurable. He had seen patients who had been cured. Hennis was shocked to hear that and threw aside all the documents. She repeatedly asked if it was true, where it had happened, and how it had been done. Root calmly told her that he knew a hot-tempered girl who had also researched a cure for the illness, but she had died. Since he did not know much about alchemy, he had only learned a little from her. Scratching his ear, Root said that if Hennis could obtain the right ingredients, making the cure would not be too difficult for her. If she wanted to do it, he could help, but she would have to buy him potions because he would need a lot of them. Before he could finish speaking, Hennis suddenly stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Root flailed awkwardly. Caught off guard, he did not know where to put his hands. With tears in her eyes, Hennis hugged him and sincerely thanked him. Root decided not to push Hennis away. He hoped that this time, she would not be too late as she had been in his previous life. The late spring festival at Arium began, as usual, and the atmosphere was incredibly lively. This annual celebration was important not only to Arium, but to the entire nation. It commemorated the beginning of the human era after the first dragon slayer sealed the 7 dragons. Outsiders were therefore permitted within Arium's grounds, and countless tourists from both inside and outside the empire poured in, creating an enormous crowd. Only Leon sat alone, sulking because Root had not gone sightseeing with her during the festival. Leon did not understand why Root had been so busy lately. She did not think he was avoiding her, but even seeing his face had become difficult. As if being lonely were not enough, Hennis appeared beside her, and the 2 girls sighed at the same time. Then both were surprised to see each other. Leon spoke first, asking why Hennis was alone at the festival. Hennis stammered, breaking into a sweat, yet could not answer. She had never expected to run into Leon here. This was driving her crazy. Although she had explained that hug to Leon that day, she still was not ready. Then Hennis clutched her head in frustration. Why did she even have to explain herself to Leon? She had thought it over many times, but it was not as if she and Root were dating or anything. After thinking for a while, Hennis did not answer and instead asked Leon why she was sitting there. Did she not have any friends? Leon quickly denied it, saying she had plans and was not alone. Hennis sighed. Really? Good for you. Damn it, those guys all ditched me, so now I have no one to go to the festival with. Leon laughed, surprised that Hennis so openly admitted to attending the festival alone. At last, Leon admitted that she had lied. In truth, she also had no friends to attend the festival with. Hennis stared at Leon as if assessing her, thinking for a moment about what to say. Finally, she said that she was not that weak and gave Leon permission to call her Hennis. Hennis crossed her arms. You and I do not get along, but you are talented, just like I am. Whether we like it or not, we will be seeing each other often. Leon praised Hennis again for being straightforward, while Hennis thought Leon was always picking fights with her. Leon denied it, looked Hennis in the eyes, and said she sincerely meant the compliment. Hennis felt a little embarrassed. She wondered whether she should tell Leon everything. Just as she was about to explain, someone appeared and interrupted her. Linnea approached Leon and Hennis and warmly asked what they were doing there. But Hennis responded irritably. Nothing but annoying things have happened all morning. Seeing her reaction, Linnea turned to Leon and asked whether she was Root's friend. Leon simply introduced herself and asked for the name of the person standing before her. Linnea introduced herself as well, saying she was their senior. But if they were Root's friends, then they were her friends too. Hennis interrupted her, asking what Linnea had come there for. Surely she had not come merely to chat. Had Root sent her? At Hennis's question, Lenia was at a loss for words. She quickly said that Root had not sent her. She had merely noticed the two of them wandering around the festival alone without anyone to accompany them, so she assumed they were free. That made Hennis furious. Who did Lenia think she was, speaking to Hennis like that? Leon hurriedly stepped in to calm her down. Hennis snapped, "Hey, you are new, so get a grip. Have you not heard the rumor that our group is completely insane? It already gets enough attention with a genius, someone from a gangster family, a muscle-crazed lunatic, and a first-year student representative. Now, there is even someone grilling meat on the rooftop." Lenia told Hennis to lower her voice because everyone was staring. Leon, meanwhile, thought to herself that her family was not made up of gangsters. As the argument grew louder, a voice eased the tension. Balak appeared in an extremely tribal-looking outfit and told Hennis to quiet down. Hennis did not understand why Balak had shown up practically naked, but apparently it was a tradition of the Steros family. They always dressed extravagantly for festivals and holidays. While Hennis was still criticizing him, Payfin appeared and would not stop praising Balak's physique. Excitedly, Payfin bragged that 6 people had asked to take photos with him on the way there, while 8 people had asked for autographs. Balak was the god of muscles, the lord of muscles. Balak and Payfin had quickly become close because both worked out and had spent weeks talking about muscles. Leon could no longer stand the horrible smell of sweat spreading through the air. Balak smiled. "We are gentlemen and gentlemen escort ladies. Since we have run into each other, why not go together?" The 3 girls promptly walked away without the slightest hesitation. Once they were elsewhere, enjoying some pastries, Hennis began complaining again. She could not understand why that person would think that way. Leon asked whether Hennis was talking about Root. Hennis suspected Root was gathering everyone together as though he were planning something, then redirecting their attention elsewhere. A few days ago, Root had also bought a large number of magic potions. The moment potions were mentioned, Hennis realized she had let something slip and chose to remain silent. Lenia lowered her head. "Are you talking badly about Root behind his back? You said you were his friend. If you're going to act like that, then do not call yourself his friend." Hennis immediately flew into a rage and stood up. "What do you know? Are you trying to accuse everyone around Root?" Unable to endure the noise any longer, Leon stood up and left. She needed to get some rest. On her way back, Leon began thinking about Hennis's words. Root was probably focused on something. Root had once told her that he saw a terrible future. Perhaps he was already preparing for that uncertain future. Leon did not want to stop Root, but she hoped he would not force himself to bear everything alone. At the same time, in the Alchemy Club, Root was diligently reading every relevant document available there. After struggling through them for a while, he finally finished them all. In the quiet room, Root sat silently at his desk, the dim lamplight falling over neatly arranged stacks of documents. He let out a soft sigh, his eyes showing a hint of relief after hours of burying himself in work. Everything was finally done, and Root felt immensely relieved. He looked at the document on the table. Suddenly, the voice of the Celestial Spirit King, Felroa, rang out, teasing yet reproachful. "You certainly studied for a long time." Root frowned and replied that it was far too noisy. Who knew he had to learn all this? He felt as if he had been pushed relentlessly. The Celestial Spirit King responded coldly, with a trace of mockery, saying that Root had spent several hours merely absorbing that much knowledge, as though the king could not comprehend such slowness. Root could not help replying irritably in his mind that human intelligence should not be compared to that of the Celestial Spirit King, because this knowledge was not easy for him. Felroa indifferently agreed and said that if Root knew he was human, he should also understand his own limits. Every word from the Celestial Spirit King sounded like a meaningful warning, forcing Root to reflect. Root asked in surprise what he meant. He already knew that, but Felroa merely answered mockingly that he was a weak human. The word stabbed at Root's pride like a knife. Felroa continued in the same tone. Even if Root strengthened his body to increase his mana capacity, the body's endurance still had limits. All the techniques he was using were difficult for an ordinary body to sustain. Then Felroa asked how Root had dealt with those problems in his previous life. Frustration welled up in Root. He had not dealt with them at all. He had simply let things continue as they were, until he became a demigod, part of both worlds, yet never truly belonging to either. Root recalled those moments, his limbs hanging limp as if broken, agonizing pain shooting through his body as he coughed up blood. Yet even in those moments, he still fought exceptionally well, without hesitation and without needing to worry. Felroa was skeptical, saying it could not have been only that, especially at the very limits of his power. The king emphasized that Root had forcibly pushed his senses beyond their limits, and there had to be side effects. The words echoed in Root's mind like a warning. Root confidently declared that whatever the side effects might be, his opponent was only that damned myriad-form dragon, a horse wearing the shape of a dragon. He knew well that even if he risked his life, there was no guarantee of victory. Pride and determination surged within him. Root felt that with enough resolve and thorough preparation, he could overcome whatever trials awaited him. He continued thinking that by then, one of his eyes had gone blind, and he had lost his sense of taste. Even after becoming a demigod, he could no longer feel pain. That loss was not merely physical. It was a part of himself. Root thought that if he could kill every dragon in this world without his brother by his side, then he would stop at nothing. That determination burned within him like fire. Thinking these thoughts, he walked toward the door, his heart filled with iron resolve. Just as Root reached the door, Faroa called out to him, the voice echoing through the quiet room. Root turned back with a steadfast gaze. He said that if giving his all still was not enough, then there was still one last thing he could trust in, this body. As he walked, he thought that he was actually quite curious. Whether killing every dragon in this world would be faster instead. The thought excited him. As it crossed his mind, he stopped, then climbed the stairs of a building, filled with determination and anticipation for what was to come. Inside the room, Duraradigram was seated at his desk. His face was filled with surprise when he saw Root enter. The shock was plainly written across his face, as though he could not believe Root had come here. The atmosphere in the room immediately grew tense. As Root continued forward, he wondered whether becoming a corpse would happen sooner than expected. Duraradigram was the Butcher, a man who had severed the necks of countless dragons and returned alive from the campaign against the myriad-form dragon. His name resounded throughout the world, a living legend among dragon slayers. Having been injured in that battle, Duraradigram had returned in seclusion, but he was later recognized for his achievements and became the headmaster of Arium Academy. The position brought him not only prestige, but also the authority to train the next generation of warriors. Seeing Root, Duraradigram asked what had brought him here, his eyes filled with suspicion and curiosity. Root thought to himself, so this old man is the one who stole the myriad-form dragon's heart? Anger and helplessness surged within him as he recalled the stories of that heart's power. Root stepped closer with an air of confidence. He said he had come to inquire after Duradigram's health and apologize for intruding. Duraradigram smiled faintly and replied that Root was always welcome as an honored guest. He then asked whether Root had enjoyed the festival, his gaze showing interest as though he wanted to know more about what had happened in Root's life lately. Root replied that he had not gotten much out of it. There had been too much to do, so he had barely had the chance to look around. Duraradigram shook his head at that. That will not do. Aren't you still young? Even a dragon slayer needs time to set down the burden on his shoulders. Root laughed at being called young and answered that he was not foolish enough to talk about youth in such an urgent situation, his voice laced with mild sarcasm. Duraradigram was surprised by Root's mention of an urgent situation. His expression turned serious for an instant, as though he had realized this was not merely a social visit, and that danger lay hidden beneath their conversation. Root said that he had been speaking with Professor Damien a great deal lately. For instance, about how the Academy's headmaster was Professor Damien's grandfather. That statement unsettled Duraradigram. That child told you. His eyes reflected surprise and unease. Root casually answered, yes, and many other things as well, such as the professor's chronic illness, the special constitution that resulted from it. He felt relieved as he shared the information, as though those secrets were gradually being brought into the open. Then he added, and that special heart. As soon as those words left Root's mouth, Duraradigram stiffened. What? He clenched his fist on the desk. The tension in his body was obvious, as though Root's words had touched upon something sensitive and deeply concealed. Root smiled cheerfully. Are you getting so old that you cannot hear properly anymore? His tone was mocking. I mean the myriad-form dragon's heart, the one you gave to your grandson. Though Root still sounded cheerful, there was seriousness beneath his words. He stared intently at Duraradigram, waiting for his reaction. Duradagaram slammed his hand down on the desk in fury, sending everything on it flying. His rage erupted like a storm, his eyes burning as he lunged for Root's throat. Seeing that, Root thought, so he has nothing left to say and is just attacking me now? In that brief instant, he felt the tension rise to its peak. Duradagaram seized Root by the throat. The strength in his grip made it difficult for Root to breathe, but Root met his gaze directly. Duradagaram thought that although he had worn the mask of a benevolent old man for a long time since retiring, he had always been prepared for any possible situation. As he spoke, he drew a massive sword from behind him, its gleaming blade reflecting his determination and power. Duradagaram said coldly, "I do not know what you were thinking, saying such things in front of me." Holding his sword, he stared straight at Root, his gaze as sharp and cold as the blade itself. "You must be ready to die." Root was not afraid. Instead, he said, "Are you really planning to become a headmaster who murders his own student?" As he spoke, he drew his own sword with complete confidence, his eyes unwavering. Duradagaram replied coldly, "Perhaps you will finally shut up after I cut off your arms and legs." Root thought, arms and legs? How ridiculous! At that moment, everything blurred as Duradagaram's fury exploded, and he charged at Root like a wild beast. Facing that power, Root gripped his sword tightly and thought that his body felt as though it were about to shatter. Low-level Wind Attribute Spirit Art. With a cigarette held between his lips, he thought that if he did not block that attack and try to leap away, he would never escape the sword wind. His back would have been broken already. The cold reality struck him. Even one small mistake could lead to disaster. Root thought that it was truly difficult to deal with a fourth-class butcher. The old man's mana reserves were on an entirely different level. Every one of Duradagaram's attacks carried not merely force, but devastating power. Duradagaram saw this and said angrily, "You are using drugs in a place like this? Do you really intend to fight me?" Root laughed. "I came to inform you that I will rip your grandson's heart out. Of course I had to prepare." His words rang with confidence, as though he had no fear of Duradagaram's rage. He thought to himself, "It does not matter. I will not be the one fighting him anyway." Confidence welled up inside him. He knew his plan had been carefully prepared and that he would not be alone in this battle. Duradagaram was startled by Root's use of the word inform, then became both confused and enraged. The tension in the air grew thicker than ever. Root could feel the storm of rage rising from Duradagaram, whose eyes burned with fury. Just then, and appeared, "My prized disciple can be a little rude. Every word he says seems to make you angry," and sarcastic tone made the atmosphere even more strained. He grinned in delight. It has been a long time, Duradagaram. A few days earlier, and had sat silently on a grassy hill, his eyes following the peaceful cityscape spread out before him. Sitting there, and had thought that everything was going according to his plan, and smiled, a trace of mockery crossing his face. "In truth, my prized disciple is more generous than he appears," he continued casually. "That bastard is no different from a remnant of the myriad form dragon. It seems you do not truly understand whom he wants to kill." N's eyes turned cold, as though reminding Duradagaram that Root's real target was the myriad form dragon, not Professor Damien, and thought that while this was somewhat troublesome for him, he still had to face it, since a greater goal awaited ahead. Someone beside him said, "Please treat it as nothing more than a childish prank by your disciple," implying that Root's actions were not worth taking seriously under the circumstances. At that mild suggestion, and immediately burst into laughter, as though he had heard an amusing joke. Returning to the confrontation, and faced Duradagaram and coldly declared that he could not understand what Duradagaram was thinking by making such a request. For the immortal heavenly sword, there was no need to kill the butcher. Merely stalling for time would be enough. Root thought to himself that he could not possibly mistake that icy gaze, and looked at Duradagaram with a crooked smile. "It has been a long time," Duradagaram calmly responded, implying that many people had sensed unusual movements around the area. "Have you been watching this academy?" And merely curled his lips. "What you said is both right and wrong," and cast a sharp look toward Root and smiled faintly. He remarked that the boy had indeed devised an interesting plan, then advised Duradagaram to cooperate obediently, as it was the only way to preserve his grandson's life. However, Duradagaram only sneered arrogantly. "Nothing but nonsense." He continued, if the heart is destroyed, Damien will die. That boy will suffer unbearable pain, and I cannot allow that to happen. Duradagram told Root, you were the one who said that if Damien could not endure it on the day I took that heart, you would kill him yourself. He stressed that Damien was still alive and well, demanding to know whether Root intended to go back on his word. Root replied, I'm not going to kill him. I'm only taking the heart. The word struck straight at Duradagram's pride, making him roar, shut your mouth. Rage was evident on his face, and fury flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, and grabbed Root by the collar. The air grew thick with tension as he tried to restrain him. Do not make this worse, he said, his voice filled with anger and concern. Why would you say something so harsh? His eyes showed clear irritation and dissatisfaction, as though emphasizing the importance of keeping calm in this dangerous situation. Root explained that he was only trying to clarify the plan, and angrily protested that it was absolutely unacceptable to let a brat like Root succeed him. Root admitted that things had become too tense to be handled gently any longer. His words signaled that everything was approaching its breaking point, and sighed, realizing that he would have to act immediately to stop matters from worsening. He decided to hold Duradagram down while Root dealt directly with the myriad form dragon's heart. Root quickly agreed, just by time. Do not kill Duradagram. That is the most important thing right now. Duradagram angrily declared that he would never hand over anything to them. His eyes burned brightly, showing his powerful resolve, and smiled and replied sarcastically that Duradagram's words sounded simple, but the matter was not simple at all. At once, the atmosphere tightened further as the two men rushed into battle. Every strike contained fierce determination and resolve, and confidently thought that with the winds of the azure heavens, nothing was impossible. That confidence left him entirely untroubled by Duradagram's strength. Meanwhile, the clash between the two sides continued with intense ferocity, every blow delivered with precision and immense power. Neither man had any intention of yielding. The sounds of swords colliding and air shattering around them created a suffocating atmosphere, where life and death were separated by only a single slash. Standing outside, Root calmly said that everything was still proceeding as he had expected. He looked inside and thought of the heavenly hound dragon, Malin, a vicious figure from the past. Though it had supposedly been killed, things did not seem that simple this time. Suddenly, Root froze. His gaze lifted upward as suspicion rose in his heart. Could things be unfolding differently from what he had predicted? Could something unexpected be about to happen? The scene shifted to a crowded place, where hurried footsteps mingled with loud conversation and laughter. In a narrow alley enclosed by rough walls, the air was cramped and stifling. Damien leaned against a wall and repeatedly struck his head against it in despair. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed, pain crashing over him like a storm. The intense headache made it impossible for him to stay clear-headed, and every thought became chaotic. He realized that the overwhelming guilt in his heart was the source of the pain, especially after being told to kill himself, a demand that had struck his mind like a blow. Each time he hit the wall, it was as though he wanted to wash away those haunting memories, but it only deepened the pain he was facing. Damien thought that although he had told Root everything, the pain had not disappeared. Once it subsided, he would have to avoid people as much as possible. Zazumi Duvi heard this, entered the alley, and saw Damien standing there. Without hesitation, he said, "Disgusting." He continued mocking him. "That revolting appearance suits this filthy alley perfectly. Do you still not understand anything?" He continued, asserting that even before becoming more pathetic, Damien had still failed to recognize the truth. But before he could finish, a powerful hand clamped around his throat and slammed him against the cold wall behind him. The sensation of suffocation spread through his body. Zazumi's eyes filled with panic as he realized that his contempt had turned into profound fear. Even while being choked, Zazumi wore a crooked smile. Looking at Damien with contempt, he said death would still be better. In his mind, Damien was merely a remnant of the myriad form dragon, a symbol of failure and disgrace that he could not accept. Damien tried to cast off the label of monster that Zazumi had placed on him, insisting that he was not like that. But Zazumi Duvi, cold-faced and mocking, pointed at Damien's miserable reflection and asked, "Then what is this appearance of yours supposed to be?" Damien lowered his eyes toward a puddle. His reflection appeared faint and pitiful in the water, while Zazumi Duvi's accusations echoed in his ears like a warning. He could not help confronting the cruel reality. Did he truly want to live such a miserable life, continuing until he became a symbol of evil? The thought filled him with confusion and despair. Damien slowly released Zazumi Duvi's throat, and the tension in the air eased. Zazumi Duvi drew a knife and said that if Damien was tired, he would help him. Just stand there. His mocking words made the alley more tense than ever. Zazumi Duvi asserted that this was the right choice. Damien nodded, thinking that this alone would be enough. As a butcher, he realized that he truly was nothing but a monster who deserved to die. That belief seemed deeply rooted in his mind, forming a pain that could not be erased. Damien remembered Duratagram, asking whether he wanted to live. Then Root's words echoed in his mind, emphasizing that if he truly felt guilty, he should live well. These memories were like blades cutting into his soul, making him keenly feel the torment within his heart over life, death, and the choices he had to face. Damien refused to accept his fate and swiftly caught the knife in Zazumi's hand. At once, the power of the myriad-formed dragon within him revealed itself. A brilliant purple light flooded the area, forcing Zazumi Duvi to narrow his eyes as he thought about the damned monster standing before him. The worst possible situation had arrived. The moon high above turned a deep crimson. It signaled the return of the myriad-formed dragon. Purple light flashed, carrying devastating power, and the night seemed filled with fear and chaos. Leon sensed that something was wrong. She turned around to look behind her, a feeling of danger rising within her as though warning that something terrible was about to happen. Then, without warning, a storm swept in. Powerful winds blew through the area before anyone could react, and the atmosphere became tense and chaotic. People murmured in alarm at the sudden storm, wondering why it was raining at this time, but the rain's color seemed strange. This was no ordinary rain. The raindrops were purple, filling everyone with worry and suspicion about what was happening. Leon thought that this was mana being released by someone. Its composition was highly unusual and impossible to predict. Even she could not identify its source. Yet she could feel something terrifying lingering within that mana, making her heart heavy with anxiety and dread over what was about to come. A massive black hole appeared in the purple sky, as though it intended to swallow everything around it, making the air suffocatingly tense. Leon then looked toward a sword case nearby, unease filling her heart as she prepared for whatever might happen next. Beneath the eaves, the townspeople stood waiting for the rain to ease, whispering among themselves about the strange phenomenon. A little girl saw the scene before her and, terrified, kept calling for her father, her cries echoing through the gloomy air. Her father thought the rain had stopped, unaware of the danger closing in. A black circle fell from above, and the girl spotted it, crying out, "Dad!" The black circle gradually transformed into ferocious wolves. They stared at the father and daughter, terrifying them both. The two clung to each other in fear. Fortunately, Leon appeared, sword in hand, and stopped them. Her figure stood amid the storm, the gleaming blade in her hand like a torch in the night. She told the father and daughter that if they wanted to live, they needed to run. Run as far away as possible. She urged everyone else to flee as well. She would stay behind to fight the wolf pack. A blond young man saw this and collapsed to the ground in fright. Leon turned and told him not to be afraid and to get up. "Are you students of the academy? Stay and fight them, or run. Choose." They picked up their weapons, bows and swords, and prepared to fight. While one boy directed the townspeople to safety, a pink-haired girl drew her bow and shouted, "Watch out." An arrow struck a wolf and killed it instantly. Leon thought to herself that no matter how they attacked, these black hounds could not be killed. She quickly shouted for everyone to duck. Immediately afterward, an explosion rang out, shaking the entire area. She thought that if their regenerative ability was so great, then denying them the chance to regenerate was the best way to end this battle. A young man asked his friend whether that had been the heaven-defying sword. They marveled that the wolves had been reduced entirely to ash and could no longer regenerate. Even giants did not possess regeneration that powerful. Were they monsters? Leon thought they were not demons, but portions of mana separated from someone's thoughts. The Black Rain constantly shifted form and possessed a terrifying ability to devour. She suddenly realized that this was the Myriad Form Dragon and that she had to get to Root. Before leaving, she reminded the others to spread out and protect the townspeople, bringing the injured somewhere safe. A blue-haired girl warned Leon to be careful ahead. Leon saw a black mass slowly taking the shape of human legs. The transformation worried her more than ever. She recalled Root's words. The Myriad Form Dragon's shape-shifting ability meant it had many forms, imitating the targets it had devoured. Its appearance could change endlessly, and the stronger the person it consumed, the greater its power became. The black mass gradually turned into a human figure and advanced toward Leon with a horrifying presence. She thought that no matter what form it took, it would be destroyed by her own hand. The sky gradually darkened, and a black hole appeared. Root was alarmed, fear invading his mind as though the future were being brutally altered beyond all hope of saving. Dueratogram was bewildered as he realized the horror approaching, and felt unease well up within him as he considered that someone had beaten them to it. Root declared that he knew who it was. His eyes showed resolve, but also deep concern as he faced the approaching danger, and declared that he would kill him, determination blazing in his heart. But Root swiftly stopped him, saying that no one was to act outside their planned strategy. Meanwhile, the others were still wondering about the search for Damien, the atmosphere restless with anxiety and curiosity. But Root had already found Damien's trail, so he announced that there was no need to keep searching. When he saw the Myriad Form Dragon, he exclaimed that it seemed to have come to them on its own, his gaze wary and suspicious. The Myriad Form Dragon let out a thunderous roar that shook the air. Dueratogram's anxiety surged as he called out the name of his grandson, Damien, terrified by the monster's presence. He remembered what his daughter had once told him. Although she had been furious, she had never hated him because he had chosen the path of protecting the world, the path for which her mother had sacrificed herself. She had begged him to promise that he would protect her son, Damien, no matter what happened. Dueratogram could not hold back his tears, overwhelmed by his daughter's plea and the heavy burden of grief and responsibility on his shoulders. Returning to the present, he wept again because, in the end, he had failed to protect anyone. Looking at the monster before him, he painfully realized that it was his own grandson. But this monster now wanted only to destroy everyone. It charged straight at him, intent on sending him to the next world. Then a massive explosion rang out. Purple slime splattered across the ground, leaving Dueratogram utterly bewildered. Root immediately rushed forward with his sword, determined to fight the monster that Damien had become. Every slash wounded it. Seeing this, Dueratogram hurriedly tried to stop him, pleading desperately, "Don't kill Damien. He's my grandson." Two forces collided, creating a dense cloud of smoke that obscured everything around them. Root's master, immediately rushed over, angrily stopping him. "You little bastard, have you gone mad with a death wish?" Root replied, "Am I supposed to stand by and let Damien kill himself? I can't do that." Masterin retorted that this was all the consequence of Dueratogram's own actions. Since he had tampered with the Myriad Form Dragon's heart, he should have known that the day would come when he had to pay the price, even if it meant dying at the hands of his monsterized grandson. Root gripped his bloodstained sword and declared that no one would die. Masterin asked whether Root was causing trouble again and expecting him to clean it up. Root answered that he was. All he needed to do was deal with that heart. Masterin reluctantly agreed to do as Root said. After all, Damien's transformation into a dragon was still progressing, and also said that Damien's regenerative ability in dragonkin form would soon be completely overtaken. Once that happened, it would be too late. Root said he knew that already and asked Masterin to handle that side of things, and sighed and advised him not to meet again in the next world. Then the two prepared themselves for battle. Root thought that he had no time left. The moment to capture the butcher had arrived. His eyes locked onto Damien, his cold gaze like that of a dragon preparing to strike. Damien roared, his voice rumbling like thunder before charging at Root. A fierce battle erupted between the two opposing powers. Root thought that although Damien had been overtaken by the Myriad Form Dragon, the body was still Professor Damien's, and he still retained his familiar fighting style. Root had become far too familiar with the professor's attacks over time. They were like a song he had memorized by heart. Watching Damien fight, Root thought that defending this way was enough. Now, he needed to focus on the true target. As the dramatic battle continued, Root realized something important. Excessive defense was a mistake. The myriad form dragon's heart was still in Damien's neck. It had not fully taken over his body yet. If that heart were destroyed, everything would end, and the myriad form dragon would have no chance to regenerate. But if he did that, the host would suffer the same fate. Still, Root quickly regained his composure. This was not the time to worry about that. First, he had to throw himself into the battle. With that thought, he gripped his weapon tightly and charged into battle with overwhelming force. The two sides clashed again, their powers colliding. The space around them darkened as though black clouds had covered it. Suddenly, Root noticed Damien defending himself. Root thought that perhaps the host still retained consciousness, which was why he had blocked the attack. But Root remained confident that Damien still had much to learn. He shouted that Kennen should keep studying, confidence overflowing from every word. Then Root lunged forward and punched him hard in the face, making him cry out in pain. Root confidently said that when using one's fists, brute force alone was not enough to block an attack. His punch made the monster bleed from the mouth. Root thought that if he handled it this way, he might be able to force the soul out. But the myriad form dragon's power erupted, and Root knew that outburst was useless as well. He frowned as he watched the monster's fighting style, realizing that it had managed to injure him. Root felt that it had begun to grasp the rhythm of his techniques. The more it took over, the more terrifying and cunning its attacks became. Root knew he had to end this battle quickly, before it did something foolish. Damien spoke, the gnawing hunger after his long sleep, making him even more restless. A dark crimson moon illuminated the gloomy scene, painting it in blood-red hues as he looked down at Root below. The monster spoke with satisfaction, as though a splendid dinner were waiting for him. He floated in midair, preparing an attack. Root, clearly alarmed, sensed Damien's mana rising, but had no idea what he intended to do. A dark atmosphere shrouded the academy as Damien, his face horrifying and his eyes draconic, appeared like a nightmare. Damien suddenly created a forest of thorny vines around Root, turning the sky dark and nightmarish. The battle grew increasingly tense, and Root was startled to realize that what Damien had created was devouring thorn magic, a terrifying spell. Even so, he quickly sought a way to escape the confinement of the razor-sharp thorn vines. Root hesitated to use the heaven-defying sword, worried that it would consume too much mana. But with determination, he immediately summoned a surge of power and sent it straight at Damien. The force was powerful enough to shatter the thorn forest, though it also left a painful wound on Root's face. Through their mental connection, the system asked about his condition. Root brushed back his hair and answered that everything was terrible. The system explained that these thorny vines could absorb the energy of those who had been devoured, and that it was unbelievable Damien could use such powerful magic without having fully consumed his victims. Root pulled a tube of medicine from his pocket and muttered that it was no surprise, considering Damien had devoured hundreds of dragon slayers 10 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Root poured the medicine over his head, making Damien frown. Annoyed, Damien said it was troublesome to deal with just one human, someone he regarded as food. Root's anger rose at being treated like a difficult meal. Ignoring Root's displeasure, Damien drew his sharp claws and lunged at him, growling that he would devour him. The battle between the two enemies continued, its echoes reverberating through the darkened space. Seeing Damien's power, Root could not help being astonished. In such a short time, Damien's movements had become unbelievably refined. The myriad form dragon's transformation ability was truly remarkable, far beyond anything Root had imagined. As the two fought fiercely, Root reflected on why the headmaster had stolen the myriad form dragon's heart. This power had cured mana sensitivity, making the host's body nearly perfect. Yet Root also realized that Professor Damien's abilities had exceeded all ordinary limits. With that thought, Root rushed forward, telling himself that he had already sealed this realm in his previous life, and launched a powerful strike at Damien. The blow landed, causing Damien pain, and his eyes suddenly flared with rage. Then he generated an intense source of green power. The sky darkened as blackness engulfed the battlefield, and the fight became more tense than ever. Root felt that even if he used the heaven-defying sword to block it, it would be difficult to handle this sudden high-level spell. In that instant, an idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps he needed to use an overwhelmingly powerful attack. standing resolutely in the midst of battle, Root prepared for what was coming. He suddenly remembered what the bald professor had told him. His spear technique was nearly perfect, and this realm needed to be used in real combat. The professor had promised that, as Root's instructor, he would come help him unlock the power of a skill called Thunderstrike Spear. Those images appeared in Root's mind like a blazing fire, filling him with strength and resolve. Feeling energy surge through his body, a weapon seal appeared in Root's hand, channeling power into his spear as he prepared to throw the Thunderstrike Spear. He focused, sensing every current of energy flowing along the spear shaft, then decided to release it. As the spear left his hand, it carried a miraculous power, like lightning tearing through space. Elsewhere, Balak sensed an extremely terrifying power. The disciple, standing beside him, nervously asked whether his master could feel a black hound ramming into him from behind. Balak startled and turned around, seeing the black hound. Without hesitation, he punched it in the face, thinking that something this weak could never leave a scar on Steros. Watching his master's powerful action, his disciple felt excited and proud. Hennis created a ring of fire, brilliant flames bursting through the air. Furiously, she told everyone not to stand around blankly and to quickly stop those dog-like things. She emphasized that if they all left the academy, this village would collapse. Linnea stood nearby, extending a hand into the air and creating ice. Calmly, she said that they were not dog-like things. They were actual dogs. This made Hennis even angrier. She shouted that she knew that already, but the black hounds kept charging while that man fought at a snail's pace. "You call this hunting?" Linnea asked in surprise, stepping toward the area where the black hounds were running rampant. Seeing this, Hennis panicked and hurriedly asked what Linnea was doing while the crazed black hounds rushed in. Hennis repeatedly called Linnea's name in worry as she watched her senior head into danger. Linnea immediately performed a mysterious ice technique, freezing the black hounds in an instant and leaving everyone around her staring in astonishment. After finishing, Linnea turned back and announced that she had gathered them together, so now they only needed to be killed. Hennis angrily pointed at Linnea and told her to kill them herself. Linnea calmly replied that she did not want to because she had used up all her mana. Hennis called Linnea an idiot, but Linnea firmly insisted that she had already done her part. Helplessly, Hennis thought that someone with only a third circle spell like Linnea could never wipe out all these black hounds. But then an idea flashed through her mind. What if she used multiple first circle spells? Acting immediately, she formed a fire circle and announced that the coordinates had been locked. An explosion rang out, and flames erupted, killing many of the black hounds. However, there were simply too many, and Hennis could not destroy them all. Exhausted, she sat down. Linnea reproached Hennis, saying that she had gathered them together, and Hennis still could not kill them all. Hennis angrily replied that Linnea talked too much, since the black hounds were not standing still. Suddenly, Balak appeared, his muscles bulging, and told the two women to slowly recover their mana while he took care of things. Hennis immediately objected, asking why he was only showing off now when he had done nothing earlier. Balak's disciple defended his master, explaining that Balak had merely stayed behind to watch so the two of them could concentrate. Then he added that Balak should rest and leave the rest to his disciple. But suddenly, a stronger monster appeared and sent the disciple flying. Balak had not even sensed it. The monster's technique was swift and precise, its speed astonishing, and its power left Balak bewildered. The two charged at each other, and Balak realized that his opponent was also Asteros. Amid the tense battle, two powerful forces clashed, filling the air with suspense and determination. "I see, you bastard." In the next instant, their fists collided, creating an enormous explosion. Balak staggered back, thinking that mana-infused strike. Such perfect, ancient power. The purple creature raised its fist again and rushed at Balak, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. He could only retreat and defend, with no chance to counterattack. Balak was beaten until blood spurted from his mouth. The difference in strength is overwhelming. The purple creature clenched its fist. This was going to be a finishing blow. It immediately swung its leg high, aiming directly for Balak's head. Balak was certain to lose this fight. Balak clenched his fists and crossed his arms to block the kick, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. The creature threw another powerful punch, and Balak raised his own fist to meet it. Suddenly, a foot appeared between them, accompanied by a shout. "Step back." One of the woman's hands stopped the purple creature's fist, while her other hand caught Balak's. Startled, he recognized her. It was Claire Mason. The woman snapped angrily, "Professor Claire." Then Professor Claire flung the purple creature away with a burst of force, causing the monster to dissolve into white smoke. She casually added, "You useless brat." Claire then tapped Balak's solid chest. "Look at this situation. You must always assess it properly. I've told you countless times, fighting spirit alone isn't enough." She turned to the others. "Are you all right?" Hennis replied, "We are, but the purple monster was reforming from a mass of slime, and its face gradually took shape. More and more of the viscous substance gathered together. It divided rapidly, its numbers continuing to grow until in moments there were 5 of them. Professor Claire showed no concern. Closing her eyes, she clapped her hands together and smiled confidently. "They're only multiplying. Don't be afraid." But dealing with them would take this professor only seconds. Suddenly, a sword slash swept across the battlefield. Professor Daniel appeared and asked anxiously, "Is everyone all right?" Professor Claire immediately snapped, "Don't interrupt me like that." At the sight of Professor Daniel, Hennis brightened. "Professor Daniel, what about the others?" Before she could finish, a group of sword-bearing knights rushed in. Their commander shouted, "Do not worry. The Royal Black Mausoleum Knights have arrived at the Academy. Everything will be resolved at once." Professor Daniel kindly turned to Hennis. "You have worked hard to protect the people. Leave the rest to us." A man lowered his sword and called out, "Wait, Daniel Gold." The 3 others turned toward him. He was Levany Delph, commander of the Royal Black Mausoleum Knights. He continued, "There are only lowly monsters here. You did not summon the Royal Black Mausoleum Knights because of this myriad-form dragon, did you?" Professor Daniel helped one of his students to his feet as he explained, "The myriad-form dragon's true body is elsewhere. These are merely servants it released." Behind him, Balak carried a student over his shoulder, with Professor Claire walking beside him. Commander Levin turned away, one hand on his hip, his expression arrogant. "Enough. We did not come here merely to catch a few stray dogs. It would disgrace the royal family if I did not see the myriad-form dragon's true body with my own eyes." At that moment, a splash of blood struck his face. Leon cut him off. "The situation is urgent. Your concern for honor seems rather insensitive." She had just cut down a monster, and her blade was still covered in blood. Levin angrily wiped the substance from his face and inspected it. "This is..." Ignoring his anger, Leon walked past and lightly bumped his shoulder. "Move. You're my way." Levin clenched his teeth. "You arrogant little brat," he cursed, reaching out to grab Leon. But another hand seized his wrist. It was Professor Daniel's hand. Daniel frowned. "Do not touch our student." As she said, "The situation is urgent." Professor Claire was glaring at Levin from behind. Levin shook off Daniel's hand and threatened, "Once the situation has been stabilized, you had better prepare yourselves." He then turned to his knights and shouted, "Everyone attack! Wipe out everything remaining before you." Other voices called out as well. "Professor, there are injured people here. Move those who have run out of mana to the shelter." A huge explosion rang out. Both Professor Daniel and Claire immediately realized it came from a northern tower, the headmaster's quarters. Hennis sat on the ground in fear. The explosions grew louder and more continuous, making everyone deeply uneasy. Elsewhere, Root gripped the sword in his hand, while clenching his other hand into a fist. "No matter how dissatisfied you are finished." He swung his sword down furiously. The myriad-form dragon realized in horror, "I can't dodge." The spear was still embedded deeply in its chest. Memories flashed through its mind as destruction and death closed in. "I don't want to die." An enormous explosion erupted, blasting Root away. The blast made Root cough up blood. Standing before the myriad-form dragon was Headmaster Duradagram. He called out to his grandson, "Damien, I will protect you at all costs, as long as you..." At that moment, someone rushed in from the other side of the battlefield. It was in shouting, "You still haven't settled this? Fool!" Headmaster Duradagram stood motionless, gazing at his grandson. Tenderly, he called, "Damien." He knelt down and said, I will protect you." Then he reached out and touched Damien's face, caressing his grandson. I will do anything you ask. The myriad-form dragon, wearing Damien's form, appeared moved and shed tears as it stammered, "Grandfather." But then it let out an eerie laugh. Its sharp claws shot forward. It bared its fangs and bit into the headmaster's arm, mocking him all the while. Foolish humans, witnessing the scene, lunged forward furiously and slashed at it. But the headmaster swung his sword, creating a barrier to protect his grandson. The two stood shoulder to shoulder against him, and cursed angrily, "You worthless bastard, you're just dragging this out again and again." The myriad-form dragon swallowed the last of the headmaster's fingers. It shamelessly remarked, "You just put yourself right into my mouth." Empowered by the headmaster's energy, the myriad-form dragon grew stronger and somehow pulled the spear from its chest. It looked utterly pleased. What a delight. Even after centuries, humans are still this foolish. This body is immortal. Suddenly, it covered its face with one hand and muttered, "But even so, I'm still missing something. Something easier to eat, more delicious, fresher like." Its eyes turned toward Root. Root was getting back up after being thrown away. Rubbing his head, he gritted his teeth. "I'm out of mana after 2 shots. A voice rang out, "Root, use the potion." Root planted a hand on the ground, as if preparing to spring forward. "No, I've already done everything I needed to do." The myriad-form dragon used its wings to rush toward Root, who was now standing. "You feel as though you've already lost, don't you?" It reached out with its clawed hand to attack him. Root leaped back and narrowly avoided the strike. He shouted, "You are attacking me without a weapon because you think you have recovered a little, is that it?" Another attack followed immediately. Root raised his hand, forming a shield to block it, but this time he struggled. The attack was simpler, yet far more overwhelming. His previous injury had widened the gap in their strength. Suddenly, tears streamed down Root's face. Something had shaken him deeply. He angrily swung his sword to block the attack and gritted his teeth. "Say that again. You think you would have won if you had physical strength." He tightly gripped his sword. "If my body were completely healthy." Then he clenched his fist. "If I had recovered the strength from my previous life. If the one standing here were..." He remembered his older brother's back. "Not me, my brother." But Root quickly returned to normal and told himself, "I'm making ridiculous excuses. One strike is enough." He swung his sword in a sharp slash. Root's blade reached the creature's neck, but it inflicted only a minor wound. The dragon sneered arrogantly. "So what? In both speed and physical power, this body is superior." Root attacked repeatedly, but none of his blows had any effect. Instead, his own body was being torn apart piece by piece. Root's eyes burned with anger as he understood something. He recalled Leon once telling him, "Root Donatos, you rely too heavily on your senses. Can you stop relying on your eyes and try to see farther into the future? I'm not a genius like you. I was not born with a strong body, and even the environment where I grew up was garbage." Streams of purple mana rushed toward him. Back then, I couldn't see it. He was now surrounded by lightning. The contraction and relaxation of muscles, the force and direction of mana flow. Subconscious habits, one center of gravity. That must have been what Leon was trying to tell me. It isn't about speed or movement. It is about method. With that realization, Root gripped his sword tightly and began gathering power into it. Then he seized the opportunity, gritting his teeth. His sword flashed forward. At last, Root's strike hit the myriad-form dragon in the abdomen, making veins bulge on its neck in pain. It felt as though every muscle in Root's body were being torn to shreds. "My body has reached its limit." The myriad-form dragon spread its wings, and massive chains appeared all around it. The chains began closing around Root, but he did not waver. His eyes remained fixed ahead, his teeth clenched in determination. "As long as I still have the strength to hold a sword." The chains wrapped around him. His sword thrust upward, spraying blood everywhere. This time I did it. He had stabbed the myriad-form dragon directly through the chest. Root frowned, his gaze cold and sharp. He pushed the sword deeper. The myriad-form dragon coughed blood from its mouth in agony. Root withdrew his sword, then gripped it with both hands, his eyes unwavering. With one slash, he cleaved the myriad-form dragon in two. It screamed in pain. Root was startled to realize something. The sword in his hand had returned to normal, with no mana left in it. The wings around his hand had lost their light as well. His sword stopped just short of the myriad form dragon's heart. Root was shocked. The celestial spirit's mana had been depleted, yet he still held the sword tightly. Professor Daniel, Professor Claire, and Leon quickly rushed over. Leon came to a stop, taking a breath. That direction. North. It must be Root. Her eyes were fixed resolutely on Root, and Root noticed her, glancing in her direction. Root was kneeling, as was the myriad form dragon. Root still tightly held the sword embedded in the dragon's body. Leon called his name, watching him anxiously. He remembered Leon asking him before, "Aren't you afraid?" Root had not answered, instead asking, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid of those lizards." Leon had replied, "I'm not afraid of dragons. I'm only afraid that the people close to me will get hurt or disappear." Back in the present, seeing Root in danger, Leon was terrified. She shouted his name. Root answered her with a resolute look, signaling for her to stay where she was. Leon tightened her grip on her sword, desperately wanting to go to Root. Root gritted his teeth and drove his sword deeper into the myriad form dragon. The creature collapsed against his shoulder and took a huge bite out of him. Blood splattered from Root's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. He cried out in pain and fell. "Are you alive?" Felroa asked worriedly. Root pressed a hand over his bleeding shoulder and answered with a faint smile, "Probably." Felroa continued, "You are covered in wounds. You are lucky it bit your arm instead of your neck." Root looked toward the myriad form dragon before him. That's right. He examined where his sword had been embedded. Veins were bulging all around the wound. The sword had been pulled free. The myriad form dragon laughed smugly. "That is why you are nothing but food. You ordinary fools." Leon glared at it, furious at those words. "All hope is gone. All I have left to do is eat." And, who was holding the headmaster down on the ground, could not help growing angry upon hearing it. The dragon raised its hand, its claws razor sharp. "I will destroy all of you. I will slaughter every one of you until I find a body." Suddenly, several drops of purple blood fell onto the ground. The dragon was utterly stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Blood began pouring from its mouth as it groaned in pain. Root forced himself up and looked at it coldly. "If you're so hungry, why don't you eat?" Root raised his face to stare straight at the myriad form dragon, wearing a scornful half-smile. "Should I feed you?" Felroa appeared puzzled. "Is this what you meant when you said you were placing all your faith in something?" The myriad form dragon screamed in agony. Root confirmed, "Yes. Put simply, it is a special constitution, the only reason we survived in Zishan when we were young. The special bloodline of the Donatos family." Root remembered 10 years ago, an earth dragon attacked my family. It killed my mother, then swallowed my father. That was how we discovered that our blood is extremely poisonous to dragons. We did not know why, but it did not matter then. We only wanted to survive. Root reached down and picked up his sword. "I survived because of this special body." He pointed his sword at the myriad form dragon, his expression grave. "I will say it again. My existence is a curse upon your race." The myriad form dragon trembled in pain and fell to its knees. Felroa could not help remarking, "That was a reckless move. My mana is nearly depleted. If your blood had not reached it, or if it had not craved blood, you would be dead now." Root replied calmly, "But if I had not stopped it, Professor Damien would have died." The myriad form dragon could only look up at Root. Root's sword point was aimed at the heart in its throat. "This is your true end, Kianine." Just then, Professor Daniel and Professor Claire rushed over. As he ran, Professor Daniel stretched out a hand to stop Root and shouted, "Wait, Root!" A green whirlwind appeared, blocking the two professors' path. A voice came from the sword. "Do not distract him." It was in holding a sword, he stood in front of the two professors and said coldly, "Just watch." The myriad form dragon's hands involuntarily grasped the sword. Its eyes brimmed with tears. "Thank you, truly." Damien's will had awakened. He could only say, "I'm sorry." Then he ended his own life, tears flowing from his eyes. His heart was pierced, and soon afterward, the dragon dissolved and vanished. Root watched in silence. Balak and Professor Claire did the same. The headmaster, however, screamed in anguish. No, tears streamed down his face. Damien had now returned to his normal appearance, but blood continued to seep from the wound in his chest. Root spoke coldly. "I told you. If you're truly remorseful, As he spoke, Root reached into his clothing and took 2 potion bottles from his pocket. He shook them, then snapped them apart. A stream of sparkling blue light emerged and flew directly toward Damien's wound. Root continued, "Then live until the very end." Felroa watched and spoke up. His mana gates were forcibly opened, leaving them severely damaged. Thanks to the blue light, the deep, long wound in Damien's abdomen gradually began to heal. Felroa continued, "The dragon is gone now, but even if his body recovers, Damien will die from mana imbalance. However, the Heaven-Defying Sword can regulate the flow of mana. It would be different if you understood the distribution of mana in the blood vessels and had knowledge of anatomy." Root listened intently. "Treating him is easy. Use the Heaven-Defying Sword's mana gate to cut away the damaged parts. Then use medicine to restore what remains." This could not be explained away as a mere coincidence. After hearing this, Root stared intently at Damien's wound. He decisively aimed the tip of his sword at Damien's abdomen. A cry rang out. "Stop!" Damien coughed up blood, but no one could stop him. Root was cutting away the damaged tissue. The one trying to stop him was none other than the headmaster, who shouted, "Spare him!" Professor Claire shut her eyes and turned away, unable to watch. She kept shaking her head. "No, no." The headmaster pleaded helplessly. "Save him. Save my grandson." The others could only stand by and watch. The headmaster cried out in anguish, "Don't die on me now." Root stopped. His sword was covered in blood. He spoke coldly. That's why there was no one. The wound on Root's shoulder had already healed. He looked directly at Damien. The wound in Damien's abdomen had healed as well. Root continued, "Who would die?" Sweat poured from his body, and he looked utterly exhausted. He forced out those words before collapsing backward. Everyone rushed over. Leon was the first to reach him, anxiously calling his name. "Root!" Elsewhere, and walked down a hallway, thinking to himself. The epidemic from a decade ago had returned, and the one responsible was a professor from Arium. He recalled His Majesty's judgment. Giro de Graham, headmaster of Arium, has committed treason. His grandson, Damien Gray, is to be executed immediately, and was an important figure in the Myriad Form Dragon incident. So he had adamantly insisted that Giro must have been released by now. At that moment, a courtier spoke up. "But, Your Majesty, they endangered the nation." His Majesty cut him off. "Enough of this discussion. We should first hear from the one who destroyed the Myriad Form Dragon." That was one had just gone through, and now stood outside the infirmary, arms crossed and head resting against the wall in annoyance. "I came to tell you that you're about to be summoned, and yet the two of you are flirting in a hospital." He had seen Leon feeding fruit to Root. Embarrassed, Leon covered her face with both hands, shut her eyes, and smiled. "We only just started." Root, meanwhile, said coldly, "Is something wrong with your eyes?" Helpless before the two of them, and said, "Whatever. Get out so I can talk to him." Leon immediately replied, "I was about to leave anyway." Before leaving, Leon turned back to look at Root. "A month of rest, right?" As soon as Leon left, and teased him, "You're still quite energetic, aren't you?" Root immediately replied awkwardly, "It's not like that. I was thinking of finding a new disciple, since my current one has been sleeping for 3 straight days." How could his master say that to a disciple who had only been under him for 4 weeks? Leon had not actually left. She stood outside the door, listening to their conversation. Looking dejected, she thought there's no other way. She shut her eyes tightly and blamed herself. "I'm weak, cowardly, and stupid. Thinking of myself as his equal is ridiculous." Leon stood outside for a long time, lost in thought. "Next time." Then she turned and left. Idiot. Inside the infirmary, and sat in a chair and reminded Root, even if things are going well, you need to prioritize taking care of yourself. You try to save both of them at once. Before he could finish, Root replied, "It was nothing. But thinking about it, it was worth doing. It was one of the 7 dragons, after all." As he spoke, Root ate a piece of fruit and pondered for a moment. "What I mean is," he reached out and rubbed Root's head. As he patted Root's head and praised him. "Well done, Root. You did very well." Surprised by the praise, Root bluntly asked, "Are you sick?" and immediately pulled his hand away from Root's head, sounding irritated. "I'm being nice, and this is how you act." Root argued back, "Think about the way you treat me every day," inwardly, and murmured, "In my previous life, he treated me like I was air," and remained unconcerned. "If you behave like that before royalty, your head won't stay on your shoulders." Root calmly replied, "I'm not crazy enough to do that," and glared at him. "You are." Then it folded his arms and fell into thought. Almost every option is difficult. Giro and Damien. The two of them went too far. Root replied calmly, I know. That is why I will try to go beyond the limits they crossed. For weeks later, a carriage traveled down the road. Root sat inside, thinking to himself, killing the myriad form dragon had mostly been luck. Besides, it had only been a fragment. That was not entirely my own power. It was Donato's blood. Even so, it could not compare to when my brother fought the lightning flash dragon. That is why my brother was called Hero. After traveling for some time, the carriage arrived at its destination. Root opened the door and stepped down. A knight quickly came to greet him. Lord Root Donatos, I will escort you inside. Root quickly followed the knight. Felroa spoke with nostalgia. It has been a long time since I came to the Imperial Palace. Root asked in surprise. Felroa, you have been here before? Felroa replied, It is not a place I have never visited. I witnessed the founding of this empire and the completion of this palace with my own eyes. Root did not seem particularly interested. Oh, I see. Felroa wondered. Why do you think they summoned you here? Perhaps it is a hearing about the myriad form dragon, or a reward for your victory. Root guessed the latter would be better. Root had reached the palace entrance, where two attendants opened the glass doors for him. His Majesty stood before him, surrounded by courtiers. A short-haired woman raised her hand and waved when she saw him. Root entered, looking over the room and assessing the situation. All the guild leaders are here. Is this a meeting about the myriad form dragon? Actually, that would be even better. The short-haired woman was delighted by Root's arrival, while the white-haired woman beside her did not seem to care in the slightest. Before Root stood the heir to the Alpia Empire, the ruler of the Alpia House of Bernstein, descendants of the hero. The hero Banna's full name was Banna Bernstein. A famous tale says that he was originally a commoner with no family name and was granted one after becoming an honored guest at a banquet. Root respectfully bowed, placing one hand over his chest. It is an honor to meet your Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince ordered him, Raise your head. The Crown Prince asked cheerfully, Root Donatos, you know why you were summoned here, do you not? I highly commend you for breaking the seal and slaying Kianin, the final myriad form dragon, to defeat it without injury at such a young age. Root humbly bowed his head. You praise me too highly. Without the professors and cadets preventing the myriad form dragon from scattering, I would not have been able to accomplish this. I merely did what was expected of me. The Crown Prince smiled with narrowed eyes and praised him. And you are humble too, at the side, and raised a clenched fist at Root in warning. The imperial family would be ashamed not to reward someone brave enough to slay the myriad form dragon. Is there anything you want? Root answered directly. Then may I ask for one thing? Damian Gray and Jiro de Graham. I ask that you spare them from execution. The two women were shocked to hear that. Even the Crown Prince was greatly surprised and troubled. He stammered that. The person beside the Crown Prince shouted, How ridiculous! The one who had shouted was Levin, still furious. Death is too light a punishment for those two. They are the ones who caused the myriad form dragon to return. Only someone who knew nothing of the seven dragons could say such a thing. The Crown Prince raised his hand, signaling Levin to stop. He replied quietly, Root Donatos, I believe that would be difficult. No matter how much you want it, their sentences cannot be reduced. Root stepped forward. Understand. Inwardly, he thought, I knew they would refuse. The Empire is too chaotic, so ordinary methods will not work. He then searched in his pocket and spoke. Then what about this? He took something from his pocket. Everyone turned their eyes toward Root. In Root's hand was the seal stone of a lightning flash dragon. Hema, the lightning flash dragon, was one of the seven dragons. Though not truly a dragon, it was considered part of dragonkind. It was the only dragon capable of transforming, and it was immensely powerful. It was cruel enough to retreat without hesitation whenever it was at a disadvantage, then plan a counterattack. In his previous life, many dragon slayers had died fighting it. With the efforts of his brother and everyone else, it had finally been killed. Everyone knew the consequences, even if they had never faced it. Root looked at the stone in his hand. Let's see just how dangerous this seal stone is. When they saw Root holding the lightning flash dragon's seal stone, everyone present pointed swords and spears at him. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Levin furiously drew his sword and shouted, We must kill him immediately. He is carrying something no different from a bomb. Seeing the situation, the Crown Prince sternly commanded, "All of you, lower your weapons." Those around him ignored the order and cried out, "Your Highness!" The Crown Prince looked at Root and asked, "The Lightning Flash Dragon's seal stone. How did you find it, and what do you intend to do?" Root answered frankly, "I found it in Arium's treasury. I do not know why it was stored there, but I hope it can help with my request. It seems you intend to use it to threaten me. If that were my intention, I would not have brought it here in the first place." The two women present were greatly unsettled by his words. Root continued, "You only need to inspect it. This seal stone is extremely fragile. Even now, it could shatter into pieces." The white-haired woman held the stone in her hand. A bead of sweat formed on her face as she growled. She used her power to examine it. "This brat is not lying. This is the first time I have seen something like this, but it is certainly very fragile. If I am not careful, the seal will soon break." Root added, "It will backfire, and the consequences will be difficult to undo. That is why this is my request. The seal will break eventually, so it is better to prepare beforehand." The Crown Prince put a hand to his chin. "Prepare?" Root stated firmly, "I will destroy the Lightning Flash Dragon. Then I will eliminate the Mystic Dragon, the Fire Dragon, and the Ice Dragon in turn." The Crown Prince was astonished by those words. Then the Martial Dragon and the Illusion Dragon as well. After eliminating the 7 dragons, some people laughed mockingly at him, but Root remained utterly serious. "I will slaughter every remaining dragon." Levin sneered at Root's words. "Dragon slaying? Do you think you're a dragon slayer or something? You are arrogant just because you nearly killed the Lightning Flash Dragon. You have no idea how terrifying they are." Root asked coldly, "Are you afraid?" Levin gritted his teeth in fury. "What did you say? You are so afraid that you can do nothing but sit still and wait for death, aren't you?" Root mocked Levin. Levin furiously replied, "How dare you?" The Crown Prince finally spoke. "You must have a reason for being so confident. Even the great Bana could not kill every dragon. He could only seal the 7 dragons and drive the dragons back to the great northern mountains. Then, 10 years later, the myriad-formed dragon destroyed the entire southern continent. The Lightning Flash Dragon is even more ferocious. Do you believe that being his disciple means you can destroy it?" Root smiled confidently. "Of course I cannot eliminate it alone. That is why I need 2 things. First, I need a space where we can lure the dragon." The Crown Prince asked, "A space?" "The only way to fight the Lightning Flash Dragon without sacrificing lives is to lure it into a place governed by spatial magic. And do we not have a master of that art within this kingdom?" At that, Liana Chanurka folded her arms and spoke. "Iris Halfree, master of the Ivory Tower." Root continued, "I will finish the Lightning Flash Dragon there. About 1.5 years should be enough time to prepare. Second, everyone here except your Highness must participate in the battle. There is no need to bring an entire army and increase the casualties. It would do more harm than good, and it would also require more time to prepare." The Crown Prince fell into deep thought. Root did not forget to turn to Levin and taunt him. "All right, those who are too afraid of dying do not have to take part." At that moment, the leader of the Moonshadow Guild spoke. "That is still not convincing enough. With so few people fighting the Lightning Flash Dragon in a confined space, can you guarantee that we will not be defeated immediately?" Root answered, "That could happen if things go terribly wrong. But if the strongest among us cannot defeat the dragons, then there is no point in fighting them at all." Another guild leader spoke up. "He's right. It is not as if we have no chance of winning. We will need thorough preparations." The Crown Prince closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Then he agreed with Root. "Very well." Levin could not hide his anger and shouted, "Your Highness!" The Crown Prince rose to his feet, thinking, should I flee when tragedy comes, or confront it? His Highness looked directly at Root and thought, the face of this young, exceptional hero already gave me his answer. Perhaps this young man will not only destroy the Lightning Flash Dragon, but transform the entire southern continent. As he thought this, the Crown Prince walked toward Root. Stopping before him, he held out a sword and called Root's name warmly. "Root Donatos, I will spare Damian Gray and Giro de Graham from execution. Root Keniltin Salute." The Crown Prince placed the sword on Root's shoulder and continued, "I appoint you commander of the Lightning Flash Dragon Subjugation Force." The scene shifted to a prison cell, where Damien sat silently in a dark corner. The sound of a lock opening echoed through the cell. The door was unlocked, and a guard announced, "Damian Gray, you are free." Damien could not believe what the guard said. What did you say? Then a familiar voice called out, Damien, leaving him stunned. Jiro de Graham entered from outside. Damien could not believe his eyes as he stammered his grandfather's name. Jiro de Graham rushed over and embraced his grandson. Moved, he said, I am sorry for everything. My selfish attempt to save you only brought you more pain. We must atone to the people who were hurt and to the young man who set us free. It is over now. You can go on living. Damien tearfully embraced him. No, grandfather, you only try to keep me alive. I am the one who hurt everyone, including you. I cannot hold my head high and live with my sins. Damien wept loudly. Tears also ran down his grandfather's cheeks. That young man, Root, said that if you committed a sin while trying to save someone, Root stood outside, witnessing the emotional reunion, that then you deserve a chance to be forgiven. Root turned around and left. So live on and make amends for your mistakes. Grandfather and grandson held each other tightly, weeping over all that had happened. 1 month later, the incident in which the myriad-formed dragon attacked Arium, as well as the discovery of the lightning flash dragon's seal stone in Arium's treasury, was officially acknowledged. Root, the young hero who inherited the sky observation technique, was recognized for defeating the myriad-formed dragon on his own. The Emperor appointed him commander of the Lightning Flash Dragon Subjugation Force. Even in the face of fierce opposition from neighboring countries, His Majesty refused to back down. He made an unprecedented decision, not only officially acknowledging Root's return, but also intending to remove their seals in order to seize the initiative. Elsewhere, after learning the news, Hennet and the other two discussed it together. Hennet solemnly said that the Crown Prince had recognized Root by granting him the title of hero. It seemed he intended to fulfill the dream of reclaiming the southern continent mentioned in the previous treaty by strengthening their forces on this continent. The southern continent has been forbidden territory ever since the myriad-formed dragon incident 10 years ago. Everything is starting to snowball now. What a pain. Black frowned when he heard that. What happened? Hennet said somewhat irritably. Root keeps taking everything on by himself. He should ask for help. If something happens, he should tell us. But Liana interrupted her. Hennet, we aren't capable of that. That day, Root nearly died while we could barely manage to fight those small fry. Weren't you exhausted after creating that huge sphere? Hennet slammed the table indignantly. You know that. But then she remembered asking Leon where Root was that day. Leon had answered her with just 2 words, pathetic. Those words had stayed with her. Root had helped her. Thanks to him, she had found a cure for her younger sister. She owed him, yet she could not repay him. She simply felt guilty. Black understood perfectly. He comforted her, telling her not to overthink it. Things were simple. They were still too weak, so they had to learn from this and do everything they could to grow stronger. Only then could they help Root when he needed them most. Meanwhile, Jeremy stood in a room. Seeing Root arrive, he greeted him with a grin. He did not know what had happened, but Damien and Jiro had not been punished. They had escaped the incident with only a few minor injuries. He guessed it was because of Root, the young hero. The person he was speaking to was Root himself. But Root did not look pleased at all. His face was full of rage as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Hero my ass." Then he immediately swung a punch at Jeremy. Caught off guard, Jeremy was sent flying. Root stared at him coldly, his voice full of anger. He shouldn't make others clean up the mess he created. He caused such a disaster, then try to wipe his hands clean and run from responsibility. What a bastard. Root truly wanted to kill him, but there was still something he needed to verify. He grabbed Jeremy by the collar and demanded to know how he knew Professor Damien possessed the myriad-formed dragon's heart. Jeremy calmly said that he had possessed sharp eyes since childhood. Root did not believe him and asked whether he truly had no desire to live. This time, Jeremy was telling the truth. His family possessed special eyes, which gave them excellent eyesight and the ability to see through the essence of things. This was especially true when observing the flow of mana. Damien's mana flow had been extremely chaotic. Mana had gathered around his neck instead of his heart. Since Jeremy was not completely certain, he investigated their backgrounds to confirm his suspicions. Jiro's grandson had developed mana sensitivity at a young age and awakened in the hospital shortly after the myriad-formed dragon subjugation. That was why the professor had earned the nickname predator. Hearing this, Root understood that this was why Jeremy had manipulated Damien into attempting suicide. Jeremy admitted it without hesitation, but he had failed and nearly lost his life. If he had known how to use his brain or had the courage to run away or fight. Before he could finish, Root coldly interrupted him. "Stop playing innocent. You wanted to expose Damien and play the hero, didn't you?" Jeremy gave a soft laugh and shook his head. Root's plan was better than anything he could have come up with, but he did not want to become a hero. He only wanted to witness a hero's story, to have the opportunity to observe a hero's life firsthand, just like the first hero, Banna. Glancing at Root, he could not help sighing. "One day, you'll become a hero. You will defeat the 7 dragons and have an incredible adventure. At the end of that battle, you will become a legend as well. Standing beside you would be enough for me. Even if I cannot help much, becoming a hero's companion, the one who records that legend anew, is my ultimate goal." However, Root cut short his fantasy. He did not care about becoming a hero. Everything written in the newspapers was merely made up to sell more copies. If he had a choice, he would not want to be in this situation either. At that moment, Root finally understood why Jeremy had always seemed so displeased with him in his previous life. It was because Root was a hero's companion, but that was not the only reason. Jeremy had failed to realize something important. His brother was nearly the perfect hero, but he was not without flaws. He was human. He could make mistakes and misjudge things when exhausted. He always pushed his body to its limits, yet people still complained about him and resented him. Thinking of this, Root spoke coldly again. Jeremy wanted Root to take his place. The position where he had to become the royal family's chosen one, shoulder all the hatred, and find a way to save the world alongside him. After saying that, Root sighed. He had no idea what this delusional fool was rambling about. Perhaps everyone eventually had to deal with lunatics like this. If Jeremy liked the role so much, he could do it himself. Jeremy panicked and tried to stop him, looking as though he had gone mad. He rushed forward and tightly clung to Root's leg, insisting that Root had to become a hero. Root glared at him in irritation. This guy really had lost his mind. Then Jeremy suddenly said something strange. He was from Aten. Root frowned upon hearing that. Aten was the trade kingdom, sharing borders with the Alpia Empire, the kingdom of Moharan, the magic kingdom of Phasma, and the elven kingdom of Bernica. It was the trade hub of all 4 nations. Jeremy's voice trembled slightly as he spoke of the country. There, money and crime went hand in hand. But how could Root not know that place? It was where he had spent his days as a mercenary. He had never expected the person he thought came from the capital's aristocracy to actually be from Aten. Root remained silent and continued listening. The DeVille family had declined. Only Jeremy and his father remained alive. But in the end, his father had been murdered. Jeremy was not begging Root for sympathy. His father had never been a good man to begin with. Jeremy had merely inherited what he left behind. Root could not be bothered to listen to his rambling, so he kicked him away. Jeremy wiped the blood from his mouth and said that he would tell the truth. When his father died, Jeremy went down to the basement to sort through the estate and found an old chest preserved by magic. To his father, who had spent all his money on drinking and women, it might have been nothing more than junk. Yet the chest seemed to be several hundred years old. Inside were an old book, several paintings, sheet music, and manuscripts. There was even a diary belonging to the chest's owner. The diary's owner was named Alan. Hearing that name, Felroa immediately appeared. That is the name of the bard who followed Banna. Jeremy continued. It was the diary of his ancestor from 700 years ago, chronicling the greatest hero, Banna. The diary in Jeremy's basement was a record of the first dragon slayer. Jeremy happily explained that Alan was an ancestor of his family, a traveling bard who followed the first dragon slayer everywhere. The diary recorded every detail of their journey. It was an unbelievable record. Root spoke to Felroa. Something that absurd really exists. Felroa nodded faintly. Sadly, it does. The hero who saved the entire world, and the bard who sang of his deeds. This happened right before Jeremy, the descendant of the diary's author. He truly believed it was fate. Furthermore, the sealed lightning flash dragon was hidden in Arium. No one would ever imagine it was inside the treasury. This was how Giro de Graham ensured that his grandson's secret would remain buried forever. Root was startled upon hearing this. Perhaps it truly was fate, or perhaps it was heaven's design. After telling him everything, Jeremy looked at Root with pleading eyes. He said he could be useful. He had trained himself diligently and knew what he needed to do to become a companion who stood beside a hero. He would do whatever Root wanted, so Root only needed to let him come along. Root coldly told him to shut up. Anger was rising within him, increasingly difficult to control. Jeremy was only a cunning madman who knew nothing about the seal. So who was the real culprit? What kind of lunatic would place the lightning flash dragon's seal stone inside Arium's treasury? No record mentioned the seal stone's location. Trying to take it would certainly trigger the triple magic security system. If a new item suddenly appeared in the treasury records, it would inevitably attract attention. Unless it had been placed there when the Arium treasury was first established, it could not have remained safe. After thinking for a long time, Root finally asked Jeremy about the diary. Did it contain any particular details regarding the lightning flash dragon? Perhaps a sealing technique, where it had been sealed, or a way to deal with it? Jeremy shook his head. He did not know the details. There was nothing about battles or seals. Such matters were too dangerous. How could a bard possibly have witnessed them? Root narrowed his eyes at him, unconvinced. Yet Jeremy looked utterly sincere as he said that he had left the diary at home, so he could not show it to Root right away. If Root did not believe him, he could go see it himself. Jeremy lived alone in a house there, and the diary was in the basement, so he would give Root the key. He only wanted Root to acknowledge him as a hero's companion. Hearing this, Root sighed helplessly. This guy was truly stubborn. Root frowned and repeated himself. He had no interest in becoming any kind of hero. Even if the royal family had made its decision, the authority to recognize a hero lay with the Pope, and someone without certification could not be officially licensed. The only reason Root was letting Jeremy live was because his foolish eyes could help Root defeat the dragons. Jeremy looked at him happily, taking it as acceptance. Yet Root warned him not to speak publicly about this nonsense. If he wanted to live, he had to obey Root. Jeremy agreed without hesitation, because his goal was already halfway accomplished. Then he handed Root the basement key. After speaking with Jeremy, Root went to find in and told him everything, and was somewhat surprised, believing that the one who sealed the lightning flash dragon had left it behind. Root was not certain. They were only suspicions, and frowned slightly and asked, "So the inheritor of the sky observation technique is doubting his own ancestor?" Root pursed his lips. "Aren't you hesitating too?" and did not answer. He was considering the matter. So the hero Bana had not killed the 7 dragons. He had only sealed them. But why had they not passed down the locations of the seals or the methods used to create them? Hero Bana must have been incredibly powerful to defeat the 7 dragons, who treated humans like toys. The weak could only flee to the majestic great northern mountains to escape. In the end, humanity had escaped the dragon's control, but danger still lurked. After and finished speaking, the two fell into thought, after a while, and sighed. It was all our ancestors' will. At that moment, Root noticed students passing by and told him to change the subject. He brought up the students instead. Professor Ather had announced the Academy's new headmaster, and Root wanted to know whether and would attend the inauguration ceremony. After thinking for a moment and laughed, that bald man became Arium Academy's headmaster? Live long enough, and you see everything. Rather than answering, he asked Root, "I heard you requested a leave of absence." Root did not hide it. He said he would finish his first year, which had 6 months remaining. During that time, he intended to complete the second-year courses as well, then take a year off to prepare for the lightning flash dragon subjugation. The headmaster supported him. The bald old man had barely become headmaster before promising Root that he would conduct a broad investigation into that incident. He had even told Root that when the treasury was opened, he could take whatever he wanted. After that, Root planned to spend 2 years interning at different guilds, and frowned as he listened. "Your plan seems awfully thorough." Root helplessly replied that he had not intended it to be this way. But the Moon Shadow Guildmaster was more persistent than Root had expected. The condition for joining the Lightning Flash Dragon subjugation was a 1-year internship at their guild, and said indignantly, "That condition is rather underhanded." Root agreed and sighed helplessly. "What can I do? I'm just that charming," and then asked about his plan for the following year. Root had thought it through carefully. He intended to join the Empire's Dragon Slayer Corps, because after the lightning flash dragon came the mystic dragon. Greater difficulties still lay ahead. And suddenly asked meaningfully, when you say the Dragon Slayer Corps, do you mean the one belonging to the Kai family? Root looked at him in confusion. Why wasn't looking at him like that? But he merely smiled and said nothing. After a while, and seriously said that he would have to go to Pharma for 6 months. Food supplies were the most important part of preparing for the lightning flash dragon subjugation. Root nodded in agreement. The Crimson Tower had also asked him to go. He would learn many things there. And looked at him skeptically. Isn't it too late for you to learn magic now? Root gave a soft laugh. Why are you discriminating based on age? And understood what he meant and angrily cursed him as a bastard. Seeing him angry, Root laughed and said he was only joking. He also told him that he would go to Aten before Pharma, and was somewhat surprised. What are you going to those dens of pleasure for? Root said he needed to check something. That thing was in the basement of a house there. Meanwhile, in the Duville district, inside a house in a remote location. The place was desolate, as though no one had lived there for a long time. Yet a black-cloaked figure had appeared in the basement, seemingly searching for something. He rummaged through every empty chest, but could not find what he needed. There was nothing inside but trash. 6 months later, it had begun to snow. White snowflakes covered the ground. Hennet was studying hard when she suddenly sneezed several times. Black heard her and asked with concern, "It's the last day, and you're still studying instead of going home?" Hennet snorted coldly. "Why do you care? You're staying here too." Black said no more and handed her a cup, telling her to drink while she studied. Hennet looked at him in surprise. "Why are you being so considerate today?" Black chuckled. "It's frog bussing tea. It wakes you right up. If you drink this and train, your illness will improve." But before he could finish, she waved him away and refused. Black looked a little dejected as he took the cup away. Once he left, Hennet continued reading. She was researching that illness. If she followed Root's advice and received Professor Kim's help, then with enough time and effort, it could be cured. But would that be enough? She suddenly thought of Root. He had said that he was busy with something during the ceremony. He had helped her find a method to treat the disease. It felt as though he had deliberately brought up the matter because he knew about her older sister. But what puzzled her was how he had obtained such a large supply of magic potions in advance, as if he had known the myriad form dragon would appear. As she sank into thought, one side of her face suddenly grew warm. Hennet turned around in alarm and cried out in shock the moment she saw Root. Root frowned and asked what she was doing, spacing out like that. Hennet awkwardly said that he had merely startled her. She had thought the cup of tea in his hand was for her, but he was now raising it to his lips and drinking it with relish. Confused, she asked, "Wasn't that tea for me?" Root calmly shook his head. "I brought it here to drink myself." Hearing that made Hennet even angrier. "Did you come here just to pick a fight?" Root smiled faintly, then headed outside while reminding her not to keep slacking off. "Study hard while I'm gone." She snorted. "I am studying," but she truly had so many things she wanted to ask him. Outside, Root ran into Black and asked suspiciously whether he was not cold. Black shook his head and said he had drunk frog bussing tea, so he was not cold at all. He even asked whether Root wanted to try some. Looking at the cup in Black's hand, Root curled his lip in disdain and declined. Meanwhile, Hennet remained in the library, still thinking about Root. For some reason, she felt that he knew everything, and that he possessed unimaginable strength for someone his age. After a moment, Hennet shook her head and told herself that she needed to study. With that, she buried herself in her books again. "Just wait. I'll catch up soon." She was not the only one. Black and Liana were training tirelessly as well. They wanted to catch up to Root. Root had no idea they were working so hard. At that moment, he stood outside with nothing to do. Even wearing a cloak, he still felt very cold. Felroa mocked Root for still feeling cold, even after being given a magic cloak. Root snorted and complained that he needed a fur cloak. Felroa coolly told him that, as someone contracted to the Spirit King, he ought to be ashamed of himself. Face the cold. Root pouted at him. Maybe it was the season, but winter seemed to make him more sentimental than usual. As he spoke with Felroa, a muffled voice suddenly startled him. What was that? It was Liana's voice. She brushed snow off herself as she crawled out from the snowman beside them, awkwardly saying that she knew he was leaving today, but did not know when, so she had waited there. Root was stunned. "You waited here all day? Are you crazy? Do you have no survival instincts?" Liana shivered slightly and pouted. Hearing you say that, I guess I really am crazy. Seeing her trembling from the cold, Root angrily took off his scarf and wrapped it around her neck. Through gritted teeth, he scolded her for deliberately staying out in the cold when she knew she caught colds easily. The scarf was wrapped so tightly around Liana's head that only her eyes showed. Jokingly, she said, "You seem more interested in suffocating me than stopping me from catching a cold." Root snorted. "You can still talk, can't you?" Liana raised a brow and asked how he knew she caught colds easily. Root secretly chuckled. In his previous life, she had fallen into an icy lake while fighting a fish dragon. Her skin had turned blue, and the way she shivered had been hilarious. But when he laughed at her once, she threw him into the lake and nearly killed him. Liana snorted. "You deserved it." Then her expression changed, and she said softly, "That is enough." Root looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. Liana calmly explained, "You went through it in your previous life, but it has not happened in this future. I am not saying that you should forget everything. I just do not want you to keep feeling guilty. I mean it. Your comrades, including me, did not die because of you." She wanted to say something more, but Root flicked her forehead hard. Raising a brow, he reminded her, "Even when I'm not around, you should work hard and try to get along with people. You still blush whenever you see them." Liana clutched the forehead he had flicked and pouted. "That is not my fault." Root could not be bothered arguing with her. Just then, the carriage arrived to pick him up, and the two stopped talking. Root was about to leave when Liana watched his retreating back and could only sigh. After a moment, she called out to him. Root turned around in surprise, looking at her questioningly. Liana suddenly ran over and threw her arms around him. After a while, she looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes. "I'm going to miss you." Somewhat awkwardly, Root pushed her away. He told her it was cold and that she should hurry inside. Then he boarded the carriage and prepared to leave, while Liana stood there waving goodbye to him. Sitting inside the carriage, Root watched the scenery slowly pass by and fell into thought. Remembering what Liana had said, he could not help sighing. He could never forget what had happened in his previous life. He felt guilty for being the only survivor. Back then, no one would have had to die if he had not been so weak and useless. If the more capable people had survived, this cycle would not have had to repeat itself. Now, he could no longer ask why they had saved him or why they had not been angry. At that thought, Root's eyes grew even more determined. His carriage continued onward, leaving the place behind. This time, he intended to find the answer to that question himself. It took half an hour by carriage to travel from the capital to the academy, while traveling from the border to the capital's teleportation station took another 3 hours. The capital of the trade kingdom of Ibris was a bustling city at the center of the continent, yet its light only illuminated the heart of the city. The slums around its outskirts remained forever tormented by poverty. Root had arrived there, wandering through the deserted streets. As soon as he appeared, the beggars huddled in the street corners noticed him. Felroa emerged and mocked him. Just admit it. Root was startled and suspiciously asked what he meant. Felroa sneered that Root could get lost even while holding a map. Root refused to accept that, gritting his teeth as he said Felroa was talking nonsense. He knew Root was excellent at finding his way. Hearing that, Felroa disdainfully said, "You got lost in the snowy mountains and wandered through the forest for an entire week." Root still refused to concede. "Do you think I am crazy enough to mistake the mouth of a volcano dragon for a cave?" Felroa snorted. "You do not have a poor sense of direction. You are simply stupid." Root angrily argued back. It really did look exactly like a cave. The two continued walking and bickering. Felroa was displeased. "At this rate, when are we ever going to find the right way?" Root suddenly frowned and glanced behind him, his expression turning grave. Calmly, he said, "Do not worry. I may not know the way, but the man behind us certainly does." However, before Root could question him, the man approached and threatened him. "This is a tax collection district. You could be beheaded for wandering around here. Hand over everything you have, and I will let you live." Hearing that, Root did not hesitate to kick him. The man was caught off guard, and Root was too fast. A flash of fear appeared on his face. Root narrowed his eyes at him. "Where's the Duville residence?" Though frightened, the man tried to remain composed and asked whether Root knew who he was. Root snorted and played along. "Who the hell are you?" Enraged by his attitude, the man pulled the axe from his back and coldly declared, "You will regret saying such foolish things." He immediately charged to attack, revealing his identity as he did so. He was Von Vick, the executioner of the Mostip Mercenary Corps. Root, however, remained calm. He raised his foot and pinned the axe to the ground, frowning as he snorted. "So it is them. Von Vick's hands shook uncontrollably. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pull free from beneath Root's foot. Root had not moved an inch. Root frowned at him before finally saying, "I believe I owed your group a favor once. By seniority, I suppose I could be called a veteran." At that moment, Von Vick realized that he had definitely picked a fight with the wrong person. Seeing his reaction, Root could not help chuckling. Then he asked whether Von Vick would lead him there, even affectionately calling him subordinate twice. With no other choice, Von Vick led him to the DeVille residence. They soon arrived. Looking at the manor before him, Root could not help sighing. "So this is the place. I was wandering in circles for nothing." After showing him the way, Von Vick quickly left. Once only Root remained, Felroa appeared and asked whether he really knew the Mostet Mercenary Corps. Root nodded slightly. Before coming to Arium, he had worked as a mercenary. Their name sounded impressive, but they were really just a disorganized bunch of axe-wielding fools. Come to think of it, he did not even know whether the leader of that motley group was still alive. Saying that, Root pushed open the door and entered the manor. But he immediately noticed the cut lock and the shattered window. He snorted, "That bastard is still alive." Root pushed open the door to a room inside the manor. There were many signs that someone had already entered, so he probably would not need a key. Root silently gripped the hilt of his sword and cautiously descended into the manor's basement. Yet the moment he saw what was inside, he was left speechless in shock. A body lay on the bed before him. It was the body of a woman. Strangely, however, she had long pointed ears and did not look human at all. Root stepped closer to inspect her. As expected, she was an elf. But Felroa told him that she was only beginning to become a corpse. She was still alive. He had heard that powerful people in Ibris had begun forcibly enslaving other races with increasing frequency. Root looked at her legs and frowned. Her legs have rotted because of the curse. It is too late to save her. Felroa believed that a dark mage had done this. It was a miracle that she was still alive. At that moment, Root suddenly sensed movement behind him. A second later, a figure rushed at him from behind and stabbed at him with a knife. Root calmly raised a barrier, and the attacker could not hurt him at all. Root looked up at the person before him and discovered that it was a child. The child had long ears like the dying woman and was also an elf. The little girl told him not to touch her mother. As soon as she finished speaking, she screamed, and cloudy white energy mixed with blue energy suddenly appeared in the air. In an instant, an explosion rang out through the basement. However, the little girl was blown backward. Angry and confused, she demanded to know why it had backfired. Her spirit would not obey her. Root stood there calmly, looking at the newly appeared girl. It seems you know that challenging someone stronger than you can have terrible consequences. But just as he was about to warn her, Felroa told him that the child was also cursed. Root nodded slightly. Although she could still run around like that, she was clearly enduring the pain. Soon, she would no longer feel pain at all. Meeting him had been her good fortune. With that thought, he drew his sword, seemingly aiming at the girl. Seeing this, she immediately cried out for her mother in terror. Hearing that, Root found it troublesome. Annoyed, he gritted his teeth. What a pain. After muttering a few complaints, he pointed his sword at the shackle around the girl's leg. A stream of black energy suddenly appeared around it. Before long, the shackle cracked in half. The strange markings on the girl's leg also began to fade. She clearly felt that her leg had been healed. After finishing, Root sheathed his sword. Then he casually said, "Luckily, I could reverse the curse and save your little life. That curse was not strong enough to trouble me." He turned to leave, but after hesitating for a long time, the girl spoke. She was afraid he would sell her somewhere. Root frowned in confusion. "Why would I sell you? What useful thing can you even do? This is not my house, and I do not care about your situation. Just do not bother me. I will leave as soon as I find the book I need." Hearing this, Felroa could not help teasing him. "You are so stubborn, even after lifting that little girl's curse. You must be embarrassed." As though Felroa had struck a nerve, Root angrily told him to shut up. The elf girl was still stunned that her leg had been healed. Then she glanced at her mother, who was lying on the bed and gradually losing her life, and seemed to make a decision. After a while, she cautiously approached Root and asked, "Is the book you are looking for this one?" As she spoke, she took a book from her clothes and handed it to him. Root had initially found the child troublesome, but the moment he saw what she held, his expression changed. Before he could say anything, she continued, asking whether his sword could reverse curses. Root narrowed his eyes at her, wanting to see what she intended to do. Suddenly, she ran toward the fireplace. She intended to use the book to threaten him. If he did not save her mother, she would would burn it. With tears in her eyes, the little girl pleaded for Root to save her mother. Root narrowed his eyes at her and calmly said, "A curse is merely a form of mana. Mana circulates through the heart and the body. The curse gradually spreads throughout the body and damages the heart. Once that happens, no potion or magic can help." That meant that no matter what he did, her mother could not survive. The girl refused to believe it. If the curse were removed, her mother could live, just as Root had removed the curse from her. Seeing her persist so stubbornly, Root became irritated. He genuinely wanted to knock the child out and take the book. Felroa, sensing his intention, stopped him. "She's only a child." Root replied, "That is exactly why. She will have to survive on her own. It is better for her to face reality while she is still young." Root did not bother saying anything else. He directly snatched the book from the girl's hands and snorted. "You cannot even hold on to a book, yet you thought you could threaten me? Why do something so pointless?" Root bluntly told her that her mother would die no matter what he did. "Do not threaten the person who just saved your life. Find a way to live on your own." The girl would not give up and desperately begged him. She said she could do anything, cook, clean, and even become his slave. Her mother was everything to her. But Root showed no sympathy. He brushed her hand aside and coldly said, "Do you think all your problems will disappear if you kneel and beg? You cannot spend your whole life relying on someone else's pity just because of one or two people. You're only an unknown child. Even if you became my slave, it would not benefit me in the slightest." He bluntly told her the truth. Her mother could not survive, and she had to live on her own. If she wanted to live, then instead of crying, she should use her time to become stronger. Hearing that, the girl immediately gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "I do not want to be like this either. How am I supposed to become stronger? I'm not big like you. I cannot use a sword, and my magic is weak. You have no idea what it is like to be a weak child for 100 years. I have not even fully grown yet. What can I do?" You can say things like that because you're a strong adult. You will never sympathize with someone weak and ordinary like me because you were born strong. Root frowned and fell into thought. She was wrong. He had once been just as useless. Still, he did not want to argue with such an unreasonable child. Coldly, he left behind one sentence. "Then keep stamping your feet like that for the rest of your life." He then left the basement. The little elf girl could only watch his departing back without saying another word. She had truly fallen into utter despair. All she could do was cover her face and sob loudly in the vast basement, unseen and unheard by anyone. Meanwhile, after obtaining the book he needed, Root found a room in the manor to read it. Felroa looked as though he wanted to say something, but Root cut him off before he could finish. "That girl can do whatever she wants. I only came to read the diary. Leave her alone. I cannot concern myself with so much." Putting the girl out of his mind, Root began reading the diary of the traveling bard who had followed Bana. The bard recounted his adventures through plays, poetry, and music, experiences involving all kinds of people and the passage of time, rather than through personal reflections. The recorder had to remain wholly devoted to his craft. If the story were not simplified, its entire flow would be ruined. While Root read, the elf girl below still knelt beside her mother's bed, her small back filled with sorrow. Naturally, Root did not know that. He remained focused on the diary. The bard's experiences were worthy of being recorded, and he hoped his story would be passed down for a long time. One day that year, so-called fate brought the traveling bard into the desert with a merchant, where they were attacked by a dragon. While everyone else was terrified, a man bravely fought the dragon with nothing but a sword. From that moment, the bard decided to follow him. The two men traveled together for a long time. The bard came to realize that the title Dragon Slayer suited the man perfectly. He possessed many things: swordsmanship, magic, spirit arts, and courage. There were 6 people who could be considered close to him. Aside from Belian and Island, there were 4 who were strong enough to be regarded as Bana's comrades in arms. Those 4 were Deanna Hapula, Kian Stellos, Venin Bernstein, and Arcania. Root frowned as he read that. He recognized most of those names, but he did not know the name Arcania. He turned to the next page, hoping to find information about that person. But the next entry contained only one cryptic sentence: "They are all insane." Root was somewhat surprised, then continued reading. The 4 had vastly different personalities. Arcania was the strongest among them, but no one understood her intentions. She often said strange things, yet she never did anything evil. On another day, they successfully sealed the Thunderflash dragon. Venin, who had led a city to freedom, laughed as one of his eyes was crushed. He wanted a world where dragons were completely extinct. That same year, the remaining dragon emperors were the martial dragon and the mystic dragon. Both dragons were extremely powerful. An unnamed ruin at the far end of the great forest was chosen as the battlefield. The bard also said there was a path there leading to a floating island. After a day of fighting, everyone was gradually exhausted by the battle. Only Banna and Arcania still appeared unaffected. Once the battle had continued for some time, the heroes returned. Humanity had won, and the war had come to an end. They were ready to spread peace throughout the continent. Everything went well afterward, but there were still several things that puzzled the bard. Banna did not destroy the 7 dragons, only sealing them away. Moreover, instead of killing the remaining dragons, Banna merely banished them. What he could not understand was why no one questioned Banna's decision. What had happened in the dragons' sacred land that left them with no other choice? Afterward, the group began to disband. Kian married and settled in the northern snowfields. Deanna returned to the Crimson Tower. Venin founded a kingdom, while Banna established an academy and trained dragon slayers. The whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. The bard also returned home and lived an ordinary life until one day when Banna suddenly came to find him. The diary ended there. Falroa was somewhat surprised, but Root did not care much. It was not particularly important. He asked whether the old man knew anything about Alan Deville, the 7 dragons, and the unnamed White Dragon. The old man said he had witnessed the moment the Empire was founded and the Imperial Palace was completed. If he had been there at that time, then 700 years ago, he must have been beside the first dragon slayers. Was Banna the person who had made a contract with him? Considering that he did not know about the sealing stone, he must have traveled with that person until then. That meant he had been in the dragon's sacred land with the person who caused Root to regress. It seemed that the ancient contract threatening humanity's existence had been made at that time. Root voiced his own speculation, but Falroa merely listened without answering. He could not tell Root. Root continued pressing him about what had happened 700 years ago, but it was the same answer. Falroa could not tell him such things. Those words made Root so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Root looked up and saw the young elf girl. He asked what she wanted. She only peeked her head in, apologizing for earlier and asking him to help her once. Root snorted coldly and calmly said that he could not help her mother. But this time, she was not here because of that. She had a request. As she said this, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She wanted him to take her mother somewhere she could see the green forest. Although slavery had disappeared from the continent long ago, the mother's body now sat leaning against her daughter amid the green forest. Elves were beautiful and sang beautifully, making them easy targets for illegal slave hunters. The girl clutched her mother's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. To avoid being captured and enslaved, they hid deep within forests, avoided contact with other races, and lived simple lives. Their lifespans were long, and they matured slowly, only reaching adulthood after 150 years. Long ago, they had left the spirit realm, their cradle, to live in this world. Root stood at a distance, looking at the mother and daughter. Perhaps that was why, at the moment an elf drew their final breath, spirit lights appeared across their body when the girl's mother was brought back to the green forest. The mother and daughter rested their heads together. The mother spoke weakly, "Run, my dear." She raised a hand and caressed the girl's face. "It's all right. Mother will always be by your side." With that, she drew her last breath. Her body and soul became motes of spirit light, vanishing without a trace as they drifted back to the spirit realm. Root and the girl watched as the mother gradually disappeared. The girl was devastated and blamed herself. "If only we had escaped that hell a little sooner. If only I had grown up faster." The girl turned to Root and smiled. "Mother protected me her entire life, but I could not protect her even once. But it's okay. Mother will always be by my side, so I cannot keep crying forever. Root stood silently, recalling his previous life. The elves had chosen to flee and remain silent rather than fight the dragon race. They had still chosen to live peacefully to the very end, only to die in the end. To be honest, I do not like that race, but spirit lights still covered everything, from the low grass to the tallest trees, and even the sky itself. You cannot keep weeping and waiting for someone to save you. But there are times when we need to cry until there are no tears left. He and the girl looked toward the glowing spirit lights. The girl clutched her clothes tightly, trembling as she sobbed. Tears fell and soaked both her hands. After a while, she followed Root out of the forest. As they walked, the girl suddenly called out, excuse me, sir." Root turned around at her words. She introduced herself. "My name is Run Naztia of the Naztia clan. Please forgive me for troubling you, but I have nowhere to go right now, nowhere beyond the reach of those hunters. May I stay here a little longer? I promise I will not bother you. I will do anything you ask, so..." Hearing this, Root thought to himself, elf slaves with nowhere to hide were prized prey in the eyes of slave hunters. There was no way they would let this girl go so easily. In any case, this was probably the only place she had left to go. Then he said, "Come to think of it, you used magic to attack me. Then teach me magic." Rin was surprised to hear that. She said anxiously, "I cannot, sir. I am only a second circle mage. Besides, you are already very strong even without magic." Root answered, "The more I know, the better. And since I have to learn from the basics, 1 or 2 days will not be enough. Teach me the fundamentals first, and we will see how it goes. In return, I will find you a place to stay. Also, do not call me sir. This body is only 17, you know." The girl thought for a moment, then trotted after Root. As she ran, she asked, "Then what should I call you?" Root replied, "Just call me by my name." "Root Donatos." The girl answered, "Yes, Sir Root." He had just told her not to call him that, yet she still did. Root was left speechless. The next morning, Rin sat with her arms folded atop a wooden crate in the forest. "All right, let us begin the first lesson." Root sat across from her in the grass, resting his chin on his hand as he waited. She raised a fist to her chest. "From now on, I am your teacher, so please behave properly." "Fine," Root replied, though inwardly he thought, there is no way she truly feels fine after only one night. Is she trying to pretend she is all right? At that moment, the girl coughed and lowered her voice as she began to explain. "Simply put, magic is like painting. But instead of paint, we use mana. You create a spell by deciding the nature and attributes of the mana. So, it is like choosing colors while painting. No, the difference between magic and painting is that you can modify a spell as many times as you wish, even after you have completed it." The girl held out her palm and began demonstrating magic for Root. Of course, as the circle of the magic rises, arranging spells becomes more complicated and adjusting them becomes harder. But there is a rumor that an 8th circle archmage can freely arrange and adjust spells regardless of their circle. As she explained while casting, a magic circle appeared from her hand. Looking at Root sitting there, she asked, "What circle do you think you are, Root?" Root replied, "I do not have anything like the circles you mentioned." The girl asked in surprise, "What?" Root raised the back of his hand, for glowing wings shone upon it. "Because my mana is here." The girl stared in shock. Isn't that the legendary sky observation technique passed down by the first hero? How did you obtain it? Root clenched his fist. "I'm something of a prodigy myself. But should a teacher be talking about irrelevant things during class?" Startled, the girl realized what she had done. "Oh, right. In any event, it seems you have enough mana, and you have no trouble controlling or using it. So let us move straight on to practice." As she spoke, the girl turned around as though searching for something. When she turned back, she had put on glasses. Holding up 3 fingers, she said, "The 3 elements of magic are mana, technique, and visualization. Simply put, you release an appropriate amount of mana, construct a spell formula, and visualize it into existence. During that process, you must stabilize the mana, reconstruct it step by step, create the spell formula, and manifest it." Root spread his hands. Mana, technique, create a spell formula. Watching from a distance, the girl saw him visualizing the spell. Magic gradually appeared in his hands, and she gasped in surprise. She happily praised him. "Sir, you really do have a talent for magic. That magic formula is absolutely perfect. Even though this is your first time, you have completed it to such a..." Before she could finish, Root complained, "It takes too long to visualize a spell and cast magic." The girl put her hands on her hips. Too long? Even a talented mage would find it difficult to cast magic within 2 minutes. Root replied coldly, "The people I know do not even need to visualize spells." Rin took off her glasses and folded her arms. "This is only your first lesson, so of course it is still difficult for you. Visualization is a support method for shaping magic, but creating magic through nothing but mental imagery is only possible if you reach the level of the White Flame Queen." Root looked discouraged. With both hands behind his head, he leaned against a tree. "Should I just give up?" The girl immediately raised her voice. "No, I said you have a talent for magic, did I not? Creating your first spell formula in such a short time is not easy." Root answered, "But attacking with sword aura is much faster than casting magic." The girl encouraged him. "It is still too early to give up. I will help you no matter what." Root answered indifferently, "No, you really do not need to go that far." The girl clenched her fists resolutely. "There are many good books in this house. I will research them and find some textbooks. So please wait here." Root watched Rin hurry away and thought, that girl really is trying hard. Felroa suddenly appeared. She could have chosen another way, but she chose to work hard to survive. Root had his eyes closed as he enjoyed the forest breeze. Surprised, he replied, "Oh, this is the first time you have spoken since what happened yesterday." Felroa continued, "Root, magic is imagination. I will lend you a hand, so try again." Root closed his eyes and raised both hands. "It is useless. Even if I rack my brain, casting magic without visualization is impossible." Before he could finish, a blue stream of magic appeared, astonishing him. He had activated magic with the support of shared imagination. Felroa continued, "If I only help you create the spell formula, technique, and image, you will have no trouble controlling the mana, correct?" Seeing that he had succeeded, Root was delighted. His eyes lit up as he looked at the magic he had created. "So this is what sharing imagination means. I thought you were merely speaking inside my head, telling me that the secret was in my mind. You did that because you wanted me to be less angry that you could not answer my questions, right?" Root turned to ask Felroa. Felroa answered vaguely, "Not exactly." Root no longer cared. Looking at the magic in his hands, he said, "Still, since you are willing to help, I will accept it. This is enough for actual combat." A while later, Rin came running over with a pile of books in her arms. "Sir Root, these are magic textbooks." Root turned around. "Oh, the teacher is back." A large magic circle was still forming in his hands. Seeing the magic Root was making, the girl cried out in alarm. "What happened while I was gone? What are you doing?" Root replied, "I am practicing. I am practicing the spell formula until I get used to it. I think it may be possible to make a spell 3-dimensional rather than flat." The girl jumped in shock. What insane thing are you trying to do?" She immediately ran toward him, shouting, "If you lose control even a little." Root looked confused. Then he noticed that the spell formula he had created was rapidly growing larger. His face turned pale with terror, and sweat poured down his face. "I am dead." With a boom, the blast was so powerful that it blew Ren's hair back. A tremendous explosion shook the area. Root shouted, "There is nothing left to cry about now." The scene shifted to 2 weeks later, in Ibris, inside the mansion of the millionaire Julian. From within the grand and luxurious mansion came a voice. "So," a muscular man loudly questioned a subordinate kneeling on the floor. "So that bastard has an elf girl following him?" The subordinate replied fearfully, "Yes, I am certain, Chief Steward. I followed him for several days, but I did not realize he was the warrior from the newspaper." The man asking was a fierce-looking, scar-faced man, Captain Banshin Dichi of the Mostip Mercenary Corps. After hearing his subordinate's report, a nobleman wearing many glittering gemstone rings slammed his hand onto the table and roared, "Impossible! No one is allowed to lay a hand on my precious property. My beloved Sierra must be there too." This fat nobleman was reclining in his chair. Then the fat man ordered, "Banshin, if you are my loyal dog, you must butcher him." The fat man was the millionaire Julian. Banshin gritted his teeth in anger as Root Donatos's name echoed in his mind. Banshin touched the scar on his face and smirked. "All right, you do not need to get so worked up. He has a debt to settle with me as well. Another person holding a newspaper interjected, Ban Shin, I do not know what relationship you have with that man, but your opponent is someone whose skill has been recognized by the royal family and widely reported by the media, so be careful. The man holding the newspaper was the Black Mage High Man. Ban Shin knocked the newspaper from Haemon's hand and sneered, I do not believe those ridiculous rumors. A warrior? How hilarious. That man is just. He then stomped the newspaper beneath his boot. Then he turned and walked away under the gazes of the other three, cursing as he went. A deranged murderer. The Black Mage High Man folded his arms and glared irritably at Ban Shin. That man never listened to him. Millionaire Julian loudly asked the mage, High Man, is that man strong? High Man reached for his staff and answered, the rumors have probably exaggerated his strength. But no matter how powerful he is, you need not worry. We will have everything prepared before Ban Shin arrives. At the same time, in the DeVille residence, Root was training diligently in the courtyard. He thought to himself, I have become more proficient. Even first circle magic is very useful if I can cast it skillfully and use it fluently in battle. I need to learn advanced magic from a higher-ranking mage. As he was lost in thought, Rin stood on the front steps behind him with her hands on her hips and called out Root. Run descended the stairs and asked, what are you planning to destroy today? No matter how much I clean, the whole place just becomes a mess again. She reminded him, do not destroy the clothes I bought for you. Just study calmly today. Suddenly, Root's eyes widened as purple magic circles appeared behind him. Rin was running toward him when he shouted, get out of the way. The little girl had no idea what was happening. By the time she realized it, something was right behind her. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. As the smoke gradually cleared, huge craters covered the ground, and part of the house had been destroyed. Ban Shin appeared, gritting his teeth as he cursed, damn that idiot. Ban Shin and his subordinates entered the building, and he warned them not to let their guard down. One of them carefully surveyed the scene. He really was a genuine sixth circle mage. With destruction like this, there won't even be a body left. Ban Shin glanced over from behind him. Ban Shin looked around with clenched teeth. If that elf had died, it would be troublesome. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. As the smoke cleared, Rin emerged. Lord Root, what happened? That sword. She looked at the sword embedded in the ground. Isn't that the sword that lifted Mother's curse? Looking down at her limbs in astonishment, she thought, I don't even have a scratch. Did the sword take all the damage? Then Lord Root. Ban Shin had already approached her. You're still alive? Rin recoiled in fear. He grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up, snarling. Where is your mother? Rin shouted. Let me go, you villain. Enraged, Ban Shin struck her. Shut up. Don't interrupt when an adult is talking. You troublesome bitch. Still holding her by the collar, he demanded, Where's your mother? Speak. Rin answered defiantly. You'll never catch my mother. She's already gone back to the forest. Hearing that, Ban Shin became furious. Damn it, you're annoying. He threw her to the ground, making her cry out in pain. Looking down at her writhing on the ground, he continued, Fine, then let me ask something else. Where is Root Donatos? Is he dead? He stepped closer and raised his foot, preparing to stomp on her. Why aren't you answering? Did that bastard go back to the forest too? He failed to notice that Root had appeared behind him. A collision followed, filling the area with smoke and dust as Rin covered her head and ducked. Ban Shin laughed with delight. There you are, you little rat. Seeing Root, he cursed, You traitor. Root's face was injured, one side covered in scratches that still bled. Seeing that Root was safe, Rin weakly called out, Lord Root. Root instructed her, Don't come out. Stay there. Felroa appeared and asked, Is it a flesh-eroding curse? Do you need a recovery potion? Root replied, Thanks to the overlapping relic, I only got a few scratches. The curse stopped, so I'm fine. Root glared coldly at them. You broke in here and started barking nonsense. You really are an uncivilized pack of gutter trash. Seeing Root's sword still stuck in the ground, Rin thought, his sword is still right there. She called out, Lord Root, here it is. But the sword was already in his hand. He already took it? I didn't even see him retrieve it. Ban Shin's subordinates shouted angrily, Uncivilized bastard! How dare you mock the Mostip Mercenary Corps? The moment he finished speaking, he was blown apart. He only had time to let out a single scream before he died. Ban Shin was utterly shocked. En explosion? This definitely isn't magic. Root emerged coolly through the smoke and dust. His sword was stained crimson with fresh blood. The mercenaries spotted Root and yelled, He's over there! They rushed him together. Boom! Another massive explosion erupted. Banshin sneered arrogantly. So everything said about you is a lie. You dare act so arrogantly before an elite squad like this. The charred corpses of his subordinates fell to the ground. Banshin was horrified. What? A subordinate behind him warned, "Captain, behind you." Banshin was certain that this time it was magic. He reassured his men, "Don't be afraid. They're only first circle magic bullets." But every one of his subordinates was being hit by magic bullets, leaving Banshin bewildered. How can there be so many magic bullets? And the explosions block our vision, making their trajectories impossible to predict. Banshin shouted helplessly, "You idiots, open your eyes." A voice spoke from behind him. "You're the one who should open your eyes." Banshin felt a chill run down his spine, sweat pouring down his face. Root's voice sounded again. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Banshin glanced behind him, his face filled with terror. Banshin Dichi. Root had somehow already placed his sword against his neck. With an icy gaze, Root gave a faint smirk. His sword remained pressed against Banshin's throat, while all of Banshin's subordinates lay scattered across the ground. Rin watched them and thought. He took out everyone by himself. Looking at the blood-soaked sword that crackled with explosions, Rin wondered about his identity. Who is he really? Root continued holding his sword to Banshin's throat. Rin thought, that red sword explodes whenever it touches blood. And he also has a sword that nullifies curses. How many special swords does he even have? Root said, "I should have sliced you into 100 pieces instead of using the explosive blood sword. No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand why you're the one acting angry after ambushing me 5 years ago." Hearing that, Banshin gritted his teeth and asked, "Ambushing you?" He turned and cursed at Root. "You ungrateful idiot. I treated you like my own son. So how dare you set foot in Ibris again after killing half the mercenary corps? You're nothing but a monster wearing human skin." Root could not understand what he was talking about. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Banshin continued. "You killed your comrades just because they did a few dirty things to some nameless refugee child, and then you ruined my handsome face." Root froze. Something was wrong. In my previous life, I never killed half a mercenary corps, and he never treated me like a son. I was that nameless refugee child. He recalled his past life. Back then, the mercenary corps had been made up of weaklings who spent every day fighting in the streets. Naturally, there had also been plenty of scumbags and perverts among them. After losing our family and wandering aimlessly, we arrived there. 3 vicious-looking men laughing cruelly appeared in his memories. That so-called mercenary corps was no different from any other mercenary band. Back then, he had been a frail child, clutching his head and screaming in pain. Fortunately, my older brother was strong enough to earn their respect. I, on the other hand, was regarded as a leech who only clung to him. Whenever we were together, he would protect me. However, he was also favored by the Corps and frequently sent out on missions. That day happened to be one when my brother was away on a mission. The image of himself being beaten surfaced in his mind. Tired of being bullied, I stood up to them, only to be beaten half to death. His memories showed his older brother finding those men beating him. Their boots had been stomping on his face. His brother had stumbled upon the scene and killed half of the Mostip mercenary corps. That's right, the one who killed half the mercenary corps and left a scar on Banshin's face. Wasn't me. It was my brother, Ai Dento. After killing them, my brother's face had been covered in blood. Back then, Root had collapsed and asked in confusion, "Why? Why did you do that?" "You didn't have to attack everyone." His brother stroked his head reassuringly. "Don't worry, Root. They're just worthless scum who deserve to die. Even if I have to leave you because of this, it's all for your sake." He turned and walked away. Soon afterward, an order was issued throughout the kingdom, and his brother had to leave after entrusting Root to another man. That had likely been the best choice at the time. Yet after several incidents, Root had ultimately ended up living alone. Remembering his former life made his heart ache. I only heard news of my brother after many years had passed. This man is acting the same way in this life, while my brother is missing. Does that mean everything my brother did in my past life has now become my responsibility? The silhouette of his brother appeared in his thoughts as Root tightened his grip on his sword. Seriously, do I always have to end up in shitty situations like this? The blood on his sword crackled explosively. Banshin saw the blade and turned pale with terror. Then Root struck him hard enough to make him scream. Banshin was sent flying and sprawled across the ground. Root's sword landed right between Banshin's legs. Trembling in fear, he stammered, "Wait, now that I think about it, you must have had your own reasons." Before he could say anything else, Root shouted, "Shut your mouth." Even after all this time, the Mostit Mercenary Corps was still a filthy gang that did vile things to children. Banshin sat on the ground with his head lowered, grinding his teeth. Staring fearfully at the sword embedded between his legs, he muttered, "What do you mean, all this time? What the hell are you talking about?" Root replied coldly, "A dead man like you doesn't need to know." A huge explosion rang out, and thick smoke rose into the air. As it cleared, Root rubbed his forehead and groaned, "Damn, that hurts." Then a cry suddenly rang out. "Lord Root!" Rin tore him from afar. Root stopped her. "Don't come over here. Go somewhere safer." Ignoring his warning, she ran to him, tightly grasped his clothes, and looked behind her in terror. "Lord Root, run. He's the one who hired them. He's the one who made Mother and me suffer. He has even more mercenaries at his mansion." Still clutching Root's clothes in fear, she continued, "And that's not all. He even has a black mage there. I'm the one they're pursuing. So, Lord Root, you have to—" Before she could finish, Root grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up, leaving her confused. He placed her on his shoulders and said in a low voice, "All right, take me there." Rin stared at him blankly. Once she understood what he had said, she angrily grabbed his hair and yanked it hard. "What are you talking about? You should be running away." Root winced in pain but argued back, "Wait, if I go alone, it'll take me more than half a day." Root offered her a deal. "Since you taught me magic, I'll teach you a few things too. There are two things that must be repaid. The first is kindness." Rin looked at him attentively. "And the second is oppression." After hearing that, Rin fell silent for a long time. Then the two of them looked toward the mansion in the distance. Meanwhile, at Julian's mansion, the fat nobleman and the black mage high man were observing everything through a crystal ball. The nobleman's face was filled with panic, sweat streaming endlessly down it. Through the crystal ball, they had witnessed Banshin's death, a gruesome death that had torn his body into pieces. Seeing this, the fat nobleman began to panic. His legs shook so badly that he could not stand, and he collapsed onto the floor. His entire body trembled, his face drenched in sweat as he stammered, "He's dead?" Banshin was clearly so strong, yet he couldn't defeat that man. High Man continued observing through the crystal ball and said, "And that man is coming here." Those words made the fat nobleman jump up and run. "No, listen, gather all 11 slaves and lock them up. Don't miss a single one." The nobleman pointed directly at High Man. "High Man, do you know why I spent so much money supporting someone exiled from the Kingdom of Magic? Go kill that monster for me, and don't leave even a scratch on my treasures." Hearing this, High Man thought, "I don't want to use my precious creation to save this fat bastard, but I do need funding for my research." With a supremely confident expression, the black mage replied, "There is no need to worry, my lord. We have that." The fat nobleman looked as though he had found a lifeline and shouted happily, "That's right, we still have that. High Man, your research is a masterpiece." The thing the black mage referred to was a dragonkin bound in chains, with a glowing yellow stone embedded in its chest. Inside the mansion, loud shouting and commotion could be heard. "You bastard, do you know what you're stop? Is this the place?" Root asked Run. She replied, "Yes. This is Julian's mansion." The guards whom Root had badly beaten lay scattered across the ground. Root wondered, he must be swimming in money to have this many guards. Rin asked, "Are you all right, Lord Root?" Rather than answering, Root asked, "Why do you ask?" Rin lowered her head sadly. "Even if they are our enemies, they're still human, just like you." He explained, "I warned them, but those bastards attacked me first." Rin answered in a sad voice, "Yes, that's true." One after another, guards ran out of the mansion with frightened expressions, making Root think, "Are they trying to attack me again?" Some even had claw marks on their faces, leaving him confused. The guards were not attacking Root, they were fleeing. A hairy, clawed foot stomped on one guard's head. A beast with wings on its head appeared alongside a yellow beast. They growled ferociously. Rin's eyes widened in shock. "And there are more of them. They're coming." "Magical beasts?" "No, I've never seen magical beasts like these before," Rin said. Root studied them and thought. "They're chimeras, created by fusing numerous animals together with magic. Creating them is definitely illegal. Just call them chimeras." They tore into and killed the guards. But why would they release monsters that can't distinguish friend from foe? The chimeras continued slaughtering the guards. Root gripped his sword tightly, ready to fight. Ren hid fearfully behind him. He told her, "Go hide somewhere." Suddenly, a winged half-man, half-beast wielding a spear appeared. Root remarked, well, the wild beasts are attacking. They even made a dragonkin. The dragonkin's body was covered in grotesque stitches. Root rushed forward, thinking it was made from parts of dragons, monsters, and magical beasts. Suddenly, footsteps came running toward him. Ren was chasing after him, calling out, "Lord Root!" Root shouted, "Hey, I told you to hide. It's dangerous here." He raised his sword, ready to fight. Ren grabbed his arm and hesitated. "I know, but that one." She recalled how that monster had once protected her. "Little Run, it's dangerous to go alone. That is our tribe's guardian, Hurt Naztia." It seemed they knew each other. Root thought, "I have a feeling one of that chimera's components is a living elf." He was the guardian of a fairly powerful tribe, but his memories and consciousness must have disappeared long ago. While Root was lost in thought, the dragonkin suddenly attacked. Root grabbed Run and dodged backward. Looking at the creature, he assessed, he's on an entirely different level from the others. After its first strike failed, the dragonkin readied itself. It thrust its spear at Root again, and Root activated a barrier, creating a shield to defend himself. Root thought, "This is good. I wanted to try the method I used in my past life." He continued to defend and evade. Unlike the sky observation technique, this method is not very well known. I developed it myself while fighting on the battlefield. It is called devouring. He activated magic, sending hundreds of magical birds toward the dragonkin. The magical birds repeatedly attacked the dragonkin, throwing it off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Root charged at him like lightning. Root thrust his sword directly at the dragonkin. The creature raised its spear to block the blade. Thinking it could not dodge, it swiftly twisted its body around. It then leaped into the air, and Root's sword struck the ground from the force of its momentum. Having escaped the fatal blow, the monster sneered. The immense pressure from Root's sword cracked the earth and sent energy outward. Blue streams of energy spread from Root toward the dragonkin, piercing through its body and leaving holes in it. This technique was Snow Scatter. The dragonkin coughed up blood and cried out in pain. Root turned to look at him. Bleeding wounds had appeared all over his body. He reassured himself that the sword wounds were not that deep. He could still fight. With that, he charged at Root. Root clenched his fists and cursed, unable to remember the skill's name. Damn it, what was that skill called again? Ah, I remember. Lightning. Bolts of electricity struck the dragonkin's body, making his face turn pale. Watching this, Felroa marveled at how Root had absorbed the sword energy accumulated from his previous attacks into his body before releasing it. And those skill names. Root, could you be quiet? I came up with them when I was young. Skill names should be fun and easy to say, right? Then Root rushed toward the paralyzed dragonkin. Suddenly, a staff glowing with purple magic flew toward him, forming magical thorny tendrils that blocked Root from reaching the dragonkin. Root looked up and saw that a mage was controlling the magic from above. He created a huge magic circle overhead. Thorny tendrils descended from the circle. Peeking out from behind a tree was Highman, the black mage. Seeing this, Felroa offered to help Root. "Do you need help?" Root refused, gripping his sword. Looking up at the pitch-black sky created by Hayman's magic, he declared confidently, "This time, I've left him far behind." Lightning flashed in his eyes. The three elements of magic were mana, skill, and casting. Even magic of this level could easily be destroyed by disrupting its structure with the mana he had left. Root swung his sword at Hayman's spell. "Take this." The energy released by the sword engulfed the magic, as if it were devouring Hayman's spell itself. Highman panicked in disbelief. "No, this can't be." It felt as though his magic was being completely swallowed. Staring at the sword's energy in shock, he wondered what that sword even was before beginning another chant. Root looked up at him and asked, "What are you doing?" He gripped his sword tightly, preparing to launch it. "Get down here, bastard." He hurled the sword at the mage, piercing through his body and making him scream in agony. After being struck by Root's attack, the mage fell freely through the air. Damn it! While cursing, he formed another magic circle. He gritted his teeth. That one attack had forced him to use both healing and flight magic. His mana was completely drained. Having used healing and flight magic, Highman landed softly on the ground. But he was not all right. Sweat poured down his face, and nausea overtook him. Mana reflux. Grimacing in pain, he vomited violently. Root stood before him disdainfully. "So what if you're a sixth circle mage? Your body is weaker than a 6-year-old child. child's. Hyman looked at Root feebly. He had dealt with six-circle magic in an instant. Damn it, even if he was the next hero, how could he possibly do that? Fortunately, I still have enough mana for a teleportation spell. I need to escape now. Root seemed to know what he intended to do. He quickly stepped on Haemon's hand, preventing him from escaping. Where do you think you're going? Root raised his sword. Let's make this quick. The mage could only let out a strangled cry. In the distance, the dragonkin began to stir and regain consciousness. Ren, hiding behind the tree, saw it. Her eyes widened abruptly, and she screamed, "No!" Lord Hurt. The dragonkin had used the last of his strength to shield the mage from the attack. Seeing that he had been protected, the mage looked up and smiled. "This is my chance. Take this, you failure." He forcefully shoved the dragonkin toward Root's sword. Propelled by the push, the dragonkin lunged forward. Taking advantage of the moment, Hyman chanted a teleportation spell to escape, while the dragonkin took Root's sword strike head-on. Root ground his teeth in fury. His core has been destroyed. He won't last much longer. The monster lay there with a massive hole in his body. Seeing this, Ren ran out crying. Lord Hurt. Root grabbed her clothes to stop her. Stay back. It could still be dangerous. If he's still alive, he'll be extremely strong. Not just anyone has the honor of becoming a tribe's guardian. The dragonkin gradually transformed into glowing motes of spirit light that drifted into the sky. Ren watched and thought, I can't believe he fell for a black mage's trap that day. She could only stand there, grieving as tears streamed down her face. She remembered the happy times she had shared with her mother and the guardian. Turning to Root, she asked, where did those people escape to? Root replied, don't worry, they're seriously injured. Ren clenched her hand into a fist and asked, are you going after them? Root answered decisively, yes. Do you want to come with me? A blue sword in Root's hand formed a teleportation circle. With unwavering determination in her eyes, she answered, yes. Mother may be disappointed in me, but I still want revenge. Get out there and guard the mansion, you useless bastards. Don't let even an ant enter the underground cellar. The voice came from within a dark basement. Where is Hyman? Why hasn't he come? As Julian mentioned Hyman, the black mage suddenly fell from somewhere above and crashed onto the floor with a cry of pain. Julian was startled and confused. Julian asked in alarm, what happened to you? Hyman glared and shouted, shut up. Inwardly, he thought, I need to run. Damn it, what the hell was that brat? Then he fled at full speed, leaving Julian shouting behind him, are you running away? Are you going to leave me and all my treasure behind? Do you know how much I sacrificed for you? The catalysts, the resources, everything needed to support your research and create chimeras. The mage did not even turn around. I'm about to die. Why would I care about your research? As he packed his belongings, he pointed at Julian and cursed. I'm like this because of you, you pig. Your brain is full of fat, so you don't understand, do you? Give me the key to the stable. I'm out of mana, so we have to ride horses. Before he could escape, the mage was struck by a sword from behind. Where do you think you're going? A voice rang out as Root and Ren appeared, both glaring sharply at them. Felroa appeared and asked curiously, what is that sword? It wiped out the entire treasure vault. In Root's hand was Philia, the space-severing sword. It was the sword Leon had used in his previous life, capable of cutting through space. It consumed an enormous amount of mana, so Root did not want to use it. Seeing Hyman killed, Julian fled in terror. Monster, somebody save me. Perhaps because he was too fat, he did not get far before falling at the feet of the bound slaves. Save me, you useless fools. At that moment, a rope wrapped around his body. He fell to the floor and screamed miserably. Root spoke up. Hey, I have something to ask you. Staring directly into Julian's face, Root said, I'll finish you quickly. There's still someone else waiting. He walked over to Hyman and kicked him. The elf you used to create that chimera was quite powerful. There's no way you tamed it yourselves. Where did you get it? The fat man immediately answered in fear. The black market in Ibris. I made a deal with people who wore dragon head masks and white robes. Root thought dragon masks and white robes. Could it be the Dragon Church? A strange organization that dreamed of making dragons the rulers of the world. If they destroyed Naztia and captured the tribe's guardian, everything made sense. Julian cried out, I've told you everything I know. My treasure, no. Those slaves, you could do whatever you want with them. Some of them are already rotten, but there are still some fresh ones. Ren had now approached the slaves. Having heard what Julian said, they were furious. You can take as much money as you want, so please. Root remained silent in thought. Then he laughed. What? But I don't know whether the treasures behind you feel the same way. Julian's face filled with utter terror. Try convincing them. The slaves tore into Julian, leaving his body covered in scratches and wounds. He continued screaming, "Save me! Save me!" Rin walked forward, her foot stepping into a pool of blood. He weakly called to her, "Please save me, Rin. My love, Siren. Siren would never want you to become like this." Rin stood before him with a small knife in her hand. "You know your mother protected people with all her love." He tried to sway her thoughts. "My mother surely would not want to see me like this." Rin spoke and tossed the knife to the ground. Thinking he had escaped death, Julian smiled. "So I'll do this instead." Rin moved closer and crouched down in front of him. She continued coldly, "I'll make tiny holes all over your body and slowly pump air into them. The air will gradually travel through your blood vessels, to your eyes, your internal organs, and finally your brain." A magic circle immediately formed in her hands. His body seemed ready to explode. "I pray that your soul will never know peace. We will curse you for hundreds of years." Explosions repeatedly burst from Julian's body. Afterward, she smiled happily. "It's unfair, isn't it? Well, you were the one oppressing others." Root and Felroa watched the scene without knowing what else to say. Felroa mocked Root. "You taught that little girl some pretty useful things." Aben walked away angrily, muttering, "What a nuisance." He irritably spoke of one man running an illegal slave trade and another being a black mage conducting secret chimera experiments. A young man stood beside Aben, his face still full of bewilderment. Aben covered his face with one hand and sighed helplessly, saying that the two men behind this case deserved execution, even if doing so had saved the slaves. Yet he still found it unacceptable that so many mercenaries had died. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Confused by Aben's words, the young man looked at him uncertainly, wondering what they should do next. Aben's gaze swept over the mercenaries' corpses scattered across the ground. Calmly, he pointed out that the one who had killed them was that foolish chimera, a monster incapable of distinguishing friend from foe. The young man hesitated before saying that, in any case, as a member of the Ibris Guild, Aben did not need to worry so much. Aben folded his arms, his voice firm. He replied that the royal family would have to punish Aten for tolerating illegal slave trading with a black mage. Surely the young man did not want that person to be stigmatized, did he? Hearing this, the young man stiffened, fear appearing on his face as he realized the ruthlessness behind Aben's words. He was surprised that someone so young could think so sharply. As Aben walked away, he muttered irritably that, in times like these, being raised as an ordinary child was already fortunate. With a faintly mocking look, he remarked that although the young man had enough skill, he would likely join the guild in the future, so he needed to protect its reputation. Then he gave a cold laugh and continued sarcastically. "He really is good at using other people, a crafty future hero." Root and Ren were now relaxing in chairs, with Ren comfortably lying across Root's lap, her eyes focused on the book in her hands. Suddenly, Root leaned back and sneered. "It's been a week already. Your guild is pathetic. You've been operating for months, yet you're too poor to handle even a few simple tasks." At that moment, the furious leader of the Moon Shadow Guild entered, calling Root a brat and shouting, "Do you have any idea how hard I had to work to clean up the battlefield you left behind?" Root merely looked at him coldly. "I wasn't the one who killed that monster, though." Rin softly sighed, clearly uninterested in their conversation. Root continued calmly, "It's not something to be proud of anyway." Then he looked at the guild leader and asked, "You're taking the elves to Bernica tomorrow, right? If so, I'm going to Faerma. And don't be too sad without me around." The guild leader frowned skeptically. "That sounds suspicious. Is there some hidden reason behind it?" The Moon Shadow Guild leader looked at Root with dissatisfaction. "There's an entire forest for the elves to live in. Why does it have to be Bernica?" Root simply smiled. "No country reveres spirits or treats elves as kindly as Bernica does. Besides, this is a chance to repay my debt to the Heart Queen." Through their mental connection, the system suddenly asked Root whether the Heart Queen he mentioned was the Great Spirit who had once formed a contract with the Spirit King. Root nodded slightly, confirming it. "That's right. Since we have to go to Bernica anyway, we might as well build our reputation while we're there." He turned to Ren and gently reminded her that even a mana-powered train would take time to reach Bernica, but they could treat the journey as sightseeing. He added, "This little one has nobody to look after her. She's relying entirely on her big brother." The guild leader angrily asked who Root had just called Big Brother. Inwardly, he thought that young people these days had no manners at all. Ren listened for a while, then sighed and ran away, leaving Root alone. The system spoke up again, accusing Root of being heartless. He merely replied replied indifferently. What did I do? Everything was decided from the beginning. As Root stood up, he said, "Next, I have to go to Faerma and inspect the subspace, learn more magic, and then deal with the Dragon Church. How could I possibly have time to take a child along?" The Spirit King, Felroa, suddenly followed him and reminded him that he could stay another week before leaving. Root paused for a moment, then looked out the window and wondered why he should do that. The scene shifted to a train carriage, where Rin sat with her head lowered while the Moonshadow Guild leader sat across from her. Frowning, he asked whether the two of them had failed to say goodbye, mentioning that Root had suddenly become so cold. Rin sighed and confirmed it. "You think so too, old man?" Hearing her call him an old man, the guild leader became furious. Rin continued that she and Root had spent over a month together, studying and playing side by side. She said that she wanted to become strong like Root, hoping that one day she could fight with her own strength without being shaken by anyone. She wondered whether Root would let her follow him if she became strong enough. Thinking that, Rin lowered her head and silently scolded him. "That stupid, damn, heartless idiot." At that moment, Root suddenly appeared. Hearing Rin's words, he looked surprised and complained that she was being a little too harsh. He said through gritted teeth, "I fed you and clothed you, and this is what you call me? How am I heartless?" Rin stared at him in astonishment. "Why are you here?" Root hesitated for a moment, then answered with the same aloof expression, "I got lost." Rin suspiciously asked, "How do you get lost all the way here?" Root angrily explained, "I was going to say goodbye in a cool way, but I chickened out and couldn't do it. And now this brat is cursing at me." The Moonshadow Guild leader silently watched. Root turned to run with an arrogant grin. "No matter how many years it takes, I'm going to collect every last coin you owe me." He emphasized, "You have to become a great mage. You can do whatever you want to repay me, but don't even think about running away. If you do, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth." A group of people outside listened in on their conversation. Rayton stared at Root speechlessly. With a proud look in his eyes, Root held out his hand to Rin. "If you understand, then come on." Rin walked closer, thinking, what an idiot. Then she suddenly threw herself into Root's arms, hugging him tightly and calling him an idiot. Root fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Standing beside them, the Moonshadow Guild leader shook his head lightly. "I don't know what happened, but if you don't say goodbye to Root now, you'll still be taken to Bernica." Hearing that, Rin turned and snapped at Root. "If you had come and said it sooner, I wouldn't have had to come all the way here." Root simply shrugged. "You were the one who disappeared without saying anything or leaving a trace." The scene opened in the splendid city of Faerma, where Root and Rin had just arrived, standing amid a world overflowing with magic. Rin could not help but marvel at the glittering magic towers surrounding them, as though this place itself were a world of wonders. Rare magical artifacts created through advanced magic could be found everywhere. The ice cream here, in particular, had a distinctive sweetness. It was more than just food. It seemed to reflect the people's magical power and the unique beauty of this kingdom. Rin could not hide her excitement, running and skipping about as she exclaimed inwardly that Faerma truly was an extraordinary place, completely unlike the peaceful village in the forest. Root merely watched her enthusiasm in silence, briefly wondering why an elf would like this place so much. When Rin heard his question, she answered that she loved magic and dreamed of one day becoming a mage powerful enough to help him. Root smiled softly at her confession and reminded her that every mage he had known had a rather unpleasant temperament. He hoped Rin would not turn out like them. With surprise in her eyes, Rin asked Root who this bad-tempered mage was. Just as they were talking, Countess Apulia appeared and looked at them with undisguised curiosity. She asked whether the two of them had been speaking ill of her. Root and Rin turned around in alarm. At that moment, another voice rang out, one that seemed very familiar to them. A woman appeared, and it was none other than Lady Hennet. Root was somewhat displeased, thinking that she had arrived late. However, Hennet simply smiled and replied that she was not late. Root had merely arrived early. She said that they had barely been in contact since he went on leave, so she had been genuinely surprised to receive his message that morning. As she came closer, Hennet's gaze settled on Rin. She looked in surprise at the small girl standing beside Root and could not help wondering who she was. Rin cheerfully spread her skirt in greeting and introduced herself as Rin Naztia. Mischievously, she said that she was Root's secret daughter, that Hennet was her new mother, and that she hoped Hennet would spoil her. Root immediately laughed and explained that the girl had simply made it up. He added that Rin was just a child he had happened to meet in Aten and that she owed him a debt. Yet Rin kept happily calling Hennet her new mother, leaving Hennet blushing in embarrassment. Seeing this, Root turned to Hennet and asked whether she had heard his explanation clearly. Flustered, Hennet crouched down and shyly said that being called mother felt rather strange, so Rin could call her big sister instead. Rin was thrilled that she now had another beautiful and kind big sister. More importantly, it was her first time eating ice cream, making her feel that this was the best day of her life. Hennet could not help being delighted by the girl's cuteness. However, she also lightly scolded Root, asking why he had bought ice cream for a child in such cold weather when he should have bought hot cocoa instead. Root replied that the little girl had demanded it. He said that she always liked provoking him, then asked Hennet whether she knew how old Ron was. Hennet merely smiled and said that age was not just a number, but also the mark of one's journey through life. Meanwhile, Countess Hippolyta stood nearby, watching the three of them converse with a thoughtful expression. Eben gently remarked that Lady Hennet was an adult now, and that it was normal for her to have a boyfriend at her age. But the Countess sternly told him to be quiet. As Hennet's mother, she said she had thought about this many times. She understood that Hennet's goal was to help Layla recover, but deep down, she only wished for her daughter to live her own life, free from the burden of heavy responsibilities. As she said this, she grew angry at the mention of the next hero. She noticed that Hennet had paid so much attention to him that she had even put on makeup today, something she had never done before. Irritated, the Countess thought that perhaps only killing that brat would put her mind at ease. But Eben, her disciple, stopped her and reminded her to put down her bow. At that moment, Root, Hennet, and Rin were all startled by the sound of Hennet's mother. Hennet turned around and was stunned to realize that her mother was preparing to attack Root, believing him to be a threat to her daughter. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle where the Countess, Hennet, Root, and Rin sat around a tea table. The Countess lifted her teacup and took a sip, calmly remarking that Root was the next hero, just as the rumors claimed. Root, however, gently replied that his name was Root Donatos. The Countess looked sharply at Root and directly asked whether his visit to Faerma was for the mission of inspecting the subsidiary dimensional barrier. She set down her teacup with an air of annoyance, saying that it was pointless. She explained that the barrier was still undergoing final inspection and would require another week to complete. If Root had not suddenly summoned Hennet, she would have informed him of its progress herself. Anger flashed in the Countess's eyes as she stressed that he could leave that very day. Sitting beside her, Hennet looked bewildered by her mother's words. Root did not understand the Countess's anger, but calmly replied that the mission was indeed related to his visit. However, there was another important matter he wished to ask about. His words surprised the Countess, especially when he frankly stated that he wanted to study magic under her, the esteemed Grand Mage Hippolyta of the Red Tower. At this, the Countess curled her lips slightly and snapped her fingers, as if mocking his audacity. She remarked that Root might have some reputation, but it was arrogant of a mere second-circle mage to wish to study magic under Grand Mage Hippolyta. The Countess firmly rejected his request without hesitation. Rin, seated beside him, suddenly spoke up. Her eyes filled with admiration as she said that the Countess was amazing for being able to see Root's level without even chanting a spell. The Countess smiled confidently and replied that it was nothing remarkable. Rin continued softly, saying that she had taught herself magic, so she was still weak. But she also hoped that one day she could become as strong and skilled as the Countess. Boldly, Rin asked the Countess to teach both her and Root magic, her voice full of hope. Hearing this, the Countess merely smiled and said that the girl made everything sound so simple. Before she could finish, Rin made use of her adorable charm and continued begging. The girl's innocent cuteness made both the Countess and Hennet smile, despite themselves, their hearts softening at the sight. Seeing this, the Countess's tone turned serious. She said that if they had nowhere else to go, she could let them stay for a while, but she could not accept disciples carelessly. Root replied with confidence that if she could not see talent in him after looking at his abilities, then she could set him a condition, such as a test. Beside them, Hennet happily ate a pastry and turned to run, asking the girl to get her another one. After pondering for a while, the Countess decided that she would ask Root one question. Based on his answer, she would consider whether to allow him to take the test. Hennet looked at her mother in surprise as the Countess asked what magic meant. Root replied that, according to books, magic was a miracle that manifested human will through mana. In reality, however, it was the power dragons gained by killing other dragons. Root's answer surprised everyone, especially the Countess. She remarked that it was not an answer just any mage could give. As she walked toward the door, the Countess explained that ancient magic had been the exclusive domain of the dragon race. Modern human magic was quite similar to the magic dragons had once used, except that its method of casting was now somewhat different, relying on willpower and incantations. She emphasized that she had focused on effective spells. She used sensitivity to perceive and cast them through the limited imagination of humans. Still, she continued, human magic had the potential to surpass the power of dragons. The Countess stressed that sometimes facing reality rather than being overly confident would allow one to go further. She remarked that Root was still arrogant, but not entirely a fool. Root watched her with admiration, thinking of the Countess's power. With only one hand, she had cast such high-level teleportation magic. When she turned back, the Countess informed Root that, as promised, she would allow him to begin the trial. Countess Apulia looked at Root sternly and signaled for him to begin the trial immediately. Root was briefly surprised by the demand, wondering whether it was really supposed to begin right then. But the Countess showed no intention of waiting. Coldly, she emphasized that Root was a busy man, and she had no intention of keeping an outsider any longer than necessary, so everything had to proceed quickly. Witnessing this, Hennet told her mother that Root needed time to prepare as well. However, the Countess immediately turned to her daughter and sternly reminded her that a noble's dignity was reflected in every word and action. Hennet fell silent, taken aback by her mother's severity. Faced with the situation, Root calmly asked what the upcoming trial involved. Countess Apulia looked straight at Root and told him that the gate before him would lead to Mount Elphi in eastern Faerma. She emphasized the significance of the mountain, whose name meant the grace of God. There, a rich current of mana flowed through the volcanic veins, forming the foundation of the magical kingdom and making it a special research area filled with countless resources and mysteries. She also warned that wherever mana was abundant, countless strange creatures would exist. Root was surprised by her words. The Countess continued, explaining that aside from their research station, the area was frequently attacked by wyverns. As a student of Arium Academy, Root should know that the end of winter marked the start of the wyvern's breeding season. One wyvern might not be much of a threat, but if left unchecked, they would multiply rapidly until their leader was killed. The Countess assigned Root the task of finding and capturing the wyvern leader hidden somewhere in Mount Elphi, giving him 1 week to complete it. If he succeeded, she would accept Root as her disciple. Hearing this declaration, Root stepped forward, displaying his determination. Rin stood nearby and reached out as if to stop him, worried about sending Root into such a dangerous place. Without hesitation, Root accepted the Countess's challenge and expressed his hope that she would keep her promise. Hennet watched silently from the side, unable to hide her concern for Root. The Countess calmly declared that mages of the Red Tower never broke their word, then placed a hand on Ren's shoulder as though reassuring the girl. Seeing this, Root felt indignant and wondered why Run, who also wanted to become the Countess's disciple, was exempt from the trial. The Countess merely replied calmly, asking whether he had lost his mind to think a child like Run should be sent into such a dangerous place. Root immediately objected, insisting that he was actually younger than Ren. Even so, the Countess did not budge. She declared that she would look after Run, while whether she taught the girl magic or not would depend on Root. Root felt it was unfair, but before he could say more, Rin understood what she meant. She declared her loyalty and said that she wanted to follow Root. Hennet gently looked at Run and sweetly asked whether she wanted more macarons, as if trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Upon hearing Hennet's offer, Rin immediately waved goodbye to Root and wished him a safe journey. Everyone nearby was surprised to see the girl so easily give up on following Root just because of some sweets. Without delay, the Countess gently pushed Root toward the gate and told him that he had talked enough. Root looked back at her with a resolute gaze, silently reminding her not to forget her promise. The Countess reminded Root that he had only 1 week to complete the mission. At that very moment, Root lost his balance and fell into a land where battle was already raging, immediately swept into the chaos before him. Bewildered, Root wondered whether the Countess had truly intended to send him in empty-handed, without any preparation or supplies, into such harsh terrain. Just then, a macaron unexpectedly fell beside him, making Root wonder whether they were playing a joke on him. Root rose to his feet, feeling that it was terribly unfair. Still, he thought that at least the Countess had revealed the location to him. The Spirit King Felroa felt too hot and urged Root to finish the mission quickly. Root thought that when it was cold, the Spirit King became excited, but when it was hot, he grew anxious. Felroa said that despite its name, the grace of God was an exceedingly desolate place. Root agreed and believed that the mana here came from another source. He thought of the fire dragon Amida, but said that the vein had been sealed deep inside the volcanic crater, where lava had once flowed freely. Suddenly, an explosion thundered out and shook the space around him. Root realized that this was the Dragon Vein, a place where ancient power was awakening. The Spirit King asked Root whether he had not come to Faerûn solely because of that subsidiary dimension. Root replied that he had indeed intended to do so, but had never expected to end up in this situation. The Spirit King said that Root had walked for 3 years to get here, so he should stop complaining. Hearing that, Root could only fall silent. In 3 years, the fire dragon would appear. But this was their nest, so Root should remember that the future would bring an upheaval. The Spirit King stressed that they had to prepare for what was coming. Root felt discouraged. He had hoped to resolve the problem immediately, but now he would have to wait another 3 years. He looked at the dragons circling in the sky and thought they were merely little ones, nothing as frightening as the legends described. Root swiftly dodged a dragon's attack and remarked that it was far too slow to be worthy of an opponent. As he struck it, he said that the dragon's scales were quite hard and its endurance was impressive. Root thought that this thing had already fused, so he decided to hit it with real force. But then he clutched his hand and wondered how Balak had been able to use it so easily. He angrily cursed his useless hand. The Spirit King asked Root whether he had used Steros' technique, since it seemed that he could handle these creatures without even using his sword. Root replied that beyond swordsmanship lay sword force, and beyond martial fists lay slaughter, but it was still incomplete. He continued that the skill would create vibrations in the atmosphere, so they would soon swarm here. Observing them, he noted that they moved according to vibrations rather than sound. Then he smirked as he saw the leader approaching, eagerly awaiting the coming battle. It dived down fiercely, its wings battering the air and sending powerful gusts sweeping through the surroundings. Seeing this, Root said that since it was the leader, it could use magic. Then he suddenly remembered a girl once telling him that if he could not fly, there was no point in fighting wyverns, and if he could not use magic, he should choose earth dragons instead. Root recalled those words and realized that he could fly now, but there was no need to do things that way. With that, he readied the weapon in his hand. The blade shimmered with light as he gripped its hilt firmly, his expression resolute. He charged at them, his eyes blazing as he declared that they were finished. Root threw himself into battle, his punches and kicks coming in a fierce, relentless storm. The shining blade in his hand sliced through the air, producing resounding clashes whenever it struck the enemy's hard scales. The scene shifted to Countess Hypulia's castle. Hennet thought that if her mother had done anything to trouble Run, she would apologize on her mother's behalf. Yet Run felt there was nothing to worry about. The day before, the Countess had shown her around the kingdom and treated her to a lavish meal, making Run feel how kind she was. 2 hours earlier, the Countess had said that in the Hypulia family, one had to look dignified, dress elegantly, and keep one's rooms neat and clean. Then she had said, "Now, let's take a tour of the kingdom." Recalling those words, Hennet thought that it was not something she had said. Her mother simply could not resist Ren's cuteness. Hennet wondered whether Ren had originally wanted to go with Root, but Ren fell silent and did not answer. Ren replied that she had, but now she would only hold him back. Her voice revealed her lack of confidence, as though she felt unable to keep up with Root. She looked curiously at Hennet, filled with questions about whether Root had always been this strong. Her eyes shone with admiration and a desire to understand his strength. Hennet recalled old memories and thought that he had always been a little different. At the entrance ceremony, he had gotten into a fight with the student council president, drawn the attention of 4 upperclassmen, and even broken a young girl's wrist. Hearing that, Rin asked in surprise who the girl was whose wrist had been broken. Hennet replied that it was a long story, but there was a girl in their class named Leon. Rin's anger filled the entire room, like a powerful undercurrent stirring the air around them. Rin was so furious that intense outrage welled up inside her. What kind of person could be so cruel? She wished she could meet Root just once so she could give him a proper beating. Hearing this, Hennet thought to herself, how did this suddenly turn into a session of bad-mouthing someone behind his back? Hennet hesitated, as though she had something important to say, but did not know where to begin. Looking at the girl, she gently said, "You do not need to worry so much. He is strong enough to defeat even a 10,000 form dragon. He simply does not want to admit it." Hennet continued, "Anyone who sees him would think he's a brave warrior, right?" In the midst of the tense battle, the Spirit King glanced at Root and asked whether that was a new weapon. Root replied that it was the Storm Spear, an ancient weapon capable of summoning wind and rain. Deep down, he thought about how much he had longed to wield it in his previous life. Root said that ancient weapons already consumed an enormous amount of mana, but the Storm Spear consumed even more. It took so much mana to use that he could not wield it whenever he pleased. The Spirit King looked at Root with an expression that was half mocking and half sympathetic, remarking that Root knew perfectly well how powerful the weapon was, yet had still recklessly charged into battle against flying dragons like an innocent child having his first exciting experience. Root merely smiled, his face full of confidence and excitement, as he declared that what he had done was genuinely cool. With passionate eyes, Root said that regardless of one's age, a youthful and passionate soul still existed within. His words carried confidence and determination, as if he were awakening dormant energy within himself. He believed that once someone possessed a powerful weapon, their task was not merely to use it, but to discover and draw out every capability it possessed, no matter whether the opponent was strong or weak. As Root spoke, he slung the weapon over his shoulder. Surprised by its power, he suddenly lost control beneath its weight and fell to the ground. The weapon slammed heavily against the floor with a resounding crash. Watching Root fall, the Spirit King anxiously asked what was wrong. Root panted and said that he had exhausted his mana and no longer had the strength to continue fighting. As Root roasted meat over a fire, its aroma spreading through the air, he casually said that, just as he had expected, a 4th circle mage like him was still not strong enough to use that weapon. While eating a fragrant piece of roasted dragon meat, he listened to the Spirit King ask whether he had wanted to try an ancient weapon just because it looked cool. The Spirit King also reminded him that his intelligence clearly declined along with his mana, judging from the way he was wolfing down that foul-smelling dragon meat. Root tossed away the dragon meat bone, displeased by the Spirit King's nagging. He said that he thought he had recovered enough strength to walk now, and that the meal had restored his spirits somewhat. Root thought that besides still being unable to wield the Storm Spear, he was also frustrated because it had been so long since he had been able to break through the wall and reach the 5th circle. Although his skills had been refined, they still seemed insufficient for a breakthrough. He knew that if he wanted to progress further, he had to find a way to develop his strength, but reality was not so simple. The Spirit King asked Root whether he was preparing to enter the Heavenly Spirit. Root nodded, confirming that he was. In any case, it would take some time for his mana to recover. He felt that he had trained enough outside, so it was time to go inside and search for something more valuable for his journey. He understood that many trials awaited him within, but he was ready to face them. Time passed quickly. Nearly a year had already gone by. The realization surprised him and made him curious about what lay ahead. He thought that he no longer had difficulty maintaining consciousness as he once had. His confidence and focus had improved considerably, and he was now able to materialize his clothes and weapons without any trouble. He wondered whether the spirit realm inside would resemble the outside, physical world. He remembered leaving the outer space behind to enter this place. He decided that it did not matter. What he needed to do now was move forward. With each step, he went deeper into the lush green expanse, where wondrous sights and unfamiliar sensations awaited. "It is really quiet in here," he said, then called out to the Spirit King. "Felroa, in Banna's previous life, Banna made a pact with you. You came here too, did you not?" He could sense the bond between them. Root called Felroa's name loudly, his voice echoing through the silent space, but there was no reply. Root thought that it seemed he had lost contact with the Spirit King. If the Heavenly Spirit truly allowed people inside, then Felroa should certainly be able to detect the soul bodies of its masters, right? Suddenly, a massive door appeared before Root, leaving him astonished. It was intricately carved with strange patterns. The faint blue light of the surrounding space seemed to blend into those patterns, creating an air of mystery. Root wondered curiously where the door would lead. He placed his hand on it, and warmth from the wooden surface spread into his palm. Surprised and curious, he wondered what lay beyond it, deciding that he would only find out by passing through. When Root opened the door and stepped through, he never expected to fall into a bottomless abyss. His footing slipped, he lost his balance, and he plunged through the air as panic flooded his heart. When Root hit the ground, a sharp pain shot through his entire body and made him cry out. Filled with irritation, he could not believe that someone had placed a door right in front of Cliff. As soon as he voiced that question, he suddenly realized that his sword had disappeared. Anxiety and confusion crept into his mind as he wondered what danger he would have to face next. Still annoyed about the door at the cliff's edge, Root suddenly spotted a library below. Its bookshelves stood in neat rows, as though they had existed there for a very long time. Root entered the library, where silence hung in the air. He approached a shelf and opened an old book. Words immediately appeared before his eyes. They were memories from when he was 6 years old, the earliest memories of Root Donatos. Root was startled to see his own name written on the page. Root asked in surprise whether this was magic. Images of the past streamed into his mind, each scene unfolding vividly like a slow-moving film, and he could not take his eyes off the book. Root saw himself standing amid memories from his childhood, where his simplest and most innocent emotions erupted within his mind. He thought that these were undoubtedly memories from his previous life, every moment returning with astonishing clarity. Going farther inside, Root found the space incomparably vast, as though he had wandered into a kingdom of memories. Gentle light shone down from lamps floating overhead. Then a shelf of a different color caught his attention. It stood out with a clear label, Leon Kyers Memories at age 24. Root approached in surprise and opened it. The pages turned softly, revealing vivid images and memories. Every moment of Leon's life appeared clearly before him. Root felt as if he had become lost in another timeline, where every memory brought overwhelming emotions. Leon, a young woman, cried out in frustration that she could not hear anything at all, revealing the loneliness and resentment in her heart. She felt abandoned, especially when Root stood there without caring about her feelings. This memory made Root clearly see the pain Leon had endured, like a reminder of the understanding she had desperately sought. Root was shocked to see Leon's images and memories unfold before him. "What the hell is this?" he blurted out, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed the young woman's pain and emotions in each vivid moment. He clenched his fist, his gaze full of confusion and resolve, and asked, "What is going on?" He could not understand why Leon's memories were appearing before him. He felt as though he stood in the middle of a mystery greater than himself. Then he saw, one after another, memories of Hennet Hapulia at age 20, Balixteros at age 26, and Lenia Selkit at age 23. He was astonished that the memories of his comrades from his previous life had appeared here. It left him bewildered and raised countless questions about the connection between them and the place he was in. He wondered whether something special awaited him within these memories. A mysterious library lay within the blue heavenly realm, where every memory and emotion was preserved. If Root's connection to the consciousness world and his master soul had been severed, then this had to be his own private space. a place for him to explore and confront the memories buried deep within himself, where past and present merged to reveal secrets he had never known. Root thought that the memories of his former comrades were all here in this mysterious library that contained not only his own moments, but also vivid images of the people who had once fought beside him during their adventures. If this space had been created from a successor's consciousness, Root could understand why his own memories were here. But why the memories of other people appeared as well? Suddenly, an unexpected sound interrupted Root's thoughts. This place is troublesome enough already, and now someone has come to bother me, Root said irritably. Unsure who had disturbed the silence, he looked around, his sharp gaze sweeping across every corner of the library. If I catch them, they are dead. Root's heart burned with determination. He could not allow this intruder to escape so easily. He ran toward the source of the sound, filled with suspicion and resolve. But when he arrived, Root was surprised to find a sword lying on the floor. He wondered why it was there. The sword lay alone on the ground in the middle of the vast space. He did not remember ever having seen it before, and curiosity filled his heart. Root wondered why this place was completely empty. This was where the memories of 13-year-old Root Donatos were supposed to be stored. The air around him seemed heavy, and he felt an obvious absence, as though someone had taken away precious memories. Then a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "It looks like you are taking quite a stroll." Her voice was gentle, yet mysterious. Root turned toward the sound. "It is a pleasure to meet you, ninth successor," she said softly, though her voice concealed great power. Root turned toward her in confusion, his eyes full of suspicion and incomprehension. The two stared at each other in a silent void. Root's gaze was sharp but skeptical, while the woman remained composed, a faint smile on her lips as though she had prepared for this encounter. The woman gently introduced herself as Samlost Avro, the sixth successor of the sky observation technique. Her voice was soft yet authoritative. Root's indifferent reaction to Samlost Avro's introduction surprised her, as he did not seem particularly interested. Angrily, she declared that she was a brilliant professor and a radiant golden beauty whom everyone should know. Samlost was not merely a name, but a symbol of power and knowledge in the history of the successors. In a calm voice, Root said that he had seen Samlost Avro in history books. She was the senior of the immortal heavenly sword, Embryce. This excited him, and Root frankly expressed that it was an honor to meet such a great person. Samlost Avro laughed softly, her voice carrying humor and confidence. She said that she knew that, but in truth, she was already dead. Root must have thought she was a ghost to see her here. Her words were both playful and teasing. Samlost Avro continued explaining to Root that when a successor died, both their body and soul became a heavenly spirit. She was an idea given form, part of the old will left behind by the successors that guided people to the blue heavenly realm. Samlost Avro looked at Root seriously and said that she was only there to help him. But then she suddenly stopped, as if something had made her hesitate. She looked at Root and said that he was not a child, stressing that something had happened outside that he needed to pay attention to. He introduced himself as Root Donatos and asked Samlost Avro where they were trapped. He explained that he had also lost his connection with the consciousness world and his master, then asked whether they truly were in the blue heavenly realm. Samlost smiled, understanding glimmering in her eyes, and said that Root had indeed lost the connection because this was the inner realm, where the memories and consciousness of past successors were stored. A hazy space surrounded them like a thin mist. Root was stunned upon hearing Samlost call this place the inner realm. Samlost explained that the blue heavenly realm was divided into 8 sections, each representing a different aspect of the consciousness world. It consisted of the outer realm and the inner realm, while subspaces and imagined spaces formed layers that successors could explore. She said that Root had just reached the 4th layer, which belonged to the outer realm, where memories and ideas blended together. Above it lay the 5th layer, a space belonging to the inner realm, where the mind and soul could touch the deepest dimensions of one's being. She said that a physical body, consciousness, and soul body together formed a living existence. Within the soul body lay information about the soul essence. Only the soul bodies of successors could enter this place, and the connection between their souls and Root's soul had been severed. Simply put, this was a space exclusively for successors, where their memories and ideas were stored and explored. Seeing Root's blank expression, Sandloss said that from now on, this place would store all of his memories. This was Root's own blue heavenly realm, a space where every memory and experience would be preserved and explored throughout his life. Root asked that if this was his own blue heavenly realm, why were other people's memories here as well? He could not help wondering about the presence of memories that did not belong to him. Sandloss said that the other memories might be the result of external factors, but as she was only an idea herself, she could not be certain. Looking at Root, she said that this friend might be able to tell him. She picked up the sword, her eyes shining as she examined it. "This sword is quite interesting," she said. Root watched her movements in confusion. Sanjos said angrily, "Look at its temper. Even if it knows, it will not tell me." Root took the sword and thought, what kind of sword has a temper? Could a sword really have feelings of its own? Sandloss continued, "How can Root even use something like this?" Her face was full of doubt. Root said, "This is Daimo's, the Defiant Heaven sword. It was passed down through my ancestors." Then he asked Sandloss whether she truly did not know it, curiosity and surprise evident on his face. Sandloss said that she had never heard of a sword called Daimo's, but it seemed that she had fulfilled her duty. As she spoke, she extended her hand and summoned a sword. The blade glimmered beneath the dim light of the space. She raised it, and a reflection from its edge formed a brilliant aura. Looking Root directly in the eyes, Sandloss said, "Pick up your sword. Prove to me that you are worthy of seeing the fifth layer." Her words were serious, as though this were a test not only of his strength, but also of his determination and will for the journey ahead. Sandloss continued, explaining that every predecessor, including Root's master, had to pass this test in order to cross the fifth wall. She told Root to put all his strength into a single slash. As long as his sword so much as grazed her, she would consider him successful. Her eyes shone with encouragement, as if challenging him, and the air around them seemed more tense than ever as Root prepared for this important test. Root thought that he had known there would be some condition for crossing the fifth wall. He also realized that Sandloss probably would not allow him to simply draw his sword and pass so easily, and suspicion rose in his mind. Sandloss confirmed that this was the inner realm. Even if his physical body died, he would remain alive within this space. However, she emphasized that he had to give everything he had to overcome the trial. Her words were like a warning. Sandloss Avro suddenly rushed at Root with breathtaking speed. Her eyes were filled with determination, and a strange smile played on her lips as she taunted, "You're finished." Root was startled by the speed and power of her sword strike. It felt far beyond anything he had experienced with the immortal heavenly sword. Though he had prepared himself, Sandloss's unexpected slash still struck him, and pain immediately spread through his body. Sandloss smiled, looking at Root with satisfaction. "Not bad. If you hadn't dodged in time, I would have split your head open." Root glared at her furiously and demanded, "Are you trying to kill me?" His emotions flared like fire, anger and unease mingling inside him. "It seems that way," Sandloss replied, "but this is tradition. When I was alive, I had to die more than 1,000 times before I could pass this wall. Opportunities are scarce, so attack with everything you have. Don't overthink it, just treat it as practice. You may be afraid to kill someone, especially a senior, but after dying 2 or 3 times, that feeling will disappear." Root raised his sword and thought to himself that he could not use magic. The weapon in his hand was the Defiant Heaven sword, so, just as she had said, his only option was to attack with all the mana in his body. Since there was no other way, he would give it everything he had. Turning to Sandloss, Root declared firmly, "There's no way I'll let you defeat me so easily." Determination filled his eyes as he felt the power of the Defiant Heaven sword. This was his chance to prove himself. He assumed his stance, ready for the battle ahead. Sandloss laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Youth is wonderful. It gives you strength and passion." A white radiance surrounded Sandloss. It emanated from her body like a symbol of power and authority. "Of course, if you want to pass this wall, you must give everything you have." Hearing those words, Root suddenly felt uncertain. He could not help wondering whether his strength was enough to overcome this trial, and anxiety and doubt began creeping into his mind. Root considered using the sky observation technique together with his brother's weapon, which gave him a little more confidence. He thought of how he had never hesitated to imitate every technique he admired, blindly pursuing challenges in order to become stronger. That source of power made everything turn pitch black, as if the world around him had sunk into profound darkness. Sandlost looked in astonishment at Root, who was sitting on the ground. She could not believe that he had reached such incredible power. Her gaze showed admiration as she recognized the immense potential sleeping within him. Sandlost pointed her sword directly at Root's face and sternly asked, "Did you really think you could succeed on your first try? I saw your resolve before, but now you look so disappointed." Her words struck Root's mind like a slap. Sandlost raised her sword and said firmly, "Don't look at me like that. This is only tradition." Immediately afterward, she slashed at Root's neck and announced that he had passed the trial. Root clutched his neck in pain as a burning sensation spread through his body. This tradition is seriously annoying. Felroa asked Root whether he was all right. When Root returned, Felroa had sensed a telepathic shockwave, and there was concern in his voice. Still shaken from the impact, Root assured him, "I'm fine. This is nothing compared to the 10,000 form dragon." Felroa asked curiously what exactly Root had done in the blue heavenly realm. Root hesitated before explaining that he had been gathering clues about the next stage. However, he had also encountered a few minor problems. It seemed that his memories had become disordered after his regression, leaving many gaps. As he spoke, he drew the sword from his spatial storage. In his memories, there was a faint image of a girl holding a sword and asking, "What do you mean, bad-tempered?" But the memory was too vague for him to recall clearly. Root asked Felroa and Sandlost Avro, the sixth successor, whether they had ever seen the sword before. "Are you certain this is the sword Bana once used?" Felroa answered honestly, "That is exactly it. But the Defiant Heaven sword I knew could only cut through the flow of mana. I have never seen a sword that could absorb it. Perhaps its ability was strengthened for some reason. Bana may have sealed something inside the heavenly sword without my knowledge." "Sealed something?" Root asked, confused. Felroa continued explaining as Root began examining the sword in his hand. The Defiant Heaven sword possessed two abilities, Frenzied Slash and Magic Sealing. Instead of fighting the Dragon Kings, Bana used the Defiant Heaven sword to seal them. That ability had now transformed into magical absorption. It was highly likely that this change was caused by the seal within the sword. Whatever Bana had sealed inside it, it had to be extremely dangerous. Root suddenly came up with a bold idea. If it was too dangerous, he could simply throw it into lava. Even so, Root rose to continue his journey. Felroa worriedly asked whether he could truly keep going. Root replied that he could. He had reached the 5th level, and his mana had fully recovered. Since he had passed the entrance trial, it was time to complete the real mission. As he walked, Root carefully surveyed his surroundings. He could not be certain where they were, but in his previous life, members of the Dragon Temple frequently came here to carry out their activities. They used special symbols to locate their bases amid this dark, rugged terrain. The symbols could form barriers to prevent outsiders from entering. Root brushed the dust from a stone, revealing several strange markings. Finding them would be troublesome. Why not make them come to me instead? As soon as he finished speaking, Root smashed the stone apart with the blade of his axe. Elsewhere, a Dragon Temple member discovered that her mark had been destroyed and immediately reported it to her superior, Miles. "What happened, Muta?" he urgently asked. She reported, "There's a problem. The future warrior we have been monitoring just destroyed our mark." Worried, she asked, "He didn't discover us, did he?" Her leader reassured her, "Don't worry. Even if he has slain dragons before, he is only an 18-year-old boy. At most, he knows that the mark has magic placed on it." Another member appeared and agreed. "And even if he has discovered us, can't we simply kill him?" His voice was mocking and contemptuous. The priest reminded them not to alert the enemy. They had to wait until that day, when they could eliminate the threat to the Dragon Temple and soothe the souls of the fallen Dragon Kings. The Cardinal would surely be pleased as well. Hearing this, Muta relaxed. That's right, the Cardinal did say that. Joining her hands in prayer, she added, "Now it is time to preach to our poor sheep." As they discussed the matter, a sharp voice rang out. "What is all this noise?" It was the bishop. Muta immediately welcomed her, saying it was an honor to receive her. She honestly explained that they had been discussing the whereabouts of the future warrior. The bishop became interested upon hearing that. "What is this about? I wonder what that arrogant brat is thinking." One of the men was startled. "Bishop, are you going to handle this personally?" She offered no further explanation, merely saying, "I have not had any exercise lately." A little walk will not hurt. At her side were two pets, monstrous serpents hundreds of meters long, whose very presence was terrifying. Returning to Root, after destroying the Dragon Temple's mark, he waited for quite a while. Yet no one came. He wondered why, since they should have arrived by now. Felroa asked Root, "What will you do if they really come?" Root answered bluntly, "Kill them. I'll leave only one alive and force him to reveal the locations of the others." But he then fell silent and thought for a moment. Actually, that was not such a good idea. Felroa praised Root. "You surprised me. You were beginning to develop some basic discernment." Root became embarrassed and told him to be quiet. After waiting so long, Root reflected deeply. In his previous life, he had dealt with Dragonkin believers countless times. Torturing them would be useless, and they were spread across the entire continent. Felroa asked him another question. "What do you think is most important in battle?" Root joked, "A steadfast heart?" Felroa told him to stop talking nonsense. "Weapons, mental strength, and skill are all important, but understanding your opponent is even more important." Root was a regressor who knew almost everything about the Dragon Temples. If he knew how to make use of those clues, he could win without spilling a single drop of blood. Root listened in silence. The Dragon Temple was like a plague spreading everywhere. Their goal was to bring back the Seven Dragons. Their habitat was completely isolated, and they only began to emerge after the continent was destroyed. It was because of them that the 10,000-formed dragon had appeared in the past. 3 cardinals stood at the top, and beneath them were 7 bishops. Their abilities rivaled the highest realm of dragon slayers. Below them were only priests and ordinary followers. Their movements were extremely secretive, and they always wore masks to conceal their identities. Normally, followers did not even know one another's names. Their hierarchy was absolute. Root told Felroa that he had already revealed everything he knew. Now it was Felroa's turn to help him. "The bishop in charge of the fairy folk branch is that person, so I need your power." Felroa asked Root whether he truly intended to use his power. "Even at the 5th level, you do not have enough mana for that." Felroa transformed the sword into a more advanced form, the Winter Sword Leventia, which maximized ice attribute magic. Using that person as a medium would be enough. Felroa advised him cautiously. "This plan will only work if someone of bishop rank or higher appears." In the middle of their discussion, a sharp voice rang out. That will not do." Root realized someone was coming. It was the bishop. She confronted him, asking, "Are you really planning to destroy someone else's front yard?" Root immediately recognized that he had caught a big fish. Root was not intimidated. "I should have rung the bell first, but I could not find one. It is a pleasure to meet you, the 7th Bishop of the Dragon Temple, Grand Mage Griselda Valentine." Startled that the boy knew so much about her, Griselda became flustered. He knew her identity, a fact that only high-ranking figures should know. Why did this boy know it? Root did not stop. Apologizing for being unable to greet her properly, he made an unusual gesture and said, "May the Dragon God keep you beneath his wings. I am Root Donatos, adopted son of Cardinal Adamigo. I have come to deliver an order in my father's stead." One surprise followed another. That name, why did he know it? Realizing this boy would not be easy to deal with, Griselda took action. She cast a spell, sending her 2 serpents to tear Root apart. "It seems you know a great deal about the Dragon Temple, future warrior. Those who overstep their bounds will not be forgiven for impersonating members of the Dragon Temple. How dare you claim to be his son? I cannot tolerate such insolence." Root retorted, "Then how dare you doubt my father? How foolish do you think the people of this temple are, to reveal the Cardinal's true name to a child like you?" The serpents remained coiled around Root's neck, and Griselda had no intention of sparing him. Once she cut out his tongue, she would learn the truth. That foolish dragon slayer was merely trying to make her believe his nonsense. Griselda continued, "I do not know why you came here to cause us trouble, but you know far too much. I cannot forgive you." Root had not made any move to resist. Only now did veins bulge on his forehead in anger. He warned her not to do something she would regret. He knew how deeply Griselda loved his father and how she had done everything possible to fulfill his wishes. If a bishop threatened to kill his son, his father would surely be disappointed. Griselda finally lost control completely and ordered him to shut up before cutting out his tongue. She believed Root was merely fabricating lies to save his life, and she would never fall for such a trap. Then Root delivered a blow that left Griselda stunned. The incident involving the 10,000-formed dragon 10 years ago. His father's direct involvement in that case was top-secret information known only to a few bishops in the temple. His father had taken Root away and concealed his identity. Meanwhile, the serpents coiled around Root were slowly freezing over. Griselda froze. "How do you know about that? Could it be?" Root declared. "A home for the enlightened who obey the virtuous dragon god. The judge of this chaotic world has died and strayed from the path of life." As he spoke, a surge of power shattered the serpents. The force struck Griselda before she could defend herself. Root recited the words of the 7 dragons, rulers of this chaotic world and executioners of unbelievers. Then he said one final time, "I am the adopted son of Cardinal Adam Migo. I am Root Migo, the finest of the hero faction. What do you think?" Time rewound to the battle against the 10,000-formed dragon 10 years earlier. The guild protecting FEV Village had been wiped out. There were no survivors, and the southern region had been destroyed as well. Looking upon the devastation, Griselda realized that this was the power of the legendary 10,000-formed dragon. Griselda Valentine was an 8th Circle Grand Mage. She had mastered every kind of magic from childhood, yet before dying, she realized that human magic was nothing compared to the power of the Dragonkin. A man approached the dying Griselda. "That is right. This is the will of the Dragonkin. From the beginning, humanity should never have opposed the will of the Dragon God. Griselda, it was humanity's delusion that it could surpass dragons that brought you such suffering." He told her to let truth and doctrine conceal her from the world and save her. Salvation, and salvation alone, was the only way for her to shine. Moved to tears by his words, Griselda regarded them as the grace of the man she called Lord, the one who had saved her entire life. Because Root knew everything that had happened that day, he truly was Adam Migo's adopted son. Griselda immediately dropped to her knees, admitting that she had committed a grave sin. She had received no news about Root before this, and never imagined that the Cardinal had an adopted son in Aratium. Now Root had the upper hand. He questioned Griselda. Must the Cardinal report everywhere he goes, and everything he does to an ordinary disciple like you? You do not seem very devout. Griselda became utterly panicked and hurriedly denied it. That is not true. Root then turned away dismissively. He said that if someone like Griselda doubted him, he did not care. He would simply report everything that had happened today to his father. "I came here to inspect the progress, so take me to the lake." Griselda gritted her teeth, but in order to atone for her mistake, she agreed to lead Root there. Turning away, Root knew his act had succeeded and inwardly complained about Felroa's power. Fortunately, nothing could bind him anymore. But why did he have to make the act so dramatic? Felroa still insisted. "The most important thing about lying is your bearing." Griselda truly led Root to the place where the fire dragon was sealed. Once there, Root continued his act flawlessly and asked Griselda how far the seal's release had progressed. Griselda answered timidly, "Everything is proceeding smoothly. At this pace, it will take 3 years." Her voice grew quieter with every word. Root feigned anger. "You call this smooth?" Griselda softly begged forgiveness. Looking into the abyss, Root analyzed the situation. Just as he had expected, the seal was shaped like the fire dragon. Even if he defeated the lightning dragon, the time he had to prepare would be limited. He had to use this opportunity somehow to drastically reduce the strength of the troublesome Dragon Temple forces. Root spoke again. "It is time to teach the lambs about the doctrine of grace." He said that he had deceived the immortal heavenly sword, and the world had granted him the title of future hero. His father had also chosen him to deal with the lightning dragon. Everything was unfolding exactly according to his adoptive father's plan. The purpose of the conquest battle was to gather the powerful dragon slayers into the subspace and kill them all at once. On the day of the conquest battle, soldiers would gather outside the subspace in preparation for any emergency, and Alpia's crown prince would be among them. The royal family had always been hostile toward the dragon god, so they were an obstacle that would eventually have to be eliminated. Root instructed Griselda, "When I kill the dragon slayers inside the subspace, lead everyone to kill the crown prince." Root emphasized once more that it was an order from his adoptive father. Griselda found it somewhat believable and asked whether that meant they would have to reveal themselves and start war. Root maintained a stern expression. "A few dozen people aren't enough to take on the Crown Prince's guard knights." He continued, "Gather everyone and wipe them out." Still trusting Root's words, Griselda immediately obeyed. Having completed his task, Root turned to leave. He said he would tell his father exactly what he had seen today. But Griselda quickly stopped him and asked him to wait. Root was slightly irritated. He had almost gotten away cleanly. "What is it?" Griselda smiled awkwardly. "I only wanted to apologize once more for what happened earlier." She begged Root not to tell the Cardinal about her mistake. She knew she had done wrong, but she was willing to do anything not to disappoint him. Root deliberately made things difficult for her. "You expect me to believe you just because you said so?" Griselda made an offer. "What do you need? Gold? Treasure?" Root said he did not need money, but asked whether she could give him a few high-quality weapons. As an 8th Circle mage, she surely had quite a few useful weapons, didn't she? Griselda brightened at once. Of course. She began introducing several items. The Mist Chain is one of them. Once you use it, no matter who your opponent is, Root suddenly interrupted her. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Griselda was startled. Root snapped. "Who gave you the right to choose? Bring out everything. I'll take whatever I want." His tone was thoroughly arrogant. Frightened, Griselda said she would bring everything out immediately. Soon, a whole collection of weapons was laid before him, and Root asked whether that was all of them. Griselda nearly cried. "So many of my precious weapons. That's everything." Yet Root still would not let her off. He noticed the item in Griselda's hand and forced her to hand it over as well. It was Blackwing. Griselda hesitated. "Anything but this. Blackwing is a mana-amplifying staff. It isn't even a suitable weapon for a swordsman. Without it, the effectiveness of my magic will drop dramatically." She clutched the weapon tightly as she spoke. Root had run out of patience and invoked his adoptive father to threaten her. "The bishop here didn't follow his instructions. My father couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he gave me this title despite my young age. Honestly, what have any of you done besides undo the seal here? You killed the 10,000 Form Dragon, so what now? What did you do when the Defiant Heaven Sword killed the 10,000 Form Dragon? I was going to let this go if you just gave me one weapon, but you refuse. Do you think it's such a waste?" Every word Root spoke struck Griselda like thunder, leaving her unable to answer. Felroa sighed helplessly, reminding Root that he was overacting so much he was exposing his true nature. Root replied smugly, "So what? She already told me everything anyway." He left while enjoying the fruits of his scheme. Root told Griselda to open the gate so he could return. "Ugh, you're driving me crazy." After stepping through the sealed gate, Root leisurely headed back. He had made a killing today. Felroa agreed, saying it was no wonder Root looked so happy. Root could hardly wait until they discovered that he had lied. Root noticed Felroa's unusual appearance. Felroa frankly admitted that seeing his true form must have had some effect on Root. Since spirits were shaped by their contractors' experiences, Felroa's enormous and majestic appearance must have impressed him. Root did not understand. "I suppose you're right, but to me, you just look rounder." Felroa jumped in outrage. "Rounder? Is your brain waterlogged, brat?" Root returned to the main issue. If everything went according to plan, the Dragon Temple would attack Ferma while the battle against the Lightning Dragon was underway. The Crown Prince's Guard Knights were strong, but they lacked numbers. Root guessed he would have to call them in. Felroa became angry. Those bastards again. Meanwhile, Root's friends were still searching for him. Hennet was furious. Why were they even here when they did not know where Root was? It was also the time of Leon's exam. Leon was annoyed as well. "Who told you to come along? Who asked you to follow us around?" Balak showed no urgency whatsoever. He had trained his muscles so intensely that lava now felt like a hot spring to him. Lenia laughed. "Really? Then jump in and stay there." Sensing someone approaching, Root knew they had found him quickly. That was why he hated geniuses. The group was overjoyed to see him. At last, they had found him. Their timing was certainly perfect. Root wanted to contribute to the campaign against evil, which was why he returned to the Hypulia estate with them. He had become an official student of the Red Tower and studied magic there. While he tirelessly worked alongside his exceptionally noisy companions, a month passed. The day of the Lightning Flash Dragon Extermination battle drew closer, and the holiday marking the start of the campaign against the Lightning Flash Dragon arrived. One man commented on the scale of the event. "It's truly grand. Does he intend to make the whole continent pay attention?" The master of the Hypulia estate did not deny it. "You could say that. This is the second appearance of a legendary dragon. The 10,000 Form Dragon incident 10 years ago was a disaster, after all. And the leader this time is only 18 years old. How could news this big possibly be kept secret?" In truth, the man had come only to network with the leaders of the elite Dragon Slayer guilds. The party continued, attended by numerous high-ranking figures, but the man ultimately failed to achieve his goal because he did not meet anyone. Only the person responsible for the subspace was present. Lela, the head of the Red Tower, was receiving guests while explaining to the public why no one else was there. Were they conserving their strength for tomorrow? At the very least, His Majesty and the Crown Prince would be here. Tired of it all, Lela slipped away to find that lazy brat Root. Who do you think is the star of this ceremony? Root said he was a little tired and also had to look after his younger sister, and Lela became furious. Tired? I'm the one preparing the subspace. Yet I suddenly have to provide food and lodging for your friends. On top of that, you made your teacher handle this entire banquet, and you still dare say you're tired? Root guiltily apologized to Lela. Still, Lela offered to take care of the little girl and urged him to go greet those troublesome riders outside. The royal family was wholeheartedly supporting him. After all, Root was confused. He had never asked for anything. Lela explained that becoming a fourth circle mage in a single month was astonishing, but Ren was incredibly talented as well. Whatever Lela taught her, the girl remembered, and she was diligent and persistent. It felt like looking at Lela's own daughter when she was young. After recalling the past, Lela told Root to go and show his face. Besides, his friends were looking for him. Root thought of his previous life. 5 years from now, Lela would die. Now that he had regressed, he had told Hennet the ingredients needed to make the antidote. But just as before, only Hennet could obtain the complete formula. He believed Hennet could do it. The problem was that the final ingredient needed to cure mana fever was a piece of an ice dragon's body. Thinking about it made Root feel busy already when someone suddenly called out that he was here. It was Hennet, dressed beautifully. She scolded Root for making her wander around looking for him so many times. Root was confused. What did she need to find him for? Hennet hesitated. Well, if the main character of the event doesn't show up, shouldn't we go look for him? She also had something to tell him first. Before she could finish, Root grabbed Hennet's hand and stared intently at her. Hennet suddenly became embarrassed. She stammered, "What?" Root asked why someone as clumsy as her was drinking wine. So he was just calling her careless. Hennet became angry from embarrassment. What are you talking about? Wine doesn't even have alcohol in it. Root coldly turned to leave. Do you want me to repeat what you once said to your mother? Hennet cursed Root inwardly. Looking at the wine glass in her hand, Root was briefly shocked. In his previous life, he never understood who she took after being such a heavy drinker. But now it seemed she had simply been born that way. This girl really was something else. Hennet was still trying to cool down after that embarrassing moment when Root told her to give him whatever she had brought for him. A pair of gloves was thrown directly into Root's face, and he asked what they were. Hennet explained that they were equipment she had crafted. She had added lightning resistance, though she did not know how long they could withstand the lightning flash dragon. Root praised them as useful, though their appearance was a little poor. Hennet thought to herself that this guy kept making her heart skip a beat. It was so irritating. She refused to call it attraction. She simply did not want to lose a friend. This guy meant nothing special to her. Root said he had something to give Hennet as well. He handed her a pair of earrings, surprising her. But when she picked them up, the earrings transformed into a weapon. It was a transforming staff. Weren't items like this extremely rare? It not only strengthened magic, but also amplified mana. These were all top-tier enchantments. It had to be a legendary item. Hennet asked where Root had gotten it. Root proudly told her that he had swindled someone to get it, but he told Hennet not to worry. The staff could transform into earrings, making it convenient for her. He knew she hated carrying around heavy staffs. Hennet loved it and warned Root not to ask for it back. Overjoyed, Hennet put them on and smiled as she thanked Root. Root was happy too. "It's nothing. You look pretty wearing earrings," he complimented her. That accidentally made Hennet blush so intensely that she could not say a word. She ran off, saying she was going to show her mother. Root was left bewildered. Why had she suddenly acted like that? Then Balak came looking for him. He said many people wanted to meet Root, but Root had no intention of going out. It was not as though he knew any of them. Balak did not understand. Was this not a good chance to befriend prestigious families? Root told him to go meet them instead. Balak objected that he was already famous. Root said he had something to give Balak too, a ring. Misunderstanding Root's intentions, Balak said, "I see you as a friend I dearly cherish, but not in the kind of way you feel about me." Root got angry. "I know what you mean, you idiot. It's not like that." Root explained that it was a protective ring that could save Balak from a fatal injury once. Since Balak often did crazy things, he should wear it. Root said he was not judging Balak's fighting style. He knew warriors had their own pride, so this was not some protective spell. It was merely an item that could give him a second chance. Root remembered Balak's fatal wound in his previous life, but Balak still thought this was what friendship meant. The Steros family never wears armor, but if my close friend insists, then I'll listen. Root could not stand it anymore. He warned Balak that if he said another word of nonsense, Root would punch him. Suddenly, Lenia appeared as though she had stepped onto a stage. She declared that she would not accept this marriage. Root was helpless. Lenia continued her act, saying that if the two of them insisted on getting married, she would reclaim her body. Root was utterly exasperated. What the hell are you talking about? Balak enthusiastically explained. This is merely a symbol of friendship. It represents Root's concern for me. That's enough, you idiot. It isn't like that. Oh, I see. Just as I thought. Root would never date an idiot like you. Then she added, oh, right. I mean, Balak, your father is looking for you. Upon hearing that, Balak dejectedly left. Root asked Lenia why she would joke like that when she had seen everything. Lenia smiled. How did you know? Concealment is my specialty. Root said he could smell her. Lenia joked. Are you a dog? Root growled that he was not. Lenia patted Root's head. Of course you aren't. Root isn't a dog. He's just a little hedgehog. Such a good boy. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Since he had been so good, Lenia said she had a gift for him. She pulled out a necklace. Root looked confused. Is that a spirit stone? Lenia explained that it was. It was a place where spirits could reside, but it was currently empty, so it was no different from an ordinary beautiful stone. Root asked whether it was like a charm. No. Who knows? What if you die in this battle? Lenia said, I don't want us to be separated like that. So if you die, you can become a spirit and enter this stone. Then we can live happily together forever. Root was frightened by Lenia's chilling expression. She burst out laughing. Look at that pitiful expression. Of course I was only joking. But Root refused it. He knew this item was very important to Lenia. Lenia was confused. Did my father tell you? Root confirmed that he had. In his previous life, she had told Root about it as well. It was a keepsake from her mother, but Lenia truly wanted to give it to him. It's fine. Just take it. This is my decision. An image of Lenia from his previous life surfaced in Root's mind. After giving it to him, she had said it was time for her to leave her peaceful garden. Lenia was still beautiful in this life. Even so, she asked whether she could ask him for a favor. Root asked what it was. She knew Root was someone she respected, but she wanted to become a dependable friend to him, just like Hennet, Balak, and Leon. Root was somewhat confused. You've always been a dependable friend. But Lenia meant that she wanted something more. She wanted to be able to speak with him more comfortably. Would that be strange? Is that all right? Lenia looked at him expectantly. Root agreed. Speaking comfortably with one another was not difficult. Lenia brightened and said there was a beautiful garden by the balcony, asking whether he wanted to see it with her. Root agreed, but pointed out that they needed to attend the party soon, since dinner was almost time. Root said he had heard that royal chefs had been invited and that they were currently. Before he could finish, Lenia ran off ahead of him. Root thought that a garden would surely be less stifling than this place. At the garden outside the balcony, Root walked around looking for Lenia. Seeing the flowers in full bloom, he complimented them, though he knew that flowers blooming in this weather had to be artificial. If left alone, they would bloom on their own. Why waste money and magic on this? Leon, who was on the upper floor, suddenly jumped down without a word and landed in Root's arms. You finally came. A real flower. Root was extremely surprised. Leon asked whether he had been waiting for her. Had he searched everywhere for her? Root ruthlessly let Leon go right afterward, causing her to land painfully. Leon was dissatisfied. Why did you let go of me like that? The two ended up in an absurd situation. Night had fallen over the garden as Root approached Leon. She continued teasing him. So, you really came looking for me, didn't you? Root was annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. I have something to tell you. When tomorrow's subjugation begins, the Dragon Temple will infiltrate the entrance to the subspace. Leon's expression immediately changed. The Dragon Temple? So that is happening after all? Root told her it was the trap he had set. As he had said, the Dragon Temple was an obstacle in their path toward eliminating the 7 dragons. Root had done everything possible to lure as many of them as he could into this battle, including the Cardinal and Alpia's forces. He truly needed Leon's help to bring them all down. More precisely, their leader was an 8th Circle Mage. Even if the 7 Dragon Slayers of the Royal Knights gathered to defend this place, the battle would still be grueling. Root continued explaining that if necessary, she would have to help the others until the entire team. Before he could finish, Leon asked why it had to be her. Root was slightly confused. Leon asked why he was telling only her when he could tell everyone once they had gathered together. Root explained that every member of the Dragon Slayers was human. That bastard might have killed monsters and magical beasts, but he had never killed a person. They would certainly be shaken by it. That was why he had told her. And what about me? Leon asked indignantly. Do you think I'll be fine? Just because you know my future doesn't mean you know everything about me. I may have gone mad with vengeance and killed people without hesitation in the past, but I've changed now. At first, I only wanted to help you. So why do I have to help those people too? Root tried to reassure Leon. Don't be angry. That isn't what I meant. You're very different from who you were in the previous life. You're much stronger now. Root knew that killing was never easy for her, but he had told her because she was not only the only one who knew he was a regressor, but also the strongest person he knew. She was someone who could overcome any enemy to protect the people she cared about. Leon brushed Root's hand away and called him a selfish bastard. Root uneasily apologized. Leon said that even so, wouldn't this conversation become meaningless if he returned safely after killing the Lightning Flash Dragon? Root agreed. He had won in his previous life, but his brother had been by his side then. This time, he had Leon. Root admitted that he had been terribly weak before. Leon shouted at him to stop putting himself down. She believed he was far stronger than he had been back then. Even if it was because he had regressed, he had become much stronger. He always worked hard to find the best possible way forward. Besides, he knew her mother was also part of the conquest force, didn't he? Root's cheeks turned red from Leon's beating. Leon said they had to win at all costs. Root agreed, and Leon gave a gentle smile. Root complained that she had made him feel as though his teeth had been knocked out. Leon told him not to exaggerate. She had barely hit him, but blood was running down his face. In the subspace, the mages and soldiers were ready for battle. They had gathered in the hall, and some wondered why there was no send-off ceremony. Hennet was somewhat sympathetic. The royal family of the Blue Heavenly Realm had already done plenty for them. They had allowed them to use the subspace, and even held that ridiculous launch ceremony. The royal family had to do such things so the people would not criticize them. Leon wondered why, if there was no grand farewell ceremony, the Crown Prince had come all the way to such a dangerous battlefield. Perhaps it was because of the Bernstein family's deep hatred for dragons. In the distance, the Crown Prince was greeting the soldiers. Or perhaps he merely wished to maintain appearances before the press. The Crown Prince turned, spotted Root, and asked after him. Root returned the greeting. The Crown Prince said that today would be the day Root became a true dragon slayer. Root replied that he was not worthy of such a title. The Crown Prince said Root need not be so harsh on himself. If he were unworthy, why would the royal family have put so much effort into supporting him? Root cursed internally. When had they ever helped him? And from the beginning, didn't the Holy See have to authorize someone's recognition as a dragon slayer? He had heard they would not even consider it without proof. The Crown Prince looked confused. Are you talking about the sign? It was the gift bestowed by Ani, the god of light, upon the first recognized dragon slayer. The power of light could instantly revive someone on the brink of death. The Crown Prince had not expected even Root to believe in that. Root asked whether the Church of Ani was not the state religion of the Alpia Empire. He had also personally seen his brother receive the sign. The Crown Prince replied that religion was only religion. What the world needed now was not the power of light, but the power of mankind. He firmly declared that this was an age when a sword that killed dragons mattered more than one that healed wounds. He thought Root agreed with that belief as well. Root was somewhat angered by the Crown Prince's attitude. He did agree, but being recognized as a dragon slayer was an entirely different matter. The Crown Prince reassured him that he need not worry. If they successfully slew this dragon, he would personally speak with the Holy See and have Root recognized. Root cursed internally at the damned prince and thought that he did not need to do that. A whistle sounded. It was time. The Crown Prince said, "Survive. Then we can meet again." Lela appeared in the subspace and announced that she would open the gate to the pocket dimension. This space was connected to Alpia's magical current and sustained itself using mana. She warned them that it would endure almost permanently unless she, the caster, died. The only condition for opening the barrier was the complete death of the Lightning Flash Dragon. In short, they would be unable to retreat or receive outside support until the conquest succeeded. To be honest, this place was more like a barrier than a seal. Lela's words made everyone tense. If their forces were wiped out and the lightning flash dragon came close to the center of the pocket dimension, then no matter how vast the magical current's mana supply was, the pocket dimension could not survive long once its structural stability weakened. If the pocket dimension collapsed, Lela did not need to explain what catastrophe would follow. One last time, she formally wished the expedition good fortune. The force departed amid the anxiety and hope of those remaining behind. Voices echoed around them. "Take care, Root. Master, please return safely. Uncle Root, if you die, I'll kill you. Captain, you have to win." Along with countless other wishes, the party entered the pocket dimension. Everyone stood solemnly, ready for battle. Root announced that it was very close, and grinned eagerly. "It's finally time to hunt." Liana conjured a blue, cube-shaped artifact. She threw it high into the sky. The artifact exploded with a thunderous sound and expanded into something enormous. The others watched it intently, their expressions filled with determination and a trace of fear. Recalling the conquest strategy meeting 2 weeks earlier, Root had proposed a plan against the lightning flash dragon. Adeline had been somewhat surprised by his suggestion. He explained that he had happened to acquire the journal of one of Vanna's companions. It contained records of their expeditions and detailed the battle in which they had sealed the lightning flash dragon. Roderick was astonished. A journal written by Vanna's companion? If you sold that, you'd make a fortune. Since his comment was irrelevant, he was immediately silenced. Root continued. As they knew, among the 7 dragons, including dragons and half-dragons, only the lightning flash dragon could change its form. It was proud and cruel, but it was also intelligent. If it sensed that it had fallen into a disadvantageous position, it could flee and alter its shape. Therefore, to make it lower its guard, Root began drawing up the formation they would use today. Having sensed the disturbance, the lightning flash dragon finally awakened. More than 700 years had passed. Who had arrogantly dared to wake him? His body was covered in blade-like spikes. He saw Root, a lowly human in his eyes. "Foolish human, what is your name?" Root answered boldly and without fear. His name was none of the dragon's concern. He had come here today to kill him. Seeing the sword in Root's hand, and sensing mana and a sense similar to Vanna's, the lightning flash dragon wondered whether Root was his successor. Then he burst into laughter. How amusing. Vanna had not looked human in the slightest, yet he had unquestionably been human. The one who had imprisoned him here for 700 years had left behind such a rotten piece of trash. "Did you create this strange space as well?" The lightning flash dragon continued. "But human, what do you think a weak child like you can do against me? With a single breath, I could blow you away. I will teach you a lesson for failing to know your place. I will destroy cities and spread terror throughout the lands of mankind. I am Hama, the lightning flash dragon, the herald of catastrophe, the bringer of destruction." The dragon Hama forced Root to his knees. His body trembled as he heard those words. Damn it, that was the dragon's special mental attack. It conveyed threats and fear directly into its opponent's mind. The people here would be able to break free soon enough, but they needed to be careful because they would feel disoriented. Their first objective was to destroy that damned dragon's magical shield. At the strategy meeting, Root had pointed out that Hama's shield possessed a lightning attribute and was exceptionally durable. However, the shield's stability would drop whenever it used a wide area attack. Thus, they would lure it into using broad attacks such as Death Breath. Unlike lightning-based attacks such as Lightning Strike, Death Breath was easier to defend against because it fired a vast amount of magic power over a wide area rather than concentrating it on one person. The others continued listening carefully. Root went on. If the dragon had to deal with too many opponents from the start, it would use the far more powerful Lightning Strike. But if it believed it had only a single opponent, it would surely lower its guard. That lone opponent was Root. Hama praised him for holding out as long as he had, but said it would end here. Then Hama unleashed an immense surge of power from his mouth, the very death breath Root had mentioned. "Captain Root," someone shouted. "Now!" It would use Moonshadow. Once Moonshadow was activated, everyone except Root would hide within his shadow. The moment the dragon used its breath, their plan would begin. Receiving the signal, Abe unleashed his technique. Immediately afterward, the mage Liana took care of the defense against Death Breath. She alone could block the attack. She immediately controlled her staff and deployed defensive magic against the death breath. While it was being held back, Anne's task was to crack it open. She thrust her sword directly into the enormous stream of power, praying for her master to make the magical shield crack. The two forces collided fiercely, but they only needed to create an opening wide enough for an arrow to pass through. Roderick stood ready, raising his bow to fire through the gap in the dragon's breath. The crack in the shield and the arrow fired from the heavenly bow would create a tremendous explosion. And indeed, a massive explosion erupted, powerful enough to shatter Hama's iron-like defense. An enormous force from the bow struck directly against the lightning flash dragon's protective shield. Its magical shield was shattered, though the dragon itself suffered no serious injury. Its eyes burned with fury as it glared at Root's group, grinding its teeth. Another one of Vanna's damned successors, hiding shamefully in the shadows like lowly worms crawling on the earth. Hama, the lightning flash dragon, threw his head back and roared, shaking Abe's invisible field of darkness. He viciously shouted for them to use every one of their cowardly tricks. He would show them what true power was. As soon as he finished speaking, his wings began to glow with lightning. Seeing this, Liana immediately shouted a warning. He was using Lightning Strike. She swiftly formed defensive magic and urgently called Root's name. He knew what she wanted him to do and quickly nodded. The two immediately worked together, one in front and one behind, combining their shockwaves. They intended to counterattack. Their combined shockwave quickly collided with the lightning flash dragon's lightning strike. On this side, everyone urged Abe on as well. In the blink of an eye, the sky was covered in lightning strikes, and everyone's expressions turned grim. On the day they discussed the plan, someone had asked Root how he intended to handle Lightning Strike. Liana understood that Dragon Emperor magic differed from human magic. Hama used instinct rather than incantations. Therefore, his magic was not bound to any fixed form. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell, each with a different shape, making them impossible to dispel. Without hesitation, Root replied that if they could not destroy them, they did not need to evade them. They could counter them directly. He proposed that Liana use white flame to narrow the lightning's paths, while the commander and he would bend their trajectories. And agreed, saying the heavenly observation technique was highly proficient in large-scale defense, so they should leave the defense to them. Anything that got through could be handled by the heavenly bow. Hearing this, the heavenly bow's wielder immediately complained that it was easy for them to say. Root ignored them and continued. In any case, once they successfully broke the barrier, they would drag Hama down from the sky. Furthermore, Hama was very cautious and would focus on recovering before using other high-level spells. Root believed they could hold out long enough for Abe to activate the binding formation. Abe's expression became grave. Shadow binding was not a skill capable of holding a Dragon Emperor. Even with the assistance of magic, it could only briefly immobilize him. Root calmly said that as long as the shadows connected successfully, it would be enough. Their true objective was the Shadow-Cleaving Sword. The Shadow-Cleaving Sword was Adeline's weapon. It was a technique that used darkness to sever a target's essence into fragments. Back in the present, everyone did their best to follow the plan. Abe had now established the shadow binding and immediately shouted. Adeline, who had been defending until then, finally made her move. She could never have imagined that Root had conducted such thorough preliminary research and devised a strategy that optimized every individual's strengths. He was only 18, yet he possessed such judgment. But regardless, the greater cause came first. Adeline did not hesitate to use the Shadow-Cleaving Sword. A streak of darkness shot straight toward the lightning flash dragon and pierced one of its wings. The dragon roared in pain and fury. "You vermin dare!" But Adeline was fearless, gripping her sword tightly as she charged forward. Her mind was in turmoil. This insane plan was proceeding flawlessly. Just who was Root? Putting aside her doubts, the group coordinated seamlessly to bring down the lightning flash dragon, while Root rushed in carrying a spear. With Liana's supporting magic, he advanced step by perfect step toward the lightning flash dragon. Hama flew into a rage when the spear pierced him and let out a furious roar. They had actually dared to use that disgusting metal against him. He would tear them apart and burn them to ashes. He would not let them escape so easily, those loathsome humans. But then he suddenly realized that one person was missing from below. Root was already behind him, carrying another spear. The lightning flash dragon sensed Root's presence as well and snorted coldly. "You are the leader." Root gave a faint laugh. So the dragon was asking for his name? He did not hide it and honestly told the dragon that he was the 9th successor of the heavenly observation technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand stabbed directly into the lightning flash dragon's body, making it cry out in pain. A magical vortex appeared in the sky. Root immediately threw the spear to and told her to catch it. Although, and was somewhat annoyed by the insolent brat, she still reached out and caught the spear. Then she swiftly cast magic. The spear was immediately enveloped in a stream of blue energy. And did not forget to scold Root. Strength was not everything. He needed to temper his character as well. Meanwhile, the others were not idle. Liana continuously cast support magic on Roderick. Arrows flew in a relentless barrage, piercing toward the lightning flash dragon with fierce momentum. The binding would break soon, so they had to ensure they dealt enough damage to truly injure it. But reality did not go as they hoped. The damage was too shallow. The dragon's magical shield had recovered. Once its magical shield had been restored, their attacks were almost useless. It roared, "You bastards!" Root still tried to drive his spear deeper into its body, but the magical shield was too strong to break. He was growing frustrated. The lightning flash dragon was now utterly enraged. It threw back its head and roared, forcing Root to rapidly retreat. Root bit his lip fiercely, unable to suppress his anger. Those below were no exception. Affected by Hama's energy, they could only grit their teeth and fall back. At that moment, another change occurred. Countless magical patterns appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Liana immediately realized what was happening, and her expression turned grave. Hama was about to cast multiple spells at once. The energy radiating from him was too overwhelming, and the thousands of lightning bolts raining down left Liana unable to hold on any longer. Adeline hurried to her side. Looking at the people before him, Hama coldly admitted that they had nearly defeated him. Adeline supported Liana as she hastily erected a protective barrier around them both. Looking down from above like a supreme being gazing upon insects, Hama spoke with utter contempt. He had expected humanity to change after 700 years. Yet it seemed that what humanity had attained was not progress, but self-indulgence. Such inferior creatures could not even live for a single century. Did they truly believe they could defeat one of the 7 dragons? Hama paused briefly, then continued. He would break these wings and walk upon the earth like the insignificant insects known as humans. But in this very moment, all this humiliation would be repaid with humanity's screams. His eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Root. Root had dared to look down on the Dragon Emperor. Hama would eradicate every living creature that knew Root's name, and Root would have to watch helplessly as they vanished from this world. At the very end, when Root had gone mad with fear, Hama would chew him apart and devour him. He told Root to be proud, for Root would become part of his final pleasure. At the same time, outside the pocket dimension, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened as black clouds continuously gathered. The mages immediately sensed that something was wrong. Magic was fluctuating. Then, the horrifying change that struck terror into humanity arrived. In an instant, dragons covered the sky. Humanity's enemies had arrived. They had been ambushed by dragons. Iris immediately ordered everyone to raise defensive barriers. Hennet bit her lip at the sight. What the hell was happening? She could not sense any magical fluctuations at all. And how could these low-ranking dragons have gathered together and acted in such coordination? But when they looked more closely, they discovered something unusual on the dragons' backs. They were humans. Humans were controlling them. A masked woman smiled mockingly. She greeted the poor little lambs, as well as the crown prince of the Alpia Empire. The crown prince narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. She had used mind control magic, but who exactly was she? The woman calmly replied that they were the dragon cult, followers of the benevolent dragon emperor who aided the underground world. The crown prince frowned slightly. The dragon cult she spoke of was merely a secret society of fools serving a dragon. They were no better than the dragons themselves. This world would be better off if people like them were no longer alive. Hearing this, she gestured for the crown prince to be quiet. She even kindly reminded him to watch what he said. Such words would be far too vulgar to write as the final testament of a royal family member. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's subordinate flew into a rage and charged at her. How dare she speak to the crown prince like that? However, she did not panic. She merely chuckled calmly and made a slight motion with her hand. A dark magic circle appeared, blocking his attack. Smiling faintly, she told him not to be so hasty. He would be following the crown prince soon enough. Then she snapped her fingers. The introductions were over. Next came feeding time for the dragon cult. The dragon cultists immediately rushed forward, with the crown prince as their primary target. The royal guards swiftly moved to protect him. Not only did the enemy have superior numbers, but they were also skilled fighters. Before long, the royal side was gradually forced into a disadvantage. They could not understand when a rebel army of this scale had emerged on the continent. The crown prince was now in danger, but fortunately, Balak arrived in time to lend him a hand. Balak created a blazing fire that incinerated the person targeting the crown prince. He had never expected that the day would come when he fought humans rather than dragons. But what other choice did he have? Either finish them off or be killed by them. It was truly horrifying. Still, he could not allow his fellow humans to be slaughtered by those people. It was time for him to fight and protect everyone. Thus, an extremely fierce battle erupted outside the pocket dimension. Both sides had clear objectives. The dragon cult intended to kill the crown prince, while humanity sought to bring down the masked attackers. The leading woman watched the battle from above and could not help frowning. There were more capable people than she had expected, likely students from Erasham Academy. But that did not matter much. Their only objective was the crown prince. Still, if these capable people continued to develop, they would become a threat to the dragon cult. Therefore, she decided to eliminate them before they could grow stronger. Just then, a magical space suddenly formed around her, enclosing her within it. She snorted disdainfully. Something like this could not control her. With a wave of her hand, she shattered the space. Narrowing her eyes at its creator, she smiled and called out the person's name, Iris. Iris faced the woman and gritted her teeth. Archmage Griselda, I thought you died 10 years ago in the myriad form dragon incident, but you're still alive. Hearing this, the masked woman no longer concealed herself. She removed her mask, revealing her true face. With a calm smile, she said that, just as she had expected, Iris had recognized her immediately. She then invited Iris to awaken alongside her. Iris snorted. If you survived, you should have lived quietly. Instead, you worship dragons as gods and follow them. You are a disgrace to every mage. Griselda did not get angry at the insult. Indifferently, she said Iris's temperament had not changed at all. Why not be a little happier? As Iris is senior at Erasham Academy, she would see how much Iris had improved. As she spoke, the staff in her hand began to turn, destroying Iris's magic circles. But Griselda realized there were 7 magic circles. Iris had given it everything she had. Yet before Griselda's black star, it was still nothing but dust. Griselda continued mocking her. If Iris had not wasted her time playing house, she could have become a great mage. Iris struggled against the black star and gritted her teeth. Playing house. At that moment, a sudden change terrified Griselda. A brilliant blaze of fire charged at her from behind. Startled, she hurriedly created a protective barrier. However, the flames kept rushing toward her before exploding. She quickly realized that this was explosive magic, layering spells atop one another. Even the slightest error could kill the caster. What kind of madman would use magic like that? She ignored Iris and focused all her power on dealing with the explosive magic. When she saw the caster, her eyes filled with astonishment. It was another little Hipulio rat. But how could a child like that accomplish such a thing? Then she noticed the staff in Hennet's hand, and her shock deepened. Why did Hennet have that? At that moment, Griselda suddenly realized something and gave a contemptuous laugh. Very good. Root had deceived her. The dragon cult had been exposed. And now she realized it was a trap. She had to prioritize destroying the pocket dimension first. With that thought, the black star in her hand began casting once more, and strange patterns appeared. Griselda's expression changed, her voice brimming with murderous intent. It is good to see you again. But today, I will bring down everyone here. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her staff at Hennet. Iris swiftly pulled Hennet aside and formed a defensive anti-magic formation. The space instantly twisted, returning them to the real world. Griselda stood atop a pavilion and snorted coldly. Did they think she would certainly lose? At the same time, in a gloomy, deserted forest, Lella and Rin suddenly appeared. Lella covered Rin's mouth to stop the girl from making a sound, calmly guessing that Rin had been chasing Griselda. Rin angrily shoved Lella away, her face looking terrible. She bit her lip fiercely, her eyes brimming with tears. Why did Lella keep interfering? Rin wanted revenge. That vile woman had destroyed Rin's tribe. Uncle Ert and Rin's mother had both died at her hands. She had to answer for everything. This time, she would take away what Rin treasured once again. So Rin wanted to take her life. Lella gently tried to persuade the girl, telling her that she would die immediately if she went after Griselda. But Rin did not care. Rin remained determined to go. Lella tightly grasped her hand to stop her and asked what would happen if Iris were put in danger because of Rin. Lella held the sobbing Run in her arms, stroking her head to comfort her. She understood that Run was angry, but she needed to think of everyone else too. Rin should wait until she was strong enough to protect others. She should think about how sad Root would be if she died. Rin lay silently in Lella's embrace, suddenly feeling a little nostalgic. Lella sighed softly. She would cast invisibility magic on Run, so Rin should stay here. Lella reassured her not to worry and told her to wait until she became stronger. With that, Lella immediately rose to confront the dragon cultists. Ice magic began forming in her hand as she attacked them. She would protect Run. Elsewhere, Leon wandered around with her sword, searching for someone. She could clearly feel that the magical reaction had stopped. The master of the Red Tower had probably severed the connection again. Leon could also sense that the Black Star was moving in that direction. She had originally planned to launch a surprise attack when the opportunity arose, but Hennet Hapulia had complicated everything. At that moment, a disturbance suddenly arose behind her, making her turn in alarm. It was Hennet. The moment Hennet arrived, she demanded to know why Leon had seen everything but merely stood by and watched. Leon narrowed her eyes at her. Hennet was the one who should be answering questions. Why was she here alone? Hennet stammered, unable to come up with an excuse for a long time. Leon guessed that perhaps Hennet's mother had abandoned her. Hennet's expression changed immediately. Seeing her reaction, Leon understood. Hennet was only a burden who could not accomplish anything. Frankly, all of this had been caused by Hennet's carelessness. Instead of wasting time arguing, she should go find her mother. As though Leon had struck a nerve, Hennet immediately lost her temper. But before she could curse at Leon, a streak of sword light flashed past her face and stabbed straight behind her. When she turned around, Leon's sword had pierced a dragon cultist's throat, spraying Hennet's face with fresh blood. In an instant, several more cultists surrounded the two of them. Leon snorted coldly. They were certainly good at wasting time. Hennet was left speechless by what she had just witnessed. The blood on her face was still warm, the blood of someone who had been alive only a moment ago. She had to move. She could not stand there like an idiot, but they were human. How could she so easily bring herself to kill them? While she hesitated, Leon was already busy cutting down the cultists. Hennet knew full well that if she did not act, she would be the one to die. Yet she truly could not bring herself to do it. Just then, Leon finished off the group and saw Hennet still standing there. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Leon walked over and slapped her. Angrily, she asked whether Hennet intended to let herself be killed. She told her to focus. Had Hennet not confidently run all the way here? Why had she not anticipated something like this? If Hennet intended to hold Leon back like this, she should go home. It was pathetic. Hennet's face darkened at the scolding. She clenched both hands into fists, then finally could not endure it any longer and punched Leon back. Leon was a little surprised by Hennet's action. She snorted and told Hennet to stop complaining. How dare Hennet hit someone else? Hennet demanded to know who Leon thought she was, to dare hit her and call her pathetic. Did Hennet look that pathetic? Did Leon think everyone was a punching bag for her? Hennet was grateful that Leon had helped her, but that was only advice. Leon should not put others down and act smug. Hennet would handle her own problems. Leon stared blankly at Hennet for a while. She was not angry, only somewhat surprised by Hennet's response. Still, if Hennet wanted to retaliate, a slap would have been enough. Why use a fist? Hennet snorted. Leon should stop whining. Hennet knew it did not hurt. Hennet knew she was pathetic, and she did not even know whether she had improved at all this year. She also knew she was not as strong as Leon, and taking a life would not become easy simply because a slap had awakened her. But even so, if Leon could do it, then she could as well. With that, Hennet immediately disappeared from Leon's sight. Leon was startled by this and hurried after her. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the pocket dimension, Iris was still fighting Griselda with all her strength. Griselda frowned at Iris. She had not expected Iris to endure for so long. Griselda snorted coldly. Where had Iris hidden her daughter? Griselda had to reclaim the wings, and she also had to kill Iris and that deceitful bastard. There was still much to do. Iris glared fiercely at her. She knew she was nearing her limit. Griselda alone was already a formidable opponent, and a magic circle linked to the pocket dimension was continuously consuming Iris's mana. Whether she could block the next attack was the real question. As she was thinking, a voice told her to get out of the way, startling her. Iris quickly dodged to the side. Sure enough, the spot where she had been standing was blown apart by Griselda's magic. Iris was astonished. Whose voice had that been? Griselda realized it was merely a weak-wind spirit. Regardless, it was time to say farewell to her junior. As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed the black star at Iris. A beam of magic wreathed in black energy shot toward Iris. But with a sudden boom, an explosion rang out. Someone had blocked the attack for Iris. Iris looked up slightly. It was Hennet. Griselda looked upon this with disdain. Did Hennet intend to block her attack? How foolish. But what Griselda did not expect came next. Leon appeared behind her at some point and slashed her. Griselda gritted her teeth in pain as fresh blood seeped from one of her shoulders. Leon gave her no chance to react and continued launching a flurry of sword strikes. Griselda hurriedly created a protective barrier around herself and angrily cursed that pathetic fool. Yet she had to admit that Leon was entirely different from the other weaklings. Leon's attacks gave her considerable trouble, and she also had to withstand Hennet's magical attacks. Hennet rushed in with a fragment of her staff, attacking from the other side. Their fierce assault continuously drove Griselda into a difficult position. After defending herself for some time, she fell into a disadvantage. Then she suddenly stopped. She had no other choice. In the next instant, she let out a loud cry, and her black star exploded. Iris's expression became grave at the sight. This was the spell of an 8-circle mage, a grand spell. Griselda did not stop. She shouted Arcana. As she did, an increasing number of black magical rays appeared around her. The more Hennet watched, the more terrified she became. Her mana had been blocked. That spell had cut off the flow of magical power. But something even more horrifying followed. A serpent's head suddenly lunged at Hennet, startling her. Hennet hurriedly dodged the serpent head's attack. Leon also arrived in time and slashed at it with her sword. At that moment, Griselda emerged from within the serpent's head. Narrowing her eyes at Leon, she snorted and asked who Leon truly was. Leon was a powerful monster. Leon did not want to waste words on her. She told Griselda to look in a mirror, then swung her sword down again. However, she could not reach Griselda. Layer upon layer of protective magic proved impossible to break, throwing Leon backward. Griselda narrowed her eyes at the three of them, her voice filled with contempt. In any case, she would defeat them all. But she was curious, so she had to ask. She would regard Leon's answer as her final words. Leon had now noticed the problem. Why could she not use magic? Hennet snorted and told her to use her brain. Griselda gave a soft laugh. If Leon had no intention of answering, then she would take her life and find out for herself. Just as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the forest. An explosion abruptly erupted, destroying the spot where Griselda had been standing. When everyone looked again, 2 more people had appeared, a man and a woman. The woman angrily cursed Griselda, declaring that she was the only one allowed to defeat her student. The man beside her chuckled, saying that was a bit of an exaggeration. Inside the pocket dimension, Root's group had battled the Lightning Flash Dragon an unknown number of times. Everyone was covered in wounds. They had shattered its shield and pierced through its fortress-like body over and over again. Yet the Lightning Flash Dragon showed no signs of exhaustion. Were they really going to die here? Would all their efforts amount to nothing? At that moment, Hennet reminded them to stop saying such foolish things. Anything with a heartbeat would eventually die. Even a myriad form dragon was no exception. Not even Aben, unless he was a god. As soon as she said that, the others immediately mocked Aben. Aben glared at them angrily and told Lyanna to cut off the connection between those two. Root understood his concern and reassured him that their efforts would not be wasted. The first time they attacked its shield, they had needed all their strength just to leave a crack in it. Root frowned at it and began casting magic. Ice blocks instantly appeared to counter the lightning flash dragon's lightning attacks. What they had gained through countless battles was the ability to shatter its shield with ease. Its shield had weakened greatly. Even Hama's mana was concentrated around his neck now, which meant he felt threatened. Hama was enraged. After 700 years, an elven king had become a human slave. Root's teammates were surprised to hear that. Hennet reminded Lyanna not to overexert herself and handed her a stamina recovery potion. Then she asked Root whether he was certain the dragon's heart was there and how confident he was. Without hesitation, Root said he was 95% certain, though in truth, it was 100% because he had checked it in his previous life. Roderick was delighted to hear that. 95% meant they had hit the jackpot, and he would give it everything he had. Lyanna snorted coldly. Was he still treating this as a bet? Adeline, who was still standing firm, calmly stated that no matter what, they had only one choice. They could not keep dragging out this exhausting battle. They should do as Root wished. Everyone here trusted and relied on him. If that remaining 5% came true, then seniors like them would deal with it, so Root did not need to worry. At that moment, the ground suddenly exploded and everyone immediately scattered. The lightning flash dragon pursued them relentlessly, disdainfully saying they were throwing away their lives like fools. Roderick drew his bow and fired at Hama, scoffing. What did he mean, throwing their lives away? That was nonsense. They were 95% certain. That was enough for them to wager their lives. They continued attacking the lightning flash dragon, and their fierce assault enraged it. It roared that it would melt every last one of them. To strike at the dragon's heart, they needed to fight at close range, but the Dragon Emperor was extremely vigilant now. They had to force open a path at any cost. They needed to coordinate their attacks and make its colossal body move. The weaker its shield became, the harder it was for it to block everyone's attacks. They would use a wide area attack once again, so they had to seize the opportunity. At that moment, Aben suddenly charged forward, shouting at the ugly reptile. Root rushed in at the same time, repeatedly taunting it. The lightning flash dragon's attacks had grown weaker. Why was it struggling so hard against a bunch of annoying insects? Was it afraid? Root's provocation enraged the dragon, and it spat out a fireball. Root hurriedly twisted aside to evade the incoming flames. The lightning flash dragon snorted at him, contemptuously asking whether he thought it would fall for the same trick again. Root grew anxious and secretly contacted the others, telling them to change coordinates. He also warned them that there would be a violent backlash, so they needed to hold on tight. Lyanna immediately used magic to alter the formation, and Root's group vanished from the lightning flash dragon's sight. The lightning flash dragon was displeased by this. Other than running around like rats, they could do nothing. But at that moment, Adeline rushed forward with her sword and viciously slashed the lightning flash dragon. The lightning flash dragon was not worried in the slightest. That was nothing more than a scratch to it. But just as it finished speaking, magic formations suddenly appeared and surrounded its body. Only then did Adeline speak. They had stopped its regenerative ability, and it would last for roughly 30 seconds. The lightning flash dragon did not take their efforts seriously at all, considering them utterly useless. It would crush them all right here. Immediately, its massive body began to blot out the sky. It descended from above, intending to crush Root's group. At the critical moment, Hennet appeared in time and created a protective barrier, saving Roderick's life. He sighed in relief, saying he had nearly ended up on an altar watching naked chickens. Hennet told him to stop talking nonsense and fire his arrows. He immediately nodded, then drew his bow and repeatedly fired arrows at Hama. The arrow rain shot forward like lightning, but to Hama, it was merely a tedious display. So now, he would take all of their lives. Root watched him warily. The Dragon Emperor's golden blood was hot like molten iron. As long as they stayed alert, they could avoid it. At that moment, the lightning flash dragon began its counterattack, and Root fixed his gaze on the golden blood rushing toward him. With the aid of the Blood Rage sword, this could be a good opportunity. When the timing was right, Root charged forward with the Blood Rage sword. In his previous life, while he had been crippled and crawling on the ground, he had seen the exact spot where his brother stabbed the dragon's heart. The dragon's heart was the source of the Dragon Emperor's power. Unlike ordinary dragons, the heart that sustained the Dragon Emperor's enormous body was strangely similar to a human heart. The Lightning Flash Dragon's heart was located in its neck. Root did not know who had created dragons, but that person certainly had an unusual sense of aesthetics. No matter what, they were nearly out of mana. Everyone had to pour all their strength into this attack. There would be no second chance, so they had to strike as precisely as possible. Root would cleave through the entire space. With that thought, he immediately unleashed Grand Cleave. The people behind him could not contain their joy when they saw it. They had done it, yet Root clearly sensed that they had not. Its heartbeat was still pulsing, because at that instant, it had transformed into a humanoid form. Root recalled that, in his previous life, his brother had been badly injured when he defeated the Lightning Flash Dragon, though he had been praised by everyone afterward. Thinking about it now, his brother had truly been incredible. But while Root was lost in thought, a loud shout jolted him awake. He realized he had made a mistake. The Lightning Flash Dragon had stabbed at him with a sword charged with lightning. Root had no time to react, and the sword pierced straight through his heart. Everyone panicked at the sight. Root fell helplessly from the air to the ground. Adeline hurried over to catch him. The Lightning Flash Dragon roared in fury that they had actually forced it into this form. After 700 years, weak humans who could only imitate their magic had grown stronger. Hama admitted that he had been too arrogant, and that arrogance had caused the outcome last time as well. With that, he immediately unleashed a lightning strike. Hennet gritted her teeth and blocked it, but she could not withstand the attack. At the same time, Aben created a black star circle to shield Root and Adeline from Hama's attack. Hama would not make the same mistake twice. He looked at Aben's black hand and snorted coldly, calling it filthy. Then he slashed at it. In an instant, Aben's hand was severed. Roderick panicked and urged Liana to cast a healing spell quickly. But Hama naturally would not give them that chance. Since Liana's mouth could chant such pathetic spells, he had to silence her. He covered her mouth tightly with his clawed hand, preventing her from speaking. Hennet hurriedly rushed in, her sword slashing without pause. Energy streaks carrying sharp sword light danced continuously through the air. Roderick did not remain idle either, firing arrows at Hama. But Hama casually caught Roderick's arrows with one hand. Hama snorted. That arrogant, showy gaze had to be removed. As soon as he said that, Hama drove his sword into Roderick's eye, and blood instantly sprayed everywhere. At that moment, Hama resembled a demon as he advanced step by step toward Root's group, his voice full of killing intent. To show respect for those who had made it this far, he would kill them in a human manner. And that name as well, Heaven-Piercing Sword Art. Hennet bit her lip fiercely and cursed through gritted teeth, asking how he dared. But Hama truly did dare. He continuously fired lightning strikes toward Hennet and the unconscious Root. Adeline held him in her arms, watching blood pour from him without stopping. Her expression turned panicked. His heart had been struck by lightning. She should try channeling mana into his body to heal him. Acting immediately, she began pouring mana into Root's chest. A moment later, Root suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Adeline called out to him in panic, but there was no response. Only then did she realize that she had merely made his heart beat faster. What was she supposed to do now? Meanwhile, Hennet and Hama's battle continued, and Hennet was sent flying by Hama. Hama's sword pierced Hennet's heart. He coldly declared it a pointless battle. Narrowing his eyes at her, he smiled mockingly and asked whether his heaven-piercing sword art was stronger than hers. Hennet bit her lip fiercely. She did not think so. What he used was a combination of countless sword techniques she had never seen or heard of. He must have learned them through 700 years of combat experience. At that moment, Hama let go of his sword and calmly told her to sit still while he dealt with the rest. Since she was somewhat special, he would take his time enjoying her death. With that, he slowly walked toward Adeline. She was the last one, and she was the one who had cut off his leg. What should he do to her? Cutting off her leg would not be enough. Rather than her leg, should he cut off her arms? Adeline shouted furiously for him to get away, then slashed viciously at Hama. But Adeline's sword strikes were chaotic now, and Hama saw through them at once, his eyes full of contempt. Hearing this, Adeline's expression grew grave. He had seen through everything. Seeing her expression, Hama grew even more pleased with himself. Those seemingly endless Link's sword moves were indeed a cunning sword art, yet he did not take them seriously. While she was off guard, he fired a lightning strike at her waist, instantly leaving a wound. As he prepared to finish her, Hama's eyes were full of smug satisfaction. Insects belonged crawling on the ground. Everything was useless, so she should give up. Adeline had wielded a sword all her life, only to end up dying by his hand. Adeline gave a faint smile and called him too arrogant. Spending an entire life merely to kill a dragon was rather exaggerated, after all. Then she thrust her sword at Hama's neck. The strike shocked him. Adeline had been bound to the shadows. Had that sword move only been meant to deceive him? Adeline smiled faintly and told him not to underestimate humans. Hama instantly flew into a rage, and hundreds of lightning strikes descended once more. He fiercely seized Adeline by the throat and cursed through gritted teeth, asking why she kept courting death when she already knew how this would end. This was why all humans were equally stupid. Since they did not wish to live, he would grant them their wish, especially Adeline. He would not allow her to die so easily. At the same time, within unconscious Root's mind, his brother's voice suddenly rang out, reassuring him that everything would be all right. But Root coldly told him to leave. He would not give up so easily. That was right. He would never die in this place. Those voices seemed to awaken the unconscious Root, and his arm twitched slightly. Hama seemed to sense it and immediately turned to look in surprise. Sure enough, Root had awakened and risen to his feet. He muttered something incomprehensible. At that time, the one called a warrior had trembled miserably. He gave a soft laugh and murmured that his brother's miserable appearance suited him better. Then he stopped speaking. A strange arrow-shaped mark suddenly appeared on his arm. Hama was so shocked that he could not say a word. Root wiped the blood from his face and calmly said that it suited him better than it had suited his brother. Root! Root! Pharaoh's voice rang out. Are you there, Root? Are you all right? Our connection was interrupted. Covered in wounds, Root answered that he was fine and told her to stop shouting because it was giving him a headache. Before him, the lightning flash dragon was gripping Commander Adeline by the throat. The dragon glanced at Root and stared at the mark. Impossible. He threw Commander Adeline to the ground. Impossible. He roared and immediately charged at Root. He could not allow this to happen. His slash burst forth with storm-like force as he rushed forward and severed Root's arm. After the strike, he seemed to see something strange. He gritted his teeth as sweat streamed down his face. So that was it. Root spoke as fresh red blood covered his arm, which was already beginning to regenerate. That light was not right. It was the same as 700 years ago. Yes, something was wrong. How could an ordinary human possess it? The lightning flash dragon stared at Root in disbelief at his rapid regeneration. Just as I thought. Are you Vanna's reincarnation? Root picked up another sword and assumed a fighting stance. He asked how many times Hama intended to ask that, saying he had already told him no. A thought crossed his mind. He was taking on his brother's role again. A long blue arrow-shaped mark appeared on his hand, the hero's mark his brother had possessed in his previous life. It was a miracle represented by 5 elements. However, it did not grant its bearer unlimited power. It used the bearer's mana to operate its magic. The image of his brother appeared in his memory, his hand raised with a mark and 6 wings. The mark lasted for around 5 minutes. Once all the elements vanished, the mark would disappear as well. Root had to end this fight before then. He did not have time to play with Hama. He was in a hurry. Root charged forward and slashed at the lightning flash dragon, telling the fat lizard to shut up and fight. The lightning flash dragon refused to yield, roaring for him not to get cocky. Then the two rushed into battle. Every clash of their blades produced massive explosions, filling the area with smoke and dust. As they fought, the lightning flash dragon scorned him. Vanna was dead. That monster was dead. Just because Root had the mark did not mean he was stronger. Root's feet began exerting greater force as he moved faster. In his previous life, he had fought against lightning, so he had to predict how the battle would unfold. But Root gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with determination, and his expression was confident. There was no need to guess anymore. He had a breakthrough from the front. He was not certain, but Hama did not seem like the type to flee after being struck. He had to defeat him before the hero's mark disappeared. The lightning flash dragon was furious, baring his sharp fangs. His hair floated upward, and his wide eyes glowed a single shade of yellow. Root mocked him. Why is the esteemed Dragon Emperor Hama imitating human? Have you lost your soul? Enraged, Hama shouted, "Shut up." He flew toward Root, sending out the same strange yellow-green slashes. Root raised his sword to block them, not forgetting to taunt him. Are you scared because you can't tell whether that's swordsmanship or a sword dance? The mockery drove him mad. His expression hardened as he repeatedly slashed at Root. Suddenly, his sword vanished. "Don't toy with me," he shouted. He began casting magic, and 2 blue magic circles appeared, surrounded by mixed yellow-green bolts of lightning. As he cast the spell, he thought, "I need to keep my distance. I have already wasted too much of the Dragonheart's power on those worthless fools. I cannot let him come any closer. It is far too dangerous, even though I want to tear him apart right now." At that moment, his magic created a spatial passage, and he was about to fly through it to escape. Suddenly, someone slashed his back before he could react. His face filled with shock. His magic was disrupted, and he turned around to see who it was. The one who had struck him was Aben. "Are you running away from human?" Aben mocked. He stood there with an angry but resolute expression, despite the many wounds covering his body. The lightning flash dragon had thought he had killed all of them, so he was utterly stunned to see Aben. "You bastard! What do you think you're doing?" he roared. One after another, the 2 guild masters rose to their feet. They had saved a recovery skill in case he transformed. Then the other 2 guild masters recovered as well and prepared to attack. This was a difficult battle, but if they forced him to transform, victory would be theirs. As long as they did not give up, they would win. Root rushed at the lightning flash dragon with his sword. "Don't come near me!" Hama screamed, spewing sparks from his mouth. A fireball appeared. Roaring flames and bolts of lightning enveloped Root. "I told you not to come near me," Hama warned. The flames scorched Root's body, burning away chunks of flesh and exposing bone. Yet Root did not falter. He swung his sword in a counterattack. Root's strike made Hama cry out in agony. It had hit his heart, cracking it apart. He screamed miserably, "No, no, no, Arg!" His scream rang out as dragon scales appeared on his arms, and his tail and wings grew back. His humanoid form transformed into a massive dragon with 4 wings and a long tail. Seeing this, Root asked, "You're transforming again?" Hama had gone mad. He was trying to break the barrier and escape. Open up, break this magic barrier," he roared, smashing his head against it. "Why won't it break? It's only a barrier. How much mana does it have?" He used all his strength to shatter the barrier, but it had no effect. Hama struggled within the barrier, thinking, "Fire Dragon, you must have been a fool to let humans use you." Suddenly, a chain wrapped around one of his clawed feet. It was Root's chain, holding him tightly in place. Root sneered, "Where do you think you're going, bastard?" Bound by the chain, Hama panicked. No, I don't want to die. You know nothing. Spreading fear is my mission. I am an important being to all of you." He continued, trying to justify himself. "I am the savior of this chaotic world. I'm a wise one." Root was enraged by those words. "Shut up," he shouted. Root's mana immediately formed a massive hand of energy that seized Hama by the throat, making him scream in pain. "This world doesn't need trash like you," Root yelled. As his energy surged, the darkness in the surrounding space gradually faded, and light from the sky began to emerge. Black and Liana stared in astonishment. "The sky is opening up. That can't be." Meanwhile, Archmage Griselda thought the lightning dragon had broken the barrier and laughed delightedly. "The barrier is opening. Ha ha ha. They won." The lightning flash dragon suddenly lost his head and collapsed. As the barrier gradually opened, the light of life shone through. The raid party had returned. The guild masters and Root emerged proudly, some still wearing cold expressions, others smiling and waving. Root appeared to be the most severely wounded and was being supported by Adeline. The knights fighting below looked up at the sky in disbelief. "That headless dragon, is it the lightning dragon? That means it's dead." The prince spoke, utterly stunned by what he was seeing. "The lightning dragon is dead. Begin the cleanup." A commander ordered the knights. When Archmage Griselda saw the lightning dragon slain, her face filled with fear and anxiety. "Lord Hama, that can't be." He failed. "Damn it. Should we retreat? How did things turn out like this, Prince?" As she remained lost in thought, someone slashed her arm. Griselda jerked back in alarm, gritting her teeth. It was Root. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked. Leon Kyer appeared behind Griselda, gripping her sword tightly and preparing to send her to meet her ancestors. Seeing Root, the mage gritted her teeth and cursed. "You bastard! Why don't you watch your back?" Then Leon Kyer thrust her sword through Griselda's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Griselda could only scream in agony. Fortunately for her, she managed to open a spatial portal and escape. Damn it, she ran away like a rat. Professor Claire shouted furiously. Professor Daniel wondered, does she keep a teleportation escape scroll under her bed? Still, with wounds that severe, not even holy magic could save her. She would not live much longer. Since the remnants had nearly all been wiped out, they should help the Black Dragon Knights first. Hennet and Ren came running over in tears, calling out, "Root, Uncle!" Ren rushed forward and tightly hugged Root. Black held out his arms. "Root, I'll give you a warm hug." Liana ran over as well and teased him. "I thought you were dead since I couldn't find you." Hennet sat beside him, worried. Do you know how worried I was? Overwhelmed by their rapid-fire words, Root turned pale. Leon Kyer stood some distance away, watching him. Elsewhere, two guild masters talked among themselves. "I'm glad you're all right. What happened outside? I didn't think everyone would make it. Will they study the Lightning Dragon's corpse?" Another guild master asked. Fortunately, the hunt for the Lightning Dragon succeeded. But because of the aftermath, the Empire will become even more chaotic in the future. Ow, easy. That hurts. Leon Kyer stood with her arms folded and apologized to Root. "I'm sorry I missed." Root answered gently, "Hey, it's fine." Then, while bandaging the wound on his face, he proudly declared, "Oh, right. I'm a hero now." No one believed him, and they mocked him. "A hero? You, a legendary warrior? Did you hit your head somewhere?" Root insisted, "I'm serious." Another voice teased him, "Don't worry, Root. If you train, your head will recover." Root was speechless. "Do you want me dead that badly?" Leon Kyer watched the scene and laughed happily. "Huh." Ren, Black, Liana, and Hennet surrounded Root as they bandaged his wounds, laughing and joking. What kind of hero talks like that? 1 week later, the Lightning Dragon raid, the emergence of the Divine Dragon Temple, and the appearance of the second hero became the talk of the continent. People discussed the news as they read their newspapers. The entire continent was shaken by the chain of events, marking the beginning of an age of chaos. The scene shifted to a palace, where 5 people stood reading the newspaper to a red-haired man. The kings of many kingdoms had gathered intelligence about every event through Pharma and Alpa. They were quite interested in the raid party members who had miraculously survived. However, every member had been severely injured after the battle and was recuperating at the Sacred Hall of Anet, a holy place outsiders could not enter. The scene shifted to the Sacred Hall of Anet. 6 apples sat on a plate in a room. "So Adeline and Liana are recovering?" "That's a relief," a voice said. "That's right. I visited them on my way here, and they secretly went outside," Root said, recounting his visit to Adeline and Liana. Roderick, sitting on the bed, smiled after hearing him. "It's good that they can go outside." Root ate a pastry as he chatted. The healing holy magic must be incredibly powerful if it was able to reattach your arm. Aben, whose arm was bandaged, replied, "Luckily, a priest from the Midsummer Guild was nearby and treated me immediately." Roderick, lying beside them, added, "It was only possible because I brought your arm back for treatment." Aben interrupted, "No matter how powerful holy magic is, it cannot compare to the miracle we created. Can it? The immortal warrior Root." Root's face darkened at the teasing, as though he might vomit. "Can you stop calling me that? I've been teased about it for 2 days straight." His memories went back 2 days to the Hall of Anet. Root followed a priest into a room. Aben continued teasing him. "Why, isn't that the title bestowed on the second hero recognized by the Pope?" "Nonsense. Even if you're a public figure, it is still only a title, isn't it?" Roderick asked him. "How did you feel when you met the Pope for the first time?" Root recalled the memory of a wheelchair. "Nothing special. It went more smoothly than I expected. He looks like a man in his 20s. He must have stopped his aging with magic, just like you." The Pope appeared in his memories. He sat in a wheelchair, with long hair and red eyes. He was handsome and gentle-looking. Root continued, "Judging by that ridiculous title he gave me, Immortal Warrior, his personality." Aben immediately teased him again. "Why, isn't Immortal Warrior a cool title?" Roderick did not let him off either. "That's right. Immortal Warrior is pretty cool." Root was left utterly speechless. Angrily, he walked out. Roderick called after him, "Hey, I won't tease you anymore." Come back. Ava did not care much. Haha, just let him go. I think he needs some time alone. Thanks to the holy healing magic, Root had recovered much faster. It was nice to be able to walk around freely. As he wandered the hallway, he thought, I hope they recover soon so we can leave this place. But they should stop bothering me so much. He recalled being congratulated for receiving his title, while no one forgot to tease him. Hey, come in here, Immortal Warrior. Congratulations on being recognized as a hero, Immortal Warrior. Ha ha ha. Since you're immortal, don't die of embarrassment. Root clenched his teeth at the memory, looking deeply irritated. He scratched his head. Damn it, I don't even know where to go. Mr. Donatos, a voice called out. A priest approached him. What are you doing here? It is almost time for your medical examination. Although you seem fine, we do not know much about your mark. We do not know whether it has any side effects. Root replied, all right, I understand. I'll go. Before he could leave, another voice called out, Root. Finally, we meet again. I'm glad you're all right. It was Jeremy, who had come to visit Root carrying a bouquet of flowers. Root asked, hey, why are you here? Jeremy replied, I thought that after the raid, you would be treated at the Hall of Anet. I am also interested in holy magic, so I came here to study it. Besides, the dean wrote me a letter of recommendation. Root coldly waved him off. Fine, I understand. But inwardly, he thought that bald old man did not need to do that. Jeremy turned to the priest. Could you leave Root and me alone for a while? We have something to discuss. The priest agreed and reminded Root, all right, but return to the hall when it is time for your examination. Root glared at Jeremy. We have nothing to talk about. Jeremy merely smiled. Was my ancestors' journal useful? Root asked, what do you mean? Jeremy replied casually, I was simply curious whether it was useful. Jeremy took out a notebook and explained, listen, I have investigated both the Divine Dragon Temple and the Temple of Light. There is very little information on the Divine Dragon Temple because it operated in the shadows. After the raid, its remnants were captured one by one. The Imperial family is investigating too, but they have made no progress. That led me to a hypothesis. Root took the journal and read it closely. Jeremy continued. There may be some connection between these two religions. The Temple of Light's doctrine tells a legendary story of humans and gods from before the Age of Dragons. There was a terrifying and powerful existence called the Ancient Demons. They ravaged the world and tormented humanity to achieve their goals. But then Anet, the god of light, freed us from that suffering. Don't you think the ancient demons of the Temple of Light and the divine dragons of the Divine Dragon Temple could be connected somehow? Furthermore, the Divine Dragon Temple has far deeper roots than we thought. Given its scale, it must have some link to the Temple of Light, a religion that is spread across the entire continent. I wonder what it would mean if the two religions were connected. But for now, it is all merely speculation, because there is no information about the Divine Dragon Temple. Root held up the journal and mocked Jeremy. So, in short, you found nothing, right? Jeremy hastily explained, wait, there's one more thing. The Temple of Light is just as strange. For example, Jeremy took out a letter and handed it to Root. That priest from earlier had a rather strange aura. Didn't you notice? That strict priest from before. Root asked as he read the letter, which contained information about the priest. Yes, his name is Marvin Buthal. His background, his reason for joining the temple, his affiliations, and his record all seem perfectly ordinary. There is nothing suspicious about them. However, there's something very slight that caught my eye. I cannot get it out of my mind. Still, it is only a hypothesis. Root was annoyed. You are investigating such trivial things? Every accusation begins with a hypothesis, you lunatic. Then Root turned away and dismissed him. Go. You are wasting my time. Jeremy remained calm. Next time, I will bring something more valuable. Root walked down the stairs. What did you think of that priest earlier, Pharaoh? He asked. Pharaoh wondered. After speaking of him like that, you still trust him? Root explained. Although he is a strange man, his suspicions are always right. Pharaoh gave her opinion. From what I saw, he is human. I do not know his mana level or how dangerous he may be. Still, humans understand certain matters better than I do. Root scowled. So you do not know then? You should have just said so from the beginning. At that moment, Run, who had been waiting for him for a long time, appeared. Uncle, where have you been? Everyone has been looking for you. She pointed into the room. That white-haired woman ate all the pastries in your room. Leon Kyer protested. Hey, don't lie. I only ate one. Black was doing abdominal exercises on the floor, while Liana and Hennet stood behind him. They had all been waiting for Root. Seeing them, Root turned his back. Don't you people know the way home? Visiting hours are almost over. Only then did everyone agree to leave. Black waved goodbye. Leon Kyer said, "All right, I need to visit my mother. See you tomorrow." Liana had dinner plans with Lena, and Rin said bye, Uncle. Root was still annoyed. Damn it, do you people think this is a park or something? Hennet spoke up. Relax. They're only worried about you. Root dismissed her as well. You should leave too. Hennet gritted her teeth and called him cold-hearted. Suddenly, Root called out to her. Hey, what is it? Do you know anything about holy magic? Or perhaps the hospital of the Temple of Light? Hennet asked, surprised. That is unexpected. What are you curious about? For example, something about a priest in this hospital. Marvin Buthall. Hennet was startled. What? Who? But Root did not say anything more and dismissed her again. Never mind. Just go. Hennet put her hands on her hips in anger. What? You're making me worry. Root lay down on the bed indifferently. All right, goodbye. Damn it, I'm leaving. Take care. Hennet walked out, looking irritated. Still, she began to wonder about what Root had said. The name Buthall lingered in her mind. As she walked away, she thought, the Buthall family is famous for holy magic. Then she remembered, hadn't she exchanged contact information with the second girl from the Sacred Power Club last time? It was late and the streets were nearly deserted, but a place like this was sure to have magical communication devices. She began looking around for one. There it is. She spotted 2 telephone booths. She immediately called the girl whose contact information she had gotten before. Hello, is this Haley Buthall? My name is Hennet Hapulia. We met at the club the other day. Yes, that's right. I have a question. Are you free to meet right now? The voice on the phone replied, No, I'm sorry. Could you contact me later? I can't right now. I just heard that my uncle passed away. My uncle died 3 days ago. No one knew until they found his body at his home. Uncle Marvin. Hennet was utterly shocked when she heard that name. Wait, Uncle Marvin. Hennet was so absorbed in the call that she failed to notice Marvin had appeared behind her. Fear seized her as she thought of the name Marvin Buthall. Meanwhile, Root was asleep in his room. Suddenly, he sprang upright and immediately grabbed his sword. He seemed to sense something. Faroa asked, What is it? Root got out of bed and assumed a combat stance. My mana has been cut off. Faroa noticed it too. Some force has sealed off this space. It seems to be a barrier, but it doesn't appear to be magic. Root thought to himself, I was certain the security was airtight, yet they infiltrated without being noticed. And that strange aura. This isn't an ordinary person. The person outside the door. Root shouted, raising his sword toward the door. What kind of monster are you? A voice echoed from outside. You disappoint me, my counterfeit son. You call me father, yet you do not know who I am. The man standing outside was Marvin, clutching Hennet by the throat and holding her hostage. Root snapped angrily. How am I supposed to know when you keep changing your appearance? Hennet was being choked so tightly that she could barely breathe. Adamigo, the priest, stared at Root with a cold expression. He tightened his grip around Hennet's neck, forcing her to shut her eyes and grit her teeth. Then the priest gave a sinister smile, and his face began to change. He revealed his true face, a purple-haired man with sharp eyes. He laughed loudly. Of course you know who I am. Root looked at him, his face tense. This is probably the worst possible situation. So this was Adamigo, master of the Divine Dragon Temple. He had come and gone without anyone noticing, and he could constantly change his appearance. This ability was closer to a supernatural power than magic. In his previous life, though Adam had only appeared briefly, blood flowed everywhere he went. Even though my brother defeated him, he said it had all been luck. He was that powerful. Even Leon never knew his true identity, something pretending to be human. Adam removed his monocle and looked at Root with a contemptuous smile. Faroa asked Root, We cannot call him human. He is not a dragon either. He is more like a chimera. Root, do you intend to fight him? Root replied anxiously. No, he still has Hennet hostage, so I can't win. Bringing a hostage means he has something to say to me. First, we need to save Hennet the moment an opportunity arises. Freeze him whenever you can. Faroa began chilling the sword. I have to protect Hennet at all costs, even if it kills me. Root gripped his sword tightly. By the authority of our contract, I command you. Adam sneered at him. You're not going to draw your sword? A person would need to know their opponent's strength to deceive someone like Griselda with such absurd lies. Root lowered his sword, seemingly with no intention of fighting. He retorted, Isn't that just like making an idiot pretend to be a bishop? Even though she was ashamed, she told you everything, didn't she? I deliberately injured her. Adam waved a hand dismissively. So that is why I killed her. She lost many followers, and she could not even keep hold of the lightning flash dragon. I was terribly disappointed to learn that the time spent in the tranquil snowfields had been pointless. In the end, her life was useless too. Root growled, "Stop lying. You do not even know what disappointment is. You only pretend to have emotions. Do not talk about someone you never cared about, just to score points." Adam tightened his grip around Hennet's throat. "Immortal warrior, I have researched you thoroughly. The survivor of the dragon execution incident. An orphan. Truly, a classic beginning for a hero's tale. Everything is fine, but something is still missing." Root stood opposite him, clenching his hand as he prepared to attack if Adam did anything to Hennet. Adam continued, "It is strange for a third-rate mercenary brat to suddenly become talented within just 2 years, then gain strength equal to a dragon king's. Don't you find that suspicious, Lady Hypelia? There's clearly something wrong with him, isn't there?" Hennet glared at him furiously. Hennet clenched her fist as sparks appeared around her. "Why does the biggest freak here get to spout nonsense?" She twisted around and attacked him with fire magic. He released her, making her fall forward. Completely unharmed, he merely mocked her. "So, composed. Have you been chanting a spell in secret?" Dark Wings. It is like handing a spear to a child. While taunting her, he cast Dark Wings. "I will return the favor." He immediately attacked Hennet. She was terrified. Since she was falling forward, she could not defend herself. Root rushed in and took Adam's attack for Hennet. He shouted, "Pharaoh!" A barrier immediately appeared in front of Hennet. Hennet fell painfully to the ground with a cry. Fortunately, Pharaoh created a protective barrier around her, preventing her from being attacked. Adam spoke. "I see that you truly are a hero, but your hero's mark has not fully recovered yet." As he spoke, he reached for something. His previous attack had severed the arm bearing Root's hero's mark. Holding the arm, Adam passed judgment. "Risking your life and losing an arm. Is this young lady truly that important to you? I believe abandoning her would improve your chances of survival." Hennet, inside the barrier, cursed at him furiously. "You bastard." Root held his arm, but showed no fear. "Stop beating around the bush. Get to the point. I know I am your target." Adam no longer hit it. "Very well. You are correct. How did you discover me? How did you learn clues about the 10,000 dragon calamity?" Root sneered. "Your grandfather told me." Adam gave a faint smile and struck again, severing Root's other arm as well. Hennet was horrified within the barrier, repeatedly pounding against it. Adam questioned Root again. "How did you find the lightning flash dragon's sealing stone?" Blood poured endlessly from Root's severed arms. His face twisted in rage as he answered, "I picked it up." Adam attacked him again. The lightning flash dragon should not have died such a meaningless death. It would have been wonderful if the seal had been broken at Aratium, just like the 10,000 dragon calamity of the past. His attack severed Root's leg, forcing him to collapse to his knees in a pool of fresh blood. Root gritted his teeth. Because lightning shattered Aratium's seal that day, more than half the students were struck apart by lightning. Every tragedy in my previous life was caused by this bastard. Adam pressed Root's head to the floor with his foot. "Who exactly are you? Why are you enraged over a disaster that has not yet happened? The reincarnation of Hero Vanna? I do not think so. Therefore, my conclusion is that you are a regressor." Root's face darkened, and his eyes widened at Adam's conclusion. Adam explained, "Before your regression, you were already a hero, weren't you? The 7 dragons, the divine dragon, and you killed us all." Root was stunned upon hearing the name Divine Dragon. Adam gripped Root's face. A year ago, the connection to the floating island was abruptly severed, leaving the blood dragon's position vacant. How coincidental that it happened at the same time you entered Aratium. Now I understand. You are a toy of Kina, the Genesis dragon. Root's expression darkened at that name, utterly confused. He thought of that white-haired man. Adam asked him, "Is this the first time you have heard that name?" The dragon god, Kina, the Genesis dragon, the father of the dragon race, including the 7 dragons. The god of creation. Only a god could turn back time, at the very least. Kina seems to like you quite a lot. So the dragon god worshipped by that dragon temple was that man. Kina, the Genesis dragon. A name I never knew. A god with the power to alter time. Root replied, "I do not care whether he is a dragon god or anything else." With an angry, determined expression, he shouted, "This time, I will kill him." Adam looked at him with a mocking smile. You cannot do it with only your left leg, immortal warrior. Unfortunately, now that I have discovered you are Kina's toy, I cannot kill you here. He placed a hand on Root's head as a warning. My curiosity has been satisfied. Take it easy next time. It would be troublesome if you died. Then he turned and walked away. Root could only grit his teeth and endure, unable to do anything. Suddenly, he vomited blood, with blood covering his mouth. He gave the man a disdainful smile. Fine, the next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. Adam Chakrit. Aha, very well. Root's eyes gradually closed, and Adam's figure became blurry. All he could see were the indistinct footsteps walking away. Then he lost consciousness, while Adam's voice lingered in the air. Good luck. The following day, security was tight at the Sacred Hall of Annette. Someone stood outside a room and knocked. Master, may I come in? It was Professor Daniel. He entered Annette's room and asked, "Have the knights left?" Annette was furious. Yes. How could they force a patient like me to take part in an investigation for 3 whole days? It is insane. Daniel pondered. They attacked the day after he was recognized as a hero, and the battle against the lightning flash dragon was not long ago. Security in this area should still be extremely strict. This clearly was not an ordinary accident. Based on what they said, it seems they are conducting an internal purge while keeping it entirely out of the public media. After all, a hero's honor is everything to them. This incident could severely damage the image of the church guard. Annette asked about Root. Oh, right. Has that kid woken up yet? How are his injuries? Daniel answered, yes. Thanks to that high priest's help, he regained consciousness. Since he has the mark, he will be fine once his mana recovers. It is rather interesting. He himself is very calm, while the others seem deeply shocked. Annette made a deduction. Could it be the Divine Dragon Temple? If not, what the hell could attack us without leaving behind a single trace? Root was injured at the time, yes, but they truly overwhelmed a hero like him. And since they have essentially declared war on us, they could attack again at any time. We do not have time to waste. Daniel thought it over. The next dragon may break free of its seals sooner than our data predicts. Annette asked, did Root say anything unusual? We did not have much chance to talk because the Black Wolf captain came to question him about the incident. Annette was annoyed. That brat? Then he had better not act all fierce and provoke a fight. The scene shifted to another room where a voice rang out. Damn it, are you kidding me? Root argued back from inside the room. Hey, are you deaf or something? How many times do I have to say it before you believe me? I was sleeping soundly when I was attacked. Levin was interrogating him. On the day you were attacked, the church guard deployed twice. No, 3 times the usual security force in the area. In addition, several Black Wolf Knights were sent here under the orders of His Majesty and His Highness the Crown Prince. And you're saying someone could just come and go as they pleased? Does that make any sense to you? Root replied angrily, why are you complaining to me about your snail-weak subordinates? I am the victim here. Did any of those oh-so-wonderful knights lose even a fingernail? No. You said the man was initially disguised as a priest, right? Just because you came into my hospital room and screamed at me for 3 hours does not change the fact that none of you noticed the intruder. Yet in turn was the one who found him. A knight guarding the room broke out in a cold sweat as he listened to the argument. Levin was so furious that he stood up. You clearly do not understand the severity of this, boy. If word of this incident gets out, the entire church, His Majesty, and His Highness the Crown Prince, the people who regard brats like you as heroes, will become laughingstocks. Not only are you trying to tarnish the royal family's reputation, you dare behave so foolishly? Someone like you should stop calling himself a hero. You killed the lightning flash dragon. You cannot even protect yourself. You must have let the guild master do everything and then stolen the credit. How does a country bumpkin, a former mercenary, dare claim such accomplishments? Root's expression hardened. That is rich, coming from someone who rented the room next to mine. Do you want to keep barking? Levin was boiling with rage. He rushed forward to punch him. You arrogant bastard. A knight behind him hurried over to stop him. Captain, please calm down. But Levin had underestimated Root. Although Root was injured, he still blocked the attack. Unable to strike him, Levin ground his teeth in frustration. He blocked it, yet he refused to give up. I will show you what the strength of a church guard captain is like. Do not think having the mark makes you anything special. Then he charged in furiously. He struck Root in the eye, making him bleed. Root raised a hand to wipe away some blood, his expression darkening. Damn it. Having landed a blow, Levin grew arrogant. You were sent flying, just as I thought. How could someone like you possibly defeat me? Understand? This is true strength, honed through real combat experience. Suddenly, a blow struck Levin in the neck. The attack sent him flying backward. The knight beside him could only cry out, "Captain!" Root stood and walked toward him. With a taut expression, he said, "You dare use and attribute skill on a patient? Fine. I was already in a bad mood. Everything that happens from this point onward is self-defense." Understood. The knight was horrified by what he saw. A church guard captain was sent flying with a single blow. If this got out, not only would His Majesty and His Highness fly into a rage, the entire Black Wolf Order would not escape unscathed. He immediately bowed his head. "Everyone, please calm down. Lord Root, our captain must have simply let his emotions get the better of him." Root immediately refuted him. "Hey, do you have eyes? That bastard aimed for my eye. That was a lethal blow against a patient like me. Understand." Levin, who had been flung into the wall, slumped to the floor. Seeing the escalating situation, the guard dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. "I am sorry. I will do anything you want to calm your anger. So please do not tell His Majesty about this. Please have mercy on us." They say that the higher a person rises, the less they notice what is around them. The captain must simply have been affected by that. Levin had already been knocked unconscious by that single strike. Root replied coldly, "What nonsense. Stop talking and give me a reason why I should let you go. I will give you this." As he spoke, the knight took something out of his pocket. "This is an artifact His Majesty bestowed upon me. I heard the material used to make it came from the World Tree Burka. It was a blue stone wrapped in a vine-like branch. Its use is nothing special, and I cannot be certain it truly came from the World Tree. But since it was a gift from His Majesty, it should have some value." Root rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Then he agreed. "Ah, fine. I'll let it go this time. Leave that thing behind and take him away." The knight thanked him happily, then helped Levin to his feet and escorted him out. "We will be leaving now." The door closed. Root picked up the stone from earlier. "Who would have thought I would find it here?" Pharaoh confirmed. "I can guarantee that this truly was made from a branch of the World Tree. They must be insane to use the divine tree that binds the world together as a weapon." Root recalled, "Yes, in my previous life, the person who used this was truly insane as well." Pharaoh asked in surprise, "Who was that awful person?" Root replied, "Lord Lenia's daughter." At the mention of that name, Pharaoh was left speechless. Root continued, "Since the World Tree no longer resonates with it, this is nothing more than an ordinary branch now. Still, it's hard to believe that little girl can use it. She really is my wonderful daughter." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Root scowled. "What is it now?" He went to open the door with an irritated expression. "Which bastard is it?" "Our Root," a trembling voice called out. "How did you get in here?" "Visiting the restricted Central District is prohibited." The visitor was Hennet. She looked devastated. "I was summoned here for questioning. Even though I wasn't injured at all, I was still implicated, so I heard you had woken up, so I just wanted to see you once. Because of me, you." Hennet clasped her hands tightly together, clearly worried. Root remained as cold as ever. "What are you talking about out of nowhere?" Hennet opened her palm, revealing something. Lowering her head sadly, she said, "I also wanted to return this to you. I don't deserve to have it. I'll be going now. Make sure you get plenty of rest." Root grabbed Hennet tightly by the wrist. "Come with me." She called his name, but he dragged her away anyway. "Let me make this clear. None of this was your fault, nor was it mine. We both survived, and we're both healthy. That's enough. You don't need to feel guilty." The two of them were now talking outside the building. Even after hearing him say that, Hennet still felt guilty. "But you almost died." Root scratched his head awkwardly. "No, it was just a reminder that I still have a long road ahead of me." "Oh, did you cut your hair?" Root changed the subject quickly, but it did not work. Hennet clutched her skirt tightly and said sadly, "Don't change the subject. If Leon had been there instead of me, you wouldn't have been hurt so badly." Root asked, "Hey, why would you?" Hennet explained, "You know, I really did my best. While you were gone, I trained so hard that I kept exhausting my mana. At night, I only slept a few hours and spent the rest of the time in the laboratory. I swung my knife so many times that its handle came loose. But no matter how hard I tried, I was only a burden to you. You couldn't even fight at full strength because you always had to protect me." She remembered how desperately she had tried to run. "Whenever I felt like I was about to catch up to all of you, you would somehow become even farther away. I was wrong. All this time, I've only been pretending that I could keep up with you, when really I've only been holding you back. I don't deserve the Blackwing you gave me. I'm so pathetic I can't stand it. Completely useless." Wouldn't it be better if I didn't exist? Root interrupted. So what if you hold us back? Even if you cut off the part you're holding on to, it'll just grow back in the end. After all, I'm an immortal warrior. Hennet shouted. Stop joking around. I'm serious. Root comforted her. Good grief, I'm really fine. Even if you hold me back, I'll accept it. Besides, no one is born perfect, and no one can remain perfect until the day they die. Everyone has their own timeline, and everyone has had a pitiful, weak period in their life. Do you understand? What I'm trying to say is that you're a very valuable person. Of course, you can't become a second Baleth, Linnea, or Leon, but neither can they become a second you. Hennet's eyes welled with tears at Root's words. No one can become you, and I'm certain I'll still need you in the future. Tears streamed endlessly down Hennet's face as she pressed her lips tightly together. Root stood and continued. So stop thinking such useless things. Just keep doing your best, like you're now. Keep investing your effort until you reap the rewards. That's what I'm doing too. If you understand, then stop crying and go back. Root turned away, leaving Hennet sitting behind him. Then Hennet spoke up. Can I hold you back one more time? Root did not understand what she meant and turned around. Hennet fell silent, so Root asked again, what is it? I like you, Root Donatos. The two stood facing each other as leaves and flower petals drifted softly down around them, creating a romantic scene. But Leon was standing behind a bush, having overheard their conversation. She remained silent, looking thoughtful and sad. I like you, Hennet confessed through her tears, turning to look at him. Root Donatos. Root simply stood there without saying a word. Ha! Hennet laughed. Leon, who was hiding behind the bushes, lowered her head. Hennet wiped away her tears as she laughed. I always thought confessing, while crying, would be the worst thing a person could do. Who would have thought I'd be the one doing it? The timing is really terrible, isn't it? But I'm not expecting a clear answer from you. It's just, my heart wanted to say it. Root stood there thinking for a moment, looking pensively at Hennet as she sat before him. Hennet had stopped crying and smiled faintly. I'm sorry. Root began walking toward her, scratching his head as he went. Hennet quickly stopped him. I told you that you don't need to give me an answer right now. Honestly, I didn't expect you to accept my confession either. You're terribly insensitive when it comes to things like this. That's why I wanted to know. Leon, hidden behind the bushes, was also anxiously waiting to hear Root's answer. Root could only stand there, scratching his head. Hennet asked, Are you rejecting me because of Leon? Root hesitated. That. Then he glanced toward the other side. He looked toward the bushes and saw Leon standing there. He answered no. To me, all of you are friends and comrades. Leon was stunned upon hearing that. We don't need to toy with one another's feelings. Besides, why make promises when you could die at any moment? Leon's hands began trembling. Root continued. To be honest, Leon's feelings for me make me. Leon listened intently, hoping he would accept her feelings. But Root went on, uncomfortable. The moment he finished speaking, Leon turned and ran away, her steps heavy with heartbreak. Root watched her leave and thought to himself, that should be enough. Hennet stood up. All right, I understand what you mean. But Root, have you ever heard this saying? Hennet gave him a radiant smile, her eyes filled with affection. Love blossoms even in war. This is embarrassing, but I feel relieved now. Fortunately, I still have a little chance. Root broke out in a cold sweat. What? Were you even listening to me? Hennet answered with a sweet smile. Of course. Now I'm going to do it for real. I'll keep trying, just like you said. We'll meet again once you're released. Hennet turned and left. Root called after her. All right, get home safely. Pharaoh appeared and mocked him. You rejected 2 women at once. Congratulations. You're going to hell in your next life. Root told Pharaoh to be quiet. In my previous life, they were only my comrades too. Honestly, I thought they would reject me if I made the first move. They're only acting this way because they mistake my actions for something caused by me being a regressor. In any case, they're still young. Pharaoh objected. Even if you regressed, the present timeline is still reality. Do you really think you can judge and ignore those feelings merely because you have seen the future? Root turned his back and walked away. I don't have time to think about such trivial things. Adamigo, one of the 3 cardinals of the Divine Dragon Temple, knows that I am a regressor. I have also discovered that the one who returned through time is the being they call the Dragon God, the progenitor and creator of all dragons, Kina, the primordial dragon. However, why would the Dragon God favor me and say that he would be at a disadvantage if I died? It makes no sense. Pharaoh called to him, Root. He cut her off. I know. I know that damned oath is preventing you from telling me more about him. Right now, the more important person is Adamigo. Though he is a cardinal, he is too strange. Neither his words nor his actions contain any faith. That's why I came up with a hypothesis. He pondered as he climbed the stairs. He stopped midway up the staircase, gripping the railing as his face darkened. What if Adamigo regressed before I did? Faroa was puzzled. Adamigo is a regressor? Root explained, just like before I regressed, no one believed regression was possible. Yet Adamigo immediately suspected that I was a regressor. But if he regressed at the same time I did, that doesn't add up. His attitude toward the dragon god and his overwhelming power. If every non-human creature and magical beast is the result of regression, then his ability must be as well. Root recalled the night Adamigo had severed his limbs. That night, even though I did not try to fight back, my extreme senses were activated. Yet I could not predict his actions. Everything was vague. It felt as though time had stopped. He looked down at his arm, lost in thought. Faroa asked, wait, do you think he can control time like the dragon god? You know that altering time is something only gods can do. Root believed Adamigo might have made some kind of deal with Kina, but that is only a hypothesis. Right now, I need a solution. Root clenched his fist. I have reached 5 consecutive strikes, but I still lack power. I cannot just sit around and wait for my comrades to reach their full potential. Based on what he said that day, he will not come to kill me immediately. But if I do nothing, the result will not be much different than next time I face him. As he headed back to his room, he thought, from now on, I cannot rely completely on the experiences of my past life. I have to find a way to become strong enough to fight him as quickly as possible. Seeing you start training again like this, I suppose you are feeling better? Annette was coming down the stairs when she saw Root. Master, Annette told him to talk with her for a while. The two went to a reading room, where Annette briefed him on the situation. Under the current circumstances, the royal investigators will continue pursuing the divine Dragon Temple. However, do not expect too much. No matter how influential Alpia is, they cannot disregard another nation's sovereignty to conduct an investigation. All they can do is become one of several investigating guilds. Root spoke up as well. Yes, I do not intend to let them do everything. I want to act on my own too. When the 3rd year begins, the 3rd year students' guild internship will begin as well. I plan to make use of the hero title bestowed upon me by the royal family and do everything I can. The only thing I need is time. Annette fell silent in thought. Then Annette said, time is it? Boy, since you have achieved so much and earned such great merit, you will probably have a test ahead of you. Of course, this also depends on the individual, but your predecessor may stand by your side to see how you have developed after that test. Who is in charge of your test? Root replied, it is Sanlo Avro, the 6th generation. Now that I think about it, she is your master, isn't she? Since you are the 7th generation. Annette was extremely surprised to hear that name. What does she look like? Annette asked Root. What does she look like? She seems to be doing quite well. She was also incredibly eager to pressure me and make things difficult for me. As Root spoke, he drew a finger across his throat, as though she wanted to train him to death. Annette was shocked to hear that, her expression utterly ridiculous. She stroked her chin. I see. Annette recalled how Sanlo Avro had trained her in the past, then smiled brightly. It seems she is living quite happily. You know that time passes faster for spirits than it does for humans. If you train in that space, you can make up for lost time, can't you? Annette slapped the table and stood up. Root wondered, do you mean I should ask her to help train me? Yes, she would be more than willing. She is a good teacher. Annette turned to leave. At the doorway, she added, someone like me cannot compare to her. The future will certainly differ from my previous life. This is the best I can do, because I do not know who or what will break the seal in the next dragon. As he removed the cloth wrapped around his arm, he thought, it may be called the spirit's image world, but the pain you feel there is no different from the real world. Actual combat will help me more than mere training, and it will save a great deal of time. My next goal is 6 consecutive strikes, the level Professor Daniel achieved. He tightly grasped the cloth around his arm. Let's see. Then he removed the bandages from his arm as well. Dying around 365 times should do it. He rolled up his sleeves, and the mark on his arm, along with his mana, began to radiate. Root was fighting the 6th Master in an evenly matched battle, each of them possessing their own strengths. The 6th Master swiftly dodged Root's continuous attacks. However, Root quickly dived down from above, pointing the tip of his sword at her. Yet the 6th Master blocked Root's blade once again. The battle finally came to an end. Root was still able to remain composed despite the piercing pain in his heart. Your magic has leveled up as well. If you had used the hero's mark, you might have one. Root smiled, even as the sword pierced through his heart. He said that he should not depend on any ultimate technique. The sixth master smiled too. But is it really all right for you to remain in the spirit realm for so long, even for training? I do not mind sparring with you, but aren't you supposed to be doing an internship at a guild? The sixth master used internal energy to pull the sword out of Root's body. Root told her that he had already finished everything, so she need not worry. The sixth master helped him to his feet. It feels like only yesterday that you suddenly came to the spirit realm and asked to duel me. Then she affectionately patted his head. Watching Root improve day after day made her proud. Although it pained her to kill such an adorable junior as Root hundreds of times, Root pushed her hand away in disgust. Today, she had stabbed him through the heart, so he needed a moment of peace. The sixth master removed her hand from Root's head. Hey, that is my teaching method. Even if it pains me, I will teach you properly and encourage you gently. Root rubbed his head. I'm curious about something. How did a sixth master like you die? Your soul does not look that old, and surely no one could have defeated someone at the peak of that generation. The sixth master listened closely to Root's question. She was pleased that, after an entire year, Root had finally become curious about something other than how to kill her. The sixth master placed her hands on her hips. Since today is a memorable day, I will tell you. Back then, I was assigned to eliminate the Draconians in northern Maharon. In those days, they often crossed the Great Mountain Range. Because of my exceptional skill, I quickly completed the mission and was on my way back when I found a dungeon. I was very excited and entered it, believing it to be a treasure vault from the Age of Myth. Since Draconians lived there, it was very dangerous, and no one had entered it before. But of course, I could not just pass up something like that. But it was not a dungeon at all. It was merely a tunnel, a shortcut through the Great Mountain Range to the snow plains where the Draconians live. After hearing the sixth master's story, Root guessed that the Draconians had dug a tunnel through the mountains. The sixth master had thought so as well, but it was not good news, so she decided to return. Unfortunately, she was spotted by pursuing Draconians. The battle that day was fierce and dramatic, until that thing appeared, the leader of the Draconians. He was unbelievably strong. For the first time in my life, I thought I could not win, so I had no choice but to collapse the tunnel. If that tunnel had remained, a disaster would surely have occurred. That is how I died. According to the records, I retired, which means Annette fulfilled my final wish. After finishing her story, the sixth master praised it as a wonderful tale. But Root suddenly asked, "Do you not want revenge?" The sixth master did not answer directly. She mentioned Annette. "She is my disciple, and she must be your master now. I taught Annette when she was still a snot-nosed little child who cried all the time." Root thought of Annette and wondered, what does that sound anything like her? The sixth master continued, "That child is incredibly kind and gentle. If I asked her to avenge me, how far do you think she would go? I did not want her entire life ruined over it. Besides, she could never refuse a request from me." Root finally blurted out that she was being selfish. The sixth master laughed heartily. "Your life is yours to decide. If you're angry, then make sure you can kill me next time." She asked whether Root's curiosity had been satisfied. He turned and walked away, thanking her for telling him. Suddenly, the sixth master called out to him again. "That is also what I wanted to tell you. Don't spend your entire life seeking revenge just because you have grown accustomed to death." Root turned his face away and kept walking, telling her that he would remember her words. But in Root's view, the people left behind were the ones who made the decision. When he returned to his room, someone wondered why he had taken longer than usual this time. He had trained for 4 whole hours. His entire body ached terribly. Before he could even rest, someone came to see him. Adeline had brought him information about Mission. She apologized for asking him for help as soon as he returned, but the dragons around the kingdom of Libin had been running rampant lately, and the situation was chaotic. It was not even their breeding season. Then, thinking of how Root's apprenticeship was nearly over, she could not help feeling regretful. Adeline begged him to remain with the Dragon Slayer Corps through his 4th year, but Root refused because he had promised Aben. Root's mission this time was to go to the Wasteland, and it would be his first time there. The Wasteland technically lay in the far western territory of the Kingdom of Libin, but no one on the continent truly considered it part of Libin. It was a barren land with only the city of Seminole, inhabited by wanderers, refugees, bandits, monsters, and dragons. Thinking it over, Root recalled that Leon had apparently lived in the wasteland before being taken in by the Dragon Slayer Corps. Root agreed to take the mission, but he wanted to travel alone so he could explore more of the wasteland. Adeline agreed, since his advisor, Thompson, had fallen ill after the previous mission. Still, she was worried about letting Root go alone. Then, as if she could read his mind, she suddenly asked, "Root, have you still not made up with Leon?" Root froze, while Adeline smiled brightly. She told him not to overthink it. They would meet again tomorrow before he left. Root recalled how Leon had completely ignored him ever since Hennet confessed to him a year ago. As a result, the entire Dragon Slayer Corps had to tread carefully around the two of them. Leon had known Root was there and heard everything he said. Things had gone exactly as he intended, but perhaps rejecting her so bluntly had been too cruel. He had never expected her to refuse to speak to him for an entire year. Root had tried to make amends, but Leon avoided him at every turn. When he thought about it, Root found this more comfortable than having to resolve their feelings. Leon had just walked in and spotted Root. She had been carefully avoiding him and timing her visits, so she could not understand why they had run into each other today. Leon immediately turned to leave. Seeing that, Root quickly chased after her and asked her to stop ignoring him. Leon stopped and told him she was not ignoring him. She was merely busy. If there was something he wanted to say, they could talk later. Damn it. Root was so frustrated that he could not wait until later. Looking at Leon, he apologized for rejecting her that way. But it's been months. How are we supposed to work things out if you won't talk to me? The entire Dragon Slayer Corps is uncomfortable because of us. I'm not asking you to act friendly toward me, but we still need to communicate if we're going to fight together. You said you would help me, join the guild, and become my teammate, but you haven't kept that promise. Leon coldly apologized and said she would be more mindful. After hearing that, Root did not know what else to say. In the end, he told Leon to get some rest and not think too much. His apprenticeship with the Dragon Slayer Corps was almost over, so she only needed to endure a little longer. Root wanted to say something else, but hesitated. Finally, he walked past her and simply left her with 3 words, "Take care, okay?" Leon lowered her head and did not say another word. She remained standing there, looking in the direction Root had gone. Look who's talking. The next day arrived quickly. Root reached the far western wasteland, thinking that even volcanoes might not be so bad after all. According to the map, the shelter should have been somewhere nearby, but Root had searched for quite a while without finding anything. Pharoah told him to hand over the map. They could not waste time because of an idiot with no sense of direction like him. Yet Root stubbornly insisted that he would be right this time. Pharoah retorted, asking why he had been given a return stone so he could return to the guild building. Root recalled Adeline giving him the return stone before he left. Sandstorms in the wasteland could easily make him lose his way, so he was not to make his comrades come looking for him again. Holding the stone in his hand, Root asked whether she had ever been to the wasteland. Of course she had. It was a gathering place for criminals. Refugees brought plenty of unpleasantness with them, but it was also a special place to Adeline because it was where she met her daughter, Leon. Surveying the surroundings, Root judged it to be an incredibly harsh place for a child to survive. He wondered how Leon had managed to endure it back then. Suddenly, Pharoah called to him. She had found the shelter. Following Pharoah, Root arrived at a shelter used by the people of the wasteland. When he entered, he was met with the icy stares of those inside. One of them asked whether he was a new mercenary. Root promptly denied it, saying that he was a dragon slayer. The man suspiciously approached Root, unable to believe someone as young as him could be a dragon slayer. He suspected Root was a criminal trying to hide. Root merely replied coldly, "Are you talking about yourself?" The man became furious and cursed him out, but fortunately someone stepped in to stop him. Because the wasteland had little contact with the outside world and had been especially unstable lately, they were wary of strangers. Once he learned that Root was from the Dragon Slayer Corps, the man remarked that they seemed busy dealing with dragons. He said Root looked capable, but still warned him to be careful of bandits. Then he told his subordinates to leave and wished Root a pleasant stay. Before Root could say anything else, the blind wagon guard unit quickly departed. Seeing this, the attendant said that the blind wagon guards were quick and cautious. He asked whether Root needed any help. Root approached the counter, sat at a table, and ordered a cup of coffee. If it did not have coffee, plain water would do. The wasteland was where the collapse of the kingdom of Libin began. About 6 months before the illusion dragon attacked Sarin, the dragon's rampage. The omen preceding that attack in his previous life had also occurred around this time. If things continued like this, the timing of the attack would not differ much from his previous life. The problem was the 6-month gap. In his previous life, Root had discovered that the fleeing dragons were responding to the illusion dragon's mana. By now, the illusion dragon should have been gradually awakening as well. Yet why would nothing happen for the next 6 months? Root had considered many hypotheses, but the most likely was that the dragon had not yet returned to her peak condition. She had probably spent those 6 months recovering after breaking her seal. But that was only a theory. He needed to find the dragon's lair immediately. While he was deep in thought, 2 children appeared. The boy told the girl accompanying him, Mealy, that the sun never rose in that forest. The dragon was currently causing trouble in the forest, and there were even rumors that ghouls roamed there. Mealy said their big brother had told them to stay far away from that forest. It was the dark forest. While the 2 children were talking, Root suddenly appeared and asked them where the forest was. They screamed in fright. Root asked again where the dark forest was. The children warned him that the Collin family was not to be trifled with. He was just a member of some nameless bandit gang, so there was nothing for him to be proud of. Annoyed, Root flicked the boy on the head. Mealy was terrified and dashed outside to call for help, despite Root telling her to stay. After the boy burst into tears from that flick, Root had to comfort him, but he apparently did not know how to comfort people. Lenia suddenly appeared, but she was extremely surprised by the person inside. She had not expected to run into Root in the wasteland. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, Root followed Lenia out of the inn. Lenia said she had heard from Ruin that Root was working for the Dragon Slayer Corps. Root was also surprised to see Lenia here. Was she not interning with some bandit gang? Lenia could not help laughing at that. The guild had assigned her a mission in a remote region, so she could broaden her horizons. Hearing that, Root thought to himself that they had really sent her away to keep her from causing trouble. Pharoah immediately spoke up in Lenia's defense. Root asked where Lenia's advisor was. She should have one unless there were exceptional circumstances. Lenia casually answered that she had gotten separated from her advisor as soon as they entered the wasteland. Root truly could not keep up with this girl's way of thinking. Still, he did not understand how she had ended up advising a few bandits and babysitting children. The 2 children immediately denied it. They had met Lenia the week before. She was very strong and could freeze an entire wyvern with a single strike. Lenia explained that she had encountered the children while clearing out troublemakers for the Blind Wagon Trading Company. She was escorting them to keep them safe, but they had treated her to a delicious meal, so she owed them until her mission ended. Pharoah was moved once more. That was truly her daughter, a girl with the kind heart of a saint. After traveling for a while, Root arrived at the Collin family's camp. Everyone in the village stared at the newly arrived stranger. After the children informed him, their big brother came out. Through them, he learned that the visitor was Lenia's friend. He was Eddie Collin, the eldest brother of the Collin family, whom the 2 children had been talking about nonstop. Once inside the house, Eddie asked why a warrior like Root had come there and visited the Collin family. Eddie knew of Root because he still kept some contact with the outside world. He said they were fairly open and friendly toward travelers. Root might think they were no different from the bandits outside, but they only stole from criminals, and their group consisted only of members who could not fight, such as orphans and the elderly. Root cut in. No need to explain. I did not come here to build a relationship. I want to ask for directions instead, and of course, I will pay you fairly. The place Root wanted Eddie to direct him to was the Dark Forest. Eddie was quite surprised. It had once been an ordinary forest, but about a month ago, the entire forest had been shrouded in darkness. The sun could not rise within the forest, and it was saturated with mana. Eddie guessed that this was probably why the dragon had chosen it as a place to nest. Even ghouls had appeared there. He advised Root to bring several more people before entering. Before he could finish, Root and Lenia quickly entered the forest. Lenia told Eddie not to worry and to head back. They had spent an entire day just getting there, so they could not waste any more time. Eddie bid them farewell and told them to return to the camp if they came back. He would treat them to a fine meal. Contrary to Lenia's expectations, Root immediately poured cold water on the idea. Eddie had a family to worry about, so how could he afford to feed them? Lenia said having a family was nice, and that Root would find warmth in one. He only acted that way, but had actually given Eddie a large sum of money just for leading them here. Had he not? They gradually entered the dark forest. Even its entrance made their hair stand on end. Corpses were strewn everywhere. From Lenia's observation, The wounds did not seem to have been inflicted by a dragon. The people lying there were likely members of the Blind Wagon Guard unit. When Linnea saw Root walking ahead without waiting for her, she hurried after him. She really intended to accompany him inside. She claimed to be Root's respected senior, only to be harshly rejected again when he said she was unqualified because she had repeated a year. Deeper inside, Root sensed that the mana radiating through the area belonged to the illusion dragon. That meant her seal had been broken, but he could not understand why the forest was so quiet. It seemed as though someone had already cleared out all the enemies for them. Linnea looked around and felt that the forest was truly eerie. Everything was still, without the slightest sign of life. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Something terrifying was approaching them. A horde of ghouls advanced on them all at once. Countless ghouls came toward the two of them, each with a bizarre gait and a different shape. Linnea was extremely excited. So the rumors were true. She had seen many types of mana monsters, but this was her first time seeing ghouls. Ghouls were rare mana monsters that fed on corpses. The more corpses they ate, the more human they became. Had they left the swamp dungeon and come here because of the illusion dragon? Root tossed Linnea a weapon. It was made of spirit water, and from now on, it was hers. Linnea did not believe it was a weapon. It was only a necklace. Root told her to try resonating with it to establish a connection. Resonance was Linnea's specialty. Following Root's instructions, she resonated with it. To her surprise, it transformed into an incredibly fine weapon. Linnea happily ran over to show Root. She would use it to cut down every last ghoul. For some reason, her body felt lighter as well. But by the time she reached them, Root had already cut down every one of them. Linnea pouted, saying it was not fair. Root found it strange. Ghouls did not normally move in packs. They fought fiercely over food. After closely examining their bodies, Root was shocked to discover that they were not ghouls at all. They were all zombies. Linnea broke out in a cold sweat at that. Gripping her weapon tightly, she asked whether they were zombie puppets created by dark wizards. Did he mean someone was using a forbidden art to imprison souls inside corpses? Root understood now. They had been created by a puppet master. That was why he had felt as if someone had been watching them ever since they entered the forest. Linnea was surprised that Root had already identified their enemy. Root told her that they could go back now. Linnea did not understand. They had only just arrived, so why was he telling her to return? Root handed her a return stone attuned to Sirin. She could use it to return. From then on, Root would continue on his own. But Linnea quickly refused. She did not want to go back. Root bluntly told her that she would only hold him back there, so she should stop being stubborn and return. Linnea became angry. She had said she did not want to. She did not understand why Root was always like this. She stared at him. Do you think you won't die just because you're alone? Don't you remember what we promised each other after the accident a year ago? Black, Leon, and Hennet, why do you think we have all tried so hard? You said, when you're ready. Then when will we be ready? If you die before that day, everything will become meaningless. Root interrupted Linnea. You have never faced the true power of a dragon. Everyone struggled just to defeat a priest from the Divine Dragon Temple. That means you cannot defeat a dragon yet. Linnea asked Root whether he thought the puppet master was that priest from the Divine Dragon Temple. If so, she had even less reason to leave. Suddenly, a zombie spoke, asking whether they were lovers having a quarrel. It said that lately, there had been brats who acted at home wherever they went. Whatever their problem was, they should go home and argue there. Then it viciously advanced toward them, shouting that it would tear them both apart. Before it could finish, Root cut it down with a single slash. He found it ridiculous that such words came from the mouth of someone who had been stalking them all this time. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Root spoke coldly. Is this your style of tailing people? Stop hiding behind those corpses and come out. She exclaimed that Root was exactly as she had heard. She called him that bitch's cruel son. Linnea was shocked that Black Star was still alive, but Root quickly realized that it was merely her body, not the true mastermind. The real culprit was the dark mage Rage, who had extracted their souls and hidden inside those bodies. The second bishop of the Dragon Temple, the puppet master Anderriddle, was surprised that Root had figured it out. He was certain that the original owner of this body must have told him a great deal about that woman. He truly had not expected such an insignificant person to to hold the same rank of bishop as him. Even so, the appearance of this body was still quite alluring, despite having been beheaded. Only he could find another use for such a useless body. Root scoffed. To him, both Ander and the body's true owner were nothing but trash. He was like a vile maggot boring into corpses from within. Ander Riddle remained confident. I did not know what wind brought you to the dark forest, but this is truly good fortune for me. Such an opportunity does not come easily. Then he began channeling his power and shouted, "Become my puppet, the body of a hero." Root called out to Lenia, and she immediately understood his intention. Root thought that Adam Eagle apparently had not told anyone about his regression. Root did not know why Adam had kept it secret, but it would be an advantage for him. In his previous life, killing someone like Ander Riddle had been troublesome because he had no fixed body. Yet it could not have been more fortunate that he had chosen this forest as his lair. If he had come here to break the seal on the Illusion Dragon, just as Griselda had, then the Illusion Dragon would not need these 6 months. So who did? Following that line of thought, it meant that the Illusion Dragon had not fully awakened yet. What Root knew for certain was that his sudden appearance had interfered with Ander Riddle's plan. He leaped high into the air and came crashing down. Since he was already here, Ander's plan would definitely be ruined. As he spoke, he charged straight into the formation Ander had painstakingly set up. He would destroy the plan completely. Ander Riddle had not expected Root to attack so recklessly. He does not even know what is hiding in this forest. I refuse to believe he can cause any real damage here. Ander continued threatening him. If you still consider yourself a hero. Before he could finish, Root's blade was already at his throat. Startled, he quickly dodged Root's sharp strike. While he was focused on dealing with Root, Lenia suddenly launched a surprise attack from above. The unexpected blow pierced Ander Riddle's body directly. He had not seen Lenia coming. He had been careless, assuming she was merely a nuisance attached to Root. The soul in this body was not yet complete. If he lost now, he would die. More importantly, if she awakened because of this battle, it would become a true catastrophe. He needed more time for his magnificent plan to come true. At least another 6 months. Root said to Lenia, if things go badly, he will flee into another body. We must completely destroy this body so that he cannot return to it. Do not overexert yourself. Just seize openings and attack like you did before. Ander Riddle assessed Root. He truly possessed the pride of someone who had defeated the Thunder Dragon. That made Ander want Root's body even more. But prolonging the fight would only bring him trouble. So he resorted to a cowardly tactic and summoned a guardian. Seeing this, Root ordered Lenia to fall back. A deafening explosion shook the dark forest. The guardian Ander Riddle had summoned appeared. He mocked Root and Lenia. 2 against 1? Do you not consider that unfair? Who was this guardian to make Root's expression change so drastically? Sixth Master, why are you serving as that Ander Riddle's guardian? And why is there such a long scar on your face? The guardian advanced toward Root step by step. Come, fight me. Let's see a clash between 2 inheritors. Without making Root wonder any longer, he explained, this is the body of the forgotten hero, Sun Lost Avro. It is a perfect body for a guardian, one of the most exceptional bodies among those I treasure. Root was furious. He could not accept the Sixth Master's body being used in such a way. Ander was somewhat surprised that Root recognized a woman who had been dead for more than a century. Then again, he had heard that the inheritors of the sky-gazing art were especially close. Root angrily moved toward him and demanded to know where he had obtained that body. The guardian blocked Root's attack and said, I am fairly certain that every inheritor of the sky-gazing art possesses this celestial spirit. Then he casually knocked Root's sword aside. He approached Root with a savage grin. Unfortunately, the one who gave me this body severed the connection between it and its celestial spirit. There is nothing I can do. Repairing that separation is considered extremely dangerous. As the 2 sides fought, Lenia quickly rushed toward Ander Riddle. His guardian continued speaking. He was delighted to witness Root's fierce reaction upon seeing this body. Fallen heroes, kings of different races, great archmages, all of them had been used by him as puppets. He looked at the mark on Root's right arm and wondered whether he would be able to use it after taking over Root's body. Root showed no fear as he replied, try it if you can. Root coolly sneered at him. You pathetic bastard. Still excited, he continued his analysis. the higher the quality of the corpse, the fewer modifications it required. Naturally, this body's soul had already gone to the azure heavens. Since he had to use a fragment of his own soul to fill the gap, he had to use demonic power instead of the body's mana. However, he could perfectly reproduce the various ultimate techniques remaining in the body's memories. For example, Severance, a technique that disrupts an opponent's sword path with the slightest movement. He smugly declared that this body could effortlessly reproduce the Sixth Master's swordsmanship perfectly. Furthermore, it was only a puppet, so he was not bound by the body's limitations. In his current state, he was far stronger than the Sixth Master had been while alive. He proudly proclaimed that this was the result of his long years of research, the pinnacle of soul transfer. Root looked down on him. Perfect? What a load of nonsense. Hearing that, he unleashed his ultimate move. It looked incredibly powerful and dazzling, but Root saw through it at once. You cannot even light the candles up to the 6th tier. Meanwhile, Linnea was fighting Andariddle. She appeared to have exhausted a great deal of strength. He told her that she had held out longer than he expected. Unlike Root, she was useless in her own way. Linnea's restraining spell would soon wear off, and she could not think of any other solution. She decided to gamble on this. Back at the academy, Root and Leon had told her that it was not magic. She only needed to imagine it as a formula within her body, then swing and strike. With that in mind, Linnea began to perform it. She raised her sword. It was far from perfect, but she was certain she could do it. Yet Andariddle merely stomped on the magic circle, and Linnea was easily blasted away. I know you have run out of mana, but why would a spirit mage charge at me with a scythe? Do you want to die? He moved closer to Linnea. No matter how flawed this body was, dealing with her was effortless. You would be better off hiding somewhere and waiting for a hero to save you. Linnea struggled to her feet. She refused to accept his mockery. Only a lowlife like you would have to resort to that. She swung her sword with all her strength, striking Andariddle's body before he could react. Yet he casually pulled the sword out. An insignificant attack like that could not harm him. He had thought she was an unusual spirit mage, but now he understood. Those crystal-colored eyes were truly rare. He did not know whether she was mixed blood, but he finally understood. Through these memories, he learned that Ellis had a daughter. He analyzed who Linnea's other parent could be. Not an elf, since she did not have the characteristic pointed ears. Moreover, her appearance was exactly like Ellis's. Linnea tried to reassure herself and remain calm in the face of his absurd words. She needed to wait for the right chance to restore the white bird, so she pretended to ask him how he knew her mother's name. He smiled dangerously. Ellis Selkett was my student. Linnea was utterly shocked. She could not believe what he said was true. Andariddle stared at Linnea and continued. I taught her my soul magic in exchange for something else. I wondered what a spirit mage would use such magic for. Now I know. No matter how closely related you are by blood, you look far too much like Ellis, like she extracted her own soul and copied it. Linnea could no longer bear listening to Andariddle's words. Tears began to fall from her eyes. But he gave her another shocking revelation. He told her that she was Ellis Selkett's puppet. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, forcing both of them to look up. It was the battle between Root and Andariddle's guardian. Root remained cold, without the slightest trace of fear on his face. He effortlessly split the sky itself, driving the guardian back. Andariddle sprinted out of the magic circle like the wind. He rushed forward to stop what was happening, endlessly screaming, "No!" Root calmly remarked, "I never said you were stupid enough to take that attack with your own body." The guardian still refused to give up and dragged himself step by step toward Root. He shouted, "You destroyed everything. The plan I spent my whole life creating. You ruined it. 6 months. Only 6 months remained. In just 6 months, the soul in the main body would have been permanently forced into unconsciousness, and I would have become the strongest being in this world. I researched this for centuries. I crushed my own body and tore my soul into fragments. I managed to delay her awakening, but you ruined everything." He accused Root of awakening her. At that moment, Root vaguely understood what he meant. He had not expected Andariddle to be this insane. He had actually been trying to steal the body of a dragon king. Root suddenly remembered his previous life. Leon had told him not to follow her. She had told him to return to his companions, because the illusion dragon was weak enough at the time for Leon to defeat her alone. If he kept following her around, he would only distract her further. But Root had refused to give up and insisted on following her. If she dies, then so be it. It is still my life. Leon told him to know his place. If he died, everything would become meaningless and events would stray from their course. Then Root suddenly asked whether Leon could feel it too. This is the illusion dragon's flow of mana. Leon said that even her mana detection ability could no longer sense the illusion dragon's location, and Root's companions were nearing exhaustion. Then she asked whether he understood what responsibility he had to fulfill. Root answered that he understood what Leon meant and would do as she said. However, he then pretended not to understand and asked if Leon wanted his help. Leon was left speechless and could only let him do whatever he wanted. Remembering that made Root reflect. Back then, he should have acted more firmly, but he truly felt sick from the illusion dragon's mana. Of course, he had become much stronger now. Even so, the intensity of her mana was on an entirely different level from his previous life. Root had not even faced her directly, yet her mana greatly surpassed that of the Thunder Dragon. Moreover, Linnea was almost out of mana. If the illusion dragon appeared alone, Linnea would not be able to hold out. Root had also already used difficult techniques twice. Anders said Root would pay for destroying his life's work. Do not dream of escaping my grasp. Even if I have to use every one of my hundreds of souls, I will tear you apart. Root was not intimidated. When it is time for you to die, you should just die, you bastard. Look at the mess your rotten old brain created. Ender could not believe Root dared say such things after destroying his beloved forest and a dream he had cherished. Even killing Root and feeding him to monsters would not be enough to repay the offense. Then the illusion dragon appeared. She gently seized the guardian and warned him about his behavior. Linnea was shocked and frightened by the illusion dragon Lodge's sudden appearance. Still holding Ander Riddle tightly, she read his shadow. A bishop of the Dragon God Church? What a ridiculous faith. In every age, there were people who worshipped dragons, but he was not like them. He had joined this faith only because he wanted immortality. The illusion dragon Lodge held him close. This body belongs to one of Vanna's successors, does it not? Stealing is not good. You said many interesting things while I was asleep. Perhaps I should teach you a lesson. Ander Riddle finally hesitantly asked whether, as a dragon king, she surely knew that Root, standing over there, was the second hero, Vanna's successor, the nemesis of the dragon god and the abomination of the entire world. The illusion dragon made a surprised expression. Ander Riddle said that Root was the disgusting hero who had killed the Thunder Dragon while she was asleep. He looked fearfully at the illusion dragon. He is the first one we must eliminate for the dragon god's sake. He has already expended a huge amount of mana fighting me, so you can finish him immediately. Only we understand the immense danger he poses. But the illusion dragon did not care. She lightly kissed his cheek and said, "Naughty children must be punished first." Then Root witnessed the illusion dragon's terrifying power. With a single effortless motion, she sent Ander Riddle flying so far away that he vanished from sight. His sword remained, but there was no sign of him. A long, deep crater had been gouged into the ground. After dealing with Ander Riddle, she walked toward Root. Now she would deal with him. She also asked him for his name again. Root thought to himself, Dragon Breath, a devastatingly powerful attack. It was not enough to kill someone instantly. Had she adjusted its power precisely to kill anyone who intended to steal her body? He could not sense even the slightest killing intent from her. Several things felt strange. Her attitude and expression were completely different from the person who had lost her mind in his previous life. If Ander Riddle had successfully taken the illusion dragon's body in the previous life, and if the illusion dragon they had killed back then had been under Ander's control, then was this the real illusion dragon? Root finally understood, seeing that he still would not answer. The illusion dragon assumed he was mute. Such a handsome man, too. What a shame. Root calculated that Linnea was using a concealment spell, and he could not sense any hostility from the illusion dragon. They could use this opportunity to leave, so he decided to play along with her. Upon hearing his name, she actually smiled and praised it as cute, saying it sounded much better than Vanna. She could sense a soul that had experienced countless adventures within Root's body, and it suited her taste very well. so she asked him to share one of those wonderful memories with her. When the illusion dragon approached, Root pushed her away with his sword. He told her not to behave so rashly. This was only their first meeting, after all. She pouted, thinking that Root was worried she would kill him immediately. But she said she would not do that. The illusion dragon Laja pointed toward the hidden Lenia and said that if she had truly wanted to kill Root, she would have dealt with Lenia from the beginning. Since Lenia was Root's friend, she had left her alone. Root stared at the illusion dragon. Even if you were a dragon king, a god of calamity, I will never believe those words. She confidently replied, controlling the human population through calamities is the duty the dragon god entrusted to us. However, not every dragon is the same. I'm not as foolish as that thunder dragon, Hama. At the very least, I love humanity and do not wish to hurt humans. She only wanted someone to have the beautiful dream they wished for and to keep on living. As for herself, she wished to remain forever immersed in that endless ocean of dreams. It would make both her and Root happy, so she tried to entice Root into sharing a beautiful dream with her. But Root was not so easily beguiled. He shoved her away, told her to disappear, and said he would kill her to make everything better. Illusion Dragon Laja merely smiled calmly at that. Root would do well not to provoke her. Raising her hand, she said that population control did not necessarily require a quota every time. For now, she did not wish to take too many lives. In a friendly tone, she said she would give Root 2 months' notice, allowing him to take his loved ones and flee. As she spoke, she casually dispelled Lenia's invisibility spell. The illusion dragon would destroy the city near this forest, so he should consider running somewhere far enough away. Root snapped angrily. You're going to kill everyone in the end anyway. Don't act so righteous. What kind of opportunity is that, you damned lizard goddess? She laughed, saying Root was still too immature to understand her generosity. She warned him, I do not wish to die yet, and now that I have awakened, I still have a duty to fulfill. Put down your sword, or I will have no choice but to give you a good night kiss. Fedora appeared and said he would link his soul with Lenia's. This was their only chance. Lenia and Fedora began their soul resonance. Root rushed toward Lenia, shouted her name, and tightly grasped her hand. But Lenia's legs had already been ensnared by illusion dragon Laja's tendrils. With a simple motion, she seized Lenia's hand. The illusion dragon stood there smiling. Go on, run somewhere far enough away that I cannot find you. At the infirmary, Lenia, whom Root had brought back, was resting there. Adeline apologized awkwardly, saying she knew it was the nurse's day off. The nurse gave a soft laugh and calmly replied that it was all right. After all, an infirmary did not have days off. Adeline nodded and looked toward Lenia lying in the hospital bed, anxiously asking how she was. The nurse quickly explained Lenia's condition. The poison had spread, so she would have trouble moving for a while, but it was not life-threatening. She would awaken in a day or two, but her mana would need time to recover because the poison had eroded it. Naturally, she must not use mana before she recovered. The nurse then asked whether she, too, was an apprentice of the Dragon Slayer Corps. Adeline shook her head. Lenia belonged to the Light Spirit Guild, so the guild master there should be contacted. They should not have sent her out alone in the first place. Now everything was a mess. Just then, Rin suddenly arrived and called out to her. Adeline turned in surprise and asked what was wrong. Rin told her that Root was waiting for her in the office. Only then did Adeline remember. They had been talking for so long that she had forgotten. Rin offered to take over and look after Lenia. Hearing that, Adeline immediately brightened and said she was very proud of Rin, asking her to take care of Lenia. If Lenia woke up, she was to let her know. Rin nodded without hesitation, and Adeline left reassured. Rin walked over to Lenia's bedside and stayed there to care for her. Elsewhere, Root had told Adeline everything in the office. Unable to hide her frown, she asked, the illusion dragon truly awakened from her deep sleep in the dark forest, and she will destroy Zemaniel within 2 months? Root nodded faintly. Zemaniel was the only city near the dark forest. Adeline clenched her hands into fists, her expression grave. After a long silence, she finally spoke. She had known Root long enough to be certain that he would not joke about something like this, and she could tell that whatever had injured the two of them was no ordinary being. But even if what he said was true, even if she spread the news across the entire continent, no nation would be able to stop it. The wasteland was abandoned land. This was the only city in the desert. People not only refused to recognize it as a real city, but even considered trading with its residents illegal. Moreover, the kingdom of Liber, where the Copper Dragon Order was based, had long wished for Zimaniel's downfall. Administratively, this desert was part of Liber, so this self-developed city was naturally a thorn in their side. But Root felt that did not matter. The Crown Prince had promised to support him, as had the Master and Teacher Daniel. This situation was similar to the battle against the Thunder Dragon. Rather than sacrificing a vast number of ordinary soldiers, would it not be more effective to gather the strongest people for the fight? Fortunately, the Illusion Dragon used spells that attacked the mind, so she would not be as aggressive or physically destructive as the Thunder Dragon. Of course, they would have to see what happened if her plan to destroy Zimaniel was obstructed. More importantly, their first priority was the second bishop of the Dragon Temple, the puppet master Andoriddle. He had lost a considerable amount of power. Although he had vanished after the Illusion Dragon's attack, Root was fairly certain he was still alive. Having lost his original target, he might be following the Illusion Dragon in order to survive, or his hatred might drive him to act alone. The Guardian created from the body of the sixth successor of the sky-gazing art would be a difficult enemy. He continually used the souls trapped within his heart to revive himself. On top of that, they needed to prepare for the countless undead monsters he could summon. Adolin listened silently to Root's account before speaking thoughtfully. She truly wanted to ask. After all, she had promised to believe whatever he told her. Still, Adolin wanted Root to answer one question. Was he absolutely certain about the Illusion Dragon's nature and her attack 2 months from now? Root nodded without hesitation. He was certain. A Dragon King would never lie. Deception was for the weak. Adolin narrowed her eyes at him for a moment, then finally agreed. If that was the case, they could not waste any more time. Once the news reached the Liber Palace, those old men would not sit quietly. Things could become complicated, so the Dragon Slayer Corps needed to act more independently. They would head to Zimaniel now. She thought it would be better if the immortal Heavenly Sword came along as well, and Root said he would pass the message on. The two headed out together, but Adolin suddenly remembered something and asked whether he should rest for a while. Ren was very worried about him. They could depart tomorrow, and she also needed to monitor Linia's condition for a little longer. However, Root shook his head and said he was fine. Everything was happening faster than expected. They could not delay any longer. In a forest blanketed by white snow, a little girl crouched off to one side until a clear voice rang out. Someone asked why she was hiding here. Following the voice, a woman who looked 70% like the little girl appeared, smiling gently. The girl looked up at her happily and said, "You found me. Now it's your turn to hide." But the girl's mother shook her head and said they had played enough for today. It was getting dark, and she should not wander around outside. The little girl stood up with a hurt expression, pouting as she walked. Her mother always found her too quickly. Next time, she would hide farther away and surprise her. The two walked away through the snow. The little girl kept chattering as they walked, insisting that even her mother would not be able to find her. Then, after a while, she suddenly saw an invisible barrier in front of her. She reached out to touch it, her eyes widening in surprise. What was this? But then someone suddenly called Linia's name beside her ear. It turned out to be Linia's childhood memory. Linia's early memories had always been vague, as though buried beneath the snow. Her mother's face truly resembled hers, but Linia could not remember what had happened afterward. What exactly was the thing she had seen? Then a voice rang out beside her ear again. "You are Ellis Selkit's puppet." Linia jolted awake in terror. Linia sat up in bed. What on earth was that? She touched the area over her heart, feeling confused as she wondered about something. But whenever she tried to think about it, a sharp pain stabbed through her head. Just then, Ren came in from outside and was surprised to see that she was awake. The girl hurried over and anxiously asked whether she was all right. Linia looked at her and asked where she was. Ren set what she was carrying on the table and told her that this was the Dragon Slayer Corps headquarters. She had been unconscious for 3 days. The priest said she should rest for at least a month and avoid using mana as much as possible. She needed to rest and recover. Linia nodded softly to show that she understood. Ren sat down, worriedly saying, "Do you know how shocked I was when I saw how badly you were hurt?" And Root left again without even saying goodbye. Linia quietly apologized for making Ren worry, then asked where Root had gone. Ren said that Root had gone to Zimaniel, and that he had said they were preparing for a major battle. As she said this, Ren snorted silently. She did not care about him, but he should at least have rested for a day before leaving. Lenia sighed upon hearing that. So that was it. She had become a burden to everyone. Just then, Leon entered from outside. Seeing that Lenia had awakened, Leon also asked with concern whether she was all right. Lenia wanted to get up and greet Leon, but Leon told her to stay in bed. She had only come by to check on her before leaving. Leon placed the parcel she was carrying on the table. It contained restorative medicine supplied by Hennet and Balek. Most of the Corps members, aside from the guards outside, had already left for Zemaniel. She told Lenia not to walk around unless necessary and to focus on recovering. Lenia hesitated at that, mentioning her guild. Leon knew what she wanted to say and waved dismissively. She had already contacted the Light Spirit Guildmaster, so Lenia should stay here with this little thief. At that, Ren shouted angrily, asking who Leon was calling a thief. Leon glared at the girl and scolded her, saying not to think she did not know Ren had sneaked into the food storage. Ren laughed awkwardly and denied it, then accused Leon of being stingy. Lenia suddenly called out to Leon. When Leon went to Zemaniel, could she please tell Root that Lenia was sorry? Leon became irritated upon hearing that. Seriously, did these people think she was some kind of messenger? Leon told her to apologize to him herself. Besides, the two of them always said exactly the same things. So why did they have to make her do it for them? With that, she spun around and left. Ren watched Leon's departing back, then looked at Lenia and hesitantly called her name. Seeing that Lenia was unhappy, Ren told her to eat lunch first. She needed to eat a lot to get better. Lenia nodded gently and thanked her, asking whether Ren needed any help. Ren shook her head and told her to stay in bed and rest. Elsewhere, Leon went outside and instructed the guards to watch over the mansion. Hearing that, the man apologetically explained that he had some urgent business to handle, but where no one could see him, he wore a malicious smile. Meanwhile, Root had already set out with the others. Root bluntly replied that it was her fault for daring to steal them in the first place. Ren brightened at that, but told him. Adela nodded and told him to go. It was said that the earliest wanderers of the desert had gathered together and built the fortress and city. They also formed an organization called the City Guard to establish a minimum degree of order and discipline. Though its beginnings had been promising, the city was still young. Its people had become highly wary of strangers due to the influx of refugees after a series of disasters. Therefore, Adeline was quite worried whether they would be willing to open their gates to them. But seeing how cooperative they were, they must be hoping for outside resources to help them deal with the dragon's fury. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Why are you walking as though you're doing some kind of health exercise? Even if you ran, you probably would not be much faster. Adeline looked up at those words and saw an approaching with Daniel and another woman. However, her expression darkened slightly when she saw that woman. Why did you bring that thing along? The woman was displeased to hear herself called a thing. Daniel walked over to Root, ruffled his hair, and smiled. It has been a long time. You've grown a little taller since we last met. When you graduate, we'll have to see which of us is taller. Root said he had reported everything through the celestial spirit, so it had not really been that long. He also thanked Daniel for coming all this way. Then he turned to Greedin, but her expression was not very good. She turned and headed toward the castle, and everyone quickly followed. Watching her retreating back, Root knew she was conflicted over the puppet master. He could not help sighing. He was shocked as well. As her direct disciple, he did not really know what to do. At that moment, someone came out to receive them. The castle lord had agreed to meet them personally. Root's group followed the guide into the lord's castle. A man was waiting there. He introduced himself as Michael Gate, the Lord of Zemaniel. He then apologetically said that this was the first time he had invited strangers into his castle as guests, so he asked them to overlook any mistakes. Adeline declined to comment on that and went straight to the point. They had already explained why they had come. Did his agreement to open the castle gates mean that he was willing to cooperate? Michael looked at Adeline. He knew she was the commander of the Dragon Slayer Corps, and she had acknowledged him as the lord of this city, unlike other nations such as Liber, which only regarded him as the leader of a band of criminals. As the lord, it was his duty to protect this place. She had surely seen it already. The villages outside the city had all been abandoned because of the rising number of dragon and monster attacks, and the survivors had migrated inside the city walls. Fortunately, Zemaniel still had enough materials from the magic stone mine to manage the situation. However, dragons continually attacked from the northern forest, targeting this place. The casualties were countless. If this war of attrition continued, they would run out of supplies first. Furthermore, they had lost contact with the city guard scouts in the northern forest. When dragon slayers came here, they had no choice but to welcome them with open arms. The renowned guild master who commanded the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, along with a hero recognized by the royal family, had offered their aid. The reason behind these incidents was surely what everyone had come here to deal with, the thing lurking within the northern forest. At those words, everyone fell into thought. Then Adolin spoke. In 2 months, the illusion dragon will attack Zemaniel. Michael's face immediately darkened. One of the 7 dragon kings. He gritted his teeth and sighed. It seemed they were walking step by step down the path to ruin, just like the kingdom of Caliban, instead of drawing closer to their lofty goal of having Zemaniel recognized as a legitimate city. Without hesitation, he said that he would cooperate with Adolin's group. He would grant them freedom of movement throughout his territory and allow them to station themselves in the castle to fight the illusion dragon alongside him. If necessary, he would also do his utmost to provide troops and supplies. With that, he bowed respectfully and begged them to succeed in defeating the illusion dragon. Seeing this, Adolin hurriedly tried to stop him, saying there was no need to do that. But Root suddenly interrupted. You must be misunderstanding something. Do you think defeating the 7 Dragon Kings is that easy? Do you think we came here because we need Zemaniel's cooperation? Of course, defeating the illusion dragon is our ultimate goal. But if that were all, why would we care whether Zemaniel survives? We could simply head straight into the dark forest with everything we have. Why do you think we came here just to request such meaningless cooperation? No nation on this continent cares about Zemaniel. They would probably be delighted if Zemaniel collapsed. In a situation where you cannot call for help from any other country, protecting Zemaniel must come first. Protecting Zemaniel is more important than defeating the illusion dragon. Shouldn't you be the ones asking us for cooperation? Even the arrogant government of the Alpha Empire offered lavish rewards for defeating the Thunderflash dragon. Adolin panicked and tried to stop him, but it was useless. Root continued, saying that an outside force was prepared to fight and sacrifice their lives. Yet Lord Gate was acting as though merely letting them into the city was some tremendous favor. Lord Gate was furious upon hearing Root's words, but everything he said was clearly true. After thinking for a while, he asked what Root wanted, leaving his subordinates behind him utterly stunned. Hearing that, Root finally sat up straight again and snorted coldly. Resting his hand on the table, he glanced at Michael and said indifferently, "Now, let's begin the negotiations." Several hours passed before they finally reached an agreement. Root's group then left the castle, and Michael watched their backs as they departed. One subordinate grumbled in dissatisfaction that he had never expected such a scoundrel to be regarded as a hero of this generation. I can understand asking for magic stones as a reward, but what is the point of bringing a band of rogues into the army? Michael sighed softly. What else can we do? This is the only way. Let us see whether that hero can truly protect Zemaniel. At the same time, the woman accompanying Daniel patted Root on the shoulder, praising him for being clever enough to deceive even the Lord without changing his expression. Daniel immediately objected. That wasn't deception. He was merely asking for a reward worthy of our efforts. Root also added that too many people treated heroes as nothing more than errand runners. Adolin, walking ahead, sighed helplessly. You should have told me beforehand. You had me worried sick. On the other hand, and still could not let go of her concerns. With a grave expression, she said that now that the negotiations were over, they should prepare for the next 2 months. That puppet master might make a move. Root agreed. After all, he was only the head of the Dragon God Church, so confronting the illusion dragon a second time would be difficult. Better safe than sorry, and nodded slightly, then suggested inspecting the city walls. They could also clear out the vermin lurking there. Daniel agreed and followed her. The woman invited Adolin out for a drink, but Adolin declined and asked Root where he was going. Root said he was heading to Faerma to collect the custom weapon he had ordered. It would take only half a day if he used a return stone to travel to Serin and then use the teleportation gate there. Adolin did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Fedora suddenly chimed in with a sigh. Human magic has advanced quickly, but why not go directly to Faerma? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Root shook his head and explained that a return stone was merely a magic stone imbued with spatial magic. The farther the destination, the larger the stone had to be. Fedora chuckled and teased him. You were born at the right time. If you had been born earlier, you might have died in one of those ships destroyed by volcanic eruptions. Back then, magical transportation was inefficient, slower than horses, and people still used the sun for navigation. Root told him to stop talking before his mouth got sore. Fedora angrily cursed at him. Root did not bother arguing further and swiftly teleported to Seren. He sighed to himself that although it was a little expensive, it was extremely convenient. Root quickly made his way to the teleportation gate, but then remembered something and hesitation appeared on his face. After a moment, he muttered, "Should I stop by the Dragon Slayer Corps' underground market and buy what Ren mentioned?" Fedora took the chance to tease him again, saying he had become a typical father. Root snorted and told him to shut up, but Fedora did not forget to remind him to buy some for Lenia as well. Root sighed helplessly, then entered the Dragon Slayer Corps' underground market. He stood before the pastry counter for a while, frowning deeply. What is so special about these lumps of sugar? Elsewhere, a tragedy was unfolding at the castle where Lenia was recovering. Fresh blood covered the ground. Lenia and Ren had both been badly injured and lay collapsed before the castle. A gloomy voice echoed out. When will that empty shell finally grow up? Several hours earlier, Lenia had been recuperating inside the castle. Standing by the window, she sighed. She could not even summon the smallest wind spirit. If her recovery took this long, she would not be able to join the campaign against the Illusion Dragon. Yet what Lenia did not understand was this. The Illusion Dragon could have easily defeated everyone, so why had she poisoned only Lenia? Furthermore, she had said Lenia was merely her mother's puppet. In the end, Lenia had not been able to tell Root or her father about it. If those absurd words were true, could she really continue on? As she pondered this, a malicious voice suddenly came from behind her. At last, I have found Eli's puppet. It was the soldier who had come to replace the watch earlier. He now looked like a demon, drenched in blood and carrying a corpse in one hand. Laughing loudly, he said that he could smell her. He could smell the mana that the Illusion Dragon had poured into Lenia's ankle. He asked whether Lenia knew how long he had been buried beneath that overwhelming mana. Lenia spun around in shock. He glared at her and said he could smell it even across the ocean. Now she was to come with him quietly. Lenia seemed to recognize the man before her. A lever riddle. Had he come to take her life? He gave a cold laugh. Only partly. His heart screamed to see her vanish when he thought of the puppets she had destroyed. If she had stolen a fragment of Eli Selkit's soul, the puppet of the Great Spirit, then she was extremely valuable. Did she think he had come all this way simply to infiltrate this place while avoiding disturbing Ladja? His eyes filled with killing intent as he coldly declared, "The first person to claim an abandoned puppet is its owner." With that, he immediately attacked Lenia. But Ren appeared in time, throwing her arms around Lenia and forcing her down. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion erupted in the room. The window shattered, and Lenia and Ren were blown outside. Lenia told Ren to run, but Ren urged her to hold on tight. "If you try to use mana, you'll tear your wounds open." They quickly landed on the ground. Ren asked whether Lenia could still stand. They had to escape first, but a lever caught up to them, blocking their path. In rage, he swung his sword at Ren. Caught off guard, she was slashed, and blood dyed her back red. Through gritted teeth, he scornfully cursed her. "A mere little elf dares look down on me?" Seeing Ren collapse, Lenia rushed forward and begged him not to hurt her. Inwardly, she prayed for any spirit to answer her. Aliver snorted coldly and told her to shut up. "If it were not for you and Root, no matter how badly I was wounded by the Illusion Dragon's attack, a puppet master like me would never have been attacked so easily. It is an insult for a brat like you to lay hands on me." Though grievously wounded, Ren still glared at him and cursed, "You pig-headed bastard. If you're so ashamed, why don't you kill yourself?" Aliver instantly flew into a fury upon hearing that. "You want to die? Then I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his sword forward again. Then he walked over to Lenia, seized her by the hair, and yanked her up. His face was full of hatred. "It no longer matters whether you are as useful as Griselda. You will pay for daring to insult me. I cannot wait to see that wretched hero's expression when your body is torn apart. He would never imagine I came to Seren because you would never dare tell him that you were your mother's puppet. Now it is time. Say farewell to your artificial soul. Lenia desperately struggled against his grip, but it was useless. She feared nothing more than being abandoned after failing to protect the people she loved. She did not want to cry helplessly over her own weakness, which was why she had worked so hard. Rin wanted to become strong like Root. At that moment, Rin rose to her feet once more, a dagger appearing in her hand. She fiercely shouted at him to take his hand off Lenia, then charged forward. Sensing danger, Alivor immediately released Lenia. He turned and pointed his sword at Rin, cursing, "Can't you understand human speech? Shut your mouth." But Rin stood firm. At the very least, she had to save Lenia. She would not let that bastard have Lenia. Ignoring the sword that grazed her body, she viciously drove her dagger into Alivor's chest. Alivor was shocked by her action. Gritting his teeth, he cursed her as lowly trash and demanded to know how she dared do that to him. Rin pressed down with all her strength, causing him pain. She wanted to kill him too. Alivor flew into a rage again. He gritted his teeth as he pulled out his sword and prepared to stab downward once more. Lenia saw this and screamed in terror, begging him to stop, but there was no way he would listen to her. At the critical moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared and enveloped Alivor's body. In an instant, he was drained into a dry skeleton. Yet Rin still clutched her dagger tightly. Once Alivor finally collapsed, Root appeared and caught Rin's powerless body. Even then, Alivor could not understand why Root knew he was there. Perhaps that dragon had warned him. But if Root thought this was the end, Alivor would return with Lajah's mercy and hunt him down. Root ignored his warning and viciously stomped on Alivor's skeletal body. Seeing this, Lenia struggled to her feet. She wanted to save Rin. Fedora also manifested and looked at Rin in Root's arms. After a long while, he finally spoke. Her soul has been damaged. At this point, neither magic nor medicine will be able to heal her body easily. Root stared at the small body in his arms and fell silent. When had everything gone so wrong? Why had Alivor pursued Lenia? He should have been after Root. There was something Root did not know. It was his fault for leaving Lenia alone. He should never have brought Rin along in the first place. As he drowned in guilt, Lenia came over and called to him, telling him to bring the spirit stone she had given him. Root looked at her doubtfully, but she hurriedly said, "We have to try everything. We cannot let her go like this." It was the spirit stone Lenia had given Root before the campaign against the Thunderflash dragon. They could use it as a medium to keep Rin's soul from returning to the spirit realm. There was no time. They had to hurry. Fedora understood what she intended and urgently warned her. "I know how you and Root feel, but this goes against the laws of nature. You cannot commit such a taboo simply because you refuse to accept Rin's fate. Besides, your current condition is not good either." But Lenia said she did not care. "The path spirits used to travel between the spirit realm and the physical world. Because I am the daughter of the Spirit King, I can pass through it without being affected by the current of mana there. With the Spirit Stone's help, I can retrieve Rin's soul. We will not know unless we try." Root frowned at her. "So, you intend to become a spirit and pass through that path? If you get lost, you'll never return. In the flow of time, there is different." Before he could finish, Lenia interrupted, saying she knew. "But family must stay together. We must never be separated." Root hesitated and asked whether she was confident she could do it. Lenia looked up at him, then turned toward Fedora behind him. "Please believe in me." Seeing her determination, Fedora could only sigh. "If that is what you both want, I will do everything I can to help." With that, he opened a spatial gate for Lenia to enter. He warned her to return immediately if she felt her soul being swept away. Lenia nodded, indicating that she understood. She would definitely bring Rin back. She told Root that she would return soon, so he should not worry. "You must punish that bastard for both of us. And I'm sorry I cannot fight alongside you." Immediately afterward, she and Rin entered the spirit realm. Root watched their figures disappear and quietly said, "I'm sorry." Over the following month, Lenia, who had entered the spirit path to search for Rin's soul, occasionally sent brief messages through the connection. Fortunately, the journey to find the fragments of Rin's soul seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, even Lenia did not know how long the search would take. After that day, Alivor vanished without a trace, as though conserving his strength for the coming battle. The number of dragons and magical beasts increased due to the illusion dragon's mana, but aside from that, nothing else progressed. Since the predicted attack on Zemin Zemanil was less than a month away, Root's group could only focus on preparing with what they had. All they could do was trust Lenia and wait for her return. At that moment, Root arrived at Hammer's weapon crafting guild. Guildmaster Van Dima teased him as soon as he saw him. Hafulia's rude disciple has finally arrived. You kept insisting that I finish it on time, so why are you so late? Root pursed his lips and said he had been busy, then asked where the item he had commissioned was. Van Dima did not hand it over immediately, saying payment came first. Since he had personally crafted it according to Root's specifications, it would not be cheap. Fedora spoke up after hearing that. This is why people called dwarves fools who only care about gold and steel. Root sighed softly and told him to mind his status. You are the Spirit King. Do not look down on other races. He quickly handed the money to Van Dima. The dwarf accepted the bag and inspected it, complaining that it was only half full. How could this little bit of gold possibly cover my service? However, when he opened the bag and looked inside, his eyes widened in shock. It was not gold, but magic stones. Ignoring his expression, Root said coolly, that should be more than enough, shouldn't it? It should be worth over 500 ripple. Yet Van Dima shook his head and said it was not enough. Based on the materials, Root should pay him around 1 million ripple. Crafting a weapon from a Dragon King was no simple matter. Root sighed upon hearing this and told him to accept that amount for now. He would pay the rest later. But Van Dima refused, asking Root to show him the sword at his waist instead. Root frowned. The heaven-defying sword? That is not a problem, but I advise you not to touch it. It absorbs a great deal of mana. With that, Root handed the sword to Van Dima. The dwarf took it and carefully examined the heaven-defying sword, but the blade trembled constantly. He guessed that it was rejecting him. Unable to contain his amazement, he said, "A sentient magic sword. Then this must be a weapon from the Age of Gold." Root was slightly surprised and considered his words before correcting him. Humans call it the Mythic Age. It was a dark era. It was the age of the ancient evil gods. Legend says that many legendary weapons were born during that time. Clearly, this sword is one of those ancient weapons. Moreover, the sword itself is sealing something. Its mana absorption may merely be a side effect of whatever is inside it. After saying that, Van Dima asked whether Root knew what that thing was. Root shook his head and said he had never thought much about it, though he had always found it somewhat suspicious. Van Dima thought for a moment before speaking. This sword's ability to absorb mana is very similar to the power of the Myriad Form Dragon. Perhaps it is only a fragment of that power, but did you split that dragon's heart with this sword? Root fell silent. Van Dima continued, perhaps the key lies in that action. That may be why the sword rejects everyone except you. As soon as he finished speaking, Root suddenly remembered his older brother. In his previous life, his brother had never mentioned this, but he seemed able to freely use the Myriad Form Dragon's mana absorption ability. That meant the thing inside, the heaven-defying sword, had also existed in Root's previous life. Could it have awakened after coming into contact with the Myriad Form Dragon's heart? While Root remained lost in thought, Van Dima continued reminiscing. The heaven-defying sword truly was an interesting sword. He wanted to understand the materials used to create it, but since he could not touch it, there was nothing to be done. With that, he took out the weapon he had promised Root. This was a masterpiece forged from the heart, bones, and hide of the Thunder Dragon King. What he had made was the Thunder Balhama. Root accepted the bow from him and even praised his talent for naming things. Root drew back the bowstring, and sure enough, streaks of lightning appeared. From now on, calling it the Thunder Bow would be perfectly fitting. Van Dima said this was the first time he had forged a weapon using the body of a Dragon King. It had been difficult but enjoyable. After finishing it, all his other creations felt like garbage. Once he had finished lamenting, he drove Root away, saying it pained him to watch someone take away the creation he had poured his heart into. Root snorted and teased him for being a virgin. Since he had never married, he might as well pretend he was married to his tools. Van Dima furiously cursed at Root, and the two parted ways. Root strolled leisurely through the streets as Fedora asked whether he was heading straight back to Zemanil. Root nodded slightly. The day of the Illusion Dragon's attack was drawing near, and the dragon's rage would only become fiercer. There was no time to rest. After that day, whenever Root encountered one of Aliver's puppets, he destroyed it immediately. Yet Aliver himself never appeared alongside his guards, so Root guessed that he intended to manifest in that body on the day of the decisive battle. As Root muttered to himself, Leon suddenly approached and said she wanted to speak with him. The two found a nearby place to talk. Root spoke first, saying he had not expected Leon to come looking for him. Narrowing his eyes at her, he asked what wind had brought her all the way here. Rather than answer, Leon asked him another question. Ever since returning from the wasteland, he had not slept well for a single night. He did not look like someone who had gotten enough rest. Root frowned at her. Had she traveled all the way to Foxma just to say that? Leon gave a quiet laugh. Too much had happened lately, and she understood how he felt. The current situation was unusual, so she could understand why the other countries refused to help and why he had not told Hennet and Balak. She fully understood why he had made those choices. Lenia had been seriously injured while traveling with him, and what had happened to Ren had made him feel guilty as well. He worried about their safety, but the more he dwelled on it, the deeper he would be drawn into a dark spiral. One day, he would make the wrong decision. Having said that, Leon sighed, stepped forward, and gripped his shoulders tightly. Was that why he had asked her mother for that favor? He had asked her not to let Leon participate in the coming battle. Root merely frowned at her without saying a word. After a while, he cautiously said that it was the most reasonable course of action, but before he could finish, Leon cut him off. She was still trying her best to understand why he had made that decision. Glowering at him, Leon demanded to know what she was to him. Before, he had said they needed to fight together as comrades in order to understand one another. But what about now? Now, he wanted her to stay silent while he protected her, to remain at home and watch him lose. If he intended to treat her this way, then why had he told her that he was a regressor that day? Root stammered for a long time, unable to offer a single explanation. Seeing his reaction, she pressed him further. Why exactly was he so obsessed with their safety? Had he told her all that merely so he would have an excuse to throw away his own life in order to protect theirs? He remained silent. Leon shouted at him to answer her. At that moment, Root suddenly exploded. He admitted that it was all his fault. He worried about them, and he was sorry things had to happen this way. But he had not demanded anything unreasonable from them. He had not told them to stop fighting and flee somewhere safe. He only wanted them to remain in a safe environment until they became strong enough that he would no longer have to worry about them dying on the battlefield. What meaning was there in shedding sweat, blood, and tears over and over again, only to die before accomplishing anything? Root cursed angrily. It was clearly because he had spoken too gently that they refused to understand. They still had far too many shortcomings. If they did not want to die, they should keep quiet and stay out of the way. Leon was so provoked by those words that she laughed. She asked Root whether it was because he was afraid. He looked at her in confusion. Coldly, she said that he was afraid all of them would die and that his past would repeat itself. The despair of helplessly watching the people precious to him suffer near-fatal injuries. The guilt of being too inadequate to do anything to help. Root had no idea how many times he had made them feel that way. Leon glared at him and demanded to know whether he was afraid now that he was the one experiencing those feelings. Leon patted his shoulder and helplessly admitted that she was still lacking, still weak, and still immature. But that was because she was not the Leon Kyer in his mind, the one who had risked her life to save him or the image he held of everyone else. He was still trapped in that past. Having said that, Leon punched him to wake him up. Then she fiercely shouted that no matter what her past life had been like, the real Leon Kyer was standing right in front of him. She was not the result of someone else's abilities. This was her life. She warned him that she would not forgive his attitude. He should stop passing judgment and focus on leading them with everything he had. As for whether she would take part in this battle, she would decide for herself. If he wanted to keep living in the past, then so be it. As for her, she would face the future. With that, she turned and left. Root touched the spot where Leon had punched him and sighed softly. Had she been training her fists or something? He clicked his tongue twice. It hurt a little. At that moment, Fedora appeared again and said that Lenia was stronger than Root thought. Root nodded faintly and said he knew. He knew they had all grown much stronger over the past year. If they continued to grow and reach their peaks, they would become far stronger than they had been in his previous life. But they were not there yet. Root sighed helplessly. He had not expected Leon to silently obey whatever he said. He had no right to say this, but none of them knew how to follow orders. Whether in the present or the past, they had always been that way. Elsewhere, after leaving Root, Leon walked while staring thoughtfully at her scarred hands. Nothing was going the way she wanted. Not a single thing. In the dark forest, darkness covered the withered branches. A painful scream suddenly rang out. It was a Lever. He sat up from within a coffin, filled with rage. He could barely heal his body anymore. He had to act quickly before the Dragon Emperor destroyed everything. He wanted to take Root's life with his own hands, drawing upon the hatred he had accumulated for so long. It was a mess. Aliver had gathered every soul he could for emergencies, but it still was not enough. If he had a little more time, he could employ other measures, but it was too late. This body would not be able to participate in that battle. Still, there was no need to worry too much. For this little act of revenge, this servant would be enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed into another form. Aliver came to a flower grove in the dark forest and quietly announced that the time had come, Your Majesty. He knelt respectfully on the ground and said that she would soon grant the ignorant fools the reward of death. Therefore, he offered his humble body to Her Majesty Leia. The one he had sought out was Leia, the illusion dragon. She currently appeared in human form, leisurely reading a book and drinking tea. Aliver was astonished at the sight. The Dragon Emperor was imitating humans. Just as the rumors said, she truly was unique among the 7 dragons. Hearing his voice, Leia looked up and narrowed her eyes at Aliver impatiently. It was him again. Still, it was indeed time. Aliver reported the situation to her. The Undead Legion and countless other servants awaited her command, and the invasion of Zeminil was slowly underway. At this, Aliver's eyes gleamed. If Leia permitted it, he wished to clear the way to the city as an act of atonement. He was willing to destroy an entire city if she desired it. Leia snorted coldly, mocking him for being quite devoted. Then, unhurriedly, she appeared before Aliver and raised an eyebrow. What had she asked him to do? Had she given him an order? Aliver trembled in fear, unable to speak. Seeing his reaction, Leia gently stroked his head and smiled faintly, telling him not to be afraid. She had merely been joking. Honestly, Leia did not care. Anyone who wanted to flee should have fled by now. As for that human city, she did not truly wish to destroy it. The endless ideas born from human desires were always fresh, as were the stories shaped by their fascinating emotions. A small, beautiful city was like a flower garden. As Leia spoke, she lightly touched a nearby flower branch, yet her tone turned grim. Still, there were disasters by nature. Leia's role in this world was more important than her own preferences. A terrifying bond forced her to inflict pain upon the humans she cherished. She knew she could not be free until she destroyed that chain. After pausing briefly, Leia finally ordered Aliver to do as he pleased. She was in no hurry. Hearing this, Aliver immediately accepted the order with delight. It had worked. Secretly, he reveled in the thought that his revenge would mark the beginning of destruction. Meanwhile, the city of Zeminil had fallen into chaos. The second line of defense was collapsing, and dragons and humans were locked in a fierce melee. Adolin's group and Daniel were helping as well, but they could not hold out much longer. Adolin called for support, reporting that 3 dragon flocks were approaching. Daniel said that the immortal heavenly sword was on her way and told Adolin to focus on the enemies on the ground. At that moment, Cieli felt pain throughout her body. She was fighting dragons barehanded, and she did not know how much longer she could keep fighting. But she could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Cieli punched a charging dragon in the head and finally realized it. The more enemies they defeated, the more seemed to multiply. Cieli did not dwell on it. She walked over and asked a soldier whether he was all right. The soldier said he was, then asked her to go help on the eastern side. As the frightened soldier shakily got to his feet, he recalled how someone had previously asked whether he wanted to take part in this battle. He had hesitated, saying that although Zeminil had never been directly attacked or robbed by refugees from the wasteland, the city had not truly been kind to them either. They had even been forbidden from entering the city. So why should he fight for it? That person had told him this was an opportunity for both him and his family, an opportunity for a band of refugee raiders from the Barren Lands to earn the right to live freely within the city. Zeminil was a city that did not accept refugees, so as long as they still had breath in their lungs, they had to keep fighting. The person had instructed him to fight somewhere the city's residents could clearly see him. He had to prove his worth, and he was doing exactly as that person had said, bravely striking down his enemies. At the same time, atop the city wall, Lord Michael Gate took in the entire battlefield. His subordinate anxiously said it was too dangerous, intending to persuade him not to go outside. But Lord Michael Gate shook his head in refusal. The citizens and even outsiders were fighting to protect the city. A lord like him could not hide inside it. Although the Dragon Slayer Corps was active across every front, it was only a matter of time before the endless waves of attacks overwhelmed them. At that moment, the sky gradually darkened. A horrifying sight unfolded before everyone. Darkness was coming. Countless dragons flew toward them. The real battle was only beginning now. Daniel, standing nearby, saw this and remarked that they had finally begun to move. Root saw it as well. Drawing his sword, he said coldly that the battle had begun earlier than the illusion dragon had promised. Fortunately, they had listened to the immortal heavenly sword. Daniel nodded in agreement. The puppet master's primary forces were hidden somewhere, likely nearby, so that he could easily control the dragons and undead. Root quietly surmised that Oliver might be hiding as far away as possible while remaining within his magical range, rather than somewhere close by. He was no ordinary coward. Root was certain of this because, in his previous life, Oliver had only appeared when necessary, after enjoying the spectacle from afar. He was the most troublesome kind of bishop, but no matter how skilled he was, it was impossible for him to personally control all these monsters. He had hidden objects around the battlefield to sustain his magic, gather information, and observe the situation. And spoke up then. That meant he would be forced to appear if they destroyed those tools. As soon as she said that, Silly suddenly held up a skull and shouted, asking whether this was one of them. Proudly, she said that her beloved student had found one. Her darling really had a good eye. Leon turned to look at Root, who stood above them, but said nothing. Seeing this, Silly suspiciously asked whether the two of them had argued. In perfect unison, they denied it. This was not the time to discuss such matters, and said that if they did this properly, they would not have to fight every one of those monsters. Glancing at everyone, she smiled and said they were all warmed up now. It was time for the real fight. This was the moment to advance and destroy them. Immediately, the entire group charged into battle together. The commotion they caused was so tremendous that the soldiers behind them were stunned. Their assault instantly brought down a swarm of incoming dragons. It felt as though waves were crashing into one another. Every dragon that charged at them was brought down by Root's group. Yet the monsters kept emerging one after another, and the weapons linked to the magic generators were gradually scattering. Dragons driven mad by the Dragon Emperor's influence could not distinguish between humans and undead. That army might have been huge, but in truth it was little more than a collection of savages tearing into their own comrades' flesh. Root was certain that the puppet master could no longer remain hidden in his ruined fortress. He would have to come out eventually. At the same time, Oliver, who was controlling the dragons, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He was losing magic generators at an alarming rate. He could not believe Root's group had found the generators' hiding places. They certainly did not have a mage capable of such a thing. If this continued, his magical network would soon collapse. If that happened before they captured the city, they would be unable to coordinate their attacks, and everything would descend into chaos. He had to make new generators. Oliver did not want to enter the battle this early, but he had no other choice. If they truly had someone capable of finding the generators, then that person might also be able to determine his coordinates. He knew they would be occupied with searching for the generators, so he would make his move. As soon as he finished speaking, Oliver entered a magic formation and continuously chanted incantations. But at that moment, an arrow suddenly pierced his body. Lightning struck him as well, making him scream in agony. It was Root. He had found Oliver's hiding place and, without hesitation, attacked with his bow. Root smiled smugly. At last, he had found him. On the day Root had met Vandima to receive the Thunder Bow, Vandima had told him to imbue it with his desire. Ancient runes were unique magical art of the dwarven race. They were embodiments of faith, woven from prayers and perfected through desire. A creation was not complete until one's desire had been inscribed upon it. Depending on what its wielder wished to achieve with the weapon, the ancient runes would respond accordingly. Hearing that, Root gripped the bow tightly. After thinking for a long time, he murmured that he would place his greatest desire into it. Returning to the moment before Root found Oliver's location, Fedora had informed him after searching for a while that he had detected Oliver's mana. Root nodded slightly and immediately drew his bow, saying that he would fire from here and asking Fedora to assist him with the magic. Right afterward, Root used the skill Thunder Soul Heaven, locking onto the target's coordinates. In an instant, the bow was enveloped in lightning and magic. It was a high-speed skill that allowed him to teleport to a target's coordinates. Fortunately, Root had defeated Hama, which was how he had acquired this skill. That was why one of Root's arrows struck Oliver with perfect accuracy. Back in the present, Oliver was suddenly ambushed and could not help being startled. When he saw who had come, he was even more shocked. Impossible. He had not expected Root to be a mage capable of using pursuit magic. But how could he cross space in such a short time? While he was still questioning it, Root fired another arrow infused with lightning. Seeing it, Oliver seemed to recognize the power of the Thunderflash dragon. At that moment, he became certain that it was Thunderflash's power. There were traces of space-rending magic. Root had instantaneously exchanged positions with his target. In other words, he had calculated and performed such an advanced technique in such a short time. It was absurd. Having recognized Root's technique, he immediately drew his sword smugly. What a grand opening! But why had Root come alone? Root paid him no attention at all, continuously firing arrows from his bow. Oliver created a protective wall with magic below, then raised his head and laughed mockingly. The title of hero was rather too grand for Root, who had ruined his carefully laid plans twice. Root snorted coldly at that. Nonsense! Do you ask a trash bin for permission before throwing out the garbage inside? As Oliver dodged Root's attacks, he furiously cursed him as a bastard, then mocked him for doing nothing but firing blindly. He called Root an arrogant fool who did not know his limits for using a weapon forged from the Thunderflash dragon. Oliver had spent nearly 100 years understanding the Illusion Dragon's mana. Better than anyone, he understood how much mana it took merely to use a fraction of a Dragon King's abilities, especially for a human who had not even lived half a century. No matter how powerful Thunderflash was, it was an ability designed to destroy bodies. Even if his body were destroyed, he could always fill it with another soul. Therefore, he arrogantly provoked Root, telling him to shoot as much as he liked. Root's arrogant body would be burned to ashes before Oliver had used even 1/10 of the souls he possessed. Root did not lose heart at Oliver's attitude. He merely chuckled and continued drawing his bow. So now you're scared. Look at how much you're talking. You could just admit you're jealous. Root also told him that he had never fought alone. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal Heavenly Sword and Daniel appeared behind Oliver. Without saying a word, they slashed down fiercely, instantly blasting apart the ground before them. Daniel lowered his sword and could not help sighing. It was his first time using Thunderflash for a lightning-fast attack, and his entire body ached. And looked at Root and told him to leave quickly. They would handle things here as planned. Before Root could leave, however, Oliver's resentful cry rang out. Are you really planning to run? I won't let you escape. As he spoke, he gripped his sword and charged straight at Root. Unfortunately for him, before he could touch Root, a sword blocked his path and appeared in an instant and stopped him coldly. I spent half my life searching. I searched every mountain range, yet I could not find even a single trace. And glared at Oliver with eyes full of hatred. It was all because of him. The moment she finished speaking, an attack. Storms of sword light slashed savagely at Oliver, making him cry out in pain. Under their relentless assault, Oliver became enraged. He no longer had any reason to hesitate. Did these pitiful creatures truly think they could defeat him? He did not believe they could. Until now, he had allowed them to do as they pleased because he was still bound by the Dragon King's order. But the time of judgment had come. Things would not continue like this. He would settle every humiliation he had suffered and show them who was truly the strongest. Oliver threw back his head and laughed wildly. Open your eyes and witness it, the true power of the soul summoning art. As soon as he spoke, 3 more undead appeared on the battlefield. Yet their number was so small that Adolin could not help feeling suspicious. Once she took another look, she saw the problem. They were on an entirely different level from the previous undead. Realizing this, Adolin immediately called out to Leon and CLE. The two promptly answered. At last, they had opponents worthy of fighting. Leon faced an undead warrior who possessed the supreme spear technique of a national leader. Adolin fought a swordsman far ahead of his era, while the remaining one was a mage who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Halia. These were all bodies Oliver had deliberately chosen to preserve. He wanted to slaughter all of Seal's people, the warriors and Root as well, and could no longer stand Oliver's smug expression and slashed fiercely at him, knocking the mask from his face, grinding her teeth, and cursed him. Your mouth is as arrogant as ever, especially for someone who is nothing more than a walking morgue. Alivir was struck again and glared furiously at him. He roared viciously. How dare she interrupt him while he was speaking? Damn it! At that moment, rage had completely overwhelmed him. Daniel noticed that he had begun releasing mana and hurriedly reminded him. As soon as they received the signal from the heavenly spirit, they would begin, and agreed without hesitation. She would try to expand the focal point as much as possible. While the two spoke, Alivir charged at them with his sword, intending to take both their lives. This time, Alivir's target was Daniel. He had noticed that Daniel was an ordinary human, with no mark and no sword capable of absorbing mana. With that piece of iron, Daniel would find it difficult to strip away even one layer from Alivir's hundreds of soul layers. Full of contempt, Alivir slashed at Daniel. Then he turned his gaze toward him. She was the only one he needed to watch, and was the seventh successor of the Skywatch sword art, the strongest dragon slayer of the present age, the immortal heavenly sword. As for Root, he was the eighth successor. Thinking of this, Alivir snorted coldly. So you carry the burden of being a disciple as well. Tradition truly is meaningless. Alivir narrowed his eyes at him and laughed mockingly. Just like your master in life, you cannot overcome this body of mine. That is why powerful souls must seek immortality. And snorted at his words. Utter nonsense. Your soul art is nothing special. Let me teach you the two traditions of the Skywatch sword art. As soon as she finished speaking, a pale blue ring of light suddenly appeared and wrapped around Alivir's energy, startling him. He recognized it. It was elemental power, the manifestation of innate talent through refined mana, and had materialized it and fused it into her sword. Alivir clicked his tongue twice. What a nuisance. At that moment, and moved like lightning and closed in before Alivir. She said calmly, "First comes the junior." Alivir was somewhat confused, but Daniel charged in from behind him the next instant. "Then comes the senior." Daniel shouted, "White Echo." A blue radiance immediately enveloped Alivir. Yet when Alivir felt that his body was completely unharmed, he immediately sneered. Were they joking? How could they possibly cut through his mana shield? But as soon as he said it, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He turned to Daniel and asked what he had just cut, but no one answered him, and had already charged at him again with her sword. Daniel did not hesitate either, attacking at the same time. Two powerful shock waves slashed toward Alivir simultaneously, creating a massive explosion. Buried beneath the rubble, Alivir ground his teeth in fury. Why had someone capable of cutting souls appeared now? First there had been that insignificant nobody, and now this. It was as though they had analyzed every one of his weaknesses. He refused to accept it. If his original soul, Alivir's soul, shattered, it would all be over. Seeing that he could no longer rise, and let out a breath of relief. This will be the end. Hearing that, Alivir trembled in panic before roaring hoarsely, "Don't make me laugh. You think this is the end? No, I will be saved. I know it." Alivir stared stubbornly at Adan and demanded, "Do you think a genius like me appears often in this world? Even that arrogant Amigo needs me. My life is worth more than all of yours. Unnecessary people in this world. My soul's summoning art, the achievement of my entire life. You cannot possibly understand what it means to humanity." Alivir threw back his head and screamed madly, "King of dreams, the time has come. Descend upon this world." And frowned at the man before her, then looked at Daniel and told him to finish Alivir quickly. Even now, Alivir was still hoping that Leia would come save him. He believed himself immortal. But sadly, no one answered his plea for help. Daniel pierced him through with a single thrust. His core soul shattered. No matter how many other souls or bodies he possessed, he could no longer maintain his sense of self, and sighed in relief. That was enough. This could have become a battlefield of ruin, but thanks to Daniel and Root, everything ended much more easily. And because of this, that poor disciple had been given a chance to meet her master again. Everyone has a peak period in life, the time when one's abilities and skills reach their highest point. It is the moment when life is filled with joy during humanity's limited existence. Yet such moments last only an instant. Still, precisely because it is so brief, it can be called the golden age of one's life. So do not live only for the future. Enjoy this life, and taken many disciples to pass on your legacy, and had once refused to do that, viewing it as a form of torment. But her master had scolded and taught her a lesson. That period became the happiest time of Anne's life. She had always regretted it, but her master had been right. Her golden age, the time they spent together, had truly been far too short.